desk. Of course, you want to make sure the mono text is facing you when you're recording, when you're doing all the audio that you have to do with this. But pretty much that's all that comes in the box, and that's all the setup. Now, let's talk about the technical details of this monocaster light, which is the AU AM200. But I prefer calling just the monocaster light because that's not much of a mouthful. Now, the microphone included in the monocaster light bundle is a 14 millimeter diameter condenser microphone. That's right in front of me. Of course, it came with this little bit of table base, which I won't pretty much be using in my home setup because I prefer my mic up close and I don't want to be bending into my table. But of course, you can decide to do that if that is your choice. So, but generally, I'll advise to get a boom arm to go with this. But generally, tripod actually does a good amount of work. It also comes with the cardioid polar pattern, means it only captures audio coming pretty much from the front of the microphone, so all the noises at the back are ignored. It's got a 13 Hz to 16 kilohertz frequency response with a 17 decibel signal to noise ratio, which means it can pretty much cut out a good amount of noise. But of course, that's not about it. Well, Alexa has got my lights on now, which is really good. Now, the monocaster light itself has a noise cancelling effect right on it, which you can use to cut out more noise, and it's a very smart way, which I think is really, really super cool. So you don't even have to be an expert audio person to be able to get your audio denoised. So that's all about that right there. And the microphone itself uses the 1.5 volts no voltage, which means it doesn't consume so much power. It means you can actually get it hooked up to your phone. You can get it hooked up to your tablet and then just get recording with it. Also, it's got the 120 decibel sound pressure level. Well, the audiophile people know what that means. Well, let's talk about the monocaster light itself right here with me. Now, that's another ball game of awesomeness with all the components and features it comes packed with. Now, this monocaster light right here supports two direct microphone inputs at the back. I'm only speaking to one now. You can use pretty much any microphone that does not require phantom power to get XLR to 3.5 millimeter audio into it. I've tested it with my other microphone, which is actually not my own microphone, which I think that's really awesome. So you can get two direct microphones in. You can get music in, either from your phone as a Bluetooth input or from a 3.5 millimeter in. I actually have two in. I got one Bluetooth in, I got one 3.5 millimeter in, and I can actually just do all that with the monocaster light. So it's pretty much your mixing studio. Now, I'll be using my tablet mostly as a music input for the monocaster light because, well, I of course like using my phone for other things when I'm doing stuff like this. But speaking of music inputs, as I said, it supports Bluetooth also, which means I can actually really join my Zoom call and speak into my microphone, and then the audio from my Zoom call or my Teams call or Skype call or whatever audio conference software you're using can come into here and record directly. So it's pretty much your best friend. And sometimes when the internet is not your best friend, you can actually have to do a voice call to your podcast guest and then make it connect via Bluetooth or via the 3.5 millimeter input if your phone still supports that. And then you still get recording when the internet is not so cool. Now, that's not even all the part of the awesomeness that comes with it. It also has zero latency monitoring. As you can see, I got something in my ear. It's the in-ear monitor that I have hooked up to the monocaster light that I'm using to listen to whatever I am saying. So it has a monitor button right here, well, knob that goes up and down, and I can use to monitor the audio that comes right here into my ears. But of course, now that you've seen that, I can actually pull it off. Also, this is my in-ear monitor I use for monitoring. But of course, it doesn't have to be this small. It doesn't have to be this fancy. You can use a regular earpiece or an headset, whatever gives you comfort. You can put that on. But I think this looks a little bit professional, doesn't it? Uh, yeah, but of course, don't worry so much about that. That's just for me to hear what I feel like, and of course, to hear whatever audio is also coming into here. But that's not even all about the monocaster light. When I said it's a mobile, I meant it. It means the monocaster light charges through the USB-C port at the back. The USB-C port that charges it also serves as an input and output source to a computer. Well, of course, maybe even your tablet. It means that I am recording this directly into my recording software on my computer over here. And that's not even it. It charges this, and this can go up to 8 hours of runtime. It means if you're a 9 to 5 person, this is your podcasting station. You can actually literally charge it, drop it in your bag, take it out to your friend's house to record your podcast, take it out on the road to record, take it to church, take it to wherever you want to go, and you get 8 hours of runtime working with this awesome thing right there. Plug it up to your phone, plug it up to your tablet, plug it up to your mobile computer, to your laptop, whatever you use to record. On the road, you can literally get this baby doing that. So that's a whole lot of day to have recording. Well, I'm not sure what's going to record a podcast up to 8 hours, but of course, if you want to do that, it means if you record, maybe if you have to travel, you literally can charge it. Maybe you record 30 minutes a day, 25 minutes another day. It can take you about a week before you run out of battery power. And one thing that I said that it also serves as audio inputs and output to the computer. It means that I can use this literally to join my calls. I tried it out last weekend. I joined a Zoom call with it and it was on point. What that means is that because it also has this nice audio effect on it, I can literally go ahead and wait for it. I can do an applause. I can do a lot of audio effects around it, and then it just comes into my meetings, and then I'm really super happy. So you can hear that applause. But of course, I'll be using a lot of this audio effects, maybe except the gunshot and the I'm not sure I'll be using those two effects, but pretty much all of the ones sound really good. So I can be joining my meetings with this to actually make my meetings a lot more fun, because I like having my meetings become exciting for whoever is joining me. Now, apart from having that monitor effect, it also has 3 other outputs. It has an audio out, 3 outputs, then one more output. One more output can go to a speaker, then 3 other outputs that can go to your mobile phone. Probably you're doing something that goes to Anchor, Spotify, Going Room, Mixlr, and all other audio streaming software. You can actually have that 3 simultaneous outputs go all to that one. That's a lot of outputs and inputs that you get there on this little baby right here. Now, that's not even all about it also, as I said. You can join your meetings with it. It has the inbuilt effects. And I told you I will probably not be using this with the gunshot and the booing. My meetings should be a lot more fun than that. Now, let's do the audio test. Now, as I said earlier on, all the audio you're hearing from this microphone or from this video is coming from the monocrystalline, the microphone that came out of the box with it. I am not using any other microphone. The only editing I've done is to remove the auto-spectral noise and added some compressions. But right now, all the audio you're hearing coming to your ears is directly raw, unedited footage. So this audio is right here coming to you straight up from the monocrystalline. So you have a feel of what it takes if you need to edit some noises out of it. Of course, all my devices are on right here. I got my computer blowing full span speed behind me. I got my window is even open. So if any noise is supposed to disturb me, it will be right here right now. But of course, it has a denoising effect. Let me disable that, and you see what that feels like if it's not doing the active noise. Oh, one other thing, it has all the nice effects over here, which I've not gotten to using all of them because it's a whole lot of things to even learn from me. But pretty much, it has all of the cool, sweet things you want to think about using. Let me just change up the effect, and you can probably hear what it sounds like. But I'll just go back to the default one. Right here, I could change my pitch. It has a music key switching with electronic music knob here. You can adjust the bass or the treble or middle range of your audio to make your audio experiences sound a little bit better, and you have a feel of what that sounds like. But of course, let's now go back to the edited audio. Now, what are my takes about the setup? I've talked a lot about it. Now, coming in at about £120 at the time of the purchase, at the time of this recording, well, of course, my understanding this across for me to review. I'll say that this setup comes for anyone looking for a good, justifiable cost for setting up a podcast station without breaking the bank. Now, this comes at about £120. Of course, remember, I'll drop the link to the purchase in the description below. It packs a lot more features than what it costs. It's loaded. If you not get this on a very, very pro level setup, you're probably spending upwards of about 400, 300, 500 pounds. But I think this comes in at a budget, which means literally you can start podcasting on this setup and still get good quality audio out of it. For me, I'm still discovering more about the Monocaster Lights. Okay. So if you're looking at setting up an all-in-one recording, podcasting or streaming setup that is ready for the road, remember I told you it has an 8-hour battery life. This is the setup you want to actually use, okay? And you want to capture good audio with a large diaphragm microphone with good signal to noise ratio, canceling. So it also has the noise cancelling effect. This is what you want to go for. Well, for this one now that I got it, I will be using it to join my meetings and infuse some sound effects for my live streams. That is what I'll be using this for. It's really cool. I've been using it for the last couple of days and it's really super duper dope. Okay? I got it connected to my phone to Bluetooth so I can actually play an audio for you. I want to look for an audio that is not, copyright infringed right now. I'll probably just search for myself and play one of my saxophone songs so that I don't get some copyright strikes. Okay, I'll play this. Listen. Yeah, you like it? Yeah? That's it. That's the microphone. And my audio coming in. Oh, I almost forgot. Of course, let's say you're ready, show off. You can turn down the volume and say welcome. Today's a beautiful day. I'll be telling you all about the beautiful things of life. Now you see why I like the mic up close. I like the busy-ish ASMR-ish effect it gives to my voice. But pretty much you don't have to do all that. You can pretty much put it on the table. But for me, I like it right here with me. So what do you think about the monocrystal light? Beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, that's me on the sax. Yeah, I play the saxophone also, apart from all this techy stuff I do. You like the mono? So you like the monocaster light? I think you do. You want to right now? Yeah, yes you do. Yes you do. Yes you do. Let me play another one. Well, maybe this is not so cool. Of course, that's all about it today, people. I hope you liked this video. If you did, please remember to give it a thumbs up, like it, comment, share with your friends, and also if you're not subscribed to my channel yet, please do so right now so you don't miss out all the beautiful videos that will be coming across your way. Till I come your way again with another video, you know what I say? Stay safe and goodbye. Hi there. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. I wanted to quickly check out the Squan Scout 703S portable 3-in-1 charging station. It was sent out to me by the brand, but of course there's no obligation to make any video saying good things about it. It's just for me to be able to check it out and see if it's something that fits my lifestyle and if I could recommend it to my audiences. So I'm doing this live and direct, no cuts in between the videos, to just check out what this device really is and if it's something that fits my lifestyle. So this is designed to actually work with Samsung devices. If you go to the Swan Scout website, you're able to see they have specific charging stations for
Android devices, for Samsung, for Apple devices, and all that. And I've checked out the website extensively. I think I like the brand. I like what they're doing. And this particular one actually has LED lights in front of it. I've not unboxed it. So with my audiences, I wanted to check this out and just see what comes in the packaging first before we talk about all the specs and features of this 3-in-1 portable charging station. So opening that up right now, I think I like the overall out external packaging so far. So if we open that up, okay, I gotta pull another box out of that. A box and a box. I guess they're thinking outside the box. Okay, so I got a box, then another box inside. Well, not exactly a box now. So if you're looking around before I mess things up here, we have the warranty card. Every Squanscard product has a 1-year warranty, which is good. If there are problems with the device, you can return it uh, and replace without any reason within a year. I think that is good. Warranty card, warranty information. And then you get the user manual, which I guess most of us actually do not read. I particularly, for one, do not exactly read user manuals, but it's there if you need to. And then we have the charging pad itself. They said it was portable. I didn't expect it to be this portable. So you can slam that up. Nice. And then, ooh, all right. That is good. I'll put it aside for now and see what else comes on the box. So this is the charging pad itself. Really nice, handy, and beautiful. I think it's nice, sturdy, pretty. Also, although the material feels plasticky, but I think it's to reduce each generation and all that. It has this vent sides around it to allow it to dissipate around. And then finally in the box you get the, I'm gonna get rid of those boxes now, and this one here, you get a USB-C to USB-A cable, and that is for plugging this into your power source. So I will just do that in a bit now. Okay, I think I was winding it the wrong way. Now that I've got it, that is set. So I got this USB cable. This feels to be about a 1 meter cable, which is not bad. All right, so we get this plugged in now. And then find the power source somewhere on my desk here. I think I can comfortably use one of my laptops for this, but of course, in real life, I would be using a proper charger. It doesn't come with a power brick by itself. So get that connected up, and right in front, you could see I need to pull this off before I start using. So the default time it comes with on this device now is 316, which we can change. We can always change the brightness by tapping here, which I think is nice. And then before I set the time really, let me get my phone on this platform and see what comes. So it shows that my phone is charging and then the phone is connected. Although this is designed to work with Android devices, I want to see if it actually works with my wife's Apple devices. I don't use Apple devices, that's a disclaimer. Well, I use Apple devices, but not as my main devices. So yeah, but you get what I mean. My wife is the Apple person in the house and the Android person in the house. So I'm gonna have our Apple Watch slammed on here. Okay, that is not working for Apple Watch. Okay, let us try AirPods. And the AirPods are charging because they're pretty much, you can see that right up there. Maybe I connected that the wrong way. Okay, doesn't work for Apple Watches, but of course, if you add, what's it called? If you add wireless chargeable, what are wireless chargeable watches? Maybe it would work. I guess it's sort of, the magnet side here is sort of resisting the watch. That is why it's not charging. But if your watch can do that, that would be nice for you. So that's that about the watch. It doesn't work with Apple Watches, so maybe try the Samsung devices if you have one, if it works. But of course, if you've tried this before in the comments, let me know if it really works. But I think for the phone and the AirPods, it's charging. So if your earbuds support wireless charging, it's pretty much good to go. And then your phone is pretty much good to go with charging also. I think I would prefer this to the traditional ones I've been actually using on my desk. I've been using this one on my desk for a very long time. Pretty nice also. It doesn't have any other thing, just charging the phone and a USB out with it. It's nice. Okay? But then this adding time to it, I think it's pretty nice. Although my phone shows the time, but I think I cannot get rid of this on my phone. Or if I have a phone that doesn't support that, you know what? Let me test my iPhone with this. My iPhone also charges. That is pretty nice. Okay, so it charges both iPhones and Android devices. That is pretty nice. And yeah, pretty much I think that is good. So let us try to set the time. If you look on the side here, there's a button. Not exactly sure what the buttons do now, but if I read the user manual, I would have known. If I press it down, I'm not sure anything happens, but okay, let's try. Put this on. No. Okay. So to stop charging, I press that. No. Yes, to stop charging, I press the power button on the side here and it stops charging the devices, and I press it and it starts charging the devices. That is pretty genius. Yep, that is pretty genius, I must say. What else? So let us try to set the time now. To set the hour, press and hold the time setting button for 3 seconds. All right. 1, 2, 3. All right. So it is 11:26 a.m. by my time. 11. Then change the minutes. It's 11:26. And that is set. Boom. Time is set. That is good to go. And I'll be reviewing the user manual much later. I should have read that really. So it's pretty straightforward all the while. And I'm charging. I can get this back now on the stand where it normally is. My old friend is now bye-bye. And I'll get this hooked up to my normal power station. And nice and beautiful it is. Yeah, I like it. I like how it is on my deck setup. So if someone was to ask me what I thought about the Squan Scout portable charging station, I would say yes, go get it. It's affordable. I'll put the price in the lower third of this video post production. And having reviewed the website and the products they have, I think they're affordable enough for the quality they offer. I didn't actually plan to say so much about the device, but looking at what comes in the box, I think the time showing bit is what drew me to it mostly. And I like it so far. On my desk, I think it looks beautiful. I have to turn my wife's AirPods anyway and get my own chargeable earbuds, but pretty much on my desk it looks pretty nice. So if you're looking to buy this really, you should be someone to get the best value out of it. You should be someone who has a combination of 2 or more of the devices this works with. That's your wireless chargeable phone, your chargeable earbuds, and then your chargeable watches. I don't have a chargeable watch right now. This is what I own, and it's works for me so far. But if you really want to get the best value out of this, you need to get those devices. But you can do it at a time. Get the device, then buy your watches and chargeable earbuds later on. But if you were to ask me if I had those 2 devices, if I'll be getting this with my own money, I think for the quality they offer, if I knew of this brand before I bought all the other wireless phone charging devices in my house, I would have gone for them. That's a simple fact. I would have gone for them because they look pretty nice and easy to use, easy to unbox, tourism and time display, especially for someone like me who wakes up in the middle of the night, and for my wife also. that just wants to check the time without having to pick up a phone, this will come in handy. So if you're charging your device in the middle of the night, you want to check the time, you can always have a peek and see. And of course, even if your phone is not docked on it, you can always still check the time, which I think is nice, which I think is good, which I actually think it's pretty genius. This device right here, I would recommend it 100%. It's when they reached out to me, it was the first time I was hearing of the brand, and I went to their website, checked their products, and I was like, yeah, I think my audiences will actually love this. So I decided I was gonna check this out for a review, and here it is. So that is the SquanSouth 703S. Like it, love it. I'll put the link to get one in the video description, and also as a pinned comment if it's something you're not interested in to get in your setup. Although I will try to fix the time sync thing. But as for now, something I would have probably loved, although I guess it's not something that would come in at a device at this price point, is if the time was actually showing my phone time. But hey, that's another shoot. That is another shoot. So pretty much that is what I think about the SquanSouth 703S. If you like it, let me know in the video comments and description. Oh, sorry. So pretty much that is what I think of the SquanSouth 703S 3-in-1 portable charging station for your Android devices. I like it. It's nice, it's good, it does what it says it will do, and then it's user friendly, except for the time I didn't know the manual, which I should have. But yeah, I would recommend it if it's something you're looking to get on the market. And pretty much that's it. I will be seeing you again in yet another video, and as I say, stay safe and goodbye.
This speaker right here is under 30 pounds and packs a lot of juice. This is the Suleon R30 desktop speaker. It's a wild one for sure, but it's got RGB lighting, stated for the boxing and review. Hello YouTube, how are you doing today? Today I'll be unboxing and reviewing the R30 desktop speaker with RGB lighting. This speaker does it well in many places. But before I tell you anything else all about it, let's go unbox. Here's a nice packaging of the Suleon R30 RGB LED speaker. It looks really nice on the front. That shows you what it's contained of. It's a really nice one, I must tell you, and it's easy to unbox. Just open up the box and slide the speaker out of it. And that's how you get in the packaging. Nothing so much. Box is empty now. You got the user manual and all the instructions that comes along with it. That just shows you how to get it connected up to your computer. Nothing so much. Is pretty much use, unbox and play. Nothing so much. And it's got a packaging to make it stable in the box, and then it's got a protective nylon casing just to make it look shiny when you set up for the very first time. And it's got a power knob plus volume control by the side, and then it's got this gray finish with the RGB lighting at the edge, and at the back is the power button that turns the RGB lighting on and off. And then you got a cable, which is a fairly long one, that connects to the USB and the 3.5mm jack. And that's all that comes on the box, really. Nothing more, nothing less. This speaker packs two 5-watt speakers facing forwards, which brings the audio right there to your face. If you got it on your deck like this, it's got the audio coming right to you. So it's just really nice, and you feel the energy around the room. It's a wired one, of course. It's got a USB-A cable going to get power from any USB power source you have. It might be your power bank or your computer, and it's got a 3.5mm jack, and that is what you use to get audio into the speaker. It's got a switch around the back which you use to turn on this RGB effect, and the knob by the side also serves as the power on button, and also the volume knob which you can use to adjust the volume as you wish. It's a pretty loud one. I don't have my volume up to 50% on my volume controller, and then I just adjust this pretty much to go with me. And if you're using newer phones, you may want to consider getting an adapter to use the Solion R30 speaker. But if you're not doing that, if you have just a computer, if you want to use it on your desk, it's just perfect because all computers I know, they have the 3.5mm jack, so you're covered with all that. Now, I've been using this for a couple of days and I really like it. I've used it to play lots of music, even my own music. Yes, I do music. So what do I like about the speaker? Well, number one, it's got RGB lighting. You can power it up with a USB, any USB source. It could be a computer, it could be extension packs, doesn't really matter. And also, it is lightweight. It means even if I'm on the road, I can literally chuck this in my bag and it's good to go. And as I mentioned, it's also under £30, which means it's not expensive. You don't have to break the bank to get really good speakers. Link to purchase that will be in the description and comments below. Although I would have liked if the color switch frequency synced with the music and the audio coming out of it, but that is not a deal breaker for me because the speaker is still all good and all packed, and it's a good replacement for most laptop speakers we have these days and a great speaker for your desktop computers. I hope you've liked this video so far. If so, drop a like down below and subscribe to my channel and turn on that notification bell if you haven't yet so you don't miss any new videos from me. Well, of course, till I come your way again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. This wireless lavalier microphone, well, of course it's wireless, works with my PC, iPhone, and Android. Well, coming right up, the Lawina wireless lavalier plug and play microphone. Stay tuned. Hey, what is up, YouTube? I've been scouting for a good wireless lavalier microphone for the last couple of weeks, and I was very happy when Lawina reached out to me to ask me to review this microphone. I'm speaking to it right now. This is the Lawina WM3 wireless lavalier microphone. So, what can it do? Find out more as you watch this video. As with all my microphone unboxing videos, all the audio you're hearing from this video is coming from the Lawina wireless lavalier microphone. So you can decide what you hear if you really want to get this kind of setup for yourself. The only editing I've done as usual is remove just a spectral noise like all my audio. This you can do with any other recording editing software you use. Later on, I'll let you hear the raw unedited audio from the microphone with my iPhone and my wife's iPhone and all that. Now, before I continue, let me know in the comments if you're liking this microphone so far and the audio you're hearing from it. Now, before we go and talk about anything else, let's go unbox. Let's get a box open right now. Before I do that, let's show you all around the box, the packaging that comes around, the Lawina WM3 microphone. See, it's plug and play. You can use it for your live webcast and all that stuff. You can see the front, looks really handy and neat. So let's get a box ripped open now. I think I got my box right this time around. Right. And in the box we get the nice packaging. Really little but really nice and handy and ready to go. I'm just gonna put the box away to the side and get the packaging of the microphone open. So in the packaging, we have the microphone bundle, we have the receiver, and we have some other accessories tucked away under the next compartment. So let's really get this ripped away. So right there's the microphone with the USB-C charging ports. You can see the Leona logo coming right up, right on your face, and the power button, which of course makes it plug and play. Really nice. And then of course we have the receiver. On the receiver we have the button that actually controls the volume adjustments. And then we have the in-ear monitor that you plug into the transmitter. We got the adapter for the iPhone lighting. We got the charging cable. Then next we have the wind filter, really nice and sturdy. And then we got the USB-C adapter for things like your Android and your iPads and all sorts. And then finally, we got a manual that comes in different languages. Of course, I'll be using the English version for this one. You can see the other language at the back, and you can see all that it contains. So that's about all that's in the box. So you don't have to worry about having so many things to work with. It's just that and the in one box, and you're good to go. What do you think? This microphone is a good choice for live interviews and video shooting. To start using it, it's as simple as plugging in the receiver to your device. It could be your computer, your iPhone, or your Android, and it will automatically detect and use the microphone. I've tested it with all my major devices and it works just fine. With a charge time of about 1.5 hours, that's 1.5 hours, 1 hour 30 minutes, the Lewina WM3 wireless lavalier microphone boasts of about 4 hours runtime. That means you probably never run out of charge if you're doing a shooting or if you're doing a video or a vlog. 4 hours is quite enough time to shoot a video. I'm not sure we'll watch a video for 4 hours long anyway, so you might want to think about that. The pickup range is between 10 to 15 meters, so you want to not stay so far away from from your shooting device if you're doing that kind of thing. With a 48 kilohertz frequency response, you get stereo CD quality. Now, it's also plug and play. I said that earlier. That means you don't need to install any extra software or pair up anything with Bluetooth for the microphone to work with your device. I mean your Android, your iPhone, or your computer. Now, audio test. Check, check, 1, 2. All the audio you're hearing in this section is raw, unedited audio from the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone. I've done no editing, no noise removal, no EQ, no compression whatsoever. I have all my devices on. My computers are on right here. My phones are on. My windows are open. And it's morning over here. You know, morning time? It's noisy time. What do you think of the raw audio coming from the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone system? Let me know in the comments. Let's see what the audio sounds like with my Samsung S21 Ultra. Hello, this is me testing on the Samsung S21 Ultra. How do you like the sound and feel of the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone? And next up, my wife's iPhone. Hi, this is me testing on my wife's iPhone. How do you like the feel of the sound coming from the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone? What are my takes on the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone? This is for someone on the go who wants to capture audio wirelessly on mobile without compromises. Well, I've tested this with my phones and I think it's on point. So if you're a YouTuber, TikToker, Instagram influencer, or anyone who wants to be on the go and still capture good audio on a budget, well, of course, I'll drop the link to purchase in the description section and I'll pin it as a comment. So be sure to check it out. You might consider getting this microphone. Yes, you can also record on your computer. As I said earlier on, all the audio you're hearing here, I recorded with my computer. I just plugged in the receiver in my USB port and boom, off I go. Now, if you're someone who teaches and likes to, move around, this wireless system just works for you. Of course, remember, you cannot go longer than the 4 hours battery run time. So if you're someone who shoots live streams that goes 5 hours, 6 hours, you probably might want to consider other choices. Now, it's got a wind filter that looks a bit off if I clip it onto my cloth here. But if you go recording in a windy condition, you don't want to leave this at home. You don't want to leave one without this wind filter because this will really help you a lot. But if I pin it to my cloth, it looks a little bit off. Or do you like it? This way. But hey, if you're recording in a windy condition, you definitely want to pick this out with you. This is for you when you go on the road. In the home where there's not so much noise and you to control the environment, you probably wouldn't be needing to use the wind filter. And of course, the casing is on point. Here's the case. I can literally hook it up to my belt and off I go. I see something, I whip it up and I record. And I'm on live. That's it. One thing I also like about the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone system is that it's got an in-ear monitor system. Yeah, I mean it's got that. I can literally just plug it to the USB port here and I can hear in real time what I'm saying into the microphone. So I have a feel of what I'm actually recording, if it's the right thing or not. Although, as a personal preference, I would have liked it if these are the rubber tip. Yeah, just a personal preference for me. But this doesn't hurt my hair so far, so I think it's a really good build. You can check it out. Looks really nice, and I think it has this special curvature curvature effect to it. So, this is generally if I need to decide to make adjustments to my recording position in case I'm not positioning this microphone well. But of course, I think I am. You can judge from the audio you're hearing from me. Okay, people, that's it. Let me know if you enjoyed this video. Of course, you did if you watched it up to this point. So please give it a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel, and share this video with your friends and family who you think this microphone would benefit. Because also it's a channel. You know what? So till I see you again, you know what I say? Stay safe and goodbye. Okay, let's do this. How do I do that? Let's assume I'm in the condition now. Should I put this off if I do this? I think I should. One moment. All right, I'm back. This is what it feels like. Hooked up to the wireless in the monitor system and the wind filter. Well, it sounds better in my ears for some reason. Well, maybe I would consider using it. What do you think? Let me know. Let me know. Do you like this or do you like it without? Do you like this or do you like this? Let me know. It's your choice. It's your microphone. So yeah, what other? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. iPhone connector. No, iPhone connector. USB-C connector. Okay, send. Oh, it's got a manual. It's got the charging cable. Well, there's an extra accessory I got for myself. I'm just gonna put this right back in here. Yeah. And yeah, that's the case. Nice and easy to go. Boom, boom, boom. Put it in my pocket and I'm off. Okay, now really, goodbye. See ya. Cheers. I'm out. Wow. Well, I just discovered this also serves as a speaker to my computer. I did not know that. I just plugged in something and I heard the voice in my ears and I was like, oh boy. So this is an audio input and output system. So this is not just an in-ear monitor. It's also, oh my God, this is nice. This is really nice. Yeah, I can literally go join meetings and be wireless and be far away from my computer. Now, this is sweet. You should try it out. Okay, now really, I think this is the point where I really say goodbye. I should say goodbye now. I just discovered that and I couldn't just let it go. I never knew I would like that about this wireless microphone system. So I will test this out with my meetings on my phone. Yes, I'll try that out. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Yes, I will.
Hi, and welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got another question, and it's one I love so much because it's one of those questions people ask to validate what they want to do. And the question goes thus: do you need any certification after self-learning every necessary skill in DevOps before applying for jobs? Thanks very much for your question, and it's a very important question to ask, especially for people who are getting started in this world of DevOps. Now, certifications are a way to validate that you know what you think you know. And then for the vendor of that skill, Microsoft Azure, Google, Kubernetes, whatever certification body is them also endorsing that you have passed the needed criteria to be called I don't want to say an expert, but to say you know the fundamental things you're supposed to know to be able to implement that technology. While certifications are great and they are very nice, I admonish and encourage anyone, if possible, to get certified in whatever skill they are or tools and tech they are using, because it gives you an extra edge. But then for a beginner, it's not essentially important. Okay, it's not compulsory. It's important, but not compulsory. Pardon my choice of words there. It's not compulsory to get certified. You can get certified along the way. But then, if you get certified before applying for the jobs, it gives you that extra tick. It's just like you're running a race and you have a car that can go 0 to 60 in 10 seconds, and you have another car that can go 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. The car that can go 0 to 60 in 4 seconds is the car with the certification. The one in 10 seconds is the one without certification. Then we will get to the destination. You will finally get your job, but then some might get it faster than others. Certifications are just one way to validate that you know what you know, and then a company endorsing that, yes, this person knows that. So it gives you that extra edge, but it doesn't mean you would not get your job. Generally, interviewers, hiring managers also know this, that sometimes the certified person might not be the right person for the job. Because when they interview you, for example, if I interview anybody, I would look out for the lapses. There are people, and I say this without any remorsefulness, is you can go cram and write certification exams and know nothing. Yes, it's possible. But then, if you really know what you think you know, you might not have to get certified to get the jobs, because your portfolio, your references will speak well for you. But then, if you can, get certified. But don't think that because you're not certified, you're not good enough for the job. No, that should not be the case. If you're certified, it gives you that extra edge, but it doesn't mean you wouldn't get the job that is supposed to be yours. It's as simple as that. But I think one other thing that you should be thinking about is, certification or not, always continue learning. Always improve yourself daily, and whatever your cover letter, your profile online should highlight what you can do, what you have done, and what you learn from them. It's as simple as that. You don't have to go, rock up money if you don't have it to get certified. But if it comes as part of your learning, as a certification bundle, and you feel confident enough to go do the certification exam, of course, go for it. I have trained people who were new to this IT field, software development, cloud development, in days and weeks, and then they go write the exam and they're certified. It's great for them because they'll be able to get jobs even faster. But then if you don't get certified, it doesn't mean you won't get a job. It doesn't mean. What matters is you have the right profile, right portfolio, and you are visible to the right set of people to get you the job you want. And I hope that answered your question and sort of cleared your confusion just a little bit. Of course, if you have further questions, put them using the link sharing right about now, or scan the QR code sharing right about now on your screen. And of course, like this video, subscribe and share so you don't miss further videos just like this one. Until I come your way yet again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. Hello, how are you doing today? I'm Dara and I'm back with another video. Well, I hope you're staying safe this season and I hope everything is going well with you. Today in this video, I want to show you something in preview, but maybe at the time you're watching this, it's actually generally available to the world. It doesn't really matter. I just want to show you my first-hand view of Visual Studio 2022. Well, I'll be showing you preview 1, even though preview 2 is out at the time of this recording, but I couldn't go through the stress of recording that because I've done this previously. But I want to show you what is really new in Visual Studio 2022. Anything I show in preview 1 will definitely be better in any edition of Visual Studio you're using at the time of watching this video, and that is what I want to show you today. Now, Visual Studio has made a lot of improvements over the years. I remember when I started using Visual Studio was sometime in 2010. Yeah, that was Visual Studio 2008. That was the one I was using then. Then I've seen the upgrades over the years, and I've been privileged to use preview editions of Visual Studio ever since, up until now. Now, Visual Studio 2022 is publicly available. The preview 2 at the time of this recording, which was announced a few days ago from this date. Today's date is July 20, 2021. So it was announced, that came out a few days ago. But anything I'm showing you here is pretty new. It's awesome, and you might want to get your hands on it. Actually, let me know. Are you considering using Visual Studio 2022 Preview on your work machine, on your personal computer, or are you currently using it? It comes with .NET 6, all the nice improvements, and that is what I want to show you. It's like unboxing tech, unboxing software. That is what I want to do today in this video. So let's get started, shall we? Now I'm going to head over to my screen now, and the first thing I want to do is go over to my browser. We'll start from the browser, which is Microsoft Edge. You can use any browser in this case. Just Bing on Google or Google on Bing, Visual Studio 2022 Preview, and there you will get to the Visual Studio website where you can see the announcement about it. You can see all the stuff. I want to go to the Visual Studio blog instead to see the announcements made by Amanda on that. That was the blog post. First thing you need to know that is Visual Studio 2022 is a 64-bit software now, so it means all the improvements, you can use your processor really well. The icons are redesigned. It's more personalized towards you. You can develop more modern apps for Azure, for .NET. .NET now is something really new. I'll be showing you later in this video. So that is that about that. C++ is improved, even though I don't do C++. Innovation at your fingertips. This is one really cool thing I'll also be showing you, which is the code being smart, or Visual Studio being smart, to give you suggestions based on what you code every time. Asynchronous collaboration with live share, and all the other nice stuff. Visual Studio for Mac is also being refreshed right now for that preview. Now I'm going to go ahead and actually download the Visual Studio Enterprise Preview because I have an enterprise license with Visual Studio, but pretty much whatever I'm showing you is available in community. So, but I'll download the enterprise version because I have the enterprise license to Visual Studio, but it doesn't really matter. You can download community or professional edition and get using it. So I'll start the installer right about now, and then it just do some housekeeping to get started installing Visual Studio. So it downloads all the needed requirements to start the installer, and then it launches the picker. I call it the picker for installing all my workloads for Visual Studio. Now I see all that bit here, but I'm gonna maximize that. It's using my system team, which is really nice. So I'll see all the workloads I can install. I'll pick the ones that are essential to me. ASP.NET is important. Azure is important. Sometimes I do Python. Node.js is also important. Mobile development with Xamarin. Universal Windows Platform development is important to me. Developing desktop apps with .NET is also very important to me. I also do some Office apps and also Visual Studio development, but I'm gonna skip that right now. But of course, you can make your selections based on your use cases. Also, I want to use the .NET 5 runtime for some cases, but some of my codes are still pretty old. Okay, so I'll go scroll down on the selection and then pick all the other workloads that are important to me that I use every day. That's the nice thing about Visual Studio. Now you can pick just the things that are important to you as a developer to install with your Visual Studio instance. So I'm gonna pick all things important to me. Something really nice, .NET debugging with WSL2, which I'll show in another video entirely. Python web support, definitely I want to do that. I want to probably install Intel Axim and Google Android emulator, even though I might not be showing that in this video, but in the future I would be using it quite a lot, so I'm going to pick that. So I think I'm good to go. So what I'm going to do next now is hit install. The sweet thing is can install while downloading. So I'm going to click install now. But right now what I'm showing you is the Preview 2 installation, which has a nicer color. You can see it matches the clothes I'm wearing, which is really nice. Well, that's not a coincidence. I actually planned that. So that is the Preview 2 installation that I just showed you. And this is the Preview 1 installation interface right there. I'll just glaze over this in very fast steps. It took about 30 minutes they're about to finish installing, but you could probably see this in about 1 minute time frame because I sped up that instance of the installation. And that is what I've done, and then cleans up, then it launches Visual Studio 2022 Preview 1 on my computer right about now. What I want to do now is I sign into Visual Studio. You can sign up to sign in if you do not want to. But it's essential you actually do that if you feel like. But I'm not going to sign in now. I'm going to pick the dark mode. And I'm going to start Visual Studio. So it's preparing Visual Studio now for very first time use. It's probably just doing some housekeeping. It might take some time depending on the configuration of your computer, but it doesn't really matter. It will finally start up, and now it's starting up. And there we go. Now that's my Visual Studio 2022 instance. I can decide to create a new project right about now, or I can clone a project from from GitHub, Azure DevOps, or any Git repository that I am using, or maybe even Team Foundation server. It doesn't really matter. It takes some time to load that up based on the configuration of my machine. Again, if you're using a very powerful computer, it might be faster than this. So I'm going to start with a console application, but you can check out all the templates you can use for Visual Studio 2022. It's quite a lot to go through. Based on the workloads you've selected, you can see all the nice things. You can do unit tests, Blazor apps, Angular apps, React apps, and you can install more extensions from the Visual Studio Marketplace. I'm going to click console application here, and I'm just going to give this a pretty nice name. I'm going to call it console 22. I don't know why I did that, but that's what I'm doing. So I'm gonna change my runtime, my framework, to .NET 6 preview, and I'm gonna click on create. That creates a console project for me in Visual Studio 2022. Now you might have a bit of hanging here and there, but it will finally work. Just take your time with it. It will work. So creating now, and Visual Studio should start responding right about now. And then it shows me the program.cs file. You know, that's the default project for console applications with an hello world right in there. So we're just gonna wait for this. We're waiting. So while I actually do that, are you enjoying this video so far? If you are, please give it a thumbs up and let your friends know about it also, and let me know in the comment section if you're considering or even currently using Visual Studio 2022. Well, I have 2019 and 2023 installed on my machine, so I use both interchangeably, but most recently I've actually been using more of 2022 because I like to live on the edge. As a developer, I like to test out the new things. I like to see things that are actually really good. And even also, I have Windows 11 installed on all my computers right now, even though I wouldn't advise you to do that because you never know, things might break. But I like to live on the edge. The worst thing that can happen is I lose 1 day productivity, which doesn't really matter to me because I will take that time to rest and watch some movies. Now, that's the application that was developed for us, that was created rather for us in Visual Studio 2022. Now, let's go ahead and show you a cool feature of Visual Studio 2022. Ready? Let's get started. I'm just gonna save that now. You can see the redesign icons. If you look at your Visual Studio 2019 compared to this one, you can see that the icons are subtly different. Okay, you can check out all around to see all the design icons, but I wouldn't even go through the design changes because mostly I just run shortcuts. Okay, now let's do something really cool. So I'm gonna start a string builder class here. Okay, that's the wrong spelling. I gotta go back and spell that right. You know, sometimes when we just type as developers, we just spell things wrong. String builder. You see that suggestion that just popped up? Let me do that again. String builder. Again. String builder. Now, small u. You know what happens to us as developers, right? You can see that suggestion, and I just need to press a tab to complete that line of code. You see that? That is IntelliSense++. That is Visual Studio helping me be a better developer, be a more productive developer. Now, I'm just gonna resolve the namespaces here using system.text, and then boom, good to go. Right about that. Okay, that's one thing. Now, the next thing I want to do here is actually start a new class. I'll create a new class. I'll do it for each and do all kind of things. But before I do the class, then I'll go ahead and do it for each. You can see all that nice things, nice intelligence coming out to me from inside Visual Studio. You can see all the suggestions it's bringing out to me. Now, this makes me a better programmer. It makes me a more speedy and more productive programmer. Now, I'm not being lazy. I just like being productive as a developer. I don't like to worry about the nitty gritties and the little pretty details. Pretty little dirty details. It doesn't really matter. Now, let's create a class here. I'm going to call that person. And you can look over at the suggestions it will give me now. Let's have some bit of fun. Okay. I put in the first name. You see that? You see the suggestion now? It suggested last name to me. And then, of course, I'll complete the rest when I want to. Maybe that will not be a suggestion because it's still learning, still something that's in development. So we wouldn't want to worry so much about what things it doesn't give us. But at least the things that matter most, it's giving it to us right here and now. So I'm just going to do some string concatenation over there. I'm going to clear that up for a moment, and I'm going to come back over here and comment out this code. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new instance of person. You can see the suggestions coming out to me right there. And then I can start putting in my fields. First name equals this, last name equals this. You can see the suggestions coming out to me. That is Visual Studio 2022 making you a better developer. Well, of course, that's been there since C#6, so console the right line. And then, oh, I missed full name. So let me go ahead and create that field full name. I'll just do that in a moment here. I can do control dot over there to generate that property. Or that field. But of course, that's not what I need, so I'm going to clear that up. That's not quite smart at least, but of course, it gave me what I need. At least it gave me the right pointer to what I should do. So I'm just going to create my own manually. We still do that, of course. And you should check out GitHub Copilot if you have access to it. Yeah, that's the way I do concatenation of fields when I want to. I'm going to use the string interpolation way. And that, put in the last name. Yeah, right there. So that's that about developer productivity. Okay, now let's show something really nice again. Now I'm gonna clear out all the wrappers around this system console arg stuff. I'm gonna clear that up and then just make my code a little bit cleaner. I'm gonna clear up everything that's on it. Now you can see that I don't have any namespace. Okay, now that is another productivity that is right there. Though that has been since C#9 anyways, but it's now better in Visual 2022. But you can use it as way back as C#9 if you wanted to. Now it's called the global top level programming stuff. Well, whatever you want to call it, I just call it top level global stuff. Now I don't need to worry about namespaces anymore. I can just start writing my code just like you do in Python and any other nice program that you like today that makes programming pretty. So those little details that you used to worry about, I need to put the namespace, I need to put the class this, class that, you don't have to worry so much about it anymore because it's just there right. You can start writing your code once you create your project and clear out any other thing you do not need. Now, I want to create a MAUI project. What is MAUI? MAUI is the new thing for developing cross-platform applications for .NET. So I'm going to go through the process of installing .NET MAUI on my computer. Now, that is not part of the Visual Studio installation right about now, okay? At least for this workload I installed. So I'll go ahead and actually launch my Windows terminal over here and then go to the instructions to install MAUI. So it's checking if I have MAUI installed. It knows I have .NET 6 installed, but not the MAUI tools. So it's checking, do I have MAUI installed? No, I don't. So I'm going to go ahead and install the MAUI tools right about now. So I'm going to put in that command. And
I'm going to run Maui check. That's MAUI-check. So it checks my installation. Do I have the SDKs needed? Do I need to fix some stuff? That just does some bit of ask cleaning for me. So it's asking me to install, fix stuff. It does all that by itself. Once I click yes to it, it just goes ahead to install all the needed workloads for my computer. And I'm just gonna run a little bit over that because it takes a little bit of time. So it takes roughly about 10-ish minutes depending on your computer configuration and internet connectivity. But it's not something that is super long in terms of what it means, what it takes to install that Maui workloads. So it's almost done right about now. You might want to fast forward to the next timestamp where it's done installing. Okay, last bit of fixes now. And should be done. So installing all the SDKs and templates and very nice things I can do. Okay, everything is installed now. I just run Maui check again to be sure everything is good. And everything is good to go. Now let's go ahead and start our first Maui project. That's .NET 6 cross-platform development. So I do .NET New Maui. I give it a name. Boom, Maui project created. And then I sit into the folder and I do a .NET restore. That helps me download all the packages and every NuGet stuff it needs to run. So I do a .NET restore. And boom, packages restored. Now let me go ahead and open this up in Visual Studio. I'm going to open the SLN file, that's a solution file for Visual Studio. Now, if I'm running on a Mac also, I can do just exactly that. Okay, open up the solution file in Visual Studio to load up all the dependencies. It will probably do some more .NET restores, which I think is expected because it's running in Visual Studio and it needs to download more stuff to run, at least for the very first time. So in the future, it's probably uses your NuGet cache on your computer to complete the rest of that process. So, takes a little bit of time over here to get itself together. Oh, a little bit of a error code. Error. I don't like errors, but it moves on anyways. So, let's look. Let's wait and see. Okay, it's ready now. I'm gonna run this on an Android device. Okay, I'll run this on my phone because the first time I actually tried it on my other computer, it didn't work well with whatever I was doing. So I'm gonna run this on an a local Android device, but I can expand and see as the packages restore the components of the solution that was generated for me, Visual Studio solution that was generated for me. I can check out the Android project, check out the Windows project, check out the iOS project. Importantly, check out the Mac project. Now it means I can write apps for Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac OS with a single code base. Well, I want to call it right now. I'm calling it what it is. C# is the one ring to rule them all. Just kidding. But it's really cool. Now, I'm going to run this now on my Android device. Yeah, that's my beautiful wife, just in case you're wondering. I'm going to run this now. It's telling me I'm using a preview version of .NET, which is expected because I like previews. I'm running on preview. Visual Studio is preview. .NET Maui, as the time of this recording, is still preview. I'm just going to speed that up a little bit and then it will discover my device and then deploy the Maui app to it. Well, also, one thing you should note is that at the time of this recording, that the Maui tool in Visual Studio is not that stable. So when I try to launch to my device and run the debugger alongside in Visual Studio, it breaks. But I don't worry so much about that because I know probably it has been fixed in the future. So if you're seeing this break off, don't worry so much. I'm very sure the team is right on top of it. So you see it breaks now.
But pretty much, don't worry so much about that breaking. It's something that would definitely be fixed in any future edition of Visual Studio that you will be using. So just keep your mind calm about that. All right. So that's that. I'll try to run this on Windows. Okay, that's when using WinUI. Also, that would fail, but in future releases, it definitely would have been fixed. So again, do not worry so much about it breaking in this video. Right, and then the error prompt comes right about now. Boom, just that error. So I'm going to glaze over that and show you how you connect to the Mac operating system from, even though I wouldn't run the iOS version of it, because most likely it will also fail. Because it's the first preview, things like that are expected to happen. But pretty much all those things, the team is getting the feedback and then it has been fixed. So come now. Well, at least I'm saying that I don't work for Microsoft here, but I know it's something that definitely been worked on every time, because I happen to have a lot of friends there. Yeah, I have a lot of friends. So that's the process of connecting to the Mac. For the very first run, it actually fails. So it gives me a very nasty error, which wasn't expected. While that goes on, I'm running the app again on my Android device, and you see the app actually works. The iOS thing didn't quite work out well. Okay, at least Android worked, so I give it to that. I think Android is the thing. Probably because Android is my daily driver, that's the reason it decided to work. Anyways, the template is not there for .NET MAUI in Visual Studio yet. It will probably come, or you can check out the Microsoft documentation on how to get the MAUI template inside Visual Studio. But right now, I'm going to create an ASP.NET Core application to actually see what is new in the web world. Now, note with .NET, you can do ASP.NET Core, Blazor, that's front end with .NET, which is really super cool. It's something you should try out. Let me know if you're actually trying it out by putting it in the comment section. Also, if you have watched this video this far and you have not subscribed to my channel, what are you waiting for? Please subscribe so you get notified when I post new videos. If you don't subscribe, I'm gonna come for you. Just kidding. Please subscribe. It helps the channel and help others discover videos just like this. Now, the .NET web project, ASP.NET project, is created now, and I can check out all the nice things about it. You can see it runs .NET 6. Nice thing, it doesn't put preview over there. What do you think? Right, and then I'm just gonna run that now in my browser, which is Microsoft Edge. Okay, running now, and my browser should pop up any moment from now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, beat me to it. That is my review of Visual Studio 2022. Till I come your way again with another video, I will tell you, stay safe and have a very nice day, and goodbye. In this video today, I want to show you how you can connect your app service in Azure to a custom domain name. Let's get started. Hello, how are you doing today? I'm Dara and I'm back with another video on the Tech Tuesday series. What am I showing you today? I want to show you how to bind your custom domain name in Azure to an existing app service, or maybe a virtual machine, but the demo today is focused on an Azure app service. And why would you want to do this? You might want to ask. That's a very good question. You have an app service created in Azure, generally ends in .azurewebsite.net, and you want to bind this to a domain, for example, yourwebsite.com, daraloladapo.com, finebusinesses.net. You need this identity for your business to connect to that application you have in Azure. That is why you want to connect your domain name to your app service in Azure, and that's what I want to show you in this video. So let's get started. On my screen here, I have my web application. As you can see, I have the .azurewebsites.net prefix or suffix. Yeah, it's a suffix.
suffix attached to it, and you can go into Azure to actually see what it's chosen there. And I've actually purchased my domain name previously, which is gwllab.com. Currently, if you go to the website, you'll see nothing in there. Okay, it tells you it's unreachable, which is fine. What we're gonna do is fix that right now. So what we're doing right now is go into the custom domain selection on the left blade in Azure. And what I'm gonna do is show you how you can get that gwllab.com connected to the gwllab.azurewebsite.net address. So on the custom domains area, you have the option to turn on HTTPS only, but of course I don't want to do that right now. And you can see the app service domains I currently have in Azure, and that is the one I want to be. You can see the expiration date of the domain name in case it's not an expiration and you need to do that. But of course you can also buy an additional app service domain if you want to bind more. So what I'm gonna do is I will start adding the custom domain name to the Azure app service right now. So I'll click on that and I'll put in my DNS name, that is gwllab.com, and I click on validate. Now, because this is in Azure, I don't need to do any extra work. It just bind to it directly because Azure is the domain name service provider. So I add that custom domain, that's a naked URL, that's gwllab.com that I'm binding to that app service. Well, it will give me this prompt. I'm not sure why Azure does this, but I'll click OK on that, no problem. And I can see that my gwllab.com is binding now to my app service. But now I need to add www. Also, because some users actually still go to www. And that will be a CNAME address. As you can see coming right up. That's basically any custom domain, custom subdomain you have for your app service. I'll add that also and click on the OK prompt that Azure brings up right about now. And then I'm ready to go. Right. Now, if I tried this, I try to go to the apps, to gwllab.com, it will currently not respond, but I'm going to open a new browser, that's Firefox, to accept the SSL certificate. In another video, I'll show you how you can actually get an SSL certificate and bind it to your app service so that that prompt does not come up in your case. But of course, you can see my website is now accessible at gwllab.com, and I can go to all the nice pages on my website. But of course, that's a very beautiful website. What do you think? And if I refresh the one in Microsoft Edge, it will start working now. That's just a little bit of a bug, I think, in Microsoft Edge, but I think in the future it will be fixed also. But of course, my website is now reachable at gwllab.com. And pretty much, that's how you connect that and get it working. You can see that URL popping right there in Azure. So that's all about it. So what do you think about using a custom domain name with your Azure app services? Let me know what you think about it, and even if you've tried it ever before. And of course, if you like this video, I'm very sure you do, give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends and family and on social media also, so people can discover content just like this. And of course, if you have not subscribed to my channel, you definitely want to do that because you don't want to miss new stuff I'm posting every week. Anytime I decide to post any new videos, of course. So subscribe to my channel and turn on that notification bell so you don't miss any new videos from me. But of course, what do you think about Azure App Service and custom domain names in Azure? Let me know in the comment section, and I guess I'll see you again in another video. Goodbye. So today I'm going to show you the Doco maglev keyboard for the Samsung Tab 10.9 and 11 inch. It's a magnetic keyboard case that turns literally your tablet into a laptop-ish kind of scenario. In the box, you basically just get the tablet keyboard case and then the user manual and then some information card for it. It charges via USB-C on the side right here. As you can see, it charges via USB-C and charges pretty much quickly. And the case is made of a PU material with a smooth and soft texture, which makes it good to feel and move around from day to day. It also has the camera hole and the S Pen latch on the back here so that you don't lose your S Pen whenever you're on the go, which I think really comes in nice and handy. The keyboard itself is not detachable from the case, but it connects to your tablet via Bluetooth, and the keyboard is pretty nice and good. It has a scissor
key kind of construction, which makes it really super nice, reducing key travel, and then just makes the typing experience really super duper nice to go from day to day. I've been using this for a couple of days now, and I think it's really nice. It also features a multi-touch trackpad, which you can use gesture controls to swipe through on your tablet and get through your daily tasks just as normally as you would. If you have your tablet in dex mode, it even makes the experience a whole lot more better, especially if you're connected to an external monitor. To use the keyboard case, you just simply need to place your tablet on the magnetic strip right here, just like the name magnetic levitation keyboard cover. That is what it does. So it levitates your tablet magnetically and then you attach. Pretty nice and easy. It's pretty strong for holding the tablet in place, securely in place from time to time, and then of course you get it and move on the go, and then you're just pretty nice and good. It looks pretty much like a book if you're holding it this way, and I think that is really something that is super nice. And remember, the Samsung S Pen charges both ways when placed on the back of the Samsung Tab S9, which I think is really super nice. So I've taken this on the road and it looks pretty nice for what it offers. This is what it looks like if you are to place it in the mode, and the levitation cover right here goes to up to about 125 degrees, which I think is super nice, giving you a nice viewing angle and typing position when you're on the go. Once you have the Bluetooth setup complete by pairing, once you turn on the keyboard, it starts controlling your tablet as much as you want it to do. You can go and navigate and find general information and just use your tablet as normally as you would. But in this case, giving you a much nicer typing experience from day to day on your tablet. The keyboard has some nice features that makes it convenient and functional. For example, you can use the function key to go through the various RGB colors, so red, green, blue, white, purple, and all that. For me, I just prefer to have it in the white mode. And of course, the keyboard cover also supports the touch controls and the gestures you normally give on a normal tablet from day to day, pinching, scrolling, zooming, tapping, and all sorts. You can also use the S Pen with the keyboard using, just detach it, and then it doesn't matter if you have the keyboard connected or not, you can still use your S Pen as normally as you would. The magnetic design is very innovative and convenient, and it makes it easy to attach and detach your tablet from the keyboard. And it also provides a stable and adjustable stand for the tablet once you're ready to start using it. The keyboard is comfortable and quiet to type on, really. The keys have good size and spacing, and they have nice tactile feedback. The customizable RGB lights is something that is a nice touch to it also, that allows you to see the keys clearly in the dark. The trackpad is a great addition as it gives you more control and navigation options for the tablet. It works well with the Samsung Tabs features and apps from day to day as you start using it. It also supports, of course, multi-touch gestures. The keyboard case is compatible with the Samsung S Pen and with a slot on the back that holds and charges the pen in case. That is something I think that is very convenient for me from day to day. So I don't have to worry about losing my S Pen, because of course I have lots of pen hanging around and I tend to lose them. So that latch at the back really comes in handy for me, and I can't like it enough. Another thing I like about the keyboard case is that it's sleek and stylish, and it matches the look and feel of the Samsung Galaxy Tab itself, giving it sort of the blend into the ecosystem, and it adds, of course, protection and more functionality to the tablet without adding too much bulk or weight to it. Coming in at about £99, you get 10% off if you use the Dara or Ladapo coupon code showing right now on your screen, or use the link in the video description and also pin comment. I think it's a good price for the features and specs the keyboard case actually packs. Now, for a general review and rating of the keyboard, overall, I think the Doco Maglev keyboard case is a good keyboard case, 100%, because it offers a lot of features and functionality and enables you to turn your tablet basically into a laptop and gives you comfortable and convenient typing and navigation experience on your tablet. Because of course it also works well with the Samsung S Pen, and it has a magnetic design that is easy to adjust and just gives you on-the-go move right out of the bat. Now, I'll give it a rating of 4.5 out of 5. To be honest, that is what I'll give it. 4.5 star out of 5 is the rating I'll give it, because it's really convenient to use and it doesn't give so much stress of usage from time to time. I've taken this on the go and I think I really like it so much. And please note, Doco is not paying me to make this video for them. Money did not exchange hands. I got this with my own money and I'm just telling you my general opinion about it. So it's something that I just want to share out there. That's it for this video and thank you for watching. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel for more gadget review videos like this one. If you have any questions or comments about the Doco maglev keyboard for the Samsung Tab, please leave them below in the comment section and I'll try to answer them. I'll see you again in the next video. Stay safe and goodbye. Success, luck, and happiness. I've been fortunate in my career to have a bit of a boost, a bit of a launch pad, I would say. But then I would want to say also that the fact that I was lucky did not mean that I was not prepared. Now, I remember back in uni days when, a lot of my friends that are good in what they do, they're making websites, they're doing all sort of things. I'm not trying to, say they were doing bad things then. They are really doing great now also. But then, the path I took was, I wasn't looking for contracts or gigs back then. Of course, I got some. But the more of what I was doing was sitting down to plan out my future. I knew what I wanted from 200 level. I knew what I wanted to be. I wanted to speak to the world about technology. And that is exactly what I'm doing today on my channel and various means that I have. Of course, I have my day job. So I wanted to speak to the world about technology. I knew that since 200 level first semester when Microsoft came to my school. And then I was like, this is what I want to be. This is what I want to be doing. I want to be talking to people about technology. I want to be teaching them about technology. I want to enlighten them and make them fall in love with technology. That is my sole goal in this technology field. And that was what I was preparing myself for. I remember I would hold community meetups in my school in one of the classes on Sundays and Saturdays. I don't know what I was thinking then. I didn't know a lot as much as I do now, but then I was still very knowledgeable compared to others. And then we'll just teach others, we'll learn from others, we'll meet up, we'll share pizza, drinks, and all that. And then, when the time came for, I wouldn't call it the reward, but some of the perks of what I was doing, I was picked out from a lot of us. There were about, I don't even know how much we were back then as MSPs, but then I was picked out to attend the MSP Summit in Seattle. I attended the Build Conference in San Francisco. If I look then at my background, I shouldn't even be near those things. But then because I had put in some of the work to be prepared, when that luck came, it was looking for someone that was prepared. So there's a quote that says, luck is just opportunity meeting preparedness. So you've prepared all the time. And then when the success came, when the luck came, they just found you. That's simply it. So a lot of us looking to get lucky and we are not getting lucky might actually be the fact that we have not put in the work to prepare. I'm not saying you're not doing well. You're doing well the way you are. But then if you put in a bit more work, if you are more strategic in the way you approach things, if you have an end goal, your journey would be towards that end goal. You won't just go ahead and do A, do B, do C because you say, yeah, this one is selling, that one is selling, this one is selling. You go do it. You focus your mind. I remember back then, a lot of people were telling me, oh, Dara, go learn Java. Java is the reigning thing now. I stuck with my C#, I stuck with my Microsoft platform. And by God's grace, I've been, I'm sort of a knowledgeable person to some extent in the Azure I know today. Because that is what I focus my energy on. Java is doing good also today. But then if I had done this person said learn Java, I'll learn Java. This person said learn Flutter, I'll go learn Flutter. This person said go learn this, I'll go learn that. I would be a jack of all trade and master of none. And that is not the place where luck gets to you. The place where luck gets to you is you're good at what you do. The Bible said, seest thou a man diligent in his works, See that a man that is great in his work, that is good in his work, not great in all works, great in his work, is a specialty. He is focused on one thing. He knows that what thing is doing well. He will stand before kings and not mere men. So you know your work very well. You know this thing. I can say this for a fact, and I'm not trying to boast here, that there are a couple of things. If you wake me up from my sleep, like you literally waking me up and say, Dara, come and teach me this, I will teach you for hours. I'll talk to you on it for hours without looking at any reference material. And I can mention 3 things: Azure DevOps, and C#. I can teach you those 3 things without looking at any reference material, and you will do, if you go write an exam on those 3 things, you would pass. Because why? I have put in the work to be prepared to do it. So when opportunities come along that way, I am ready for it. Even if I don't know some of the questions being asked, if I go for a job interview or an exam, I have an idea of the fundamental concepts to actually look forward to actually get the job done. I can remember when I went to write my Z400 exam, it's one of those exams I actually literally did not prepare for. I did not prepare for the exam, and I passed it. Why? Because I had put in all my energy and focus into learning that trade and getting a deep understanding and insight into it. And there's a point of happiness. Happiness is the end goal for everyone. You want to be happy in life. Yes, you need some financial freedom to be happy, but then at the end of the day, your happiness trumps any kind of financial merit you might want to get. I have a lot of folks, a lot of friends who are better financially than me. But then, what I have, at the state I am right now, I'm very happy. I got my family, I got God, I got my wife, I got my family to take care of. And I'm happy where I am simply because what I envisioned many years ago is where I'm at right now. What I had prepared all my life for is where I am right now. I have goals for the future, don't get me wrong. I've got goals. But then I am content where I am happy where I am. So if I'm not at that place where others are, if I'm not out there where others are, I am still happy because I know what I envisioned and I am in that place right now. And that is what I also want to encourage you, that outside of the sacrifice you're paying, all the luck preparedness, what is your metric for happiness? What will make you happy in life? And that is what you should be looking for. Is it your family that will make you happy? Is it your career that will make you happy? Do that thing that will make you happy and be happy at it. That is the encouragement I give anyone that comes to me. Look, when you find that job, when you find that role, when you find that person, you will see others that feel better or look better than you. You will. But then, if you have your own metric for happiness, if you have your own criteria, your own measuring goal for happiness, you would not be worried about all those other things. You will just, be free. My wife asks me a lot of times that, Dara, why are you so content? Why are you so relaxed about a lot of things? I'm relaxed simply because what I want is where I am right now. Yes, I have goals. I want to be better. But then what I envision for myself is what I have right now. And I would not trade that for anything else in the world. Yes, I work very hard. I work very smart. But then, if I am to do no extra thing, I would still be happy in my life. If I earn no extra dollar, no extra pounds to what I'm earning right now, I would be happy because my metric for success is what I have right now. And if you've not reached that metric for your own success, you work hard, you prepare for it, and then when the luck comes, when the opportunity comes around, you just get it. And I pray God will help you in Jesus' name, and I hope to see you again in another video. Goodbye. Welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. Another question I got is this: can you tell me how in demand cloud or DevOps engineering is in Nigeria? Because I rarely see internships or jobs about it, and I'm planning to transition into DevOps after doing full stack development for a year Ooh, that's a big one. Thanks very much for the question. Being a full stack engineer for a year is great. And trying to transition into DevOps is actually better. I'm just kidding. You're doing a great job so far. Now, transitioning to DevOps is something that is great. Now, what I'll say is this, and this is from experience of things I've seen in small companies and big companies. I work for them in various sizes, even a one-man business. Now, big companies mostly know what they want. Okay? They know they need this to make things work. They have more structure around how they hire. So if you see a big company, banks, or telcos, they actually know what they want, and you will see rules in that kind of place. But if you look at smaller companies, small and medium-sized businesses, and I don't mean this in a bad way, most times they do not know what they want. They might want a DevOps engineer and call it a software engineering lead. They might want a software engineer and call them a DevOps consultant. I'm going to tell you this for a fact, and this is a personal experience. My first DevOps gig or job, as you might call it, was not exactly DevOpsy. Yes, I was doing DevOps, but I was actually still writing code. I was still doing software engineering from day to day in that job. Because essentially that company, the people who were hiring, responsible for hiring, did not know the details of what DevOps engineering actually entails. And what I'll say for someone like you that has a good background in software engineering, full stack development, as you've said, is you can start innovating into DevOps from where you are. You can start transitioning from where you are currently. You take ownership for the deployment in your current organization. You take ownership of automation of deployment, of creation and environment, etc. Because essentially, DevOps is all about delivery of products faster to the end user. So you want to look at how that backend code you're writing, that full stack code you're writing, how you can make that delivery better. And this comes through processes like automation, automated testing, automated build, automated deployment to various environments. So once you build your skill in that in your current place, they can actually decide to hire you as that. You can put forward a business proposition and say, hey, I've been doing DevOps engineering for you for the past 2 months, 3 months, and then you transition into that. And I agree to the fact that there's not a lot of companies that actually put out the role as DevOps engineers. They are looking for internships or full-time jobs because the companies are not fully developed to that point where they actually need that job function. Yes, they need it, but they don't have a requirement per se for it. If they need to scale and do better business, they need that role of DevOps engineer, and you can be that element of change. So essentially, in summary, what I'm saying is start by automating the code you currently write in your current organization. Then build a portfolio based on that. Start contributing to forums, to communities, and then I'm going to tell you this for a fact. As you transition into that DevOps engineering role in your organization, the opportunities will start trickling around to you. And that is one thing I would say to you. And I actually really hope that answered your question. And if you have further questions, put your questions through in the link shown on your screen right now or this QR code. And if you like this video so far, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel and share this video with someone. And till I come your way again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. Hello. Today, I'm back with another mobile recording gadget. It's an improved version of an older model and rebranded specially for 2022. Watch this video to learn more. Hello YouTube, how are you doing today? In a previous video, I showed you the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone for the iPhone. You can check it out in one of the cards shown above right now. Now, this microphone right here, the real wireless lavalier microphone for iOS, is an upgraded version of an older model from last year. So, just as I say, made a plug and play wireless lavalier microphone for your iPhone and your iPad. What makes it better than the older version, than the older model? I'll talk all about it in this video, but first, let us go unbox. Let's get the box open right now. Just let's look around the box and see some of the information that are given to us. So you have information, general information, basically the range of the microphone and some of the features and the connectivity you get out of the box with the microphone. So let's get it open.
Just a little bit of wiggly and it's right there. So first you meet in the box is the user manual, which really tells you the information you need to know about the microphone. It comes in English and Chinese. So if you need that Chinese bit, you also get to use it. And then you get the transmitter, which you clip onto your cloth. It's really lightweight and just really handy, just like that. You can see the Leroy branded in front of it. And then a 360-degree rotatable clip, which you mount onto your cloth, and then the USB-C charging port for the transmitter, and that also serves as the audio monitoring output. And then also you have the lightning connector to your iPhones or iPads, which you can also use to power through to your device, which is really nice. And then finally in that box you have another box which gives you just the earpiece for monitoring your audio, and then also the charging cable for the transmitter of the Leroy wireless lavalier microphone. Pretty much that's all on the box. Nothing so much, nothing less. Straightforward packaging. I really like the packaging in that way. And then of course you have the ear muff for cushioning the effect on your ears. Let's talk about one of the coolest features of this microphone. This microphone right here has 3 levels of noise suppression. So it has the light mode, the mid mode, and the pro mode, which cuts out almost every noise in the environment. Right now I'm recording with no noise suppression, just right there. And to activate the noise suppression level, you only have to press the power button once. And this is the difference you will hear when that noise suppression level goes on. So it indicates with the orange flashlight. I hope you can see that a little bit closer. Let me move that closer. So when I press the power button once, the orange light indicates and shows a little bit of difference in that, and that's the noise suppression levels right there. And you maybe have a feel of what is going on when you're hearing this, so I'm trying to record this without trying to monitor it by it. Hey, one thing to note also is that it comes with a real-time monitoring bit right here, the USB-C port right here. That is what you will generally use to monitor the audio. So it comes with a wired, where did I put that now? So it comes with a wired USB-C headset, which you plug into this to listen and monitor real time what you're actually recording. So it's kind of good really for that one. And also it has a reverb effect. That reverb effect means you can have this kind of echoey sound of voice in the room when you're recording, and you activate that by just pressing this button 3 times, the power button right here, 1 2 3, and then you maybe are hearing the reverb effect of the microphone right now. So I generally am not a reverby person, so I'll probably turn that off right about now. So reverb effect is off and I'm back to normal mode. Let me pin that back on my cloth, so I can continue recording normally. So one of the good things about this microphone is you have a feel of what you're recording with the real-time audio monitoring device that comes with it. Now, let's actually try to record in an untreated area, not in my home studio, with no untreated sound, no onboard effects, nothing whatsoever. So this is what that feels like.
Hi, this is me testing the microphone outdoors. Well, not exactly outdoors, but kind of outdoors mode. And I am just testing out the sound quality of the Livestream wireless lavalier microphone for the iPhone. I hope it sounds good.
And we're back. So let's talk about some of the features and the tech and specs of this microphone. As usual, all the audio from this video that you're watching right now is recorded with a Leroy wireless lavalier microphone for the iPhone and the iPad. So you have a feel of the sound you're getting if you're considering getting one. Let me actually know in the video comments below if you're considering getting it, or if you like the sound that you're hearing from the Leroy wireless lavalier microphone for the iPhone and the iPad. I'll drop a link to purchase it in the description and also as a pinned comment, so be sure to check it out if it's something you want to get your hands on. Now, it's got an inbuilt rechargeable battery which can be used for up to 4 to 6 hours, and that just takes you about 2 hours to charge. Easy to connect to your devices with over 60 feet, that's about 20 meters for the signal. It's a 2.4 gigahertz microphone, and you can use that for real-time audio sync technology. So if you're doing auto sync technology in your post-production, you can definitely use that for your videos. So it clearly records at a large distance, so you can be far away and still record just quite fine. So maybe you're doing some vlogging out there. Now, what devices do this work with? That's a very good question you might want to be asking yourself. Now, this right here only works with iOS devices. That's iPhone 6 Plus, iPhone 6, iPhone 7 and 7 Plus, 8 and 8 Plus, iPhone X, XR, XS, XS Max, 11, 11 Pro, 12 Pro Max, iPad 2, 3, 4, iPad Air series, iPad Pro series. Now note, it will not be compatible with the iPads that use USB-C because it only supports lightning cable connection to your iPhone or your iPad. So just note that right there. That wouldn't work with USB-C devices, unfortunately. If you need to get a USB-C version of this, you can watch one of my older videos on a Lewina microphone where I did a review of that. Now, you might want to ask, who should get this microphone? I would say someone with an iOS device, iPhones, iPads, looking to record better audio than what their device offers. The device microphones most times are just crappy, and you might want to record at a much longer distance from where your phone is. So you might want to capture just the land view and still be talking a little bit far away. So this will be good for you. And you don't want to break the bank, basically. You will find joy using this microphone. I can really say from my previous test of this microphone that the audio quality that coming out of it is better than the previous generation. I can say that for sure. So it's an upgrade, really. Now, what are the best use cases for this microphone? You might also want to ask me. Yes, I would say someone looking to get started creating YouTube videos, vlogs, TikToks, or maybe you even do it currently, your Instagram lives, and pretty much any recording task that you do on your mobile device. That is when you want to consider getting and using this for your own use cases. Now, what are my impressions of this microphone? I give this for the new videos I make now. So, now sound quality for this, for the price point this comes at, I'll give this a 5/5 because it really blew my mind off with the sound quality I'm getting out of it. So I'll give that a 5/5. For the price point, I'll give that a 5/5, to be honest, nothing so much. Build quality, I'll give it a 5/5. It's a plastic device, but it feels, quality. That is my feel of it. So it's a really well built device. Packaging, I'll probably give that a 3/5. And my reason for that is it came in just this box. There's no extra packaging. So if I lose this box, my packaging protection is pretty much gone. Compared to the older generation, you see what it looks like? It's got packaging. This is the older generation of the same microphone, which sounds a little bit not as good as this, but it's also good. So the packaging, that's why I'm giving that a 3/5. But pretty much it's still good packaging as long as you don't lose this box. If you lose this box, you need to get your own packaging for it. Ease of setup, I'll give that a 5/5 because it's just plug and play. You don't need to do any other thing. You don't need to pair anything up. You just plug it to your device and you're good to record. So this works with your video app, it works with your memo app, it works with any recording software that you have on your mobile device. Well, friends, that's it for this video. Thanks for watching this far. Please remember to give this a thumbs up and also subscribe if you're new here so you do not miss any further videos coming from me. And most importantly, you let others discover videos just like this one. So I'll be seeing you in another video. Stay safe and goodbye.
The Vivisa car phone mount is a universal holder for the phone in your car. Let's go unbox and see the features of this car phone mount and go hook it up to our car. On the box, see pretty much basic information about the car phone mount. It's a car phone mount. It's not supposed to be complex. So let's just go open up the box. That is the phone cradle. And there you got the suction cup base, which you go hook up to your car dashboard or the glass panel on your car. And I got a little bit of screw. That's all that actually comes with the box. Nothing pretty much fancy about it, but it is really useful if you think about it. That's pretty much all of it. the nice thing about this is that it's retractable. You can extend the length, reduce the length, turn it around, rotate it around, as it will fit so much into your car depending on the size of your phone and your preferences on placing this inside of your car. Now let's actually go put this in our car and see what it really feels like. Let's go outside for a bit now. To hook this up in our car, we need to gently remove the suction cup cover. Just gently. It won't bite. That has a bit of sticky stuff that actually lets you hold that firmly in place, and then this just firmly attaches the suction cup to your glass or your dashboard panel. I prefer this to be on my glass because I pretty much like that view, but it depending on your preferences, you can decide to put this on your dashboard panel. So I'm just gonna hook that in gently and then firmly adjust the suction cup holder so it stays firmly and it's good to go. And then I can go ahead and modify the level and then release the clamp to actually get my phone in place. You can adjust how you want it to look like. You can remove the suction cup, place it back in another position in your car, and it wouldn't degrade the experience of using the Vavisa car phone mounts. I'll drop a link to purchase this in the description of the video and also as a pinned comment, so be sure to check it out if it's something you really like. Gives good experience of using it with your phone. No shaky. And it doesn't affect your hand while you're driving. Good view, not blocking the road. You can have a clear side of the road and also be able to navigate around when you want to.
Hello, welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. My name is Dara, and I got yet another question, and it goes thus. What is your take on learning in public? How should one do it even as a beginner with no in-depth experience? Thanks very much for your question. And I'll answer this also directly and give some bit of my opinion aside from the things I've actually planned to say. Now, any approach you take to learning has its pros and cons, and it really depends also on your personality. Some people like to learn in public, some do not. So it's all dependent on your personality, to be honest. But I particularly actually admire the courage of those who do, because it gives a lot of accountability. And I think one of the pros from there is also it sort of boosts your profile even before you get started with anything. Now, learning in public, for one, it sort of gives you a push to be accountable to your, let me call them fans or subscribers and supporters, to say, I've committed to learning XYZ in 30 days, 40 days, 7 days. And in some ways, you can also inspire others to get started on that same journey with you. Maybe they even stuck and you learn from each other, and they can even improve on where you might have had shortcomings. And I think it's a big pro because, number one, you're documenting your journey as you go. I'll explain if I was to do this, what I would do. You're documenting your journey, you're giving more like a pathway to someone who is coming behind you in the future. So it's more like you're contributing, which I think is a very great one. And one of the big pros I see also there is it gives you a voice and gives your profile growth even before you begin. It gives you visibility to potential clients and employers. Imagine you're saying, I'm learning how to do DevOps in the next 60 days. I'll document this every weekday by 10 p.m. It means that someone who is a potential employer could see that. Someone who is a potential client can see this. I'm learning graphics design on how to make better designs in 7 days. And you post these updates daily. You are essentially putting yourself out there. You're building a portfolio in a way for yourself online, which I think is very, very great. But I also think in one way, it might put you under pressure And now talking about the cons, it might put you under pressure because you may not be learning at your own pace because you want to learn day by day. Maybe for someone like you, your learning pace could be every 2 days, every other day, could be just weekends. So whatever you're committing to in public, you should try to ensure that you are comfortable with that pace and you're able to deliver. Of course, it's not like anyone will come looking after you if you do not deliver on that promise. But to be accountable is one thing, because that is also when those potential clients or employers see you, they want to see that accountability and progress and consistency also. So whatever pace you decide on is what you should be comfortable with. So it should not be something that puts you under pressure. Say, I will learn every day, I'll post every day. If you cannot do that every day, do not promise. If you're learning every day, yes, you can do that and post updates every week. That is perfectly okay. But what you're committing to should be something you're comfortable with and you can deliver on. That is simply the advice I will give on that note. Because some days you might just not feel like learning or documenting anything. Life happens, the work you do that day might not be so encouraging that you want to post anything online, and you might just want to take some time off. But you've committed to something and you feel under pressure and discouraged because, I've let people down, I don't know how they see me now, all those kind of things. But if you don't put yourself under such undue pressure, you don't have to prove to anyone. And of course, if you put it out, you don't have to prove to anyone anything. But it's out there on the internet, and that is one of the things, cons I see with that. But I'm a big advocate of it, to be honest. Although I do more of private learning and then document the whole journey, and then after I post it online on things I was able to do. That is my own way. But your way is totally different. Now, I'll explain, if I was to do this by myself, what I will do. Let's assume I want to learn AWS, Amazon Web Services. I'll make a post, a blog post or a Twitter post or a thread tweet or an Instagram picture. Yes, I'm learning XYZ, or maybe a Facebook post even, or maybe a WhatsApp status. WhatsApp, I think it's more closed, so I think I'll first go on WhatsApp. So I would make that post saying, I'm learning AWS, a particular thing, because I know AWS is wide. So you first want to list out the things you want to learn specifically, because AWS is wide, Azure is wide, GCP is wide, even DevOps is wide. So you need to pick something tangible, SMART goals, something tangible you want to learn. Say, I'm learning AWS S3 in the next 7 days, and I'll be documenting at the end of the journey what I have been able to learn, and I will showcase you projects I've been able to deploy using AWS S3. If there's a service like that, I think there should be. Now, that is the way I would approach it, and then I would try to document everything I learned. I'm not so much of a big fan of, and I know this might not be you, taking notes. I generally don't like taking notes anymore because I think I'm smart. Well, of course, I still take some bit of notes, just points, but not so much in details, because I can always go back and expand on them. I like to explore my mind when I'm going through my points, so I go through points, not just notes. So that is how I would approach it. I'll list a plan. I will have a concrete plan. Well, it doesn't have to be super duper concrete anyways. I'll just have a sketchy plan on what I want to learn day by day. I will actually document it, write those steps, and also when I now go to learn, I know this is what I'm learning today. Of course, there might be times I might not. I'll ensure I update my fans and supporters on that also, to ensure that they are up to date on what challenges I actually face during that process. And something around that line is how I approach it. Make a plan, post it online, what you're doing, what you're committing to, and then update on the schedule if I agreed on, and you'll be fine. And then also, watch out for the comment section, because someone might actually have a better learning material, a better opinion on how you learn. And that is one of the benefits of actually learning in public. You can have a myriad of opinions and input into what you're learning. Someone might even give you a free tutorial course somewhere, who knows, online, and that is generally how I would approach it. And I actually hope that has answered your question a little bit. And if it has done, let me know in the comment section, or maybe send me a DM on Twitter or whatever medium I'll be posting this video or answer to you. If you have further questions, remember you can put it up as a comment, or you can post it in the QR code showing your screen right now, or use the link showing right now. I'll put those also in the video description and pinned comment. And if you enjoyed this video so far, remember to give it a thumbs up and share with your friends. And remember to also subscribe and turn on notifications so you do not miss any further videos coming from me. Until I come your way again with yet another video, stay safe and goodbye. I'll see you at the top. As a fresher, is it possible to get a DevOps job in the market? Please tell me. That is a question that I wouldn't say it's been a nightmare for me really, but then it's something that has been a concern for me also this last couple of weeks, because we tell people to learn DevOps, we tell people to learn cloud, we tell people to learn all these nice technologies, but then the question we don't answer, or the provision that is not being made, is the jobs that will be available for them when they finish learning. I'll say, yes, go do freelancing, go do this, go do that. But then there's no clear path to it. So I'll answer this truthfully, and I'll hopefully give some guide that will help you out there. And the short answer to your question is yes, there are jobs out there. There are jobs out there. You just need to dig deep enough. It's just like you're looking for gold. You don't see gold on the surface. You don't see silver on the surface. You don't see diamond on the surface. You have to refine stuff. You have to go deep to find it. And the current pace of the market now is that there are lots of people looking for the same job you're looking for. There are always jobs. If you go on LinkedIn, there are hundreds, if not thousands of thousands of roles available in various companies. I'm speaking for this in the current market I'm in, the United Kingdom. But in Nigeria, I'm guessing that's where this viewer is from, it's a little bit different out there, because you have to know someone who knows that the role is open. I'm not saying it's a cutting corner thing. Is that you need to be in connection with someone who knows that this role is open in this company for this kind of people. And one thing I've seen in the market, especially Nigeria, Ghana, Africa, etc., is that the people you know goes a long way in the kind of roles you would get. Most of the jobs, good jobs you will get, are mostly by referral. And these referrals mostly come if you're an active part of a community. Now, assuming this, you are learning DevOps, you find the community online, you join it, and then you contribute to community, and then what happens is companies send their staff to these community events to scout for talent. And if you're not part of that community, there's no way you get it. So one thing I'll say, if you're in a market like that, is be an active part of the community, such that when these opportunities open up, you would get involved. And also market yourself. Your CV is not going to market itself. You need to do the active of actually marketing yourself. And how do you do this? The first one, as I mentioned, be an active part of the community. Contribute to open source, even if it's just documentation, updating readme.md files. As you're learning, you find a problem. When you fix it, don't just stay at what you fixed. Tell the world you fixed it. Also, you want to learn in public. You want to put it out there on Twitter, on LinkedIn. Shout about what you're learning. Put it out there that I'm learning this, and by some wonderful, amazing, wonders, you will get that job. And I can tell you this for a fact that naturally, I'm not a very vocal person, except when I'm making videos like this one, and I'm pretty shy. But then, if I think I've learned something, I would make content about it. And this has been something that has opened doors for me in finding most, like 95% of the roles I've ever had. Like, just creating content, telling people about it. So, as you learn something, share that knowledge. It will open doors for you in the future, if not immediately. So, as a fresher, you think, yes, I don't know so much, I don't know a lot of things.
still put that little bit of knowledge out there. It might not be 100% accurate. I'm going to tell you that for a fact. It might not be 100% accurate, but the truth of the matter is the fact that you put it out there, there's a way the internet works that the right set of people will just find you. So yes, there are jobs out there. In the African market, it's not so easy to find. Even here in the more advanced markets, the jobs are out there. They are kind of easy to find, but then the right set of people need more things to be done to get those jobs. That's the current market, because in the COVID times, a lot of companies were hiring, and then now there's probably funding freeze and all those kind of things, and then some people are actually getting laid off. So there are not so much openings as there were like during the pandemic times. But then there are still roles open. I can tell you, if I open LinkedIn today, I'll see roles, I'll see messages from recruiters, although I hardly open my inbox even anymore now, because there are a lot of messages from these people asking me to come take this role, take that role. But then I'm pretty fine where I am right now. So to answer your question for short, yes, there are jobs for recruiters, but I think also just putting my heart out here is, if you're in a structured learning environment, most likely after your training program, there'll be some sort of internship or something you can do. So, and that sort of adds to the answer I want to give is, if you can find internship, volunteer opportunities to actually just do stuff and get your portfolio boosted, do it. Don't first look for the money. To be honest, yes, I know you want to pay your bills, but then, if possible, do some free stuff first to get your portfolio up to shape. Then you can start charging your thousands of dollars per minute as much as you want to. And this is the experience that I think a lot of, I'm not old, don't get me wrong, a lot of the younger folks really don't get, is when you have your portfolio built up is when you can start charging a ridiculous amount of money for stuff. But then what I've seen most people actually want to do is they want to start making all that big money from the get-go, because today, yes, there's money in DevOps. There's some kind of money in it, yes, don't get me wrong, but then you don't make that insane amount of money if you don't have some skills under your belt, if you don't have some experience under your belt, if you don't have some backing for yourself. So to get that backing, you need to have done some free stuff. I'll tell you my experience for short. There are a lot of websites I did for 30,000 naira, 50,000 naira, 100,000 naira. I can't do those websites anymore now, because of course I've passed that stage. I have bills to pay now. I got a family to feed. But then at the very start of my career, I did a lot of those things to just build up my portfolio. I had a set of friends that we did projects together, building an entire stack of apps for 200,000 naira. Something that should have cost thousands of dollars. We built it for insane amount of money just because we were building our portfolio, we were building our skill set at that time. And then that paved way for us to get bigger projects, bigger roles. So as a beginner in the DevOps field, if the first job you get is not enough to pay your bills, take it first. That will add to your experience level, and then you can use that as a stepping stone to your first, next role till you get higher and higher and higher. And that's where I'll leave that advice for now. So yes, there are jobs on the market, but then there are some compromises you'll have to make if your, I would say, standards are too high. Okay? I don't know the state of the person asking this question, but I'm just answering this question on a general basis of what I've seen a lot of beginners ask me. And I hope that answered your question, and I've not come along as this old grumpy DevOps engineer. And I hope you can forgive me if I did. But of course, if you have further questions, put it in the comment section or use the link showing right now up on your screen, or scan this QR code to ask your question, and I'll get to them as soon as possible. Until I come your way again yet with another video. Stay safe and goodbye. This is the Vauxhall Mocha E. There's a lot to love about this car, so I'll be showing you around the features, specs, and all I can in today's video. Come with me. The first noticeable thing about the Mocha E, as with most newer Vauxhalls, is the Vauxhall visor, which makes it really stand out among other cars on the road. The front view is a bold one that speaks presence and dominance with loads of tech packed inside, including the IntelliLux LED matrix headlights in this ultimate trim model. It basically adapts brightness and distance to what is on the road in front of you, which makes sense if you're driving around a bend in the dark or low visibility and still need smart lighting as not to dazzle other drivers on the road. Coming around the side, you get the 18-inch bicolor alloy wheels with plastic cladding to give you that SUV feel and electrically foldable mirrors. You also get keyless entry once you're within range and lock-in once you're out of range of the car, which is something that brings a lot of convenience for me. The back of the Vauxhall Mokka-e is a unique one in the sense that the boot opener is not in the traditional location but placed right under the bumper, but the handle is up here. Kinda weird, but not to worry for me as I mostly will be opening the boot with the key fob. Speaking of boots, the Mokka-e Ultimate features a 310-liter boot capacity in this electric model with rear seats up and up to 1060 liters with the rear seats folded. Going further in from the back, we get dual USB-C charging ports for rear passengers and kids so they get charged up and entertained on road trips. And going to the front, we get to meet what I call the control center of the Vauxhall Mokka-e. The Mokka-e's pure panel navigation system features a 10-inch color touchscreen and 12-inch digital instrument cluster. The Mokka-e comes with a range of safety and convenience features such as lane keep assist, traffic sign recognition, forward collision alert, automatic emergency braking, rear parking sensors and cameras, cruise control and keyless entry. It also has Apple CarPlay and Android Auto compatibility, although not wireless. Wireless charging, heated seats and steering wheels and panoramic sunroof are optional extras on the Vauxhall Mokka-e. The Mokka-e has a single electric motor that produces 136 horsepower and 216 Nm of torque. It can accelerate from 0 to 60 in 8.7 seconds and has a top speed of 93 miles per hour. It also has 3 driving modes: normal, eco, and sports, which lets you adjust the power output and regenerative braking according to your preference. The sports mode is for dynamic drive with responsive throttle and the highest top speed and torque. Normal mode is for a balanced drive that offers a compromise between performance and energy efficiency. Eco is for maximum range and energy efficiency. The Eco mode deactivates all unnecessary energy consuming features and reduces the top speed, torque, and overall performance of the Mokka-e. Sat-nav, AM, FM, and DAB radio, Vauxhall Connect, and a whole lot of comfort systems come standard with all trim levels. So if you're on the base model, you will still be at home with the Vauxhall Mokka-e. I've got the ultimate trim level, and this comes with more advanced features which I can control using the various many buttons on the steering wheel and center console. So most of the optional extras come as standard with the ultimate model. And one thing I like about this is I got a driver massage function. The Mokka-e has a 50 kWh battery that can deliver up to 200 miles of range on a single charge according to WLTP test cycles. Although new Mokka-e models coming out later in 2023 will have up to 258 miles of WLTP range. But in real world, over my last 13k plus miles of driving is about 170 miles driving range practically, with a mix of motorway, urban and rural journey. So it just fits right within my needs, and I charge about twice a week from home using cheap nighttime tariff and once a week on a rapid charger when I have my 1 week long drive to the office. It also supports rapid charging up to 100 kWh, which means you can recharge from 20 to 80% in just about 30 minutes at a compatible power station. I'm about 5'9" and the driving position is comfortable for me with just enough room for someone around my height sitting at the back with me in the driver's sitting position. So what do I think of the Vauxhall Mokka-e? For me, I think it's a great option for anyone looking for a stylish and practical electric crossover that offers a good range, performance and features. It's just enough for me to drive and get me going easily for my daily personal, family, and business needs. With a starting price of just over £30,000 brand new, it's not the cheapest or the fastest in its class, but it's certainly one of the most attractive, well equipped, and nice cars you can drive. If you're interested in buying one, you can visit the nearest Vauxhall dealer or check out their website for more details. That's all for today's review. I hope you enjoyed it and found it useful. If you did, please give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel for more electric car reviews like this one. Thank you for watching and see you in the next one. Another question came in the Dev Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything series that I'm doing, and the question goes thus: how does one set himself apart in the cloud space in terms of technical skills, because there's a huge talent pool now considering remote also? One adage which comes from my local dialect says Oju orun tobi feyefo lai farapa, and that what simply means is that the sky is big enough for birds to fly without hurting each other. Now, I know there's a lot of people transitioning into the DevOps space. There's a lot of people transitioning into the cloud space. There's a lot of people transitioning into the IT space, the software space, even the music space, even the content creation space. But that does not mean one cannot excel in such fields because there's just a lot of people. What I'll say is, to be able to set yourself apart in your trade, you need to be excellent at it. You need to be good at it. Well, not like you need to be the superhero of everything, but you need to be doing something in a way that others are not. And one of the things I generally advise folks is you should be able to document what you're doing and make it visible, either in your organization or to the entire world. You need to make yourself visible from time to time what you are doing. So if you're learning something new, if you're creating something that might benefit other people, you should showcase it. You should ensure that people are seeing what you're doing. The right people in this case. It might be your boss, might be your boss's boss, might be the entire organization, might be the whole world, for all I care. So you should ensure that what you're doing is visible to the right set of people. That is one of the ways to set yourself apart. And also, your learning should be continuous. You never stop learning. You don't say because I've known how to code Python, I know how to do YAML, I know how to do Kubernetes 5 years ago, I do not need to improve my skills. The technology space we live in today has moved along quite fast and is still moving along quite fast. So you need to constantly learn and relearn your skills. You need to be able to document it. You need to be able to shout it. It's not just shouting like an empty barrel. It simply means that you need to proclaim what you're doing to the right set of people so that they can see you and be able to offer you opportunities when they come along. What makes a major difference between folks that I've seen that succeed in their field is that they make themselves vocal. Now, you can be an introvert. I'm an introvert also, a very extreme introvert to be honest. But I try to ensure that the right set of people will see what I'm doing. And that is one of the ways I actually excel in my own way. But for anyone, especially who just wants to excel, you need to constantly learn and evolve. You need to have what we call an open mindset. You need to be able to adapt to changes in the field, adapt to changes in your work. You need to be able to, put yourself out there to learn and unlearn skills from time to time. And that will be my short take on that. I'm not sure if that answers your question. If it does, let me know in the comments. And also, if you have further questions on this topic or if I need to expand more on that, let me know in the comment section. And also, if you have more questions, use the link shown on your screen right now or scan this QR code so you do put your questions in. And if you like the video so far, you have more questions, remember to put them in. And also, please subscribe to my channel so you do not miss any videos like this coming in the future. I promise to be making very much more of this at a go so I don't miss my streak. Like one of the previous videos I make, you can check that video out here about missing streaks and learning cloud. So like, share, follow with your friends and family, and I'll see you again in another one. Goodbye. Hi, my name is Dara and welcome back to Dev Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got another question and it goes thus. I've been learning cloud and Python for a while now. Do I need to learn frameworks like Django? I'm not interested in software engineering. Also, would you advise me to take the AWS certifications? Thank you. Thanks very much for the question. I think it's one of the necessary questions to actually ask. And knowing your direction is very good for you in the world of cloud and DevOps. Now, let me get to the answer straightforward, and I'll put it in plain terms so it comes across quite nicely. Learning cloud and DevOps is awesome, and learning a programming language is equally great. I advise anyone to learn programming, to be honest. You're learning a lot together, which is great if you feel you can handle it, because learning coding, learning DevOps, learning all these things together can take quite a bit of a toll on you. But this is my personal take. As a beginner, you should learn one thing at a time and also in increments. And the question that should be at the back of your mind is, what is the end goal? Would what I am learning now be a step to getting where I want to be in the next 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, or 5 years? That, I think, should be the critical question you should be asking yourself. What I'm learning now, my Django, my Python, would it be part of the things I will be using in the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years if I still stay in this field? Well, I can speak to both pathways of software engineering and DevOps because I started out myself as a programmer, although not in Python. I can write Python code, yes, but I'm not as proficient as probably even you in Python. I write Python, yes, but no, not my core programming language. Now, if your end goal, short or long term, is to become a software engineer, learning a web framework with Python will be great. And Django is a great option, just like Flask. All these frameworks are just ways you write your code. It's not like one is better than the other one. It's all based on preference and especially what you feel is cool for you. Now, but from your question, you mentioned you're not interested in software engineering. That is perfectly fine. Software engineering is you being able to write solutions, and you don't want to do that. But what you want to do on the other hand is become a DevOps engineer. So, if your core focus is DevOps engineering, one thing or some couple of things should be your focus, and I think they should be automating processes, building pipelines, provisioning and maintaining cloud infrastructure. Those are some of the things that should be at the back of your mind. So you don't need to go deep into web frameworks, Angular, React, Django, Flask, or any framework that pops up, it said tomorrow. You don't need to go to them at a professional level if you don't want to be a software engineer. So software engineers can worry about going deep into all those. Now, that does not mean you cannot learn Django as a hobby framework. For your pet projects, you want to write a website for yourself, you want to write some APIs, you want to write some cool websites for yourself. You could learn Django to do that if you want to do it yourself. That is equally fine. But as a career, if you don't want to pick up Django, that is totally fine also. Now, to your second question, would I advise you to take AWS certifications? Well, I'll be biased here first of all, and I say yes. Although I'm not an AWS expert, I'm an Azure person. But absolutely, I'll say yes, go for AWS certifications, because certifications show that you have the vendor proven skills in the cloud of your choosing. And this can boost your CV or job profile, or for your gigs or whatever kind of jobs you're looking for. It shows that the vendor, AWS, Amazon in this case, is telling the world that they certify, they verify that you know what you claim to know. That is what the certification essentially is, at least what it means to me. And I've personally seen this over the course of my career being a boost in me getting roles and me getting jobs and gigs. So, taking certs is essential. I won't say it's compulsory, but what I would advise you to do is take certifications that are relevant to your goals and where you want to be. Don't just take them for taking sake. So, short answer to your question is nope. You don't need to learn the web frameworks if you're learning to become a cloud or DevOps engineer, and certifications are great. Well, I hope that answered your question. Let me know in the comments if you have further questions. And if you got more dev, cloud, and DevOps questions, feel free to send them in using the link showing on your screen right now, or scan this QR code. And you can also find the link in the video description and also as a pinned comment. If you enjoyed this video so far, remember to give it a thumbs up and share with your friends and family. And remember to also subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any further videos coming from me in the future. Till I come your way again with another video, stay safe and goodbye.
Hello and welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. My name is Dara and I got yet another question. And the question goes thus: do Nigerian based DevOps engineers get foreign gigs? Great question, and thanks very much for asking. Now, I'm gonna be very honest with you and plain here. I do not currently know the landscape of DevOps engineering in Nigeria, but while I was there, the truth of the matter is, how you get foreign gigs, either you're in Nigeria or outside of Nigeria, is pretty much the same way. It's all about online visibility. It's all about what you put out there online. So, for example, I know I've done some contract projects while I was in Nigeria for foreign companies, and they were actually very profitable. So yes, you can be discovered and you can get foreign gigs. That is a simple answer to the question. But then, given the fact of and this is a sad truth, of the reputation of the country, our country, in the internet space, it is hard to get such. But for those who are extremely good and have a solid portfolio, it is definitely 100% possible. I know a couple of my friends who actually do foreign gigs based in Nigeria, and they're doing very fine, either as software engineers or DevOps engineers or as project managers, and they get that comfort of actually working 100% remote, earning dollars, spending naira, which I think is actually really good also. So the short answer to the question is really yes, it is possible to get foreign gigs as DevOps engineers in Nigeria, or as some people might call it professionally, projects to work on. Now, how do you then? I think the better the better question to ask would be, how do you then project yourself? How do you place yourself to be able to get those gigs? And I mentioned this quite often in posts I make, in videos I make, like you want to make yourself really visible. Projects you have done that you can share publicly, that are not under NDA, even those that are under NDA, you can find a way to abstract the NDA bit of it, of course with the consent of those you did the project with. So put yourself online. It's good you're doing great projects, but if no one sees it, no one will know. I watched the videos and I sent it to one of my very good friends. There's a part of being humble, and there's a part of being too humble. So there's humility and there's being too humble, where you do great stuff, but then you don't want to be proud. That is fine. But then you should then not be proud, not proud, to the point where you miss out on opportunities because you are not putting your voice out there. So if you can do amazing things with Azure DevOps, tell the world about it. On your Twitter profile, on your LinkedIn, tell the world, I am amazing in DevOps. I can make magic happen with DevOps. This is what I can do. This is what I have done. And I can help your organization with this. Put yourself out there. Make Twitter posts that, hey, you're available for foreign gigs. The thing is, most of the people that actually get these things, they are people that speak up online to say, hey, this is what I'm doing. And one thing you also want to do is connect with people who are doing what you want to do, who are that place where you want to be at. So when you connect with them, they share experiences with you, you are in their circle, you're in their network, opportunities that come to them will find their ways to you also. That is the way I would approach. So for example, if I want to be an AWS expert today, I know I'm not an AWS expert by any standard. I don't even know the fundamentals of AWS. But if I wanted to learn AWS today, maybe I might actually have to. If I wanted to learn AWS today, I would connect with people who do AWS. Currently, I know my friends who actually do AWS currently. I'll connect with them, get the experiences working with AWS, and start learning. When I have questions, I post it to them. Now, watch this. If I have questions on DevOps, if I want to do foreign gigs, I connect with people doing foreign gigs. I'm almost certainly pretty sure you have friends who do this.
And if not, you can find people online by expanding your network. You can find people, at least 3 people from you will be doing that, and then you can ask them questions on how they approached it. I'm not a great pro at this on foreign gigs. I mostly do things that are local in my country, and then I get sent out sometimes to do stuff like that. But my voice is global. So connect with those who actually do what you want to do, ask them questions, and also keep your eyes open. Make noise about what you do. Not useful noise, not unnecessary noise, but make the right amount of noise. Let your voice be heard online. Let people know what you can do, and that way the opportunity will start coming to you. Now, I'm going to tell you this for an example. Most of the side gigs I do, they come through people discovering my voice online. I have my day job, but then I do some extra things outside of my work time where I make extra money. And this only came through people discovering me online. On LinkedIn, I see messages like, hey, are you available to do this? And then we communicate, we agree on the deal, boom, we're off to go. And this might be in country, might be out the country, might be anywhere in the world. So essentially, you want to put your voice out there, you want to share your experience. And then one thing that also helps is giving back. So as you contribute in communities, opportunities just trickle to you. That is a simple way it works. Opportunities trickle to you, to your friends, through community forums, and all these kind of things. And that is where you actually get these foreign gigs. And not to waste so much of our time, and I hope this answered your question to a good extent maybe. And if you have further questions, you can still post them in the video comments, or you can use the link shown on your screen right now to actually ask the question. And you can use the QR code showing also on your screen. Yeah, the QR code showing on your screen right about now. And I will get to answering them if you have further questions on this one. And remember, if you enjoyed this video so far, give it a thumbs up and also subscribe to my channel so you don't miss any further videos like this one. Until I come your way again with yet another video, stay safe and goodbye. Hi, welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I'm Dara, and I'll combine 2 questions in one. First question, is it possible to focus on cloud computing without learning DevOps? And how do I begin in DevOps with no technical background? To the first question, I'll say yes. You can focus on just cloud computing, be a cloud engineer without actually being a DevOps engineer. In the previous video, I've actually defined who a cloud engineer is and who a DevOps engineer is, and I went into the details in that video. I'll drop the link in the video description and also a pinned comment and the video showing somewhere here. Now, it is definitely possible to just be a cloud engineer and not focus on being DevOps, because essentially DevOps is all about automation. It's all about making releases better and faster, etc., all those kind of things. But cloud engineering, on the other hand, is all about cloud. You are provisioning and maintaining cloud resources. So you need to learn things like fundamentals of the cloud, of course. You need to learn things like infrastructure as code tooling. You need to learn cloud-specific compute services if you're AWS or Azure or GCP or Alibaba Cloud. You need to learn networking, compute, storage, regions, geographies, etc., high availability. All those kind of things are things you need to learn when you are focusing on cloud engineering. Now, to the second question, how do I learn DevOps with no background? I've sort of answered the question in a previous video also. I'll drop the link also in the video description and pinned comment, but I'll just give a brief overview of the answer here. How do you start in DevOps without code or IT background? You need to learn software development lifecycle. You need to learn a scripting language. You need to learn the cloud fundamentals. You need to learn then you need to learn cloud specifics. If it's Azure, AWS, or GCP, then you need to learn a particular scripting language, PowerShell, Bash, Python, etc. Then, of course, you need to start now practicing, because essentially, most of the things you'll be doing in the cloud are about practicing and just focusing on the practice bit of it. And I've had people ask me a lot of those questions from time to time, like, how do I actually build my competence on the cloud? To build your competence in the cloud I wouldn't say it's hard and I wouldn't say it's simple, because hard or simple is relative to people depending on how they see things. I would say you need to
challenge yourself. There are loads of challenges online, and good thing is in the next couple of weeks I'll actually be starting a series also where I go through some cloud challenges. We'll look at some deployment models, some cloud architecture diagrams, and we actually go through deployment of these services into the cloud, either using infrastructure as code tools or using DevOps tools, etc. That is still in planning, but of course I just wanted to hint that. So you want to essentially practice, and of course what I tell everyone, especially if you're just beginning, is always document what you're practicing. Find a project for yourself. If you're learning Azure, there's the Azure Architecture Center that you can check out. If you're learning AWS, there's the AWS Architecture Center. If you're learning GCP, there's the Google Architecture Center. You can actually check out for architecture diagram and look at the different services and components involved in that service, and then think about deploying the services. Either you can start manually, or you can start by conjuring tools together to make this happen. And I hope that really answered your question. I wouldn't want to go and waste so much time talking about things I've talked about in other videos, but I just wanted to chip that in there. And of course, if you gain value for this video, remember to give it a thumbs up and subscribe so you don't miss further videos like this one. And I really hope I answered that question. But of course, if you feel I need to do more about it, feel free to post in the comments, and also in the QR code showing on your screen right about now, and I will get to answering them as soon as I can. But of course, till I come your way again with another video, stay safe and goodbye.
Hello, how you doing? This is Dara again on Dev, Cloud, and DevOps Ask Me Anything. Well, I know it's been some time since I answered questions here because it's been really busy in the DevOps world, but of course, I'm here to answer another question today. And the next question I'll be answering was asked. It's quite a bit of questions, so I'm going to read it out here from my computer. It says, I completed my graduation in 2019 and working as a cloud service engineer, working on Windows, Server, Linux, VMware, vSphere, Active Directory, Grafana, SolarWinds, etc. However, I am desperately looking to switch my profile to DevOps. I have completed AWS Cloud Practitioner, Ansible, and Linux course from Udemy. Please guide me with this and help me in switching my profile. Well, for one, I must say being a cloud service engineer is a really good job because you're responsible for managing and maintaining the cloud platform for your organization or your customers, depending on the kind of work you're doing. And you're essentially managing the cloud infrastructure for those businesses, which is a subset of what a DevOps engineer really does. So you are actually one leg into the DevOps world. Of course, also cloud engineering, DevOps engineering, the definition differs from organization to organization depending on the job description. But on a general note, a cloud service engineer manages the cloud, deploys applications, manages infrastructure, ensures things are running up and fine. But the DevOps engineer essentially introduces processes and businesses. So what you want to be looking to doing, and I'm going to make this short, I don't want to make it so long. What you want to be looking to doing now is, aside from managing the infrastructure and deploying the infrastructure, you want to be looking at automation of the deployment of applications and services to those platforms. Because essentially, looking at the definition of DevOps, which is the union of people, processes, and products to deliver value to end customers, you want to be looking at getting products out to the customers in an automated fashion, and of course, introducing processes that makes it easier and faster for both developers and users to be able to manage applications and solutions that you deploy. So if you want to essentially look into doing DevOps, you need to look into things like in the Microsoft world, Azure DevOps, of course, is one of the things you want to be looking at. GitHub Actions is also one of them. Essentially, Azure DevOps is a solution that helps you manage your DevOps workflow in an enterprise format. So you have pipelines, helps you to build and deploy your code to different environments, be it Azure, AWS, or anywhere you want, or even virtual machines, or GCP as it may be, or even on-prem servers. Then it has repos, which helps you store your source code and artifacts and stuff. Then also you have pipeline. So I mentioned pipelines. You also have boards, which helps you manage your work items and
all the likes of it, work items, planning, sprint planning, etc. It has all those facts. And of course, Azure Artifacts helps you store your artifacts for your solutions, your your packages and stuff. So those are some of the things. Test plans also is also in there, if you want to look at actually really doing Azure DevOps. Of course, GitHub Actions also has a similarity to that, but of course, I'm not so deep into the GitHub world right now, so I'm not sure of all the steps. But of course, I know there's GitHub Actions, which is one of the things I've been playing with in the last couple of weeks. So you want to be essentially be looking at bringing in processes and automating those processes for developers and your stakeholders, your project managers, your business analysts. Essentially, you're taking your cloud engineering one notch up into the automation world. You're not just managing infrastructure now, you're managing the deployment and automation of the deployment of solutions to the cloud. So essentially, if you're looking to switch into DevOps, you're just taking one step up. Essentially, you're looking at automating everything you do from day to day, automating deployment of infrastructure, bringing it as part of your code, deploying it, so even putting your infrastructure code into source control, infrastructure as code. Those are some of the things you've been doing, but of course now putting it into an automated format is what you'll be looking at doing. So essentially, if you're looking to switch from cloud engineering into DevOps, you're just taking it one step up. You're still in the DevOps world essentially, but of course you're now looking at automation and bringing in processes to make the deployment of software, management of software easier for developers, and of course making it to get to the hands of the users faster and better, and of course bringing in the feedback system into the loop. I hope that answered your question, but of course if you still have more questions, feel free to drop in the comment section, and also let me know if this answered your question. If not, I'll try to make a more comprehensive video on this. And this is Dev, Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I am Daryl Ladapo, and I'll see you again in another video. Remember to ask your questions in the comment section if you have questions, of course, and also in the pinned comment on this video. I'll see you again in another video. Stay safe and goodbye.
Hi, how's it going? I'm Dara and I'm back with another unboxing and review video. Today I am checking out the actual bamboo cooling blanket. It says it's cooling like no other. My friend sent me this and I wanted to just check it out to see if we actually gonna be really cool in the hot summer that's coming. This is to get you in readiness for summer that's coming in the next couple of weeks. And it says it has a cooling technology, which means it absorbs the heat to keep you cool if you put it over you, so it absorbs the sweat. It's nice on your skin, and you can wash it up to 30 degrees Celsius. Do not bleach this, do not dry clean, and hang it in the shade. It means also you should not tumble dry it. It's the one I have is about 150 by 200 centimeters, and in inches that calculates to about 59 by 79 inches, which means it's really wide, and it should be able to cover you no matter how tall you are. Now let's actually open the box and check out what comes there. Now this is blue in color, which I think is really super nice. Blue is nice. Blue is the color of cool. And yeah, okay, the opening is actually really nice. I don't have to tear stuff. I just open it this way. It means I can literally store this away in the same bag in the future. And to tear it open is just like so. Now this would not be covered in the whole video, but I think this is really super long. I like the texture feel of this. I like how the texture is. So on one side is nylon, and on the other side is sort of woolish. Not woolish the place. So it's kind of woolly, so it means it even feels cool out of the box. So when there's summer, I can just wrap this around myself like so, and I'll be cool. I think also if it's actually cold, this should be able to keep me warm. I think this should be a dual purpose one. This is gonna be a short review. There's not so much to say about it, other than it's supposed to keep you cool during summer. So do also check it out on my video description and also as a pinned comment, so you can actually get one of this for yourself. And be sure to read the instruction if you want to, if you have to, or you can tear this away if you're satisfied with the product, which I think I will right about now. No, this I am not returning. Ooh, let's go work. Yep, let us go work. Now I can take this anywhere. Literally, I can put it out for when I'm sleeping. But I think when summer comes and I'm working in my office, I can just go ahead and make myself happy with this. Nice one. So that's it. I hope you enjoy watching this one. I'll see you again in the video. Ooh. The Quintus LED monitor light for PC protects your eyes against glare and brightens up your workspace. We open up the box and the first thing we see is the user manual, which contains instruction on how to set it up and the basic features of the monitor lights. Let's take it aside for a moment and bring out the weighted base, which goes on top of your monitor and also attaches to the light and cable for your computer monitor. Put that also aside and go deeper into the box. Next thing, we just see some extra accessories which we can use in case some things wear and tear, which should not actually, but it's good to be safe. And the next thing, we'll see a pretty long USB cable, USB-C to USB-A, which you use to connect the light to a power source. 5 volts is good enough. And then finally, you see the linear light strip, which goes on top of your monitor, which attaches to that weighted base I showed you earlier on. To set it up is pretty easy, and that's all that comes in the box pretty much. So we're going to put the box away just for a moment. I'm just going to stuff that in so I don't litter my environment, we got to be clean and neat. Putting that away right about now. So let's go ahead and actually set this up, attach it, and get it rolling on our computer. The USB cable goes to the back of the light, just that way. But of course, I'm going to detach it much later on because I got to attach the weighted base and then pass it through that. So I got the weighted base attached and the USB cable plugged in through that weighted attachment to the light. Passing it through now, and then attaching, and then clamping it on to that weighted mount, and bam, and that's it. Basically, you rotate it to fit your own desired style and lighting conditions, and then this is what goes on top of your monitor. Let's go set it up with one of my monitors in my home office and actually see what the experience feels like. Now that's the light attached right now, and I'm gonna put it on my Dell 22-inch monitor. I have a couple of monitors, but of course I'm gonna just use this for the demo. Once you clamp it on that way, you're good to go. And the next thing is you plug this to a power source. I'm gonna plug this to one of my USB hubs sitting on my desk and then power it on. It's as simple as that, just tapping on and off. I'm gonna turn my monitor off and actually do that again so you see the effect of the lighting conditions. And then that is the auto dim feature, which senses ambient light in the environment and modifies the lighting conditions to fit. And this button right here sets the color temperature for the Quintus LED monitor lights. The next one sets the brightness level, which is in 4 steps on the Quintus LED monitor light. Now let's talk about the features of the Quintus LED monitor light right about now. I'll drop the link to purchase the Quintus LED monitor light for PC in the description of the video and also as a pinned comment in case you like to get one of these. I advise you actually do, because from the moment I started using it, it has actually helped me and brighten up my workspace. I hope you like this video. If you enjoyed it, remember to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel so you don't miss any further videos just like this one. Till I come your way again with another interesting video, I say stay safe and goodbye. Hi, how you doing? My name is Dara and I'm back with another unboxing and review video. Today with me, I am checking out the Synco wireless lav mic system. That's the Synco G2A1 wireless lavalier microphone system. I'll be telling you all about it in this video, but first let's see what comes in the box and the packaging. The packaging is straightforward when it gets delivered to you. Around the box, see general information about the Synco G2A1 wireless lavalier microphone system. It comes in another model which is the G2A2, which comes with 2 transmitters, but this model, the G2A1, comes with just 1 transmitter. It means only one person can have the wireless microphone system on there, and then it sends to 1 receiver which you can mount on your camera or your devices. So I peeled the box open, the nylon wrap around the box generally, and then I made the glossy finish box, which is super lightweight and handy, as you can see. And then let's get it open and see what actually greets and meets us in the Synco G2A1 wireless lavalier microphone system. So first, you're greeted with the user manual, which contains a lot of information on how you can set up and use the Synco G2A1 wireless lavalier microphone system. And then you get the carrying case, which is handy and nice, and it makes for portability. And then you get the receiver and the transmitter. Next up in the box, what's that? Let's see. I think I'll force my way into the box, into the nylon now. In the box, I see the SIM ejector tool, which is just for resetting the microphone system. And then I get a clip-on, lavalier clip-on. I get the wind muff. I get the lavalier mic windshield if I'm using the lav mic. And then this nylon, this plastic container, contains a whole lot of the cables that will be needed for using the Synco G2A1 system. So first, we'll get the cable, audio cable for connecting to your camera or phones, and then the lav mic if you're not using the onboard microphone, and then another audio cable, and then the twin USB-C charging cable. So let's go get this charged up, and then we will be ready to actually put this to the test. Now I've got it charged up a little bit. Of course, it comes with some moderate amount of power, which is really good. So let's get the setup now and actually get ourselves rolling with the Synco G2A1 wireless system. The setup is pretty simple and direct. There's not so much force around it because it's straightforward. I didn't have to read the user manual to actually get this to use with myself, so I suppose it will be the same with you, but of course we'll still go through the process to just make it lovely. I just clip on the lav mic on board because I prefer that method compared to using the wind muff system, which looks a little bit like this. So I prefer the lav mic system. You can see I clip it on and then I just clip this on my belt. That is how I prefer to use it. Of course, someone else probably my wife prefer using the system, but I prefer using the lav mic system. And then once it's connected, I am ready to actually turn it on. And then if you look at the cables very closely, you see there are icons on them. Those icons are important because one connects to your camera, which is the TRS system, and then one connects to your phone, which is the TRRS system. So be careful and note when you're actually using the two audio cables that you get in the packaging. That is just some information that would be nice for you to actually have about the Synco G2A1 system. And if you look closely also, the one that goes to your camera has a bit of coily, and then the one that goes to your mobile phones and tablets and computers is not coily. That's one thing you would have to know. So let's get this connected to my camera now. I'm using for this demo the Canon M50 Mark II, which is really nice, and that's the same thing I'm using to record this video, my headshot video. I'm using my mobile phone, my Samsung S21 Ultra, to record the overhead video shots. And pretty much the belt clip will also serve as the cold shoe mount for your camera, which is really nice. So it sort of serves a multi-purpose for yourself, and pretty much you're ready to go. But oh yeah, we're using that add-on system. So now that it's all connected, let's get this powered up and actually set this up. Now, if you're using this on your camera, you might need to disable or adjust your audio settings for recording audio into your camera. So that is one thing to note. In the user manual, you see some of the ways you can actually set the audio levels for that to run. To turn it on is pretty simple. So let's actually go ahead and take this for an outdoor test. Now, one thing I didn't tell you so far in this video is that I have been recording all the audio for this video using the Synco G2A1 wireless system. But now, let's go actually see what it feels like on the road. I've been recording in my home office and I have my family in the living room, which is a really nice thing to actually put it to the real test of what it will feel like if you're recording in a real life scenario and not just, everything silent and quiet and all that. So let's go out for a moment, shall we? Let's go. Right, so this is what it feels like recording on my street at the moment. It's windy and the wind is facing me, so we can really see what the experience feels like recording with the Synco G2A1 wireless system. I'm speaking at my normal speech volume and I am moving around. This claims to actually pick up audio from a very long distance, so I'm just gonna run away now and I'm gonna come back. Okay, I think that's far enough, I think, for the audio pickup range. And I'm walking towards the camera right now, which is about 20 meters away from me. And the wind is really blowing into my face. And I have the low pass filter on the system. So let's see, does that actually work? Now, let me face away from the wind and see if there's any level of improvement. Now, as you probably seen in my previous unboxing videos, construction is still going on this house. It probably will never finish, but let's face away from it now and actually see if there's any better way, if the audio really sounds better when I'm facing away from the noise, from the wind rather. I'm facing the wind, I am facing away from the wind, and that is what the outdoor test will really feel like if I was to record. It's pretty windy today. I hope I don't fall. So I hope you make up your mind on what you want to do with the Synco wireless Synco G2A1 wireless system. So that is generally how it's gonna feel like, and still moving further back and moving further back and moving further back. I'm about 10 meters away. Now I'm about 15 meters away. I'm about 20 meters away from the camera right now. It's recording directly into my Canon camera, and you can have a feel of what the audio sounds like. And when I walk back, I hope the audio experience still remains pretty much the same. So that's what it's gonna be like. And it's Daryl Ladapo reporting for Daryl Ladapo YouTube channel. I'll see you guys. Bye bye. Yeah, we're back, and with all that said, I hope you enjoy the outdoor test. Now, one thing I have done in this video is I have not modified any of the audio you're getting out of it. No post-processing, no modification whatsoever, except the low-cut filter, which I have done on the microphone itself. Now, let's actually see, when I turn that off, what does the audio really sound like on the Synco G2A1 wireless system. And if I turn it back on, I'm back to my normal audio. Generally, I'll leave the low-cut filter on. Is it low pass? No, it's low cut filter. I'll leave the low cut filter on most times, actually all the time, and I've done nothing. I am just recording directly into my camera, no post processing, no noise removal, nothing whatsoever done on the audio except when I'm doing recording, when I'm listening to it again and I see some odd noises. That's what I'll just cut out. The audio is coming raw from the Synco G2 wireless system. Now, one thing I'll do is, if you'd like to check this out, is I'll put a link to purchase one in the video description and also as a pinned comment, so you can actually see what it feels like for yourself. Remember, when you click the link, I'll get a little bit of rebate, and that comes at no cost to you at all. It's an affiliate link. It just helps support the channel and help people, help me be able to make more videos like this. And thanks to my friends at Synco at Moment for sending this over for review and unboxing. Now, this is unbiased. I've not listened to the audio after this before doing this video, I am recording raw into it, so you can have a feel for yourself for what it really feels like to record using the Synco G2 wireless system. I hope I like what I hear when I'm listening to it after recording this, and hopefully I'll be using this in the future for recording most of my videos. I've used other Moman/Synco products. I have the Moman EMR, Moman EMP, Moman Prompter, and I love this product. So I hope this also does not fall short of that quality and comes on the budget. So be free to check the link out and purchase one if you like the audio you're hearing from it. And of course, if you like this video and enjoyed it so far, remember to give it a thumbs up and also subscribe to my channel if you haven't done that, so you do not miss any further videos coming from me and help others discover videos just like this one. Until I come your way again with another video on my YouTube channel, remember what I say: stay safe and goodbye. Hi, how you doing? My name is Dara and welcome to yet another video on my channel. In today's video, I am checking out and reviewing the Mono PS22 audio interface. The name comes from the Pro Studio 2x2 USB audio interface, so PS22 audio interface. Mono kindly sent this out to me, but they have no opinion in whatever I am saying about it and what I think about it. But they're kind enough to send this out to me to actually check out. Now, this device right here, it's a dual input, dual output audio interface. That's why they say it's a 2x2 audio interface, and I'll be checking it out and telling you what I think about it. So currently you're hearing the audio from this video from the Monocaster C2 Neo. So I've reviewed a lot of gadgets for Mono, which they are kind enough to actually really send out to me every couple of times. They have new devices for me to check out. The audio right now is coming from the Monocaster C2 Neo audio interface that I've been using for quite a while, and I really enjoyed it. If you want to check that video out where I reviewed it, you can check out one of the cards showing on your screen right about now. And let's actually get into the box and not waste so much time. If you look around the box, you see the general Mono branding. It's the black and golden yellow color, and you can see generally on the box information about how the mic is and general information about it. It's what you can generally just get out of it on the box. 60 decibel of gain, 48 volts phantom power, dual USB-C, we're gonna get to that in a bit, monitor mix, dual XLR and combo jack, which I think is really nice for people looking to record podcasts, dual person podcasts, interviews, instruments and vocals. That kind of scenario is what this will fit in mostly. So let's actually go ahead and actually see what comes in the box. The packaging, as usual from Mono, is straightforward. So I'm just gonna open this up right here. And right out of the box, we can see we have the user manual that shows information about the PS22 audio interface, what you can do with it. It's labeled. You can read this when you get it in your own free time. I will be putting that aside for now. And the star of the show really is the first one that you get out of the box, which is the audio interface itself. It comes in this nylon wrap, and this is the gray color. It has the pure black color also, but I think I like the way this fits. It kind of matches my cloth. I had no idea it's gonna be this color really. It kind of matches my clothes, which is, I think, just a coincidence. Now if you look around, you'll see what this is all about, but we'll delve into that more in the details when we get into the video. So let's put aside just for now. So that's the audio interface on the box, and then nothing else below this, but then you have the accessories box also, which you should totally check out. So if I open this up, there's some things going away. So this is a 3.5 to jack. I'm gonna put that aside. I'm gonna actually put this box away also. Some absorbent. You have a USB-C to USB-C cable, and then you have a USB-C to USB-A cable. It's actually branded Mono now, which I think is really nice. Previous cables from them they usually come branded. This comes branded. That is super duper nice, and that's about all you actually get right in the box. So as a summary of what you get in the packaging of the Mono PS22 audio interface, you get the audio interface itself, which is super nice. You get the 3.52 jack converter, you get the user manual, you get a USB-C to USB-A cable and a USB-C to USB-A cable, and that's right about it. So let's actually connect this up, check out the features, and actually talk more about it. But before I actually switch to this audio interface, let's go around what you would see around generally on the PS22 audio interface. Right in front of it, you can see you have, if you need some IZ, I'm not sure what IZ is. I'm not an audiophile, to be honest, so I'm not sure what IZ is. But I know if you need 48 volt phantom power, you can turn that on or off. So if you switch it to the right hand side, it's on. If you switch it to the left hand side, it is off. Same thing for the second jack, just same controls. You can modify the gain up to 60 decibels, which is nice. I generally want to put this around the 75%. If I'm doing that, I'll actually connect this up to another microphone so you actually see what the audio really sounds like. And then if you have headphones connected for monitoring, you can always modify the output of that also. And then you can modify your mix level if you want to hear more of the input, or you want to hear more of the raw audio. And then the general output level is what you can set right here, that goes via the USB-C interface. So you can also select your audio to be either mono or stereo. I think I'm going to put this as mono for now just to be safe. I'm going to turn all this off. And if you look around the back, you see there's the power, which I think could be a little bit better, but that's still fine. It works. And then you have DC 5 volts in. So if you want the power to come, you can connect this directly to USB-C power, and then you can make this go source. So if you want the power to come from the device you're connecting from your computer, if you want the power to come from your computer and also get into the computer, you can do that if your computer is powerful enough. Or you can make the power source be a DC 5 volts. And I think if I'm connecting to my computer, definitely I want to do the power source to be on the USB-C host. And then you can actually connect this also to a phone out. So if you want to connect this to, say, another mixer, you can do that. And if you have studio monitors, you can configure it for the left and right output for yourself. And then you can also connect this to a mobile device, Android or iOS. For me, I'll be using an Android device for that purpose. So let's actually get this connected up, switch out the audio we're recording right now, and then we just get started and check out what the audio sounds like, what I think about it, and all those kind of nice little things about this nice device right here. Alright, so I have this all connected up now, and I'm recording into two devices at the same time using the dual USB out function of the mono PS22 audio interface. I'm recording into the Memo app on my MacBook Pro 2016, and I'm also recording into the voice recorder on my Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 right here on my desk. And this is just to show how how you can use this with multi devices at the same time recording. So if you're someone that wants to do Instagram Live, or maybe go on Twitter Spaces or all this live streaming platforms on your mobile phone, I could have used my Samsung Galaxy S1 Ultra here, but I decided, hey, why not use a tablet for today's recording? That's why I'm using the tablet right here. But the purpose is still all the same. It will work the same way as long as it detects that it's an external mic. That will take preference over the internal mic of your device. You can use it for your videos, for your vlogging, whatever you're doing on your mobile devices. So that really makes sense. And I'm only connected up at about 50% gain, and 48 volt phantom power is off because the mic, the PD100, does not need so much of a force around audio and what it needs to really run from day to day. I'm not sure why my iOS recording has gone off, but it is what it is. So I'm switching the audio back now to my Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 Ultra. That is what I'll be using for the entirety of this video. For some reason, that just decided to film me, and that is fine. It actually shows that I cannot rely on a Mac to save my life, but that is also fine. If the Windows, it will just work, at least for me. So that shows the versatility of this. If this was connected to a Windows PC, this would have been just fine. But then one of the things I said to my audiences is your backup should have a backup. And right here, while I'm recording this, one of my backups actually failed, which is fine because I know the main one is recording. I'm monitoring it right here, and I can see it's really recording. and then of course I have my other backup right there. But of course, it's just to see what kind of things you can do with the Mono PS22 audio interface. So if this was not the case, this experiment probably would have failed. So right now I'm recording into the Samsung Galaxy Tab S1 Ultra the audio, but I was saying that if you wanted to record for Instagram Live, your video on your mobile phone, this will just work out fine also, and life will be good. And I have this part incoming from here, just like I showed earlier in the video, and I could connect studio monitor if I had them, but currently I do not, and I'm only at about 50% gain on the audio interface. Right, the output also set to about 75%. I could actually dial that down, and you can see the audio levels sort of gone down, but I'll bring that up again, and I can select what I want to hear in my mix. Either I want to hear more of the inputs, or I just want to hear nothing. So right in my ear, I'm hearing nothing, but the audio is still coming to the recording, and I can have a balance of that right there in my ear. And I have my audio right here set to mono, because if I had set to the stereo, it means that audio would only be coming from the left channel of the audio. Now watch, if you had headphones on, so this would be a nice time to actually test it out. So now I'm only hearing audio coming from the left side, because just one mic is in right now. If I had two mics, the second microphone will be connected and you'll be hearing the audio from the right hand side. So, but I'm just going to switch that back to mono to see how that really looks, and I can turn down what I'm hearing in my ear this way. There's nothing coming into my ears right now, and I can turn that back on depending on what I really want to hear. And that is that, using just one microphone. The beauty of this is you can also have two microphones or two inputs connected into the Mono PS22. So right here, what I'm going to do for this video is I'm going to connect up another microphone, which is this one right here. That's the Fifine K6S9D, another microphone sent to me by Fifine, and that is what I'll be using for this second demo, which actually shows that it doesn't only work with mono devices. Your Shure SM7Bs, your Audio Technica 2020s, all those mics will work just fine with this. And I currently have that audio level set to 0, and I'm just gonna wire that up in, and that's connected. But currently I have no gain in it, so it means that nothing is coming out of it. And what I'll do is I will turn this down, and then I'll turn this up so you can hear what that really looks like. So turning that up and turning this down. So the audio is now coming from the Fifine K690. The reason why that is a little bit richer is because it's closer to my mouth. But if I add it a little bit further and just set the gain level to what it used to be with the mono, just right about that, you would see what that really looks like. I can go on and fiddle with this and modify whatever I want to hear, and it will really just, so the audio is coming from the two microphones at the same time. And so if I was on a podcast, this will be facing the guest and this will be facing, but of course I'm a one-man show for this purpose of this video, and that is why you are having that. And then if I modified my audio now to be stereo, it means that the audio now, this is the mono coming from the left, and this is the Fifine coming from the right hand side of my in-ear ring. And generally that's the bit I wanted to demo for this video. It really shows to say you don't have to break the bank to have good audio. Now this costs about $119 at the time of this video recording, so I'll put the links. You can actually check them out in the video description or pin comments if you really like it. And I'm gonna switch back to just one microphone system right here. Now for the purpose of this, actually I'm gonna switch permanently. I'm gonna switch the rest of this recording to the competing brand microphone here, because it's more mobile for me. I could connect this up to the same accessory and then it just works. It means even mid-show, if things fail, I could mix things up and then just have a little bit of fun with myself. And that is that right there. It's still recording, it's looking good, it's looking fine, and I can generally just have a bit of fun with my recording setup right with that. And if you ask me who should get this Mono PS22 audio interface, I'll say if you're someone looking to record good audio and you need two inputs for your audio, maybe you're having a two-person podcast, a two-person recording, this would be a great choice. And the fact that it works with not just mono devices, mono microphones, shows that you can use this with a wide array of microphones you actually have. If you have instruments, a musician will be a good person to use this. A podcaster will be a good person to use this. Someone that streams, someone that have guests over in their recordings. And this actually goes on the road. So if you're connected up to your laptop or a power bank, you can actually have a two-person podcast on the road with this. So you don't have to. And this is not a diss at Rode and the expensive audio interfaces. They have their place in the world. You don't have to go spend a lot of money with the Roadcasters and the Zoom audio interfaces and all those rest of the expensive options. If you're looking for a budget quality option, the Mono PS22 has got you covered. And that's what I generally think about it. And if I would recommend it or buy with my money, I would say yes, 100% I would. If Mono hadn't sent this out to me, I was planning to actually go purchase this and check it out for myself anyways. But of course, thank you Mono for sending this out for that. But I think just one little bit I don't exactly like is this button right here. It could be a little bit much more beautiful. That's what I think. But of course, I think this is the first iteration of what they are producing as a dual input audio interface. So there's room for improvement. It's going to get better with time. And I actually like this gray option. Just as a coincidence, I have not opened the box until I found out it's color gray and it sort of matches what I'm wearing for recording this video. That sort of just made me happy. I have not listened to this in post, so I don't know what it's going to sound like. But if I do any modification to the audio, I'll put them as slower thoughts in the video so you can actually just know what I did with it and why I did them. But I think from what I'm hearing in my head right about now, I would not need to do much of audio editing or post-processing of the audio. This is not a microphone review, so I'm free to modify the audio as much as I want. And there's not so much noise in the cables, although I have a pretty long SLR cable right here that I'm connected to this one right here, but it works. It just works. So I think I like it. I think I'm gonna really be using this extensively in my setup from today to actually have a more long-term usage test and actually tell you in about 6 months to 1 year if I will still go get this device right here. But I think for now, I can 100% recommend it. You can check out the link in the video description or pinned comment to actually get it from the Mono website. They deliver globally, which is actually pretty nice. The shipping is pretty fast. From the time they send it out to me, it took about 1.5 weeks to get to me, and then I started just recording and using it anyway. So it's pretty nice and dope. It's perfect. So I think that's about it for today's video. If you enjoyed it, remember to give it a thumbs up and share with anyone you think might actually like this. If the two recording option is not an option for you, you can always check out the Monocaster C2 Neo and other audio interfaces Mono produces to actually have a feel of what you want to get for yourself. And I guess that's it for today's video. Till I come your way yet again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. Hi there, how you doing? My name is Dara and welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got another question and it goes thus. I am interested in DevOps. How do I start with no IT background? Thanks for your question and honesty. Although this question is a bit related to the previous one I answered, but I'll still answer it anyways. So with no IT background, yes, it is possible to learn DevOps and become a very highly skilled DevOps engineer. But you need to be serious about it, okay? Now, as I mentioned in the previous video, you probably need to watch it because it explained some things I will not touch in this video. To learn DevOps engineering without IT background, of course, you need to know how to operate a computer. That is the first requirement. Know how to operate a computer properly, understand how to find a way around and get a proper computer, at least 8 gig RAM, 256 SSD, so you are not frustrated when you're actually in this things, because the tools you actually use are a little bit beefy. So get a comfortable computer to be able to learn, get hands-on with the computer, be able to find your way around the computer. It could be a Mac, could be Windows, could be Linux. It doesn't matter what operating system you're using. Don't be fussed up about, hey, it's gotta be a Mac. No, you can use any operating system to learn DevOps. I am primarily a Windows person. I've been using this for over 10 years with no regrets. Although I use a Mac also from time to time and Linux when I need to. Operating system is not something you need to worry yourself about. get a complete system, be comfortable with it, and then get the tools, get tutorial videos, or if your preference is books, there are a lot of books online you can actually read. I'll drop the links to some of those books in the video description so you can check them out, and some of the videos. And also you might also want to check out my Smooth Dev Saturday playlist, so you can check out what things you need to learn in terms of software development lifecycle, DevOps tooling, how to deploy applications to the cloud, etc. Although, as a beginner, you need to learn a little bit more because you don't have any IT background. So you need to understand SDLC, as I mentioned in the previous video. You need to understand a bit of programming, so you're conversant with actually how programmers think. You need to understand a bit of scripting language, and then also, of course, learning your DevOps tools. Now, depending on the technology stack you pick, I will still use Azure DevOps as an example here. You need to learn, of course, the cloud you'll be deploying to, for example, Azure, AWS, GCP. Learn the fundamentals of that cloud platform. Then learn your DevOps tooling. Now, because you're new with no IT experience, it actually makes it a little bit easier for you because you're coming with a fresh mind that is not clouded with any bias against any platform. So pick the cloud. I would recommend you learn Azure, but of course you can learn other clouds if that is your preference. But say, for example, learn Azure fundamentals. There's a lot of modules on Microsoft Learn. I'll also drop the links in this video to those things. So, and I also itemize them also in the video description, and I'll probably even write a blog post about it in the future so you can actually reference it via text. So get the books. A lot of free books are online. Get the videos, or you can check out Microsoft Learn for the pathway to being a DevOps engineer. So you start from the fundamentals of learning about Azure, learn about Azure development, the basic tools of programming, learn the Azure DevOps itself, the tooling. You learn things like Azure boards, you learn things like pipelines, you learn things like artifacts, and then it will walk you through practically, step by step, what you actually need to do to get something deployed. And of course, when you're learning, you need to sign up for some free trial accounts. And the reason most of those free trial accounts have data science them is so you don't burn out. So once you start learning, stick to it and try to complete your learning within the timeline of your free trial, because it might be hard to actually get another free trial when you're having the same email account to use with them. So whenever you're learning, stick to it. I understand you have no IT background, but it is definitely 100% possible to learn Azure DevOps. I have taught people who literally have no experience in the cloud, no computer experience, coming from a very different field to computing, but they still succeeded in being great DevOps engineers. So I believe in you. I know you can do this. So as a recap of what I've actually talked about all in this video, you need to get yourself a computer, get comfortable with that computer, and then get books or videos, whatever your preference is, on things you need to learn. I recommend you go through Microsoft Learn because they have a lot of detailed modules, practical steps, step-by-step guides on how you can actually get your project up and running with whatever pathway you're going through on the learning platform. And of course, there are also some practice tests at the end where you can do to feel comfortable with whatever you're learning. And I hope that answered your question a little bit. If you still have further questions or you need more clarifications on the answer I've given, you can still ask further questions or make a comment on this video and I'll get to them as soon as possible. And if you have new questions, use the link showing on your screen right now or the QR code showing right about now on your screen. And remember to like this video, share and subscribe to my channel if you haven't done so you don't miss any videos like this one. Until I come your way again with another video on my channel, stay safe and goodbye.
It is almost Christmas season and New Year is upon us. Let me introduce you to the Global Link LED Christmas lights. It is really nice, so let's go ahead and unbox and see what comes in the packaging. Of course, because it's Christmas season and it's a season of love, I'll be unboxing this with my little baby. So, the box is pretty simple and straightforward when it comes to the packaging. You get general information on the box about the light and what it does, and the number of lights contains. Actually contains 349 LED lights, which is really good, and it contains a 30 centimeter topper star, which is what you hang on top of your Christmas tree or on top of your curtains or wherever you hang this stuff. At the back, you see more information about the global link LED lights. You can see my daughter's little hands over there. It's Christmas season. She's gonna unbox with me today and set the slide up. So in the box, the packaging is pretty straightforward and the contents are very direct to access. No forced packaging, no unnecessary boxing here and there with the global link LED Christmas lights. So first is, you see the remote controller. Yeah, my daughter's guys just gonna take that. And then we see the Christmas light itself. It contains 9 strings of light with a star topper, and then you see some other accessories, and then you see some zip ties, and then you see the user manual. That is all you generally see in the packaging, and it's just direct and straightforward. So let's go ahead and actually set this up in my living room and see what it looks like. Of course, I've not gotten the Christmas tree at the time of this recording, so I'm going to set it up on the curtain and see what that looks like. So this is the plug which goes into the power, which is pretty decently long, and the starter power, I would use a string to pull it up on my curtain rods. So let's go set that up real fast. Remember, I'll drop the link to purchase this in the video description and also as a pinned comment in case you need to check it out and get one for yourself, your family, and your friends this season. We're almost done setting up the lights. It just requires some pinnings here and there, setting up the lights to go around. 9 LEDs is quite a lot to go through, so I'm just gonna do some ad hoc work. Well, I'm not using the zip ties in this case because I still plan to pull this down and put this on a real Christmas tree and actually set it up outdoors when we finally move. So I'm gonna use the coordinates for the purpose of this review video. And the LED light is pretty straightforward. It doesn't consume so much power. I think it's just 24 watts as I recall. Just let me find the information on the box. But I think that's the power rating, so it doesn't consume so much power. And it's also waterproof. It means you can put this outdoors during this season. And the lights are on. There are different modes on the remote controller: 6-hour timer, there's the 18-hour timer, there's the sleep mode, and all sort of things you can really do with the Global Link LED Christmas light with the star topper. It's really nice and good, and I hope you really enjoy using this also for yourself. My daughter is really loving it, so I'm happy that Content really sent this out during the season to show love. Remember, I'll put the link to purchase this in the video description and also as a pinned comment, so be sure to check it out in case you really want to get one of this. Remember, it's an affiliate link. I'll get a little bit of rebate when you purchase, and that is you supporting the channel basically. So of course, do check it out, and remember to like this video and share with your friends and family so they can see videos like this. And also importantly, if you subscribe, you get more videos just like this from me. Until I come your way again with another unboxing and reviewing video, I say stay safe and goodbye. this is a Turtle Beach Stealth 700 multi-point headset for PC. And what I really love about it is the fact that I can connect it to multiple devices and switch seamlessly with a press of a button between two computers without having to blink. And I think that is what I love about it. That is the spoiler. Let's get started with the video. Hey people, how are you doing today? I am Dara and this is my YouTube channel where I do videos on code, cloud, and DevOps. And in today's video, I want to tell you what I think about this Turtle Beach Stealth 700 Gen 3 PC headset. Although it's designed for gamers, I am not a gamer, I'm a DevOps engineer, but I was looking out for an headset I could use with two of my computers and my mobile phone at the same time. And I searched on the market and I finally landed, after the recommendation of one of my colleagues, this headset right here. So I bought this with my own money. Just as a disclaimer, Turtle Beach did not send this out to me, and they are not sponsoring this video in any way, shape, or form. And this is not an advertisement, it is just me sharing what I think about this headset right here. So let's dive deep and get into details of this headset right here and why I love it. Starting with what comes from the packaging of the Turtle Beach Stealth 700 Gen 3 headset, we get the headset itself, which comes in an aesthetic, heavy, bulky look, which it's not a deal breaker for me, to be honest. I love it heavy, I love it solid, and I love it big. Aside from the headsets, you get a dual crossplay USB wireless transmitters that allows for switching between your PCs, PlayStations, Nintendo, and whatever dual device setup you're using. And also, you get a quick start guide and a charging cable, which is simple instruction setup for this headset right here. Now, let's talk specifically about the specs and features of this because that is what really made me go for it. Now, these speakers right here, come with 60mm audio drivers, which drive rich bass, rich audio, and a very, very crystal clear audio. When you're listening, you can hear the tiny little details of everything. So if you're a gamer, this is an headset you really want to be looking for. If you are looking for something premium, wireless, and comfortable to wear. Now, jokes aside, I'm not a gamer, so I'm just going to come off that. So, 60mm audio drivers, and this battery right here can go up to 80 hours, which means if you're using this for work, it means you can go 2 weeks of work, your 9 to 5, 8 hours a day, and you will not have to think about charging. I've bought this now, I've been using it for about 4 or 5 weeks now, although I don't use it all the 8 hours of the day. I use it for about 4 hours a day, 3 hours a day, 2 hours a day here and there, and I have not had to charge it ever since I bought it, and it's still currently on about 45% battery, which I think is, I don't know what to give to it. That is really good. With me having not to worry about charging an headset, in this age and time, it's Bluetooth, it's wireless. I think it's really awesome. This headset right here just blows it out of the water for me. So, 24 hours plus battery life, 80 hours standard. But depending on how you use it, you get way more than 24 hours out of this, way more than 48 hours out of this. I think is really great. Noise cancelling with a flip remote mic. Now, because this is not designed for Microsoft Teams, it doesn't have all the Teams noise cancelling features on the microphone. But with the audio setup gotten right with the Swam 2 app on your desktop computer or on your mobile devices, you can cancel out noises effortlessly. First time I used this in the office, my colleagues complained that, we were hearing background noises. But then I went back, checked the manuals on how to set this up properly, and I got the settings tweaked right, and then I have not had to worry about background noise ever anymore with this headset right here. So it means for my personal life of, if I ever wanted to game, but I use it for my calls in my home office and also at work when I go into the office and also listen to music when I'm on the go. This headset is the all-rounder device I really want to be using every single day. And it's comfortable for people that wear glasses just like me because I can put on my glasses and put off every single time effortlessly without having to think about it hurting my ears. It's comfortable to wear also with glasses all day without having to think about removing your glasses, removing the headsets. Nothing of that such with this headset right here. Also, it has what we call the
superhuman hearing mode. So if you're gaming, I'm not a gamer, of course. So for this, for my calls, I enable super hearing mode, which means I can hear every crystal details of audio that comes through my meetings and calls. And also when I am editing audio for my YouTube videos, for example, I use this now to edit the audio for my YouTube videos. I get the crispiest, tiniest bits of audio, and I'm able to pinpoint what I need to clean out in the post-processing. But for this video, I'm not doing any cleanup, all right? You are hearing the audio straight up from this headset right here. No noise cancellation done, no special setting, no EQ, no compression whatsoever done to this audio. That aside, but in all the videos, I might actually do some post-processing of the audio. But for this video right here, I am not doing such. Also, the audio modes is great for gaming, music, different settings you customize in the Swam audio. It is pretty nice. Also, the build and comfort is really great. Watch this. It is built like a tank. All right. So one other thing I love about this headset is this button right here. You can use that to switch between your PC and your other computers. I'm not going to press this now because it's going to switch to my Windows PC, but it's awesome. You have a whole lot of buttons below the headset to control the different modes. And also, if you're connected in Bluetooth mode, there's a dedicated Bluetooth switcher on this side to control your connected device audio via Bluetooth, and also controls to which you can customize what it's supposed to do, control the mic volume, your monitoring audio, and want to control your connected PC or gaming device volume, which I think is super duper nice. So a lot of controls to learn. So for the very first few days, going to be learning how this really works, which is great because once you get the hang of it, you really don't have to go back into mastering any other thing concerning this headset right here. So I think the build quality is great. It's a premium build, to be honest. I am not worried about this breaking anytime soon. Of course, I'm going to let you know in a long-time review what I think about it after 6 months, 1 year of actually using this, what I still think about this headset right here. So, but for now, I'm not worried at all because I can see the quality coming out because it's just like the other headset I've bought in my life. This one right here also, I've been using it for about 6 years. This headset, yes, about 6 years. And it's not broken on me yet. And this one, I feel is still also going to be the same kind of build quality I've gotten out of that one. Now, I'm not a gamer, so I'm not going to do a gaming test for you on this headset. But if you're a gamer, you probably are able to hear the audio you're getting from this and decide if this might be the kind of audio you're wanting for your setup, for your gaming. For some music and movies, listening to music for me is what I do every single day when I'm on the go, when I'm in church, when I'm at home, and I don't want to disturb anyone with my loud, bassy audio. This is the headset that I go to use. So I really, really enjoy the audio out of this one. And also for long-term usage, I'll be wearing this for the entire time of recording the video, and I don't feel anything breaking yet. And one thing also, I train online, sometimes all week long. This headset is gonna be the one I'll be using going forward. I've not had the opportunity to do a long-term training since I bought this headset, but I'm gonna be doing one pretty soon. And this is the headset I'm gonna be using for that purpose. And I'll be sharing some snippets on my social media, how I got along with that. Also, now you can customize the sound modes of this headset, which is awesome for clarity, for bass boost, for treble boost. You can do all that, and also for the total beat signature sound, which you can also configure for yourself. I'm not going to worry so much about that. There's a dedicated user manual, total beat created for that one. But on a personal note, I think if you get the hang of the software, this headset is your best friend. In terms of audio clarity, it is your best friend, definitely. And also, there are some pros and cons to this headset, really, to be honest. I love it so much. Yes, I've said all good things about it so far. There are also some cons about it, to be honest. So I'm going to list out 4 pros and 2 cons of this headset. The design quality is a pro. It's a top-notch design quality. It is built well. It is well built. Also, cross-platform compatibility, cross-device compatibility is great for my use case. I'm connected to PCs at the same time and my mobile device at the same time. That is a pro for this headset. Durable and comfortable build. You tell me, don't you love this? Don't you love that? Just kidding. And also the long battery life is a big pro for me in my book. For me, if I'm using a mobile device, anything that has battery inside it, I want it to last as long as possible. And this headset so far has not failed me. 4 or 5 weeks of usage, not having to charge it. Of course, I don't use it all day long, just like I mentioned.
but it has delivered every single time when I needed it. Of course, I mentioned it has a lot of getting used to, which brings us to the cons also of this headset right here. Now, for casual users just starting out with headsets and what they need to buy, this comes in a bit pricey. I know that at about £179, which is quite a lot of money, I know, to spend on an headset. But for the quality I was looking for the features I was looking for all those, I think for someone that is no longer a casual user of headsets and microphones, and for my specific use cases, this is a steal. But for casual users, this is pricey. But of course, Turtle Beach also has you covered on some of their other headsets like the Stealth 500s and the Stealth 600s of this world. You can go get those, but you would not get a 60 millimeter audio driver or 80 hours of battery life on any of those headsets. If you are comfortable with that, you can go for the more budget options. But for the specs of this, it is on the premium side of things. So it's a bulky design. For me, the bulky design is not a deal breaker. It looks good on my head. I have a fairly well, my head is not that big, but it is not small either. So it's comfortable to wear for me. It's a bulky design compared to my other headsets, really. Check the dimensions of this. Where's that other headset? Check. This is about two of this bundled together to make one design right here. But that is not a deal breaker for me, really, because, hey, I decided I was going to buy this for myself. So if you're someone looking for a light looking, sleek headset, this is not for you. It's a con of this headset. If you're buying it, it's going to look big on you. It is big. That's about the entire size of my finger. That's how big it is. The entire size of my forefinger. So that aside, but all those cons aside, this headset is really super great. The audio experience for this is great. You've been listening to it all the while. You let me know what you think about the audio. If you think it's good, let me know. If you think it's not that great, let me know also. For a microphone that is not a dedicated microphone, like this, or like this, or even like this, let me know what you think about the clarity of that audio. While it's not a dedicated microphoning device, I think the quality is still great. I asked my colleagues on my video calls what they thought about this audio, and they all said they couldn't feel a difference, a clear difference, of course, because Microsoft seems to have done its own refinement of the audio between this and this right here, which I've not actually tested myself, to be honest, but I take their word for it anytime, any day. So if you're looking for a final verdict on this headset right here, I would say the Stealth 700 Gen 3 is a great headset to use if you're looking for cross-device usage and also insanely long battery life, quality build, and also something that will last you a long time. That is what I think you should be looking for if you're looking for this headset. If you're looking for those particular requirements, this headset I think is for you. Now, you might want to ask me also, but so you're not a gamer. You're telling us to go buy a gaming headset. You're someone who just uses a PC for editing videos and editing audio and getting on Teams calls all day. So why should I not just get a Teams dedicated headset like the Jabras and also the Logitechs of this world? I will answer you straight up. While you don't get the magical noise cancelling out of the box with the Microsoft certified headset, when you get it right, this one right here, when you get it right, you would never want to go back to the Microsoft dedicated headsets, because the ones that offer this level of build quality and also gives you that kind of microphone usage and the deep, rich audio you get when you're listening to music are upwards of £250. Yes, I've tried it for myself. When I was considering buying this headset, the only headset I found on the market that was comparable to this one right here was the Surface headphones, which is now, what do I call it, discontinued, I think. And also the one that came close from Jabra was Jabra Evolve 285, which was upwards of £380. Yep, I checked the prices. I wasn't going to go buy that when I could get more features out of this for about half the price. That is me. That is how I think about life. So if I'm going to get something that's going to offer me more features at a lesser price and it's still quality enough for my use case, I'd rather go for that than go for the expensive, branded, super expensive options. That is the way I think about buying devices. And that is why I went for this headset right here. Yes, maybe in the future, when I'm a billionaire, I might go for the Jabra of 285, or when they make over-the-ear designs, because I don't like on-ear designs, I like over-the-ear designs that are about 200 pounds or less, that maybe if they decided to make the Evolve 275 or the Evolve 265 Flex over the ear, I might go for them. But as of now, over the ear headsets for video calls, for meetings and stuff, under 200 pounds that offer this kind of quality, this will still be my bet to go to. So that is the answer for those out there. Oh, thinking, yeah, you might just go to get a Jabra or a Logitech headset or a Bose. No, I'm not going to do that. This is the headset I'm going to buy. Or get a Sony. No, I'm not going to do that. This is the headset I'm going to be buying if I was to make those choices. And of course, that's what I bought. It's evident anyways. All right, okay, enough rambling about headsets and stuff. I need to get back to work right about now. And to wrap up this video, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Let me know also in the comment section what you think about the audio from this headset. And also, if you're planning to get one, even for your setup, if you're a multi-computer user like me, if you're someone looking for great audio, I probably think I should review other kind of headset like this one also. Let me know also in the comments, and I'll try my possible best to find budget to buy those headsets, or reach out to the branch if they could send this headset to me to test out and review for you. But till I come here again here to another video on my YouTube channel, remember, stay safe and goodbye.
Hi, my name is Dara. Welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got another question and it goes thus. I'm a complete newbie and I'd love to know which cloud engineering or DevOps is more fulfilling and rewarding. I have zero coding skills. Thanks for your question. I think it is highly common to have this kind of question, and there's often a mix of opinion between what cloud is and what DevOps engineering is. And it's a bit hard for people who are not actually in that IT field to differentiate the clarity or differences or similarities between cloud and DevOps engineering. And some people are even of the opinion that one pays more than the other one. And I think what I'll do is I'll start by briefly describing the similarities and differences between cloud and DevOps engineering, and then I'll attend to the question itself. Now, a cloud engineer is basically someone who focuses on provisioning and supporting cloud infrastructure, either by using infrastructure as code tools like Terraform, Azure CLI, PowerShell, Bash, AWS CLI, whatever cloud tool you use it, or manually tinkering with the infrastructure itself in the cloud portal like Azure Portal, AWS Console, and if need be, most times they actually do these things through infrastructure as code scripts. But a DevOps engineer is someone who focuses mostly on automating the provisioning of infrastructure using repeatable templates and pipelines to achieve this purpose. So a cloud engineer focuses on managing infrastructure. A DevOps engineer focuses on automating provisioning of infrastructure and deployment of applications. Now, in some organizations, a DevOps engineer also does the job of a cloud engineer because of the intersect between these roles. And an organization really decides what the roles do. So they might call you a cloud engineer and you're doing DevOps engineering. They might call you a DevOps engineer and do cloud and platform engineering. So they can call it anything they like. What matters most is you read through the lines of the job description to see if it is what you want to do. For example, I do a mix of both in my daily work. I do cloud, I do DevOps engineering, I even do platform engineering also, but my role is DevOps engineer. And that is fine, because essentially the end goal is to be able to deliver value to end users, and that is what you want to do. So to answer the question now, both roles are rewarding in terms of fulfillment and even remuneration. So they both pay well, if that is what you're asking. And I think I'll buttress my answer with my personal experience, because I do a mix of both. So I see a bit of both worlds from day to day. Now, depending on the business case I'm working on is what determines what I do from time to time. I might be doing cloud engineering today, writing a lot of infrastructure as code configuration, or today I might be working on pipelines. And this actually gives me more flexibility to be able to toggle between both roles and be flexible. And I can tell you for a fact that it pays well. I won't say cloud engineering plays more than DevOps, or DevOps plays more than cloud engineering, or platform engineering, or software engineering. I'm not going to do that, to be honest. But what gives fulfillment is knowing that you're solving a business problem from day to day. As long as you find fulfillment in the job you're doing, as long as you find fulfillment in what you're doing, every other thing does not exactly matter. And I'm going to say that for a fact. Now, I know a lot of people do it for the money. That's totally fine with them also. That is their way of thinking. But for me, it's more of getting the happiness and joy from being able to help the business solve a need. They have a need to deploy an application in an automated manner. I do that either by writing infrastructure as code tools if it's a simple application, or writing complex pipelines to deploying major cloud infrastructure to Kubernetes clusters, managing the control, ingress controllers, and all that. It doesn't exactly matter if you're deploying an Hello World app, a to-do app, or a complex e-commerce system. It doesn't matter what you're doing. As long as you are happy doing it, as long as you are solving a business need, as long as you're providing value to the business based on the job you're doing, that is all that matters, at least in my opinion. And it's a matter of also what makes you tick. Is it the money? Is it the fulfillment? Is it the joy of actually solving problems from day to day? And it's all about what counts as an achievement for you. And now, speaking to the fact that you mentioned that you have zero skills, one thing is, I say this to everyone, and it's not because I want to bobo you. It's that everyone is welcome. If you're looking for a career path in DevOps, everyone is welcome. I'll link two of my videos where I actually answer the things you need to do if you're looking to start a career in DevOps with no IT or coding skills whatsoever. And I'll link to some of my past live streams where I actually walk through how you go from software development lifecycle to deploying and building applications using pipelines. So it goes from about video 1 to video 17 on how you can actually do this. Of course, there are a mix of things in between that, but it walks through those steps of things you need to actually do. Of course, it doesn't go through the scripting bit of it, but I'll attend to that in another video. And I hope that answered your question really, and I look forward to your comments to see if it answered the question. And if you have more questions, you can still ask them. And I look forward to seeing the wonderful things you do in cloud and DevOps land. And if you got more Dev, Cloud, and DevOps Ask Me Anything questions, feel free to send them in using the link showing on your screen right now, or scan the QR code on your screen right about now. I'll put also the links to ask the questions in the video description, and I'll try to also put the link to all the previous videos I've done in this series also in the video description. And I also put them also as a pinned comment so you actually do not miss those links. Now, if you've enjoyed this video so far, remember to give it a thumbs up and share with your friends that you think might enjoy this kind of videos. Remember to subscribe and also turn on notification so you do not miss any videos like this in the future. Until I come your way again with another video, stay safe and goodbye.
What specifications should a laptop have for DevOps work? That was another question on Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything, and welcome to another one yet. Now, there's a lot of people starting, their coding career, their DevOps journey in the IT world, and it's excellent. It's a good time to be a DevOps engineer. It's a good time to be a programmer. It's a great time to be an IT person. It's a great time to start any kind of career, really. But for people in IT, it's a little bit different. You can't just buy a computer for the sake of buying it. You need to buy the right machine that would not frustrate you. And there are a lot of people that will give advices here like, yes, just buy a MacBook and then your problems are solved. To be honest, I find that advice a little bit biased and one-sided. Don't get me wrong, I like Macs. I like the Apple ecosystem, but it's just not for me. And I'm not hating on the Apple ecosystem for this. My primary operating system is Windows and my mobile phone is Android. My tablet is Android. But I use the Apple ecosystem also for technical purposes only. But in this video, I will not be biased in any way. Whatever operating system you want to go with, to be honest, go with it. Just go with it. But let me answer you more specifically right now. Now, the first thing you want to think about is the operating system you want to use. So what platform do you want to do? To be honest, and to be very fair with you,
I would 100% recommend Windows. And it's not just because I'm affiliated with Microsoft in some way as a trainer, previously as an MVP, or because I worked with Microsoft in the past, or because I will probably work with Microsoft technologies in the future. It's not because of that. It's simply because the user experience of getting acquainted with the Windows operating system is easier. And especially if you're coming into DevOps world, there's something called Windows Subsystem for Linux, which gives you literally 2 operating systems on one computer. Let's not even talk about hardware now. Operating system, Windows, from Windows 10 upwards, I highly recommend. WSL is compatible with that. Now, I recommend Windows, but then there are 2 other major operating systems you want to consider. There's Mac operating system, which is the Apple ecosystem, which is great, to be honest. If you want to go for that, it's also fine. But then you won't be able to do Windows stuff. Yeah. But if you're on Mac OS, if you're running commands and stuff, most of the things you do are actually Linuxy in a way. Trust me, it is. So why not get an operating system that gives you that flexibility? And of course, you can decide to go full Linux if you are into that kind of thing. I've tried to go full Linux before, it didn't work out quite fine. Maybe in the future I will, maybe if I become more technical or smarter, I will. But right now, I think my Windows ecosystem just works fine for me. So, 3 operating system choices to choose from: Windows, Mac, and Linux. Pick whatever one you want onto, but I personally will recommend Windows. The next thing you would want to consider is your hardware specifications. Now, I generally would recommend a laptop of at least 16 gigabytes of memory, that is RAM. 16 gigabytes of memory. And if you're doing IT work, I would highly recommend also your laptop is an SSD, solid state drive based computer. You could potentially get away with 256 gigabytes of onboard storage, but I would generally recommend something 512 gigabytes or higher. And the reason for it is simple. As you start building your images, cloning repositories, branching and everything, it starts becoming larger and larger and larger, unless you want to go through the painful task of cleaning up every single time. On my personal computer that I use for my primary coding, personally not career now, it has a 2 terabyte primary SSD and 6 terabytes because I create videos also. That's the reason I have that. And my laptop has 2 terabytes of storage. My work laptop also has 2 terabytes of storage. And the reason for this, I store a lot of files because my work requires me to do that. So get something with enough memory, and if you can, also get an external storage for things. And of course, we live in the world of cloud. You can always back things up to the cloud or a repository somewhere and only clone down what you need to. You can write some sort of automation to clean up things you've not used after some weeks or months, so that your computer is always free of memory. So you can get away with 256 gigabytes of memory of storage, but I recommend 512 gigabytes or higher. If you really want to spec it up, 2 terabytes will be my top recommendation for that one. Your secondary drives for storing your movies and your torrents and whatnot can be hard drive, can be hard disk based. I have a 14 terabyte external drive that I use with my computer, and it works just fine. My primary drives are SSD, my secondary drives are HDDs. Those work perfectly fine also for me. And if you're on the Windows operating system, this is the bonus section. If you're on the Windows operating system, there's something called Windows Dev Drive or Microsoft Dev Drive. I don't know the specific name right now, but just find it out. Find out Microsoft Dev Drive. Google it on Bing it on Google, whatever you want to do. Microsoft Dev Drive. This gives you a more optimized disk on your current disk for doing development work. It makes it faster, searchability indexing and all that just works fine with it. So find out about that, and that's only if you're on Windows anyway. You can't have that on Linux, at least not yet. Also, if you have the money to burn, or if your company has that money, you can consider cloud drives or dev boxes in the cloud, Azure, GCP, AWS. You can consider all those options also. And then also, one thing to note is that the choice is ultimately yours. Whatever laptop you want to pick, is ultimate. Whatever operating system you pick is absolutely your choice, because to be honest, at the end of the day, the work you do is not really on your computer. You're pushing the code somewhere to a repository to build and deploy stuff. But if you're just starting out, okay, if you're just starting out, and I'll tell you this as if you are my sibling, as if you're my son or my daughter, and I'm not trying to feel old or be like a mentor guru kind of person. If you're someone I am directly responsible for, or if I was to start my career again, if I would pick a computer for myself, I would still pick the Windows operating system. I would pick a laptop with 16 GB of memory, and at least, very worst case scenario, 256 GB of SSD storage. Secondary drives can be HDD, and if you really have the money, you can go for the gaming laptops. They are super fast. But for just starting up your career, buy something basic. Grow as you grow your career, as your requirements grow, you can then buy better, faster, and more optimized laptops for yourself. And I think that really answered your question. And I know it's a long stretch video, but I wanted to get really to the point and to the core of everything that I wanted to pass across to you in the video. And I hope that answered your question. If it did, let me know in the comment section, give it a like, subscribe, and of course, if you have further questions, use the link showing right now upon your screen, or scan this QR code and I'll get to your questions as soon as possible. Until I come your way again yet with another video, stay safe and goodbye. Hi, welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I'm Dara, and I had another question, and it goes thus: can I be a working class person and still learn DevOps? Thanks very much for the question, and I appreciate the fact that you're actually asking this, because I am thinking you're trying to consider learning DevOps as someone who works in another career. So I'll keep the answer short into this video. Just like learning new skills for your current job, probably you're trying to get a promotion or something, you can learn DevOps while working in that totally different field. I've known people who transitioned from field that is not even IT related into DevOps. That is the short answer to your question. So to answer your question, in short, yes, you can do any other career. You can be a working person in any other field, maybe even in IT field also, and still learn to be a DevOps engineer. It might just take you a little bit of more time and sacrifice to be able to get to that stage you want to be. DevOps is a field that welcomes people from all backgrounds and experiences. In fact, many people I know today who work in the DevOps field come from non-technical backgrounds, and I've learned so far the necessary skills they need to be DevOps engineers through online courses, boot camps, and sometimes even on-the-job training. So you can start by exploring online courses and training programs that cater to your own learning style, schedule, and budget. There are some free courses, there are some paid courses you can actually go through. Now, Microsoft Learn is a platform that offers a free introduction to Azure DevOps course that covers the basics of DevOps and how to actually get started with Azure DevOps. And even as you progress in that your DevOps journey, you'll have hands-on tutorials, walkthroughs, how-tos on how to actually use the different DevOps tools and tech in the DevOps space you're trying to learn. And I'm guessing this is the same for most other DevOps platforms also. And one thing you need to remember is that learning DevOps is a journey. It's not a one-time thing. It's not that, yeah, I've learned DevOps, I can start doing this. Even when you finally become that junior DevOps, mid DevOps, senior DevOps engineer, your learning never stops. So you need to continue learning to be successful as a DevOps engineer. Regardless of your background or experience, DevOps is a field. IT generally, software engineering, the software space is a field that welcomes everyone, regardless of their backgrounds or experiences. Although you would need to continuously learn, because that field, our field, is a continuously moving and fast-paced field. So I'll encourage you actually to join my online community where I share updates on videos like these and new DevOps related content I'm making. For example, I'll be releasing a course in the next couple of weeks. You might want to check them out. I'll put the links in the video description and also the pinned comments for you to check them out when you're opportune to. Now, I hope that really answered your question. And if you got further questions, you can put them in the comments, or more importantly, you can put them in using the link showing right now on your screen, or the QR code showing right about now. That is the way I can easily get to your question and answer them in a timely manner. And I hope you have actually enjoyed this video. If you enjoyed it, remember to give it a thumbs up, share with your friends and family and anyone you think might benefit from this. And remember to also subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any videos just like this one. Until I come your way again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. Now, you don't have to go rambling and get lost in the train of thought when making your videos anymore. This right here helps you master and level up your video production workflow. Watch this video to learn more about the behind the scenes and tricks to looking professional when making your videos. Let's go! So today, friends, I want to introduce you to the Moman T2 teleprompter. Now, what's it for exactly? How do you set it up? And what are the benefits of actually owning one? I'll talk about it all in this video, but first, let's unbox and set it up.
Alright, on the box, you get all the basic information you need to know about the Moman T2 teleprompter. You can see the image of what it really looks like from the outside. And turning it around, you see some of the basic support you can get with it, and then some more information about the device just at the back of it. Now let's actually go ahead and open up the box right now. It's lightweight, I must say. So let's get the box open. Right inside you can see the teleprompting plastic, I call it, with the tempered glass that comes with it. It is proven to be a really strong one, so you can definitely trust it to not fall away when it drops. And then the glass hanger that comes on that, and then that is the lens adapter ring that you find right there, and then that is the tripod base for hanging your phones and cameras and whatnot. Really handy and strong, I say. And in that bag there's a lot of goodies, but I'll come to that later on. And then we have the user manual that contains instruction on how to set the Moman T2 teleprompter up. And to keep. And then we also got, this is the most interesting bit for me in the packaging, that is the remote controller for the Moman T2 teleprompter. That's the one you pair with your iPhones, iPads and Android devices. So let's open that up and see what comes right in there. So it's an handy one, not easy to lose. So this is AAA batteries, 2 of them, just so you know. And then it has those joystick sort of controller that looks more like a gamepad if you're into gaming and all that, you know. So let's get that stored away. And now let's open up the goodie bag. So in the bag there's a lot of other accessories that you get with the Moman T2 teleprompter. First is the tablet / phone mount that you hook up to the teleprompter. Next up is another phone mount. And then you got the phone lens adapters for different kind of cameras, your iPhones, your iPads, your Samsungs, your Oppos, your Huawei's. It's just got lots of it that you can adapt to your phone and hook it up, so there's not light coming into your camera when you mount it at the back of the teleprompter. And then we've got a cleaning swab, and then loads of lens ring adapters for snap it in on the back of the teleprompter so it just stays right there with you. That's a lot, I must say. And that's basically all that comes in the box. So let's actually go ahead and set this up and see what that actually really feels like. Cutting that in now. And then you just wait a little bitty. And once it's snapped in place, it's just good to go. And boom, that's it. And next up, we try to mount our camera up to it. But before that, we mount the tablet stand-ish, or whatever name you want to call it. So that goes just in front of the teleprompter, below it. And find one of the screws to actually pin it to the back so it doesn't fall away with your devices snapped onto it. Just right there. Go over to the back. And you screw it in. And it's ready to go. Basically. That's it. Now let's get our camera set up on this now. Let me just show you a little bit about the tripod that comes in the box. It's got this phone-ish adapter where you can actually get your phone mounted with it, which is really good if you're a vlogger. So that's just an added bonus. So I'm gonna use one of my light stands as a tripod-ish because the other camera is on the main tripod, of course. So I'm just gonna screw that on top of it. Don't mind my clumsiness. And basically that is how it's gonna sort of look like on your tripod when you stand it, because it's a lightweight teleprompter. It wouldn't, fall your camera over or trip your main tripod over. And because my tablet is a little bit heavy, that is why I have to use this one. So it really stands good with your camera right there at the back looking straight into your eyes. Next up, I just put in my tablet and then it snaps on. The next thing I need to do is just get the app with the remote controller and I'll be good to go. Finally, Once it's ready, I just snap my iPhone on and use the remote controller to control the pace I want to go with the teleprompting app, and then I do all the nice things I want to do, and then I start looking pro and nice on all of my videos. So that's it. That's how it looks like standing on my main tripod in my studio, which is really nice and sturdy looking and pro looking for me. And the reason I got this much gear is because I do lots of pro level videos. I hope you like it.
Thanks to the team at Moment Global for sending this over. The link to purchase will be in the video description below and as a pinned comment, so be sure to check it out. Now let's talk about the tech and specs of this Moment T2 teleprompter right here. The device mount supports up to 10-inch devices with a nice one for mobile phones also, which is below here, but I just prefer using it with my tablet, okay? And this can easily also hold your phones for the teleprompter. And in my case, I just use my tablet as I mentioned. The remote controller is Bluetooth enabled and is used with the companion app available for iOS and Android devices, which includes your iPads, your Samsungs and all that. It also got loads of lens adapters and rings for various lenses and even your phone cameras. Yes, that phone camera right there. Okay, so on top of the teleprompter, you get two cold shoe mounts, which is good for mounting your ring lights, microphones, and shotgun mics and all that. Now, you might want to ask me, why should you get one of these teleprompter devices? Why should you get your hands on the Moment T2 teleprompter? That's a very good question. Traditional teleprompters are very expensive, and we'll need some special expertise to use. You need to know how to set up stuff, you need to buy some extra gadgets and all that. But this comes in under £100, which is literally very cheap. So it costs way less than you can even imagine. And for someone like me who talks a lot in their videos, just like this one, this is a game changer in getting your thoughts together in front of you as you make eye contact with your viewers. Can you all even tell that I'm reading something off the teleprompter right now? I don't think you can. It also helps you become more professional in mastering your content creation and sounds like you really got your head on the game. Now, I can go rambling all around and come back and still get into my train of thoughts inside my script. Now, you might want to ask me, who should get this? That's a very good question also. Content creators looking to level up their content creation processes, look smart, just like me, and keep eye contact while going through lots of text items and not break the bank would definitely love to get their hands on this teleprompter because, as I mentioned earlier on, it's very affordable and it doesn't break the bank and it's also very portable. Now, you might want to ask me also, what are my first impressions of using this teleprompter device? I've had it for when recording this video for about less than a week or so, and the man asked me, you've used it for just very little time, why do you like it so much? Well, the first thing I love about it is that it's very compact. You can see the size right here. It's pretty nice and portable, and also the accessories that come with it is a lot, so I can mount this on literally any lens. I have about 2 professional cameras that I use for this. I have my Canon M50 Mark II and my EOS 1300D, so I can mount the teleprompter on any of these ones and I'm pretty much good to go. And also I can mount this with my phone, so if I want to record with my phones I can literally do that also, which is a very good one. And I've taken this on the road trip over the weekend and I used it to record 4 videos of my wife for our YouTube channel before I'm actually recording this unboxing video right now. So I'm really telling you about what I've used and I really love it, I must say. Now, Moment is not paying me to say good things about this teleprompter, but I can say I am liking it, okay? Now, you might want to ask me, so how do you score this on a level? So, on a scale of 1 to 5, where 5 is super, and 1 is packaging, it's a 5/5. Portability, it's 5/5. Accessories, that's a lot, that's 5/5. And ease of setting up, I'll probably give it a 4/5 there because the Android app still needs a little bit of work and it was not very easy for me to set up at the first go. Well, it would also be nice to have it in the Play Store instead of having to go download an APK file for people who don't want to download APK files and just download from the App Store. It also sort of verifies the app. But that aside, it's a very good one and easy to set up on my iPhone, which is really literally good. Now, usability is also 5/5 because I can literally mount this on any device. So I'm mounting this on my professional tripod and all that. I can literally also use the tripod that came with the kits when I'm on the go and vlogging, having fun, vacations here and there. I can actually do that also. So friends, that's it for the day. Thanks for watching this far. If you've gotten any value from this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up, and subscribe to my channel if you have not done so yet, especially if you're new, so you don't miss videos just like this one. And also you help others discover videos just like this. So I'll be seeing you in another video. Cheers and happy video production. Goodbye.
Here's a nice packaging of the Solian R-Off. It's a really nice one, I must tell you. And it is its own box. And slide a speaker out of it. The user manual and all the instructions that comes along with it. Pretty much use them. It's got a packaging to make it stable in the box. This time, it's got a power knob plus volume control. RGB lighting at the edge, and at the back is the power button that turns, which is a fairly long one, that connects to the jack. Many USB power source you have might be your power bank or your computer, and it's got a 3.5mm jack, and that is what you use to do 50% on my volume controller. And then I just this pretty much. It's just perfect because all computers I know, they have 3.5mm jack. So it'll be in the description and comments below. Although I would have liked if the color switch frequency.
Made from recycled materials, the setup Noid Desk Matte Gray with brown gives you the perfect balance of control and speed, with a micro-textured cloth surface for speed and control playstyles. The unboxing is straightforward with a minimal packaging which helps you save waste. Only one plastic wrap and I get the soft feel desk mat. Away goes the old and in comes the new setup Noid Desk Matte Gray with brown. If you'd like to get one, I will put the product link with a 20% discount code in the video description and also as a pinned comment. I'll be seeing you again in another video. Goodbye. Hello, I would like to know your thoughts on whether DevOps will take over cloud engineering roles. I've seen this on YouTube from popular DevOps content creators. Also, kindly share some of your online platforms for learning cloud engineering. This question is something that I would want to debunk first. Is there's a clear distinction between DevOps engineering and cloud engineering. There's also platform engineering. There's also site reliability engineering. They are different roles. Although, in some ways, some of the functions they perform overlap. But then the truth of the matter is, a DevOps engineer could do some of the things a cloud engineer does, and a cloud engineer could do some of the things a DevOps engineer does. Don't get that wrong. Although they are different roles. I've made a video previously defining those separate roles, so I wouldn't go into that details. But I think one thing YouTube content creators do, online content creators do generally, is to get a hook on their content. And the hook is simply to make you watch that content, although they would explain things on and on and on and on. But I don't even want to go there because that's not the kind of channel, that's not the kind of things I do on my channel. I don't do hooks, I just say things as they are. So let me get straight to the point. The short of the matter is there's a straight difference between DevOps and cloud engineering. They are different, although some of those roles overlap. So the fact that you see some of your favorite content creators say DevOps engineering will take over cloud engineering, platform engineering will take over DevOps engineering, one engineer will take over the other kind of engineering. In a way, it could be true to them in their world, but the fact of the matter is, the space we are in industry today, I don't see it happening quite yet. Because a DevOps engineer deals with automating, creating pipelines, maintaining relationships between stakeholders. That's not the job of a cloud engineer. A DevOps engineer takes that one step further. Although they could perform, yes, roles of cloud engineers. A cloud engineer could evolve into a DevOps engineer. Well, of course, a DevOps engineer will probably not evolve to a cloud engineer, but then there's a specialty. In cloud, if you focus on cloud engineering, there are some things in the cloud you will know much, much deeper than a DevOps engineer, while a DevOps engineer will probably know it just on the surface. And it goes both ways. So the fact that you would see a lot of people talk about it is just to gain, how do I call it, clout. And that is where I'll put it. That's where I'll settle that matter. I will not talk so much about it. We just focus on learning DevOps and being better. Because if you're just starting your career and you're thinking about, yeah, this one will take over this one will take over this one, I see it as a waste of time thinking about those things. I've been in, previously, where I would say, yeah, this one is better than the other one. Those were times of ignorance. And I'm highly disappointed that people are actually still talking about this in 2024. That is the simple matter. Well, I don't want to sound annoyed, but that's how I feel. Saying one thing took over the other so that they would watch your videos, I don't think is the right way to go about things. And I'll just leave it at that. And I'll go ahead and answer the second part of your question really straight. And I hope that really answered that section. So, online platforms for learning cloud engineering. As you know me, I'm more focused on the Microsoft platform. I'm not saying other platforms are bad. I'm not saying they are not great. They are good for what they do. And as I've said also, most cloud platforms actually are almost the same in terms of their offerings. It's just a matter of preference and some of the extra little bits and pieces they put on top of it. So platforms to learn cloud engineering, and I'll focus on the Microsoft one here for now. So to learn cloud engineering, pretty simple. Microsoft Learn is the way to learn Microsoft technologies. It's the platform to go. Learn.microsoft.com is the website to go to learn Microsoft cloud technologies, cloud engineering, Azure administration, Azure fundamentals, Azure DevOps, Azure software engineering, as developing apps for Azure, Azure data, anything in Azure. Anything Microsoft, you go to learn.microsoft.com to learn stuff. And if it's programming you also want to learn, .net/videos is there for you. And this sort of brings me back to the other question. I just remember something now. Many years ago, about 10 plus years ago, there are a lot of people who told me, yes, Adara, you're learning C#. C# will be outdated pretty soon. Java is the reigning thing. And then I would have gone to learn Java. Of course, Java is still doing great today. C# is also doing great. C# is one of the most popular languages people actually use today. Enterprises use C#. If I had listened to them back then and not improved myself in C# and gone ahead to do other things, I would probably be a frustrated software engineer today and not be where I am today. Of course, every programming language has some bits and pieces they offer on the side, but then if you've set your mind to learn something, to be good at something, you would find a place at the table. That's simple facts. There are still people who use COBOL today, as old and dated as that programming language is. There are people who use it and still make a good, decent amount of money writing COBOL. So don't get me wrong, that something will take over the other one and you're scared that it will take your job away. I'll probably say you're not good enough at that thing for one thing to take that over. And I'll say this also to sort of come to that is, I tell this a lot, and it's not to brag, it's not to sort of flaunt my trumpet, is if I was to, resign from my job today or something happens, I get laid off, I'm pretty confident that with the skills I have, even if people say it's outdated or something will take it over in the next 2, 3, 4 years, is that I will get another gig. I'll get another thing to do within the next 2 weeks. I can say that for a fact. And it's not being proud, it's just the fact that I know that my skills are relevant. What I know are needed. My skills are needed by one company somewhere. And if at the very worst, the skill is not needed, I can build something that will use that skill adequately well and have a product on the market that will sell just fine with the skills I have. And that is where I'll answer that question. So, platforms to learn cloud engineering, Microsoft Learn is where I will actually lead you to. And also, you can check out some YouTube videos. There are some great content on Udemy also if you like to pay for the content. But of course, if you want to learn it for free, which I normally advise you to start with actually, YouTube is there. Microsoft Learn is there for you to learn those platforms. And I make some of these videos also, and I'm making more tutorials on my channel also if you want to check those out. And I really hope that answered your question. And if you have further questions, you of course know what to do. The same way you ask this question, put it in the link showing right now about your screen, or scan the QR code showing right about now, and I'll get to it as soon as possible. And until I come your way again yet to another video, stay safe and goodbye. So a few weeks back, I checked out the Swan Scout 3-in-1 portable wireless charging station, which I actually have on my desk right now.
this one right here, which I reviewed, and I can attest to the fact that I've been using it in my decks ever since then, and it's absolutely awesome. It's a 3-in-1 charging pad for charging your phone, charging your watch, and also charging your wireless earbuds. But then it couldn't charge my wife's Apple Watch. So Squanscap reached out again and mentioned that they actually have something my wife would love and would work for all Apple devices. So my wife uses the Apple iPhone, she uses the Apple earbuds, and she uses the Apple Watch. I am not so much of an Apple person. I'm an Android guy. You'll probably know that already. So they reached out and they were like, this Squanscout 770M would be the perfect fit for my wife. So I'm gonna check it out today in this video, review it, and tell you pretty much all I think about it, and really decide. Well, I'm not the one who decide anyway. My wife is gonna decide that if this is the right fit for my wife. And from testing so far, I can pretty much say personally I love it. My wife's opinion might differ on this, but I guess I've seen the pictures alone. She was like, I think I really would like this device right here. So it's a 3-in-1 charging station. As you might see, it's charging the AirPods right here, and also it's charging the Apple Watch. And that is pretty nice actually, to see that I can charge all the 3 devices all in one. And of course the fact that I can use this also as sort of a nightstand device is pretty nice to see. So if you look closely here, you can see that I am charging all this. The Apple iPhone is stood up just like that, just that beautiful, and charges via just one cable, which requires a 9 volts 2 amperes input. So you need a pretty beefy charger to be able to do that, because the earbuds require about 3.5 watts max to work, the phones require 10 watts, and the watch requires 2.5 watts to be able to charge. Before you come back, what do you think of this? Say it loud. What do you think of this design?
I think it's smart.
It is smart. You really like it.
Yes.
As I said she would like it, guys. I really said so, and she really likes it. Okay, that's noted. So I've got an immediate feedback from my wife. She said she really loved it, and this is gonna be our charging station now. So it's beautiful. So one thing I think I really like about this device here, although it's not for me, I would have really loved if it was for me, is that the phone, which is a Apple 10 now, is that it has this nightstand feature where if you were to put the phone docked horizontally, it would start the nightstand mode. I'm not sure if you can see that on the big camera. You can see it will start the nightstand mode, which I think is really beautiful to see. And I can adjust the angle. I think it needs to be at a particular angle to be able to do the nightstand thing. I can modify the arms here, the arms of the angels, to be the fit that I want. So this pretty much, if this was my device, this is the setup I would have for it going on. And the fact that it could actually attach to the phone wirelessly, not my phone, my wife's phone wirelessly, I think is pretty smart. So it's pretty much that. As for what comes in the packaging, most of the packaging is pretty straightforward. You get the charging station itself, you get the user manual, a warranty card, and a USB-C to C cable. Pretty much that's all you get in the box. Not so much fuss about the packaging. But I think if you were to ask me my personal opinion about this device, I think it is beautiful. Well, for me, I like black, but this comes in white. So if white, okay, of course, if you're using Apple, you probably love the white color. It's a given. We Android guys probably love blackish. But I think it's a very smart design. It's a very beautiful design. In my wife's word, it is smart. It's a pretty nice device. I like the fact that it sort of looks angelic, if that's what I'm permitted to use on a YouTube video. It looks angelic. The fact that it's got wings. And of course, if you're not charging the phone or the watch, you can just pretty much slam it down this way and it snaps onto the sides. And top spec for me is just that it's beautiful. And if you ask me how much this costs, at the time of recording this video, it's actually on sale for about £38.68, which I think is still, if you're watching this video right now and it's still that price, I would say go ahead and buy it right away if you're in the Apple ecosystem, because this works exclusively with Apple devices, especially just the Apple Watch feature beauty of this. If you're not on a watch person and you still like it, you can just ignore the watch part and still charge your phone, albeit you need a MagSafe thing to get it working. But if you're using an iPhone, this is the device for you. Your watch charging, your earbuds charging, and your watch charging. The original price goes for about $77.37. Whatever deal you go for, either the sale price or the regular price, you can still go ahead and get a 10% off the price using my discount code Dara or Ladapo, because I've partnered with Scout to be able to get this device out to my audiences. I'll put a link in the video description and also as a pinned comment for you to check out if that is something you are really looking out for, if you like it. But I don't think you should not like it. I think you should really love it, because for me, I think it's beautiful. It's nice. And one thing for me is mobility and flexibility in usage of devices. Given that this, I don't have to worry about wire tangles. I only care about one wire to charge 3 devices. That's it for me. And this is what makes this device really good for me. And even the Scout 703 S that I've reviewed previously on my channel, that's one reason I love that device, and I use it every day now. Even when I'm traveling, I'm on the go, I take it with me. When I'm going to the office, I take it with me, because it's just a need to have device in your life. A wireless charging station for your devices is something you really need to have. And remember, 10% off if you use my code DAROLADAPO. I'll put a direct link also in the video description for you to actually check out for yourself. I think that's pretty much it for today's video. I don't want to beat around the bush too much and tell you that I love it for 50 minutes all over and over again. If you really like it, go check it out. I think for me, if I'm buying a gift for someone who is fully Apple mobile ecosystem, I'm gonna get this for them, because the sale price is a steal. Even the original price, I think, is pretty much worth it, and it's something you can go for with a 10% off discount for it. Although Scout is not paying me, this video is not sponsored, I'm just getting the device to review. That's all that is happening in this video, but I think I really like it. Yeah, so that is something you might want to pick for your desk setup to see how beautiful it looks. As you can see in the B-rolls, how it looks on my desk setup. Although it's going on the bedstand in the room, I cannot show you my room. No, I will not do that. So yeah, you can see how that looks. Yeah, pretty much I'm gonna say bye on today's video, really, because I'm pretty much done saying all I need to say about it. Everything I need to say about it is really, I love it. It's beautiful, it's nice, it's smart. Go get it if you are in the Apple ecosystem, and let me know actually what you think in the video comments, and I will look forward to hearing from you. Until I come your way yet again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. Back to work. Hi, so another question I got was, can one use Azure DevOps pipeline to deploy to non-Azure services? Short answer is yes. Hi there, my name is Dara. Let's talk about how nice Azure DevOps is. Well, I'll appreciate it if you give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel. I need a notification bell so you do not miss any videos coming from me. That said, let's go dive into why I said yes. Azure DevOps is a suite of services that lets you manage your DevOps workflow. It has services you can pick one or more from to achieve some of your goals. It has about 5 main services. You have the bots, which you use to manage your work items. You have your repos, which you store your code in. You have pipelines. You have artifacts, and you have test plans. And this helps you generally just have your workflow in one place. But the sweet thing about Azure DevOps is you can pick just one of them depending on your use case, or you can decide to pick more of it, or maybe even make it your whole suite of DevOps management service. It's actually an all-in-one if you want it to be, and it can be a one-in-all for you. Depending on you, you can decide it. Now, one of the cool things about Azure DevOps is it's not only meant for deploying applications to Azure. You can use Azure DevOps to deploy to AWS, to GCP, even on-prem service. That is how cool Azure DevOps is. You can even use it to deploy to Docker containers, Docker Hub. You can create your own private container registry. You can literally build any language, deploy to any cloud and any platform of your choosing. As long as it can be scripted, Azure DevOps can handle it. As long as there's a connection point between Azure DevOps and that service, Azure DevOps can handle it for you. So yes, you can use Azure DevOps to deploy from Azure DevOps itself to the other cloud services. Now, the Azure DevOps Marketplace is one of the things you also want to check out. It contains extensions you can add to your Azure DevOps service to help you deploy to your target services. Now, that being answered, remember to send in your questions in the link showing on your screen now. I'll also put the link in the video description and as a pinned comment. I hope you enjoyed this video. Remember to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel so you don't miss any further videos coming from me. Enjoy, and I'll be seeing you again in another video. Goodbye. The Firefine K669D is a dynamic microphone with a solid metal build for podcasters, streamers, and anyone looking for a budget and quality microphone. I'll be telling you all about it in today's video, so stay tuned. The packaging of the K669D is straightforward as you get the microphone and desktop tripod in the case. The internal threading supports 3/8 or 5/8 inch screws, giving you real versatility of mounting options if that is something you're looking for. But of course, I generally recommend you use this on a boom arm if you're getting to use it for your setup. Now, the setup I'm using for the recording today is the Firefine K669D and the Firefine SA3 audio interface. Of course, you can use this with any other interface you currently have or you're planning to get in the future, but I generally recommend you get this with the Firefine ecosystem so you get a little bit of a Firefine love going on around you. And I think I like the RGB colors on the SA3, and you can check that out in the other video I made reviewing the Firefine SA3 audio interface. Now, this is a dynamic microphone, meaning that it tries its best to cancel out noise and ambient sound around the microphone, only receiving input from the top level side here. So what that simply means is that as I try to speak to it this way, it works, and I try to move and turn it around the way, the audio level gets a little bit watered down as I turn around. And if I try to turn a little bit back towards me, you see the audio start to pick up again, and then it tries to go away again. But of course, it's picking up some sound, meaning that I'm moving it around there. So that is the kind of thing you get with the Firefine K690 microphone. But I think I like the solid build. It feels really solid. It doesn't feel cheap at all, and I think I like that feature around it. Now, you can use this with the desktop tripod, as I said, but I generally, honestly, would recommend you find one of the boom arms on the market. Firefine has some to offer that you can use to boom this, so you can have a versatility of movement around your desk and make this really pop out in your setup. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the Firefine K669D is compatible with any audio interface that supports 3-pin XLR input, but you can also check out the SA3 audio interface to make your setup in the same ecosystem. Now, all the video I've been recording has been done with no EQ, no filters added, nothing whatsoever done on the video, and this is ideally the position I will have the K669D if I was to be recording with this setup. I'm not trying to bring it as close to me, as possible to sort of have a nice, crispy audio. This is the setup. If I was to be recording, this is the ideal distance. This would be away from me. If I'm recording any of my DevOps videos or any tutorial or anything I got going on, this is the distance I'll be with me, and this is just about almost 1 foot away from my mouth, and that is my recording position. Really, that is what I try to do in my video, so I don't get a lot of the plosives and the sibilants into the microphone. But of course, I'm gonna bring this a little bit closer now so you can do some little bit of a plosive test. Now, this tries to cancel out as much noise as possible, but I'm gonna try to make it plosive, and I can check the audio levels here. It really sounds nice, but I'm gonna listen to it after, and I'm trying not to listen to it so I don't try to correct anything. Now, let's go plosive. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers that Peter Piper picked? Now, that's almost sweet as my tongue, but that's good. Now, what I think about the Firefine K690 microphone is that as a budget microphone coming under £40 or $45, depending on the market you're in at the time of this recording, I don't think you'll go around picking this up as a microphone to use for your podcast recording, live streams, and voiceovers. And the fact that it has a solid metal build gives it this quality feel that you get
not even with some of the more expensive options. You get decent audio, you get good quality audio. Its budget is quality study. With the price it comes at, of course, don't expect a boom arm to come along with it, but you can go ahead and get one for yourself. If you're thinking of actually really using this to make your setup pop. I mentioned you can still use the desktop tripod that comes along with it. You can definitely use it, but if you have your laptop on the same desk, you have things making noise on the same desk, you don't want to do that like you hear in this video. And the reason I am not canceling out any noise in this video is so you can hear everything for what it really is. But I think for what it does, for the quality you get out of it, if you get this on a boom arm, you get the best quality audio you can ever think of out of this microphone because it's solid. And if you add some EQs, add some filters, add some little bits of, modifications like
this one that I'm doing here, you can see
recycling to the voices.
depending on your audio
Interface, you can
I know you heard that. You can sort of have a bit of love coming around the microphone for you. And I think this is really nice and this is a great option for you to get. So be sure to check it out. I'll be dropping the links in the video description and also pinned comment if you really like to check this out and get one for yourself. I recommend it if it's something you're looking at. And if you've gained a little bit of value from this video, please remember to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel if you haven't done so yet, so you don't miss any further videos from this one. So if you ask me if I would recommend this microphone, I'll say yes, I recommend it for anyone looking for a budget option. Of course, I've done other budget microphone reviews on my channel. You can check those out also. But I recommend this microphone because it's had a solid build. Not so much of a design fuss going around it. I like my setup clean and nice. Of course, on RGB, but I like the clean design. I like the straightforward design, and getting this in a boom arm will make this really pop out for you. If you're looking to get it. That is my review of the Fifine K690, and I hope you really liked it. Remember, like, share, and comment to let me know what you think about the Fifine K690 microphone from Fifine. I'll see you again in a video. Stay safe and goodbye. Hi there, how are you doing today? I'm Dara and I'm back again with another question on Dev Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got another question, and the question goes thus. After labs and sats, how else can one show proficiency in DevOps, like projects and portfolio? Yeah, that's a very good question, to be honest, because of course, showcasing your proficiency gives you opportunity to get roles and contracts and things that help you earn income with the skills that you have. So this is a very good question to ask, and I'm almost certain a lot of people will be asking those questions. So I've done the SATs, I've done the fundamentals, I've done an associate level exam, I've done the expert level exam. How do I show that I know what I say I know? Now, one of the things I tell folks a lot is, as you're learning, document the process and put it online. That is one important thing. Document the process and put it online. Yes, you're preparing. You might be a private person. That is totally fine. Document this process, put it online, maybe on your website, on your GitHub. You can use all these free website making tools if you don't want to spend the money into making your own website. But of course, it's advisable you have your own website also if you're someone that's looking to be really professional. Put your learning process online, the skills you've learned along the way. Of course, if you're doing private projects, do not put details of those private projects online. You want to show examples from them, not the entire project. Do not go against your contract rules. Okay. Now, that aside, you also want to join a community. Joining community is essential if you really want to showcase your skills. And how do I mean by this? When you join a community of developers, of DevOps engineers, of certified people, you volunteer to speak, you volunteer to contribute to discussions, to programs, to events. This way, people who attend those community events will see you, you connect, you make a network with them, and then they'll be able to refer you for jobs, for gigs, for projects and stuff, because they can see that, you know what, so for example, you've been just certified in, let's say, Azure as an Azure Developer Associate, okay? You've done your AZ-204 and you passed. You might want to give a talk on how I passed my AZ-204 tips and tricks, all right? That is you showing proficiency in that exam. Now, it doesn't mean that you're teaching them
how to pass the exam. Essentially, it doesn't mean you're teaching them the whole course, but you're showing that I've written this exam, I know what it takes, and I'm showcasing it. Now, take for example, one of the sponsors of that meetup is attending that event that day, and they need an Azure developer. That is an opportunity for you to get a job. So they say that, oh, you're speaking, you know AZ204, you might actually come train some of our guys, or you might be a full-time Azure developer in our organization. So joining community is one of the best ways you can showcase your skills, and of course making content just like this. Now for me, I wouldn't say I know a lot, to be honest. Of course I do know a lot, quite a bit, but I don't know a lot. But the little I know, I try to share it online. That is how I show profit. That is why you're able to ask me this question, because I show that I care. So make videos like this, make a blog post, contribute on forums. You don't have to make your own website if you don't want to, okay? There's Medium, there's Ashno, there's places where you can actually put answers to questions. Stack Overflow is there. Answer questions on Stack Overflow. There's Stack Overflow jobs where you can see gigs and stuff. There's just quite a lot. Essentially, you want to be giving back that knowledge little by little, and then step by step, little by little, you'll be getting discovered, and that's where you can add those talks, those blog posts, those forum contributions, those events you've attended. You can start adding them to your portfolio little by little without even actually having to do a real world project on whatever certification you have, which I know it's hard to do, to actually have a project if you don't have the connection to do a project. So you want to be showcasing this by giving talks, by making videos like this. You can make a YouTube video or a TikTok video, an Instagram reel that says, oh, here are 5 steps to pass your AZ2, for example. You put all those funny sounds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You put all those steps, people follow you, they discover you, organizations actually see these videos you put online. So that way you are able to show that you know what you say you know. And I hope that answered your question. Of course, if you have further questions, you know what to do. Put it in the comment section, or most importantly, put in the form link showing on the screen right now, and in the one I'll put in the video description. And of course, please like this video. Like this video and share with your friends and family to help this channel and also help people discover videos just like this one. Until I come your way again with another video, you know what I say? Stay safe and goodbye. I'll be seeing you at the top.
How will you advise your younger self if you were to restart your DevOps journey, or advise an enthusiast willing to transition into DevOps space? And what's your take on taking this ever-demanding cloud certification, Azure to be precise? Now, that's another question I got on Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything, and it's something you would want to ask someone that has been in the industry for quite some time now. Been in the industry now for almost a decade, specifically actually in the DevOps field for almost a decade. And it's a good question to ask simply because you want to know if I would do things differently than I did if I was to start my DevOps career all over again. So, as I said in some of my previous videos, my story on how I got started in DevOps, I think if I was to go back in time to learn DevOps all over again, to pick the field in this DevOps space, I think 3 things will be most important to me. And I think first of them would be to find a defined pathway to learn. Yes, I finally got there. I finally got to this place where I could be confident of my DevOps skill, but then my learning was all over the place. I learned cloud, I learned how to deploy, I learned networking probably 4 years in and all those kind of stuff. But then, if I could go back in time, I would find a defined pathway to learn DevOps. I would literally go ahead and research and see the things I need to learn. But then also, I would not want that to determine, because learning and being an expert in this field is not just about, going through the pathways, getting certified and all that. It's about knowing what you're doing also. It's about being able to practicalize what you have learned. So, I'll say as an addition to the first point, which is get a defined pathway, practice what you learn. Practice those steps, practice those tutorials, those videos you watch, those books you read. Practice and ensure that you are confident of what you've learned before you move on to the next phase. So that when you get to the field, when you get to start working on projects, even if there are problems, there's a principle to be applied here. you know there's a step to be applied, that there's a process to doing things that you need to apply to get problem solved. And the truth of the matter is, problems no go finish. Problems never finish in the DevOps space. There are new challenges every day. The cloud is ever changing. Technology is ever changing. So there'll be new challenges, new things for you to learn every single day. So the fun is just getting started even when you're 20 years in the field. So get a defined pathway, practice what you learn. And the third point, which I would say, which I think has helped me, is never ever stop learning. That you know something now does not mean it will be relevant in the next 2, 3, 4 years. That you think you know what you're doing now does not mean it is the best way of doing it. So learn new ways of doing things, learn industry standard, learn evolving ways of doing things, and then conform to that way. If you don't do that, you'll get outdated really fast. So continuous learning, get a defined pathway, practice what you learn. And I think as a bonus point is also be a member of a community. That is something that helped me. So if I will go back in time and advise my younger self, I'll probably still stick to everything I've done, except that I'll find a defined pathway, because those are things that I think helped me in my journey to get where I am today. And to the other question, which is to ask what my take is on cloud certifications. As I've mentioned in some of my previous videos, certifications are great. Certifications are awesome. They are amazing. But then, certifications should not be the end goal of your career, of whatever you're doing. Certifications are a way, gives you that extra edge over someone who doesn't have it. Don't get me wrong about that. So I'm a big advocate of certifications. But then I think what you need to focus more on is knowing what you are being certified on. I'll say this for a fact, and it's probably an unpopular opinion, is that you can cram and go write the certification exam and pass. It's a simple truth. But then, what would set you apart, even if you're all certified, you got the jobs, is the fact that you know what you're doing. I've seen a lot of people who are certified, have many certifications, and they don't know what they are saying. I've seen this, and I've seen people who are not certified and they really know their onions. So get certified if you can. If you want to get certified, I'm a big advocate of that. It gives you the extra edge. But then don't let the certifications cloud your learning. Continuously learn. If you go get certified in whatever you're doing, your learning is what will reflect in the certification. I know there have been exams I wrote, there are certification exams I wrote where I literally did not prepare, but it was my learning that helped me actually pass those exams. I'll give you an example, and I'm gonna be really practical here with you. The first time I wrote the AZ 400 exam, well, the only time I wrote the original exam, because we just renew it every year now, I can tell you for a fact that I did not study for that exam. I can tell you that for a fact. I did not study, although I will advise you today to study. But the reason I passed that exam, and on the first try, was because I have been doing Azure DevOps. I've been doing DevOps for many, many years before I tried to write the exam. So I knew what was going to come out. I've been, teaching people about it, talking about it in communities, learning and relearning stuff about Azure DevOps. So when I went to write the exam, it was more like a piece of cake, because I have put myself to learning. And today, one of the things I could teach, one of the courses I can teach without faltering, without actually having a manual, without actually having a teaching guide or whatsoever, is Azure DevOps, because it's something I've put all my learning into to understand the ins and outs of it. And that is what I want to advise you. Yeah, get certified if you want to. Get certified. I will say yes, get certified. It gives the extra edge. But then don't let it stop your learning. Don't let it hinder you actually putting yourself to be good at what you're doing. And that is where I'll wrap up the answer to that question. And I hope that really answered the question. If you have further questions, you know what to do. Use the link showing right now about your screen, or scan the QR code showing right about now, and I'll get to it pretty soon. Until I come your way yet again with another video. Stay safe and goodbye.
If you have previously used the Mono PD100 or the PD100U, you would probably want to fall in love with this microphone right here, because it's glowing, it's beautiful. And this is the Mono PD PD100X dynamic XLR USB microphone with RG Blue. And I'll be telling you all about it in today's video. But before that, let's talk about what comes in the box. With all mono products, it comes in the golden, yellow, and black packaging, which is really nice and beautiful to actually look. I love having it on display in my home office / studio setup. And you get the information card and the user manual to tell you all about the microphone and what you get. And then of course you get some kits, which is the USB-C to USB-C/A cable, and then you get a weighted base, which is a stand which you can use with the microphone to stand it on your desk if you're not using a boom or desk clamp like I am. This way it's good, it's nice, but it's not something I would be using for my setup because I am Mr. Clamp everything. And then of course you have the microphone itself, which comes in handy, beautiful. It's a little bit heavier than the Mono PD100, which I've previously reviewed on this channel. You can check it out in one of the cards showing right about now. And that's about all you get in the box, really. Not so much fuss about the packaging. And setting this up on your desk, you have three options of mounting this. You can either use the base that comes with it. You can get an extension rod to make it a little bit higher on your desk so you can stand it and make it work for you. Or you can go high profile so that you can really have it boom and show in your setup, and then you can have it in a low profile boom arm setup like this. Mono has accessories that you can use for this kind of scenario, like this low profile boom arm or an high profile boom arm, or you can get other third party options for this. I generally would recommend you actually use a clamp or microphone boom arm setup like this one, so your microphone can be a little bit mobile and easy to move around in your setup and doesn't get in the way of you actually really doing the work. And you might want to ask me, what are the top features of this microphone? Of course, it has XLR and USB. It means you can use it either with an audio interface. For this recording, I am using the Mono Caster G1 Neo to record this in XLR mode and also recording to my recording software using the USB mode also. I will put cards right here to show which device output options I am actually using at every point in time. I will switch on and off between each of them. And you're hearing the audio generally raw as it comes from the microphone right about now, with no editing done whatsoever, with no gain. And I'm recording in a general scenario I would record it on a normal day. I have my door open, my camera is about 2 meters away from me because I use a crop sensor lens with a 55mm lens, so it has to be a little bit far away to get this nice shot of me. I have my family in the house and they make their normal sound. Nobody's disturbing at the moment, of course, and you can get a feel of that. Everybody is just going about their normal day, and of course, my computer is blaring the fan, my desktop here is making its own noise, and it's generally just like that. But one thing to note with the Mono PD100X, the fact that you can also use the MonoLink software with it. Currently now, I am at about 52% gain looking in the MonoLink software. In a later part of this video, I will come from my feature and actually show you how I use the MonoLink software for this purpose. But of course, I've not done any modification whatsoever to this audio. No EQ, no compression, no noise removal whatsoever. Hi, my future self here. And what I'm trying to do today is record and show you how the MonoLink software actually works. So let's get started. I'm monitoring the audio in my ear, so there's a bit of lag in my hair, but I can live with that. So let's get started with the very first step. I have downloaded the MonoLink software, and this is the very first time I'm actually opening this on my computer, and by default it actually recognizes the microphone, which is the PD100X RGB microphone. If I click into that, I see a couple of options on what I can do. So the gain as it is right now is at 44, and it's going to go all the way up to 100, and that sort of brings up the volume level. I think I'm just going to bring that down to about 50. Yeah, 50 I think sounds right about okay. And I could turn on or turn off headphone monitoring. It means I'm no longer hearing the audio in my ears, but it's still going into the software, which is actually good. I'm actually recording this into OBS at the moment, which is pretty nice. I can modify that monitoring level also. I think I need that for my own sanity, so I'm going to turn that back on and put it at just about 62%. and I can change my tone. That is how deep my voice should normally sound, and I could put that to natural. This is what natural voice would sound like if I was to be using the monolink software to change my audio toning level and all that. And then I could go deep, and this is what deep would really sound like if I was to be doing that. I think I would probably go deep if I was to be in USB mode, and I think that's nice. And one thing to actually note with the monolink software is that it is available for Windows, Mac, Android, and iOS operating system. So whatever device you're actually using, it is pretty much okay. And also, you can turn the RGB on or off, and this is what that looks like when I have the RGB turned off. So there's no light, and then if I turn it back on, you can see the glow actually really happen. And I think I'm just gonna have the RGB on forever and ever. And I can adjust the brightness. I actually never saw that up until now. So I can make the RGB really glow, and I can change the color to just be one color, a couple of colors, or continuous colors. I think I'm gonna stick with the continuous colors for myself, and that is the basic mode. And I can also decide to go advanced mode. Advanced mode is where you can actually do a bit of more EQ on your stuff, and I think I would really like that. So let's try high pass filter, and that's what high pass filter looks like. And this is what presence boost sounds like if I was to do that. Presence boost, presence boost, I'm a very good man. And this is what high pass filter and presence boost sounds like. And I can actually modify my noise level. So if I want to do noise reduction, I can do that, which is nice. Now I've cancelled out all the noise. So all the audio you've been hearing previously, I've had noise in them. And right now, there is no more noise. So on the microphone itself, you can actually go ahead and reduce noise. And I think that is really, really nice to have for your setup. But what I realize is that at some point it is cutting off some bit of the audio. So I might want to reduce the noise filter just a little bit so that it doesn't cut off all my audio for my recording. And I think that is really good. So it sort of puts a noise gate in front of the voice so that, as I speak, it just starts getting the audio. And when I shut up, it just reduces and meets everything else. Our compression is also something I would like in the setup. And I should bring my noise level down a little bit actually. And I can also set a voice limiter to avoid picking. So if I want to go super loud or super low, I can always do that. And that is the monolink software really in general, what the fill sounds like. I could turn the noise filter off again, and that is what that would sound like for myself. But I think what I would prefer to do, instead of using the noise filter on the microphone itself, if you want to do that, you can actually really do that. I would rather prefer to do my noise cancellation inside of the OBS software, because I think I would generally prefer that kind of noise suppression because that is happening on my computer and I have enough hardware to be able to do that. And if I was to compare that, so that is what that would sound like because I have the compression now, RN noise and OBS. Sounds pretty nice for the kind of setup I have. And that is what that sounds like with noise suppression with OBS. And this is what noise suppression with monolink software would sound like. This is noise suppression with monolink software, and that's what that sounds like. It's nice, it's good, but then if you are not speaking for a long time, to pick up, there's a little bit of a lag in between that, but I think generally it's just pretty nice. So that is what monolink software does for you, and I think I like it. It works. Yeah, pretty much that is what that sounds like. I think I enjoyed it. The monolink software is actually nice. I think I enjoy working with it, and you should check it out also if it's something you're looking to do in your setup. I think I like it. I like it. And the microphone generally is just nice and beautiful and pretty cool. What do you think? If this was my real streaming setup, would you watch my live stream sessions? Let me know in the comments. And that is what really that sounds like. I've been speaking to it all this while, no changes whatsoever. And that is what that sounds like. And if you're talking about the modeling software, it means you can program the RGB, and of course you can use the onboard controls to actually do this. It has this one touch mode function, which is actually pretty nice. You don't have to just give it a little bit of tap back. My audio really comes back to life, which I think is really nice. And this knob is a 2-in-1. It means with one press you can either adjust the level at which you're hearing the direct monitoring. I don't need direct monitoring because I've been using this all day and I know what audio levels this really sounds like for the setup. And then you tap it again and then it goes to modify the gain level or the direct monitoring level for this microphone. And the RGB control is right here at the bottom. If you press it a couple of times, it will switch over. As you can see, this is the glowy effect of this one right here. You can always program it for your own use cases and scenario. I think I would just leave it this way for the rest of this recording, and that's what really that sounds like. I've talked about most of the features. Now, talking about the price, at the time of recording this video, this comes in at about $60, which is $59.99. I'll put a link to actually purchase one either from the Mono website and also Amazon website. These are affiliate links, so I'll get a bit of commission when you purchase, but that comes at no extra cost to you whatsoever. So you can check them out and see if it's something you really get. Now, you might want to ask me who this mic is really for. But before we get to that, let's actually do some tests to actually see if you would consider it at all. Now, I've been speaking to it all this while, no editing done whatsoever, and I've been about 2.5 3 inches away from my mouth. That is what I'm speaking. But if I come a little bit closer, this is what that really sounds like. So if you have it close up in your mouth, that is what that is really gonna sound like. But I don't think anyone really want to do that. In my normal recording, this is general distance I'm away from my microphones, and that is how I use it. And then, of course, it's a cardioid pull-up pattern microphone, which means that as you go around the side, it tries to reject as much noise as possible as you go around the microphone, and as you come closer to it, it just gives you more. And then this is sort of the plosive protector, is the wind foam. If you actually go ahead and remove that, you can see the capsule right there. And of course, I'm gonna put that back. And that's what that really looks like. And then, of course, I've been saying a lot of P's and B's, but to really test that, I'm gonna really say it now. Peter Piper picked the peck of pickled peppers. If Peter Piper picked the peck of pickled peppers, how many picks of pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick? You can have a feel of what that sounds like. If the plosives is something you don't like, it's all up to you. I am not editing this, as I mentioned, so you can have a real feel of what the audio really sounds like. And s and ish and pa 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 pa. Of course, no one should really go that aggressive on the microphone. Pa 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 is what you probably want to do, and pa 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 pa. You can have a feel of that, and you decide for yourself if that is really what you really want to be doing on your streams and recording. Now, to answer the question of who this is really for, I would say this is for someone looking to upgrade their setup. If you've been using the PD100 or the PD100U, I want to have a combo of this. Actually, fun fact, I host a podcast, this Dev Life. I will talk to developers and all about their life, and the microphone we use for that podcast is the Mono PD100. I use the PD100 in XLR mode, and my co-host in the US uses the PD100U. That's the USB version. So this is sort of a combo of that. And if you're someone that is usually on the go, want to record your videos, want to record a podcast, you're a nomad, typically this microphone will be cool for you to just add a bit of elegance to your setup. You know what I'm feeling, with a bass or with a weather bass that comes with it, or with a sort of mount with it. And the sweet thing that this mount that comes on the microphone actually is a 2-in-1. It means it can support a normal 5/8 or a 3/8 screw. So whichever mounting option you find, you are really good to go with it. And it comes with one more adapter to adapt to whatever boom arm you currently have in your setup, which I think is nice and good and comes in really super duper nice for that purpose. Pretty much that's it. I've done the test, who this is for, and if I was to give this an overall rating in terms of design, I think I like the RGBness. To be honest, in the previous life, I would want to have my mics all black. I still do, but then this sort of just brings that to another whole level, because when it comes to night time and all lights are off and you just turn off your computer, for someone like me, my USB accessories are actually powered to just have that bit of glow and make me fall in love with my setup. That I just this just adds to it really. So I don't need more RGB light. This solves it, of course, with all other RGBness in my setup. So in terms of design, I'll probably give it a 4/5. And the reason why I give it a 4/5 is simply that I'm not really much of a fan of a square setup, but this works. I'm a more circular setup when it comes to microphone, to be honest. But if you think it's a 5/5, let me know in the comment section. And to talk of the sound quality coming from it, I've listened to this in other scenarios. I've gone on meeting and calls with this. Oh, talking about calls and meetings, the headphone out can actually serve also as an output for your computer. So you can use it literally as your speaker in out system for your computer. And then, of course, with the monolink software, you can turn off audio monitoring so that you don't hear yourself back in your own head. So in terms of usability, 5/5 really, it's usable. You can 100% use this, plug and play, and you're good to go. No need for any software. And in terms of mobility, which some of you probably know that I'm a big fan of mobility, although I have a monstrous setup in my home office, this also checks the box because you can use this with your mobile phones. You can download the monolink software for your devices if you wish to, or you can use it out of the box really with your iPhones, your iPads, your Samsung devices, your Android devices, Windows, Mac, cross OS compatible. Mobility, 100%, I give it that. So it's pretty nice and good. So that is my overall verdict of the Mono PD100X. Now, you might want to ask me, if I would be getting this, if it was not given to me, if it was not sent to me to review, would I buy this with my own money? I mentioned to you previously that I used the podcast. I bought the PD100 and the PD100U with my own money. So I think this, if this had been out by the time I bought those microphones, I would have bought this instead, to be honest. And those were under $50 microphones. This just brings the price just a little bit up. And it packs it all. It packs a punch without breaking the bank. So if you're looking for a really budget microphone, this should be your go-to. And I know I review a lot of microphones on my channel, especially budget microphones. And the reason I do that is simply because I would not review something for my audiences that I would not put my own money on. So if I'm telling you about this microphone, it means I've checked it out. It means it's something I can't spend my own money on. I can really put my money down and say, yes, I want to buy this for myself. And that I would highly recommend it if it's something you're looking at. If you're looking at RGBness, 100% go get it. And of course, you can check out other reviews I've done on my channel using the card trend right about now. It's a playlist of more than 60 videos at the time of this recording, and it keeps growing as long as I get this kind of devices to review and check out on my channel. And I hope you really liked this video. If you did, remember to give it a thumbs up and check out my other videos, subscribe, and share this video with all your friends, family, and anyone you think might actually really benefit from this video. Until I come your way again with yet another video on my YouTube channel, stay safe and goodbye.
For those who have been following my content for a very long time, you know I'm a big user of tablets because it's an integral part of my workflow. It's something I probably cannot live without now. So I was looking out to see how I could make my setup a little bit more, what I call it, powerful. Yes, I got computers that I use, but then a tablet is an integral part of my workflow. And then of course we notice this, we use powerful phones, we use phones that are powerful than computers of 10, 15 years ago. So we should be able to get some desktopy power out of our mobile devices. So today I got something that you can use to make your iPads, your Samsung tabs, devices actually a little bit more useful to you, especially if you don't want to purchase a computer or you're on the go and you want to make your setup a little bit more lively for you on the go. So today I will be reviewing this. the Buy Easy 8-in-1 USB-C multi-port docking station. It's something that was sent to me by the brand, but of course they have no input in whatever I'm saying about it, so I will be telling you my honest review about it in today's video. So it's an 8-in-1 USB-C hub, and it's claimed to work with Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac OS, although I've done my extensive testing now with iPad and my Samsung phone. Yes, my Samsung phone can actually work with it. So it's got 8 ports, ITF port, an SD card slot, a USB-C power delivery port, and then it's got a LAN port at the back, an HDMI port, and then 2 USB 3.0 ports that supports up to 5 gigabits per second transfer speeds. And then of course it has a 3.5mm for audio service. Also in the box, the packaging is pretty much straightforward. You get the stand, you get a USB-C cable, and then the user manual, and that's all about it on the box. Really, there's nothing so much about it. But the main part of this video today I want to show you is the setup. So I have this currently set up with an iPad 11-inch iPad, and it looks beautiful. So far I've been using it to try to get some presentation ongoing. So if you look here, I'm trying to make a presentation. Of course, this is literally not a representation, but of course I have the display, the presenter view up here on the iPad screen, and then I can share the screen in my meetings, which I think is pretty much lovely and good to go. So I can have a more desktopy setup and feel with things, and it looks pretty nice. If I press escape, so I'm using this with a Bluetooth keyboard and a Bluetooth mouse, so this makes it a little more powerful. I can do quite an extensive amount of things, and of course I can move whatever I'm working on to the display on just doing that. So I can move my apps from screen to screen to make it really shine out and look good. So I have this connected via HDMI on my portable tablet, but of course you can use this with any monitor you have that supports HDMI, and it will work just fine. So at the back of it, I have the HDMI plugged in. I have the 100 watts power delivery powering the iPad, and then also powering this monitor stand that I have right here. This is not from the band, this is what I'm reviewing here, the Buy Easy dock. And I think from the last few days that I've been using it, it looks pretty nice. I can turn it around, which I think is something that comes in handy if I want to adjust my viewing angle. So this is stood up straight on me, but the general angle I'll normally have it as is a little bit lower than this. That comes this way, so I can sort of have the setup more, would I dare call it more minimal? That is the name I think I'll call it. So more focused setup. So I can have it a little bit to the front here. So give me a moment while I actually do that. So this ideally is the setup I would be using this in, to have my tablet sort of look at me in the face this way. And then of course if I'm going into my meetings, I can raise it up to be at my eye viewing angle, so everything looks a little bit more viewy if that's the kind of word you would use. And then of course I can move things up, and of course I can adjust the settings in my iPad settings right here. If I go over to the control center, not control center, display and brightness, I can go over to the arrangement and then move the setup to show that the iPad is now below, and then the setup just looks pretty much cool that way. And the sweet thing now is if your monitor is touch screen, it just makes life a little bit more easier for you, because you can now touch on your screen. You have 2 screens you can play with using touch controls, which I think is really super duper nice for that kind of scenario. Now, talking about the specs, I'm just gonna read this out to you straight from manufacturer, so I'm not saying things that are not right. So 8-in-1 port, I've mentioned that, power delivery up to 100 watts, HDMI, LAN up to 1 gigabits per second, USB 3.0, audio, SD and TF slots. It's compact, it's adjustable. For this, I'll actually be taking it on the road. I'm traveling immediately after this recording, and then I'll be taking it along with me to sort of test it out also. You could use this with non-tablets like the Mac here, MacBook here and all that, but it's advisable you don't put things that are heavy on top of it so it doesn't just sort of crumble. I'll use an example here. So I have a MacBook Pro 2016 right here. That's what I've been using. I'm not planning to change my MacBook anytime soon, and
it could work on with it if I get it connected. I put my Touch ID. I'm logged in now. In a couple of moments, it's a whole laptop. So if I get the USB-C connected here, it would actually charge my MacBook through that port, which I think is nice, and then it will still display. But then the challenge comes when I try to mount this on top of the stand, because I tried it. It works, yeah, if I put it at a particular angle, but then I don't want to stress my Mac that way. I don't want to stress the stand that way. So if I put it a little bit this way, don't mind the stance, I'll have to adjust it also to be to the side now. Yeah, it works, but then there's a lot of strain on top of it. So do not try to not put things that are heavy on top of it this way. It will make it not be so useful to you. So advisable, just use this with tablets. It was made for tablets, although you could use it with super light laptops like the likes of the LG Grams, Samsung books, and Surfaces, and all those kind of super light laptop-y setup. That is what I would generally advise if you're trying to use a laptop with this. It will work with it, but then don't stress it too much. Now I have my Samsung S21 Ultra here, which I think is nice. So one thing I've tried to do, and I think this is an Android thing and not on the tablet, the PowerPoint thing I was doing previously, I tried to do it on my Samsung phone. It wouldn't work. But then, of course, I don't have a Samsung tablet at the moment to work with, so it wouldn't work. So it just pretty much goes into DeX mode here, which is super awesome. If I connected the same mouse and keyboard to it, I would be able to do just the same thing I was doing with the iPad, just straightforward. But of course, it's bigger than the phone right here, so it wasn't made for phones. But of course, it works with, if you have a nice phone, it works with it. And I think it would also then work, if it works this way, probably work with the iPhone 15 Pro, with the iPhone 15 with USB-C. I think that would just be something that is super nice to have. So it means you can extend the use of your devices pretty much. And I'm just gonna get this back into position and really get back to work. So if you would ask me what I think about this Buy Easy docking station, it's a one docking station, I think it's useful, very useful, to be honest. If you are, I've made a video on portable monitors you can get to make things work. For me, I think I will connect this directly. If I can find a way to get the USB-C directly into the USB port and then have a sort of adapter to it, I would like that, because I don't want to carry around so much cables and then just have one cable coming into the tablet. But of course, that's something I will experiment with, not in the context of this video. But yeah, powering to HDMI, use the HDMI port straightforward, display goes out that way, and it's pretty duper nice. And then the sweet thing is, you can even add your USBs. For example, this stand I have here from X Layout, the X Central stand, has more USB ports I can use, even if this is not enough for me. So I have this connected to one of the USB 3.0 ports. Then I can plug in my other accessories into some of these ports right here, and then they will just work fine. So if you have another USB dongle you want to use, it just works pretty much okay and good to go. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to say about it in this video. I'm just checking my notes to see if I missed something. Yeah, pretty much that was all I wanted to talk about. I decided also not to script this video, well, partly because the tablet I use for teleprompting had water damage, but of course that's story for another day. I think I'm getting used to these non-scripted videos, and of course it sounds more natural. And let me know what you think. Actually, do you want me to be scripting my unboxing videos like I was doing previously, or do you just want me to say it as it comes to my mind, just like this video? Let me know in the comment section. But I think I love this. So if you have an iPad, you have a Samsung Tab S series, try not to use the Lite or the FE series. They would not work in DeX mode. They will charge, they will do all the accessory stuff, but then they will not extend the display. So I'll actually advise, if you want to get a tablet, so if you see this, you love the setup, but you don't have a tablet and you want to see this kind of setup, research if the kind of device you're getting, iPads or Samsung tablets or any kind of tablet you're getting, supports wired extended display mode. That is one thing you want to find out. It's essential you find that out before you go purchase that tablet. That is an honest thing I'll tell you to do first. So for me, I know it supports from my research, S7, S8, S9 Galaxy tablets. It supports the iPads from 10th generation up. The iPad Pros are supported, or any iPad with M chip is supported. I think iPads with A12 Bionic chips. No, that one is for DaVinci Resolve. But of course, do your research before you go purchasing the tablet. I would probably say if you're getting anything produced after 2020, with USB-C, you are safe with your setup. That is what I would generally advise. Don't try to buy something that is super duper old as a tablet device to work with this. So if you have an older tablet, you might want to trade it in or get newer ones. But of course, I'm not advising you on tablets to get or computers to get for your setup. And of course, if you have MacBook Airs, lightweight laptops, you can use it also with a stand. But of course, I will generally advise to ensure that things are not tilty. Get a keyboard, get a mouse, connect it wirelessly through Bluetooth, or use the USB hub that comes by the side of the hub station. And I think that is really it. If you enjoyed this video, remember give it a thumbs up. And if you have not done so yet, please subscribe to my channel so you do not miss any further videos just like this one. Until I come your way again yet with another video, I would say stay safe and goodbye. I'll see you in another video. I'm back to work.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Dara and welcome back to my YouTube channel. In the video today, I'm checking out the Mono Gamer Wave microphone with my friends at Mono actually sent over to me, and I wanted to check it out to see what it has to offer. Now, this is a budget microphone and it's USB-C compatible with your iPhones, iPads, Androids, and your computers, because on the box it comes with a USB-C cable which has a USB-A attachment to it also, so it makes it versatile for all your content creation needs, either you're on the go or you're in the studio, just like this one. Now, I have this boomed onto a microphone and with the adapter that comes on the box, but it also comes with a desk stand like so, which you can put far away as need be for your own case. But I generally would advise you get a boom arm to use with any microphone you're using, so the microphone is actually as close as possible to you to get the best quality audio from your mouth. And one thing about the Mono Gamer Wave microphone is that it's got the RGB colors. As you can see, it's glowing in my face right now, and it has some nice function buttons at the top of it. So currently it is in the default ish mode, because I've not done any sort of settings to it. But at the top of it here, you have the RGB button. If I press this, it will cycle through the RGB colors, and it could go multi RGB mode at the very last phase of it. And if I press it down for 2 seconds, the RGB goes off. So if you want to look non RGB, you can do that. And if you need to bring it back on for any reason whatsoever, you can just press the button. But for the rest of this video, I'll leave the RGB lights on, so it's sort of glowing in my face. And on the other side, you have the mute and noise cancelling function button. One tap mutes the microphone. So if I tap it once, press it back again, the light comes on, and then you can hear my audio back again. And if I press it down for 2 seconds, it toggles the noise cancelling feature. Currently at default mode, the noise cancelling feature of the Gamer Wave microphone is actually on. So if I press it down for 2 seconds, it turns off. So let's go do that right now. Press it down for 2 seconds, and the noise cancelling feature is now off. Do you notice any difference in the sound you're getting out of this? I'm not sure. I'll have to listen back to the audio when I'm done recording this video. And then if I press it back for 2 seconds, the noise cancelling feature is back on. And I think this is necessary if especially you're streaming and you don't know so much about audio or recording and you just want the microphone to do the work for you. This will come in really handy. And the reason I actually have this boomed to me, which I'm mentioning again, is that the closer the microphone is to you, the better the quality of the audio you get. Now, if I was to move a bit further away, you would notice the kind of audio you're getting from the microphone. Yes, it will still capture audio, but not the best quality it would. So, advisable you move as close as possible. You get it on a boom arm. You can check out budget boom arms on Amazon or wherever you're shopping from to get a boom arm. Or if you like
to have constant branding, you can get check out the mono boom arm for yourself. But I would, if I was to use this personally, I would be having this on the boom arm as close to me as possible for my stream. And I think this is nice enough because my boom arm allows me to actually move things around on my desk and I can have it actually focus. So if I'm doing voiceovers or I'm recording video or streaming, I have my webcam looking straight at me and I have the microphone focused on my screen so I can actually have an interaction. But of course, it can still be on my desk this way and still be looking at me, but it will be a bit farther away, which I am not sure I would really be needing to. So, and the reason why I'm able to boom it also like this is that in the box you get the boom arm adapter, the 3/4 inch adapter, which you can replace this with. But if you don't have a boom arm, you can always use the handy deck stand that comes with the microphone, which I think is really super nice. But this is the way I would be using it from day to day if I'm recording stuff. And because it's close to me enough now, I am comfortable with the level of audio I'm hearing. And now, one thing I've not done in this video is that I have not modified the audio in any way. I'm recording straight into my recording software, and talking of recording software, this is compatible with multiple recording software like Audacity, Premiere Pro. If you're recording directly in the Premiere Pro, uh, with your Adobe Audition, I'm using NCH Mixpad in my case, and it's working just perfectly well. And also, it's plug and play. Simply means you just plug into your device and it's good to go. And speaking about plug and play, also, once you plug it into your mobile devices also, you can use that as a microphone or even listening back to audio coming from your devices. And speaking about price, you can actually check out the Mono Gamer Wave microphone on Amazon or the Mono website. I'll drop a link in the video comments and also as a pin comment for you to actually check out and see for yourself what I mean by it's really budget and pocket friendly. And if you ask me who I think this microphone is meant for, I would say it's meant for content creators looking to upgrade their setup from the normal device microphone and not wanting to break the bank. So beginners who want to actually get into content creation and have good quality audio at a budget. So you're looking at something under $50, something under $60, something under $40. This will come in and now depending on the country you're in, at the time of recording this video, this microphone on the Mono website just comes under $33, which I think is really, really budget enough because for the quality mono microphones actually offer this, and at the price point for the quality it offers, this is a great deal and a great steal for content creators to actually take advantage of. And I'll say check it out if you really like it. If you're getting value for this video so far, remember to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel so you do not miss any videos just like this one. And if you ask me what I like about this microphone, I think it's the fact that it's lightweight and it's budget and it is good for anyone looking to start their content creation journey. And as I mentioned, I've not done any modification whatsoever to this audio recording at all, and this is the raw quality you're actually hearing directly from the microphone. So let me even know in the comment section if you like the audio you're hearing from this. And the reason I don't have this video scripted is because I wanted to be raw. I wanted to be like I was using this without actually having to think about anything. And that is why I'm recording this way. And this is what I'll do for any of my microphones that I'm getting. I'll make it as close as possible to my mouth so I do not get, feedbacks and stuff. And one thing, speaking about feedback, is the pop filter here helps protect your video audio from having some plosives and some sibilants, so the p p p and the b b b and the s s s s s. It protects you from it because it sort of rejects those noise. And one thing is that the microphone is also a cardioid polar pattern, which means it captures audio from the front of the microphone and rejects all the noise from the back to a considerable level. So if you want to record straight into the microphone and not sideways or sideways or from the top. You don't want to do that. You want to be skin directly into the microphone like so. And as I mentioned, you can always use the deck stand if you don't have a budget for a boom arm yet. But I strongly recommend that you get a boom arm so you can get the microphone as close to you as possible. And you don't have to go, all techie boom arms. Like you can get the $20 ones and the $30 ones on Amazon
if you are on a very strict budget. But this microphone, I think, is really great, even if you're using this with a deck stand. Although you have to think about bringing it as close to you as possible when you're recording your audio or streaming or being in your meetings. And speaking about meetings, this microphone has a 3.5 millimeter jack in front of it, which makes it nice for your meeting. So you can set it as the input output device for your meeting, Skype, Zoom, um, Microsoft Teams, Discord, whatever meeting software you're actually using. This can serve as the input output device for it. So it's your one stop shop for actually having your audio get recorded and hearing yourself back in your meetings. I mentioned earlier in this video that I would prefer to use this microphone with a boom arm, and the reason for that is because I have it stood on the desk in front of me right now, and this is what the audio sounds like even at the maximum gain adjustment level. I have it about 30 centimeters away from my mouth. You can see the literal distance. It literally is about this distance from my mouth. And ideally, if I was streaming or making meetings or recordings and it stood on my desk, this is the way it would stand, because I wouldn't want it hindering my keyboard. I wouldn't want it hindering any other thing, but of course, I can still find ways to put it in other locations on my desk. But this is the way it will be standing on my desk, and I still want to be able to speak directly into it. If I move around, you see the audio goes sort of faint, and as I do that, you get the sort of vibes that comes out of it. And of course, this is still good. This is to capture good audio, as I can actually see the audio wave signal on my recording software. But you generally want to bring it as close as possible to your mouth so you do get the best quality of audio that you can get out of the microphone, and it captures all those deepness and makes your audio sound more professional. But of course, putting on the desk definitely also works, but you might need to actually speak a bit louder, and also you might need to adjust the gain to the maximum level and then do some after post production in the audio to actually make it sound really super duper great. And that's how it looks standing on the desk. And I think this is gonna be it for this video. I hope you liked it and enjoyed. If you did, remember to give it a thumbs up and subscribe so you do not miss videos just like this one. And let me know in the comment section if you actually think this microphone is a great quality and something you would want to get. But till I come your way again with another video on my channel, I will say stay safe and goodbye. You should check out the Mono Gamer Wave microphone.
So you're wondering about the practical steps to build your portfolio on your website? Let's dive right into it. First, we need to define your goals and target audience. What do you want to achieve with your portfolio? Maybe you're looking to showcase your skills to potential employers or clients. You need to understand who your target audience is and tailor your portfolio accordingly to that. Next up, you need to select the right platform for your website to host. There are many website builders and hosting platforms available today, even content management systems like WordPress out there. You need to explore different options. Either you want to write the code for your website yourself, you want to use a CMS platform like WordPress, Wix, Squarespace, etc. You need to decide what platform you want to choose for hosting and designing your website. Now, once you've decided what your platform would be, you need to focus on selecting a clean and professional design. Your portfolio should be visually appealing and easy to navigate for your audience. Once you've picked your design concept and how you want to lay out your websites, you've picked your platform, the next thing you want to do is you want to curate and organize your work properly. You need to select your best projects or examples to showcase first before anything else. You want to pick out what will sell you. If you're marketing yourself, you need to market your best effort. You need to organize your work also in a manner that shows your strengths and what you really want to sell. So if you're showcasing yourself as a developer, you want to showcase your developer focused work. If you're showcasing yourself as a DevOps engineer, you want to bring out your DevOps work first in that regard. Once you've picked out the work you want to showcase, you want to provide a detailed description of the project and also give it a bit of context. You want to write a clear and concise description for each of the projects, including the relevant details such as the project goals, challenges, and outcomes. This will essentially help you and your audiences to understand the value of your work.
because even when you're writing that portfolio, you would understand a bit of the good things you've done in your life and even give you a bit of satisfaction as you're creating the website. Of course, we know the main goal is to sell yourself to audiences, but once you're creating that, once you properly lay out and showcase that work in a beautiful manner, even you yourself, you'll become pretty happy with what you've done for yourself. Also, you want to look at incorporating visuals and multimedia elements that would sell your work. You want to use high quality images, videos, and also you might have optionally tools to put interactive media to enhance that portfolio design you're actually working on. You want to also ensure that the multimedia elements you put in do not distract the audiences from the main goal, because they are supposed to complement what you're showcasing. Also, you want to optimize your portfolio for search engines. You want to implement SEO best practices, put in the right information for visibility and discoverability. You want to use relevant keywords for your meta tags and descriptive URLs also for your portfolio. And the next step, of course, is to test and optimize for different devices. Ensure your portfolio is responsive enough and displays well on mobile devices, tablet devices, and desktop computers, and whatever device we might make in the future. Also, you want to check for usability issues and make necessary adjustments as needed. And I think finally, you should regularly update your portfolio, keep it current with new projects and experiences, and continuously, every single time, seek feedback to improve your portfolio. And of course, I hope that really answered your question. And if you have more questions, you know exactly what to do. Use the link showing right now upon your screen or scan the QR code showing right here, and I'll get your question as soon as possible. But I think that should give you a bit of view into what you really need to build a solid portfolio for yourself as a technical person. So, what are you waiting for? Start building that portfolio today and showcase your skills to the world. I'll be waiting to see you at the top. If this sounds like a plan to you, let me know in the comment section. And if you have some ideas also for people, maybe you've built your own portfolio website in the past and there are information I might have missed, please do put it in the comment section. Let's have a chat about it and then we'll take it off from there. But I think I'm done with today's video. I will get back to work now. But before I do that, you know what I say. Till I come your way again yet with another video, stay safe and goodbye. The Giallo wireless lavalier microphone is a budget and entry-level microphone for your mobile phone. Does it get you the best bang for your buck, or does it blow the more expensive competition out of the way? Watch this video to find out. I have the USB-C version, which works mostly with your Android phones and tablets, but one thing I've done in this video is I'm just recording into my mobile phone with the USB-C port, and I'm recording directly into my camera. But when the audio you're actually hearing from this video is recorded all on my mobile phone, and that is what I'm doing right here. So I'm recording to my mobile phone but recording the video with my more professional camera. But generally you can just plug this into your mobile phone and record and see what happens with that. But of course I'm gonna take this out later in this video to actually test out what recording sounds like in the streets and test the distance and what it has to offer. So I'm setting up this microphone because I'll be testing it out in various scenarios and check out what I can really get out of it. I'm recording this as I normally would record anything if I have a gadget just like this one, because generally I tend not to record my videos on my mobile phone. But this microphone is really great for people who want to record audio on their mobile phones. And one thing I've actually tested out, which is really nice about this microphone, is that I can plug in this receiver right here into my computer USB-C port or use an adapter even, and it actually serves as a microphone for my computer if I need to do that. So that actually makes a lot of sense. Now, one thing to note in this video is Giallo did send this out to me to check out and review, but they have no input whatsoever in my review and what I'm going to say about this microphone. They'll be seeing this video at the same time I publish it to go live. Now let's actually check out what comes in the packaging of the Giallo wireless lavalier microphone system. The box packaging is straightforward, and once you open it up, you're greeted with the multilingual user manual, then the charging case that holds 2 transmitters and 1 receiver. You then have the USB-C cable for charging the microphone system from the case, and the pouch is one of the things you also get with the microphone system. Inside the charging case, you have the clearly branded transmitters, which you have to peel off the electrical contact film so it can start charging, and you get a USB-C receiver in this model, or the Lightning receiver if you get the iOS model. On each of the receivers, you have a USB-C port, which you can also use to charge up for transmitters if you're on the go and not within reach of the charging case. When you close the lid of the charging case, you have an LED indicator that tells you the charge state and updates in real time once you plug this into power also. Pairing up with a smartphone is quick and easy. Plug the receiver into the USB-C port of your device and it just comes alive. Then turn on the transmitters by pressing and holding down the power button on the side of each one. If you're using the two receiver transmitters, if you're using just one, just turn on the power button on one of them. In less than a second, pairing is automatically completed and you're actually ready to record. Once you're done recording, detach the receiver from your device and put it back in the charging case along with the transmitter and you're done. No complex setup and no force, no wires to fly all around the place. The Giallo Lav mic claims to have a transmitter to receiver distance of about 65 feet, that's about 20 meters, and up to 6 hours recording time on the transmitters, and this also takes about 1.5 hours to finish charging up, so you don't run out of juice when you're on the way. You can quickly charge this up with a fast charger or whatnot. The Giallo wireless lav mic system has a 3-level noise cancellation feature, and level 1 is you press the power button once and the light blinks once, and that is what that really sounds like. I'm not hearing this yet on my recording, so you're hearing the same output as I hear it when I am doing the review and editing of the audio. And if you need to move to the next one, you just press the power button once again and the green light will blink twice. That is level 2 of the noise cancellation feature. What does that sound like? Do you like what you're hearing? And it has a 3rd level of noise cancellation, which means I press this once again and the light blinks 3 times. That is level 3, and I can press it one more time to cancel the noise cancellation feature. I think that is really nice to have. And one thing also that the microphone has is thus the state of the last noise cancellation level you used, ensuring that you're ready to go with the noise cancellation feature or settings you used the last time you set up this microphone for use. To toggle the mode function, press the power button twice and the green light will blink. Twice again, and audio is back, as you can actually see the indicator on my mobile phone recording here. I think that is also really nice if you're recording and need to attend to something and you need a bit of privacy. Now, sometimes you just love a nice reverb. To get that working or to turn it off, press the power button 3 times and the green light will blink. Green means reverb is on, and the other one means reverb is off. What does that sound like? Do you actually like what you're hearing out of this microphone right now? Now, I'm not listening to whatever I've recorded so far since all I've been putting this out to you, so I'm generally going to be hearing this for the first time you're hearing this. And one thing I've done also in this video is I did not edit the audio in whatsoever shape or form to ensure that you get the raw quality out of it. And of course, you can always tune the audio, put some EQ, put some compression as you wish, but I'm giving you the audio raw as it comes out of the microphone system itself. Let's now put the Giallo wireless lav mic system to the test, starting with the single user mode, which I've actually been using all this while in the single default user mode, which means that the second transmitter is actually in the box. And then we'll go to the dual user mode, which I'll be joined by my wife. To test the dual user mode out, use it for scenarios like podcasting, interviews, etc. Hi, my name is Dara and I'm joined today by my beautiful wife. Hey babe, how you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
If I may add, you look so stunning.
Thank you.
I might just take you away right now.
Let's go upstairs.
All right, I'm going to do that right after now. So tell us a little bit about what you do.
I'm a registered nurse and I work for the NHS in the
Wow,
UK.
so you basically are part of the people keeping us alive in the UK.
Yes,
Thank
you
you
can
very
say
much
that
for your
again.
service.
No problem.
We appreciate what you do generally, and we hope you get more pay.
We hope so.
Even after the current pay rise, you get more pay.
That's not enough, but
It's not
it's
enough.
better than nothing.
It's better than nothing, you know.
Yeah.
So I want to say thank you for joining us, and we'll catch you again in another episode.
All right, bye.
And that is what it looks like recording with 2 people. We'll take this now on the road for an adventure and see what that sounds like. Right, so I'm outside. I'm about just 2 meters away from the receiver plugged into my mobile phone right there. And what I will do is I will walk a little bit further back, just away from the grass. I'll be right back. So I'm about 10 meters away from the receiver now, and I hope the audio still sounds really good and crispy. And I'm gonna walk a bit further back. This is about 15 meters, and this is about 20 meters away from the receiver. And I'm just gonna walk a little bit further back, and I'm actually testing what this really would sound like in a real scenario. Yeah, I live in an active construction zone, and that is what that sounds like. And this is about 40, 50-ish meters. And I'm actually putting this to the test of it. This is about 50 meters, 60-ish meters away now from the Xiaolo wireless receiver system. And I'm just going to start walking back because, of course, who's going to record at such this distance anyways? But I've put it outside of the 20 meters / 65 feet range that it claims to be able to record. And I'm just going to start walking back to the receiver now. I will listen to this just right after I'm done to see if something actually failed out of it. And I'll let you know what that feels like. And next up, what I'll do is I will put it in the vlogging mode where I use my front camera to do the same recording, and I'll walk around. So this is me in sort of a vlogging mode, testing out the Xiaolo wireless lav mic system, walking around. Normally it's not supposed to look the best stable. Oof. This is not supposed to look like the most stable video ever there is, but generally you have a feel of what it's gonna look like. But I can try to make it as good as I can. And that is me. Let's assume I was vlogging, I was on a vacation somewhere. I could record and have some little bit of fun with the setup. Yep. And that is what that is gonna sound like. I'm just gonna start walking back now. Yeah, I am recording this generally into my Samsung S21 Ultra. So that is what that would look like if I was in a vlogging mode. Let's say I was an street vlogger, trying to interview people on the street-ish kind of. I'm not actually gonna do that test, but I have a feel of what it looks like outside in the natural elements. So yeah, overall, I think the Xiaolo wireless lav mic system is a great product for anyone who needs a wireless microphone system for their videos and want to use their mobile phone and need to get recording and do not want to break the bank. This comes in under £40 or $40 depending on the geography you're in, either for the iOS or the USB-C version. And it's affordable, and Xiaolo says it delivers good sound. I will check that out when I'm editing the video, but I think I agree generally with it. I kind of listened to one of the general videos I just recorded a few days back when I just got this, and I think it sounds real nice. Yes, you can get more out of it when you tune and do some EQ, but right out of the box you don't need to do so much to actually get your audio out there. Now, if you're interested in buying this microphone, you can check out the link in the video description below, or you can check out the pinned comment also to get one of it. Thanks for watching this video, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel for more reviews like this one. I'll see you next time.
If I was a soldier, I would be a sniper. Let me explain. In some of my previous videos, I mentioned and I sort of explained the different roles between a junior and a senior engineer on a team. And it sort of falls in that place of being someone who looks strategically into the future, into the planning, into the ways things should be done. And essentially that is what I see a sniper as. Ground soldiers are great, the foot soldiers, the tactical ones. But then a sniper's way of thinking is a little bit different than that. When they shoot, they do not shoot to miss. They shoot on target. So that is why as a senior person in your organization, as someone who people look up to, as someone who is a guiding light to others, you stand at that point where you have a little bit more insight, a little bit more vision into things that are to happen. So you see, if people are doing X, Y, Z, you can see far into the future. And then when you hit your target, when you get to doing things, you actually get it done. It's sort of, I was watching a video a couple of weeks back, and someone was talking that programmers should do more thinking than coding. And I think that is a place of a senior. You do more thinking than coding. I realized sometimes when I want to do work, I would do a lot of reading first. I'll do a lot of watching videos first to know exactly what I want to be doing. The time actually spent writing the code is not a lot. I must tell you that for a fact. The time spent writing the code is not a lot. Yes, you write loads of code, but then the time spent writing the code is a fraction, a little fraction of the time to actually get the job done, because you're thinking of strategy, you're thinking of doing it right, you're thinking of processes, you're thinking when you do it, you want to do it right. And that is what a sniper sees in a military setting. They can see hundreds of kilometers ahead, and when they shoot, they're calculating the risks, they're calculating casualties, they're calculating and thinking if they have the shot or not. Can I get this done? If I shoot it this way, will I get it done? What are the hindrances? What is the wind factor? What is the bearing, the elevation? All those kind of things are what a sniper thinks about when they are scoping out their targets. And that is why I said, if I was a soldier, I would be a sniper, because I just love being a sniper if I was. I'll see you again in another one. Goodbye. So today, I'm reviewing and sharing my unboxing experience of this my new PC. This is the Rain Vanguard Zeus PC, even the name has changed now, but this is what I'm reviewing. It's new. I got it November 2021, and it's still pretty new. It's still doing good work, and it's really nice. But before I say anything else about this computer, let's actually share my unboxing and setup experience of the computer. That's the longest bit of this video, so I'll fast forward some bits of it. So let's dive right into the unboxing experience. So I got a call this morning. It's a Monday morning here in London, that I got a package, and the package is really huge, but of course wrap on it. But it's something really big. It had to be sort of rolled into the house, and this is it right here. So I'm trying to lift it to my desk now. It's not actually that heavy, but for fragility's sake, I gotta be really careful moving it up and putting it on my desk. So I had to literally clear out my desk space to have this going for today. And this is a custom built PC. Let me just lift the camera angle up so you can really see what I got going on. Yes, that's my face on a Monday morning. Yes, that should give you a much better view of what I got. So this is the Rain Zeus PC config build from Novatech. It runs Intel Core i9 12th generation. So just gotta remove some pretty personal details from the packaging before I let that show up on the screen. Yeah, all good to show. So it came in a box, so it said no stacking, but of course it's a computer, it's a tempered glass case. So let's go do some sort of unboxing first. So I got a knife. Hopefully I wouldn't have to use it that much. It actually got delivered on very short time. The processor, in general availability last Friday, that was November 4-5 I think, and then the Monday I got a PC delivered to me. As I said, it's a custom build. I'll drop the link to actually get it in the UK market for those who are interested in getting something like this. Please note, this is not paid for by Novatech or Intel or Rain or Zeus or whatever. This is what I came across myself and bought, and I'm gonna be giving you a lowdown of it all. But I think I really like
the security around the packaging, it's all hooded up and seems to super duper work. So that's all the nylon packaging around it. Well, I sent a picture of the packaging to my wife and she was like, boy, this is very huge. This is very, very big. I didn't know desktop cases would really come this big to do that. Yeah, so this is the thin line here. So I think it's this side up. Now that feels heavy raising it this way. So it's heavy, but of course not for me. I pretty much raise heavy stuff, and it's fragile. It's a tempered glass case, as I said earlier. But of course, let's get the box open right now. Okay, so oh no, I gotta go the other way. Alrighty, side one up. My unboxing skills are still a bit lacking, but hey, you know the gist. Okay, got the top level open, and then slid that open. Well, I'm shaking a lot of things on my desk this morning because of this. Okay, so are you ready to see this? Now the case looks really good even from the outside, so I gotta be really careful getting this up. So first, before I get the real computer out, so I got this cablings. I think I'm supposed to build this myself, am I? I don't know, maybe the extra cables, I don't know yet, I'll find out. And this is the power cable that goes to the wall. And this, got no clue yet. I'm hoping it comes with a manual. And in here, I got a bunch of screws, wires, connectors, cables, all this stuff. Looks cool. I'm just gonna put that also away. And then some other accessory kits. What's in there? So that is the cable riser screw thing-ish. No, I'll figure that out when I get to it, when I really read the manual. And then I'm hoping these are really accessories and not that I have to build it up myself, but I think it's supposed to have been built from when I made the order. But let's find out when I get into the computer itself. Hopefully nothing would fall out now. So I think I gotta put this down and bring it up again to bring the computer out. So down it goes again. And then, oh, I think I got it upside down now. Alright, somebody save me here. Now this is the part where I need to be super careful so I don't break stuff. I'm gonna put it sideways so I can slide stuff out. Okay, got a grip. on this side. Do I have a grip here? Not yet. And now that's really not that easy. But yes, I got a grip now. I got a grip. I got a good grip. Okay, let's gently put it over there and slide it gently out. Yes. Woo. Part 1 is done. Let's finish it up. Which should I just go? Is this still in a box? Ooh, did you see that? Have you seen that? Okay, I think I really got the face now. This is how it's supposed to be facing me. So I'm gonna put this back in the box. And lift this up away from here. Get the cushion out of the way. Are you ready to unveil? I am. I don't know if you are. You ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Do you feel ready? No. Let me take a picture. With my phone, before the unveiling. And booyah. Okay. Some other sort of one in here. Ooh. Transport parking inside. No, I'm gonna show you what that looks like by taking a picture of it and then let you know what it says. So I need to open up and unpack some stuff inside. So before connecting the system to AC mains and powering fresh time, must carry out the following instruction: remove the side panel, remove the color pink and the static material, pulling it out of the gaps and components, and replace the side panel. So how do I replace the side panel? No, I don't know. Open this up. Okay. This is a magnetic kind of top thing. I just sits in here, and it's got ports up top. I gotta show you that first by doing this. Yeah. So this is what the top looks like. Looks really nice all around. And this is the front. You're gonna see it real when I say to finish everything up, but of course just giving you a sort of a low down view of the side. So these are the anti-static packaging and stuff I need to remove from the inside of that. So let's get the side panel out. So how do I do that? Just trying to figure it out. Hopefully I should be smart enough. Oh, that is it. Ha, it's that easy. I think this was made for dummies. But it's really straightforward. I like that about it. So let's get all this out of the way. Woo! Woostara! Okay, this is the inside of my new computer. It looks good. Did I just hear you say good? This looks good. Let me just come up close. This is what it looks like. It looks really good on the inside. So it's got RTX 30. Is it 3060 or 3080 now? I'm not even sure. Okay, it's 3080. Right, I almost forgot that. So it's got all this nice coloring. So it's got RGB fans at the top, RGB fans in front. It's got the power unit. It's got the PCI slots and the RAMs, and the Intel Core i9 12th gen processor is back there. That's the Alder Lake processor. And then behind, which I haven't shown you yet, down here are some Wi-Fi stuff, the power plug, and here is the network card, and up here is the Elgato 4K capture card, 4K Pro in this case, which I ordered as an extra. And then up here is the output from the graphics card, which literally supports 3 display ports and 1 HDMI out. And then we've got lots of IOs also here. And then moving up, it's got extra HDMI and display port. It's got USB, it's got the old cable thing. If I want to do a flashback, I just pull this one. So that's it. I've removed all the packaging and stuff, and I'm ready to actually get powered on. So let's go get this baby rolling. So first thing is I gently remove this nice message. Yeah, why did I see this inside and not outside? Should have been outside, don't you think? This bit here should have been outside, but hey, figured it out. So I'm gonna just put that by the side of the box in here. Put all the other stuff, yeah, in here, and get this baby powered on. I think these are accessories, so I wouldn't need to do anything with them because that's what it said. Yes, yeah, that's what it said. And these would be extra IO accessories or build up. So they did what it said. So to get this powered up wouldn't be much of a stress. What I'm hoping when I finally get this powered on is I can get one singular output through USB-C out of this computer. But if that is not the case, I got 3 display port to HDMI cables on the one, and I got lots of HDMI cables already. So this is the power cable that I'm gonna get connected right at the back to the power port. All right, so that's in. Next step is to get my monitors up. So I'm just going to unplug one display and then hook it up here and set this baby up for success. Well, it's been set up for success already, don't you think? So that's it. That's how it's going to be sitting. But of course, it's going to be sitting right there. So I'm gonna just clear the desk a little bit, but first I will need to, because I don't want to get the USB-C unplugged now, because it's gonna just mess all this up. So what I'm gonna do is just get one HDMI out. Hopefully I haven't broken stuff. No, not that HDMI, this other HDMI. Yes, this HDMI is what I needed to bring out. Yes, that HDMI is what I needed. So let me just get this up to the back. I'm gonna plug that just to the normal output and not to the GPU out for now, so I don't mess a lot of things up. Alright, so I got it. At least I got one display out now. And for now, I'm gonna adjust my monitor orientation to be horizontal so I can see what is really going on here. So this is the monitor I'll be using for this. So I'm just gonna turn this around a little bit so we can have sort of a full view of what is going on down here. So just passing cables around here now. Okay, I got the switch slots plugged in. Okay, I'm plugged in now. Are we ready to power this on? I'm just gonna bring all my gadgets up close so I can monitor them now. Alrighty. So I asked that Windows should not come pre-installed on this, so I have my Windows 11 disk image on this USB drive. So before I get started, first I'm just gonna power it on and see what actually came in the box before I try to plug this in. So the back, I think I'll need to get the power on. So got that PSU on now, and then up top is where I'm gonna turn the power on. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't this just I'm blocked. Isn't that just awesomely friggin' beautiful? Here is my new computer. Do you like it? It's beautiful, isn't it? Okay, just had to do that for fun. Okay, so I gotta send this also to my wife because it's beautiful. Okay, so what's going on in here now? I do not know yet, but I'm hoping something on this display would tell me, or not. Or I should have gotten into the GPU port for some sort of information.
Your call is now first in line and will be answered by the next available representative. Thank you for your patience. Good afternoon, if you're technical support.
Hi.
This is Michael.
Hi, good afternoon, Michael. My name is Dara. I just got my desktop delivered now, and I powered it on, but it's not doing any display. Yeah, I can see the RGB stuff working, but no display is coming out of it.
Okay, just to confirm, you've got the outputs plugged into the horizontal ports on the graphics card.
The horizontal port, you mean the GPU?
Yeah.
Okay, let me get okay, so I'm connected to the HDMI port on the GPU now, but still nothing.
Okay, and if you just restart the PC for me as well, just to be sure.
Okay, just the power button.
Yes, please.
Pressing it down. Okay, it's off now. Then putting it on.
Alright, cool. Yep.
Okay, getting it on now. And it seems, yeah, that's gonna work now. Oh, I needed the GPU bit.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, so I have the BIOS screen coming up to me.
Yep.
Okay.
Good.
So what do I need to do from there?
Well, you'll need to install Windows on it.
Alright, okay, I got that on a flash.
Yeah, and an operating system.
Okay, got that on a flash then. Okay, okay, I need to get my mouse and keyboard plugged into it then. Okay.
Yeah, so you'll need to boot from the drive.
From the drive. Okay, alrighty. I'll do that ASAP then. Okay, thank you.
Alright then. I'm glad it's working.
Yeah, cheers.
Alright, take care man. Bye.
Yeah, bye. Alright, so we're on to Windows installation now. Very good support. I think I misconfigured something along the way. So that is going on while I try to do my daily work. But this is beautiful, I must say. switch. Yes, this is the Windows 11 out of the box experience that I'll be setting up right about now. Well, I'll come back to that once I just finish the work I'm doing. Work is important there always. Okay, I'm in the UK. Yes, Windows 11 is beautiful, don't you think? So yes, second keyboard layout, skip that. My keyboard is standard UK. Okay, yeah, get them connected. Yeah, I got a Wi-Fi card in. Well, I'll just say I don't have an internet for now, and then I will do the limited setup for it and then connect to the internet later on. So enter my name. Now I need to do the accessibility option to use on-screen keyboard till I get my keyboard on. On-screen keyboard. Yes, thank you. I'm just gonna put that down or up or somewhere here. Okay, who is going to use this device? It is me and only me. So I'm gonna do next on that. My password, well, for now I'm not gonna use a password. Yes, use my location. I don't think I need this anymore for now. Find my device, yes. Include optional, yeah, like Microsoft. Improve link and typing, yes. Yes, lots of yeses, and we should be good to go on that. Okay, thank you, Novotech support. I think I can take it from here. The support has been good, and Windows is now. Wow, that is the fastest installation I've ever done on Windows. I can say that for sure. That is the fastest installation I have ever done on Windows. So, first thing, I'm gonna switch my mouse profiles. Do I have Bluetooth? That is the first thing I need to check. I got the network thing here. I'm not sure I got Bluetooth. I'm not sure I got Bluetooth. Well, at least things are shaping up. I'll complete this process. So this is what it feels like. But before I do anything else, I love my dark theme. So I'm gonna go over the settings. Okay, I can add a Bluetooth. I'm not sure. I get this network thing yet. Probably when I connect to the internet, I can get the drivers installed and everything would start working. But for now, I think I'm good. It's just get network plugged in here, and then I'll be good to go. So the PC is good, it's just some work I need to do on my end. And that, my friends, is my unboxing experience of the Rain Zeus desktop custom built PC with a lot of accessories and on-point support. I must really say that for a fact. I like the support I got out of this. You know what? Let me check the PC config in Task Manager. Oh, if I can get out of, I do not. So I'm gonna come back to that later, but at least I can find my way around and fix stuff definitely well. You know what? For this one, I need to. Yeah, I'll fix this up definitely. So, friends, that's it. I hope you liked it. If you did, you know what to do. Like, subscribe. I decided to do this unscripted. Well, of course, I'll do some cutting between where some stuff are showing that I shouldn't be showing. But of course, this is the unboxing experience of my new custom built PC. I will share the full specs in the description of the video below, and of course put a link where you can purchase that if you're in the UK. But if you're not in the UK, you can check the custom build services in your country or zone or region. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Now I'm gonna get back to work, and I say streaming can begin.
Alright, now that we've unboxed, you might want to ask me, what are the specs of this machine? First, it's got the Fantex X Eclipse ear case. That's the case it's come with. So it's also got tempered glass, so you can see through the casing right there. This is just a dummy. Okay. So it's satin black, it's beautiful, it's got very nice lighting around it, and then also it's got the MSI Pro motherboard, which on top of it is the Intel 12th generation Core i9 processor that runs 3.5 gigahertz. It's 16 core, which is really good, and also it's got the Be Quiet thermal grease compound that's for cooling the processor, and also it's got the MSI Mag Core Liquid 224R all-in-one 240mm Intel or AMD CPU water cooler. So I'm using a water cooling system for that right there. And also it's got the RAM slots right there. It's got 32GB of RAM, that's 8GB in 4 places. That's the Corsair Vengeance RGB Pro SL DDR4 3200 MHz dual channel kit RAM slot right there. And also the graphics processor there is the MSI Nvidia GeForce RTX 3080 Ti Ventus 3X 12GB GDDR6X graphics card. And let's talk about storage right now. On there we've got the Western Digital 2TB M2 PCIe 4.0 NVMe SSD, which has read speeds of about 7GB per second and write speeds of about 5GB per second. And also as a secondary storage, I got 4TB of SSD, just as secondary storage. Of course, I've got a 10TB storage I use externally for my long-term storage processors. Also, it's got the Corsair RM series, that's the RM 850 power supply unit right there, fully modular one, which is really nice. Also, I've got some cable management kit inside there, and also for wireless, I got a TP-Link Archer T6E AC 1300 dual band wireless PCIe Express adapter. And also, just for the lighting and beautification of it, I got the Corsair Lightning Node Pro RGB LED kit. That's the one that goes just right around it. And also, because I stream and I do stuff from other devices, for example, I do live coding and stuff, I need to get input from other computers into this, and I do not want to go over the network. So what I did was I got the Elgato Game Capture 4K 60 Pro. That is the one sitting just down there, and that is what I will use to pass HDMI pass through into that and capture my 4K 60 really nice and chill from all my other devices that I got. So oh boy, do I like what I got? Yes indeed. So I'll drop the link to actually the PC config on the Novatech website. So I ordered it from Novatech. It's a build from them, but I customized the build and then it got delivered to me. So currently it's not called the Rain Vanguard Zeus anymore. It's called, currently at the time of this recording, the Rain Vanguard Extreme Mark III. Also, I'll drop the link for the Novatech website in the video, so be sure to check it out if you like it. And also, please note, this is not sponsored by Novatech in any way. It is just me reviewing the stuff I got for myself. And, you know, after many months of research, I finally decided to go the desktop way, moving away from the laptop life. And do I like what I buy? Yes, I do. I really like what it's been doing for me. It's been really awesome. It's been literally, my productivity has like tripled, or maybe even times 5. But of course, that's story for another day. So this is a good one. It's not an advert for Novatech. It's just me telling you a review of what I've done. I've been using it for close to 2 months now, about 1.5 months, and it's really awesome. It's just super nice. I've set up VMs on it, I've connected, I've done all sort of things, trying to push it to the limits that I've tried for my other computers, but just not trying to, you know, be limited. So that's it, folks. Did you enjoy this video? I'm pretty sure you did if you're watching up until this point, so give it a thumbs up if you did. And also, if you love what I do on this channel, you know what to do. Subscribe and let others know just about this video, because when you subscribe and like this video, it helps others discover videos just like this one. And of course, till I come your way with another video, stay safe. I'll be seeing you. Goodbye.
Welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got another series of questions, and the question goes thus, and I really love the question. It says, I am pivoting into DevOps and Linux administration. I'd like to know what path you took and a realistic time frame, as well as job opportunities out there to see if it's worth venturing into. I'm already in love with Linux, but I have little knowledge on DevOps. And the other question, which is sort of related and I'll combine in this answer, is want to start a career in DevOps engineering, but I don't even know the roadmap to take. I need your mentorship, sir. Well, I made a video on DevOps mentorship. You can check that out in the card showing on your screen right about now. But then I wanted to give a bit of a background of my story and give you a proper roadmap, because I didn't have a roadmap when I was doing that. And the reason I'm doing this is because I really love your question, and I believe your question actually goes a long way in showing how committed you are to learning this. You have an understanding of something, which gives you a good background into learning DevOps. So your skills in Linux is actually a great starting point for learning DevOps. Now, talking about my journey into the world of DevOps, I started off as a client application developer. That means I was developing apps for Windows, mobile phones, mostly Windows devices back then. Of course, I now do stuff with Android and iOS and all sorts. Yes, I used to do that back in the days, but now, well, I'm no longer a client application programmer. I'm a DevOps engineer, but I can still flex my muscle with C# and .NET MAUI. But that is not my main area of focus career-wise right now. So I started falling in love with DevOps when I was looking to automate the deployment of my apps to Windows Store back then. And that was when I discovered there was something called Oki App. And then I discovered App Center. Along the way of my research, I found out this wonderful tool called Visual Studio Online. Some might know it as Visual Studio Team Services, and it's what is recently called Azure DevOps. I realized I could also use that to deploy web apps. Yes, I was writing client applications for Windows phones and Windows desktop PCs back then. But then I realized being able to develop web apps is actually a lot more fun than actually trying to develop mobile apps. Yes, I can do all those right now. And I had a little bit of understanding of web apps. I could write basic ASP.NET apps back then also. So I started exploring and trying to just deploy sample apps to the Azure platform. And that was it for me. My curiosity just grew along the way. I started knowing how to manage work items, how to deploy, how to get security into stuff. And that was me. I deployed my website back then using Azure Visual Studio Online, now called Azure DevOps. And then the curiosity just went on in me to explore more and understand more of how the things work. And that was literally how I got into DevOps. I did not exactly have a roadmap back then when I was starting the world of DevOps. So most of the things I know in DevOps today, I actually picked them along the way, knowing that, I need to do this, I go learn that. I need to do that, I go learn that. That was basically me. So I delved in the world of DevOps actually by curiosity. There was no roadmap for me back then. And that was one of the reasons I actually decided to start out this YouTube channel, to sort of just document my experiences learning DevOps on the Microsoft platform back then. Now, there are more refined pathways. There are more refined things people do to ensure that we can actually learn DevOps in the world today. Now, to your other question, that is DevOps engineering worth venturing into? 100%. I will recommend it a lifetime over. It is definitely worth venturing into because I love what I do every day. Yes, there are roadblocks, there are obstacles along the way, but we'll conquer them every single day. But I love what I do. I love being able to deploy apps. I love being able to automate infrastructure. I love being able to actually provide a platform that developers use from day to day. And now, let us look at what the roadmap ideally would look like if I was to start today, if I add all the knowledge I had today back then about how to start learning DevOps. This is what I will go through. So let's go through the roadmap. Now, you have an understanding of Linux already, which is very good. And the reason I say that is because most of the infrastructure we deploy and the tools we use rely heavily on Linux in its various shapes and forms. So you have picked a great place to actually start your DevOps journey. Now that you have a solid Linux background, you would want to consider the following. Well, if you haven't yet, first is you learn software development. Software development fundamentals so you get basic understanding of a programming language like Python or Go. Those would be great starting points. Next up is to make it a little bit more fun is to learn scripting. You would need to learn a scripting language, and that is basically for you to be able to perform tasks from day to day. Scripting languages like PowerShell, Bash. You can use it to do simple things like manage your folders on your computer or do advanced infrastructure deployment in the cloud. Now, my two most recommended options for scripting is PowerShell and Bash. Yes, PowerShell runs on Windows, Mac, and Linux operating system. It's open source now, so it's really, really great. Next up for you to learn along your journey will be source control tools like Git. Git is the most popular of them all. So you should be learning Git. You should be learning how to make commits, how to branching strategies, all those kind of things. Source control is one thing you also want to learn as you go forward in your journey of learning DevOps. Now, most of the cloud platforms, most of the DevOps platforms support Git, so you'll be in the right place if you're learning Git. There are other source control systems also like TFVC, Mercurial, Subversion, but Git is the most popular of them as of today. Your next challenge, should you choose to accept it, is to learn how to do a bit of the following. And this is not a comprehensive list, although it's quite a number. You should learn how to set up networks, configure firewalls, web servers, load balancers. You will need this on a very basic level for now, simply because we'll delve into the details of it much later in this roadmap I'm explaining to you. Now, it's not a hassle if you cannot go through all that, but try to understand the basic fundamentals of how networks and firewalls and load balancers work, really just theoretical knowledge. Now, after getting the understanding of networks and servers, your next learning would be about containers. Yes, containers. Now, the top choice here is Docker, and the reason is because, of course, Docker is popular. There are other containerization platforms in the world out there today, but the most popular is Docker. You will learn the basics of containerization, creating an image, pushing an image to a registry. Somewhere you learn container registries and all those kind of things. Now, once you have some level of confidence in containerization skill, your next goal is to learn about cloud. Now, first you need to learn cloud fundamentals, the basic bedrock of the cloud. before deciding to pick a cloud platform. Yes, you could learn your cloud fundamentals in alignment with the cloud platform, but what would help you most is if you learn the fundamentals of the cloud and pick a cloud platform or vendor of your choice, AWS, Azure, GCP, any one of them, you'll be fine and good with. Of course, my personal choice is Azure, but I don't want to push that on you. Now, you can decide about other clouds later, but pick a particular cloud platform and know it so well that you can do, normal stuff, everyday tasks with it, even if you decide to learn other cloud platforms in the future. Now, once you're grounded in the fundamentals of cloud platforms, your next milestone will be to get back to networking, the one you learned the basics of previously. You would now need to learn the details of networking, security, and protocols, things like FTP, SFTP, SSH, SSL, TLS, HTTPS, all those kind of protocols that we use in networking today. There's quite a number of them. Once you go in your favorite search engine to look for network protocols, you would find all those there and learn about them in a little bit of details and get grounded in it also. And I think one thing you should always remember as you go through this roadmap is that your learning is supposed to be continuous. You should learn as frequently as possible. Now, one of the concepts you'll also want to consider in this journey is learning about serverless. The world we live in today is all about serverless, all about trying to minimize the amount of time applications run so we go green, So serverless is basically a concept where applications only run when they are needed. So you would want to consider learning serverless also, because we are moving to the era of microservices, and one of the things that actually make microservices live and thrive and to be cost effective is serverless. So you need to learn a little bit about serverless. Let's now get serious. You're now entering the core cloud and DevOps land. Just kidding. You've been serious all along. Now, your next piece of learning is infrastructure provisioning. What do I mean by this? You will learn things like infrastructure as code. You learn the tools used for them like Terraform, Azure Bicep, Pulumi, and the likes of them. And the whole essence of infrastructure as code is to ensure that you can deploy infrastructure repeatedly using templates, using modules, using a framework, so that you don't repeatedly perform tasks over and over and over again. That is the whole essence of infrastructure as code, tools like Terraform, Pulumi, and all the rest. So now, once you learn this, your next step will be to learn about configuration management. And this is where you learn things like Chef, Puppet, Ansible, and all sorts. And the reason for this is you would need to ensure that when you deploy infrastructure, when you deploy workloads to the cloud, you want to ensure that they have a uniform set of configuration. So your web server should have basic things installed with them. Your database server should have a particular set of configuration. You don't want to manually tinker with infrastructure. So these configuration management tools help you monitor and then even sometimes help you fix things. For example, PowerShell DSC, PowerShell disaster configuration helps you to ensure that you can monitor, say, if a web server is on a particular virtual machine on the cloud, and then if it's not, you can always ensure it's installed. Probably an intern removed it. You can always go ahead and fix it back and all those kind of things. So your pool of web servers, maybe Windows web servers, Linux web servers, would want to have particular set of configuration, and then you can always put that into your code repository to ensure that there's a uniform way that infrastructures are configured in your organization. The next bit you want to learn now is secret management. Now, I'm not saying you should keep secrets, but of course, keep secrets in the cloud. Now, when you deploy infrastructure, when you configure and deploy applications to the cloud, sometimes you use API keys, you use secrets, you use all these kind of things. You want to ensure that these things are not exposed where they're not supposed to be. They're exposed in a secure manner. They are encrypted and you don't commit them in code. So you want to learn things like secret management. Most cloud platforms have a sort of vault system that they use. For example, Azure has Key Vault. You remember, I'll mention Azure a lot because that is what I know and that is what I do every day. Azure Key Vault can be used and connected to your pipelines to ensure that your secrets don't get exposed. If you use tools like GitHub Actions, you can set secrets
at your action stage, or even at your repository stage, even at your organization stage, to ensure that when you're running your GitHub actions, when you're running your pipelines, when you're running your deployments, the secrets are gotten in a secure manner and you don't have to commit them ever in your code. So that is one of the things you will learn in your journey. It is very essential, and it is one of the bedrocks that actually makes DevOps really super fun. You would want to learn infrastructure monitoring next. What do I mean by this? You've deployed your virtual machine, you've deployed your web server, things are running fine. Well, presumably, or not. Is it slow? Is it fast? Is it up? Is it down? You want to know. So you need a particular set of tools to ensure that you monitor the infrastructure, to ensure that the thing you set up is doing what it's supposed to do. And if it's not, you want to know in time so you can fix it before customers start running after you. So you need a set of tools to monitor infrastructure. There are a lot of infrastructure monitoring tools out there. There's PagerDuty, there's Azure Monitor, there's Datadog. There's just a lot of them out there that you can explore to see how you can monitor infrastructure and ensure that you get actionable insights into how your cloud workloads are performing. You've been able to ensure that the servers and the platform your apps runs on are monitored and fine. The next thing you actually want to monitor, which is very essential, is also your applications. You need a way to measure metrics on how your application is performing. Is the application responsive? Not in terms of design. That's for web designers. I'm not a web designer. We're not talking about web designing here. Is the application responsive to requests? How many requests are coming in over the last couple of days? Is there a degradation in your software? Is there, how do users interact with the solution? What's the user flow? Where are users coming from? Those kind of questions can be answered if you have a sort of application performance monitoring solution. And there's a lot of them out there also. Azure Monitor, Application Insights, there's Splunk, there's Datadog, there's just a lot of them out there you can also explore to ensure your application monitoring is good and well. You've gotten insights, you've been able to monitor infrastructure, but sometimes you need to dig deeper than just the insights you get. You know what I mean? So you want to know when, how, and where troubles happened. You want to know what happened before a particular error occurred, or which location the error happened in. Maybe it's your cluster of servers in the US, or somewhere in China, or somewhere in Germany, or somewhere in South Africa. You want to know. So log management is one of the essential things in DevOps also. You want to be able to go back in history to check and do audits, maybe for auditable purpose, maybe to be able to debug, maybe to be able to figure out where things went wrong in your application. Tools like Splunk, Graylog, Loki help you achieve these kind of purposes. You've learned about Docker, containerization, pushing an image, but then sometimes in the world of microservices that we live in today, you want to deploy and manage multiple container images at the same time. You need a container orchestration tool. Yes, so in the world of DevOps, you need something like that. The most popular option that we have today is actually Kubernetes, but there are things like Docker Swarm that you can use also. All the cloud platforms, the major ones, Azure, GCP, AWS, they have their own Kubernetes platform. Like, for example, we have Azure Kubernetes Service, EKS, we have GKE that you can use. Even the not so popular ones also have a form of containerization tool that they use. Now, under the hood, Kubernetes is the same. Once you get past the cloud platform specific authentication models and all those role-based access control things, Kubernetes management is the same. And what that simply means is that the same command you would use to get logs, deployments, anything in GCP on a platform running Kubernetes is the same set of commands you use in Azure or AWS. So a good understanding of Kubernetes is applicable across all the cloud platforms that you are used to. There's a lot more to learn, really. And I'll just wrap back there because that will sort of form the basis of what you really need to be a DevOps engineer. In the world of DevOps, it's always about continuous learning. It's always about continuous improvement. It's always about continually getting up to date in the things you do. So, but I'll just wrap it up there, and big thanks to roadmap.sh/DevOps. They were my reference for actually compiling this list for this video. So thanks very much to them for compiling that list, and it's just me making a video for it. It's all about contributions to society and making the world a better place. And then, of course, once you get that roadmap, if you figure out there's something that needs to improve in a roadmap that I've shared with you, remember to put it in the comments so that we can all learn together and people can benefit from it also. And I really hope that answered your question. This is the longest DevOps AMA video I've ever done. So be sure to comment, be sure to share, be sure to let me know if it actually answered your question, at least to an extent. And if you need me to actually delve deep into some of the things I mentioned here, I'm sort of trying to keep it under a particular time frame so it doesn't get too much. But I hope it answered the question really. And if you have further questions on cloud and DevOps, ask me anything, you can always put them in the form using the link shown on your screen right now, or you can, of course, scan this QR code and ask a question. I'll get to answer them. The good news is, I need to share this with you. The good news is I've now set up a sort of automation around how I get this form so I don't miss your question. So whenever you fill that form, I actually get a to-do. Yeah, I get a to-do task to attend to that video. So the place of truth where I will get all the questions is that form. If you put on the questions, you get on my calendar and I'll be able to answer it hopefully within 2-3 weeks time frame, depending on the amount of questions I get. So, but of course, I will see your question the same day. It will get on my to-do list the same day. I will have visibility into it in less than a week, because it automatically gets prioritized on my calendar with the tools I'm using today. So that's one sort of goodness. And I actually talk about how I manage to stay productive in the next video. So be sure to check that out also. So, but generally that's it about this video. I will get back and, get back to editing, get back to recording, get back to work, do things that make the world a better place from time to time. Until I come your way again with Code, Cloud, and DevOps, ask me anything. Stay safe and goodbye.
Hi. Welcome back to Code, Cloud, and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I will combine various questions here because the answers to them are pretty much similar in the way I'll approach them. So I will go for the first question, which goes thus. Please, can you highlight a clear path to follow to become a DevOps engineer, preferably in bulleted points? The other question goes thus. What's your guide on someone looking to start a pathway to DevOps in 2023? The other one is, what is the easiest requirement and plan to study when someone wants to become a DevOps engineer? Thanks for your question. I particularly like this set of questions and I'll do my best to answer them as comprehensively and precisely as possible. Now, you may also benefit from previous videos I've made talking about basics you need to learn in cloud and DevOps, and I'll link them above and also in the video description and pinned comments, so be sure to check those out. Now, if you either you're new to IT or you understand a bit of software development or IT, you can join this list wherever it fits you. And the first thing I think you need to learn, because it differs from person to person in terms of what they think you need to learn, but I'll walk through my own experience of how I became a DevOps engineer, although I didn't document it at that time, but thinking back, those are some of the steps I think I took. The first step is understanding software development lifecycle. Be it Agile, be it Scrum, be it Waterfall, be it Extreme Programming. Understand the process it takes to make software. Once you understand that, here you don't actually need to learn coding. You learn things like flowcharts, algorithms, pseudocode, all those kind of things are what you learn in this stage. So you are not actually writing code yet. So it's sort of the introductory phase into getting into the software world, because essentially if you're doing DevOps, you are deploying software. So understand software development lifecycle management, SDLC. And the next step I think that is necessary to learn, which I think is great, is because you don't necessarily have to be a programmer, you will need to learn a scripting language. It's not a programming language, well, sort of a programming language, but for people who actually do infrastructure, cloud management, and DevOps. So you need to learn things like PowerShell, Bash, or Python. Now, I learned all this through myself, although with years apart, but I think the one that has been of most impact to me out of this, because I'm in the Microsoft world, is PowerShell. PowerShell is a very powerful scripting language. Bash also is, if you're in the Linux world, and Python is also a great scripting language you can use for your learning. So learn a scripting language like PowerShell, Bash, or Python. And after that, you would need to then learn fundamentals of cloud. Learn about availability zones, availability sets, cloud regions, geographies, all those kind of things that make up what cloud really is. And most of the concepts you learn in cloud fundamentals are not actually cloud platform specific, like Azure, AWS, GCP. So learn cloud fundamentals and then decide what cloud or what set of clouds you want to focus on. I particularly focus on Azure because that is where I've decided to invest all of my energy in, and I've sort of become a principal in knowing what Azure is and what to expect in future iterations of the platform. So you learn cloud fundamentals and then you learn your DevOps tools and services. What do I mean by this? You want to learn things you would use to achieve your DevOps goals. You've learned cloud, you've learned scripting. How do you then combine the skills together? You need a tool. You need a set of tools and services. Tools I particularly love using from day to day are tools embedded in the platform called Azure DevOps, because it's more like an all-in-one solution to help me achieve things. So you can do work management, you can do pipelines, you can do tests, you can do artifacts, you can do releases, you can connect to various clouds from inside of Azure DevOps. So that is a DevOps tool of my choosing. You can also learn things like GitHub. GitHub for managing work, managing releases, managing build, testing, code dependency, code scanning, all those kind of things you learn in GitHub. There are multiple other DevOps tools and services you can also learn, like Bitbucket, like AWS Code Deploy, if that's the name, Octopus Deploy, Jira, you name it. There's just a whole lot of them out there, but those are the two that I think are particularly very, very great, and I would highly recommend for anyone. So you learn through things like planning software releases using your understanding of software development lifecycle, and also source control like Git, CFVC, Mercurial, Subversion. You learn CI/CD, which is continuous integration and continuous deployment, and that is simply automating build and release of software. You also learn things like testing, artifact management. So when you build your code, where do you push that generated code to? Now, the next step in line after you've learned your DevOps tools and services, which I think is necessary, is you put your learning to practice. Deploy an Hello World application, deploy a to-do application, deploy complex applications, learn and improve on that from time to time. Now, I'm going to tell you this for free. People who are great in this DevOps world, they actually learn every single day based on the work they do. Now, there's no one size fits all. Your learning and experiences will differ from the next person to you. But what you should do is, from every bad experience, from every good experience, from every not so good experience, from every not so bad experience, learn something and improve based on that. So because essentially, for everyone, even not just in DevOps, learning and improving is what makes us better from time to time. Now, there's a lot to uncover in each of the items I've listed, but I think they all sum up the entirety of what you actually need to get started, get your leg in the game, and then you can expand and plant your base in a particular platform. For example, I have planted myself so firmly in the Azure world, where I know so much about Azure, so much about Azure DevOps, so much about GitHub, so much about how all these services tie together, that I can literally wake up today and tell anyone about cloud from dawn to dusk without flinching. Of course, I need to drink some water in between, but of course, I'll be happy to make individual videos on these various things in the future and models, because the videos I've made on it previously are actually a little bit old, so I'll probably have to do a refresher on those videos and actually post them also in the future. So what you want to do is subscribe so you don't miss when I post those kind of videos. And I hope that answered your questions to an extent and gave you a bit of clarity on the next steps you need to take. And I look forward to actually having you learn. And if you have more questions about dev, about cloud, about DevOps, you can send them in the link showing on your screen right now. And you can also scan the QR code showing right about now And also I'll put the links in the video comments and description. So I'll pin the comment actually, and I'll put it also in the video description. And remember to give this video a thumbs up and share with your friends. And remember to subscribe. Please subscribe so that you do not miss any further videos like this that I make. Until I come your way again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. Hi there, how are you doing today? I'm Dara, and today I will be unboxing and reviewing the Tonal TC777 USB microphone. Who is it good for? And what do I like and do not like about the microphone? Watch out and stay tuned. First, before I do any other thing in this video, let us go ahead and check what comes in the box and packaging. Let's go ahead and open the Tonal TC77 packaging. Inside the packaging is straightforward, a nylon wrap, and then the box that contains the Tonal TC777 USB microphone. Around the box you see basic information about the microphone, what it has to offer, and then of course the bold Tonal logo. So pretty much that's all you get. So let's open this up now and see what actually comes in the packaging. Slide that open. Dun, da, 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 boom, boom. So first you're greeted of course with the user manual, which I suggest you read to just get general information about the Tonal TC77 microphone. Is compatible with your macOS and Windows operating system out of the box. And of course you have the service card, which you can use to give feedback about the product, which gives you a 2-year warranty, which is pretty duper nice. And then of course you have the one package bundle, which contains the microphone with a lead wire coming from the bottom of it, and then the pop filter and the windshield. This comes on a tripod base with a non-slippery base, so it's kind of steady on your desk or wherever you decide to place it. Once you open up that leg, you can pretty much stand it. For me, I'm not sure I'm gonna be using the wind filter quite a lot if I'll be using this from day to day, because the pop filter generally should be fine enough for me. But generally now let's just go set it up finally and see what it's gonna look like. And I kind of finally got it working, at least for now. I just need to be wary of the way it's located here and there for now, but I'm good. Let's check out the features of the Tonal TC777 USB microphone. From the user manual, it's a cardioid polar pattern. That simply means it captures sound from in front of the microphone and not so much from around the back and the side of the microphone. So it's mostly directioned towards me. And of course, the sampling rate is 44.1 kilowatts, 100 Hz to 16 kilowatts response ratio, frequency response, and the sensitivity is between minus 38 decibels to plus 3 decibels. And the input voltage is about 5 volts, and the USB cable length, that's this long cable behind the microphone, is about 1.5 meters. Who would I recommend getting the Tonal TC77 microphone? If you're someone who wants to be mobile with your microphone, yes, this will be for you. If you're looking for a budget microphone to start your content creation journey, yes, this is for you. But of course, I have other microphones which are much more expensive and which do a little bit of what it does, but for the price range this comes at, and for other microphones in the class, I'll probably go for other ones. But if you're looking for something budget, something lightweight, something bluish, and something that you just want to pick around and be able to use it, this is great. And as with of the audio gadget review on my channel, most of the audio from this video are actually unedited. This is the raw audio coming from my phone. The only little bit of editing I probably might have done is just increase the gain of the microphone, because this is ideally the distance I want my microphone to be away from me. But you have a feel of what the audio really sounds like. I don't want to be shouting when I'm recording my video, so ideally I want this to be a little bit closer to me, but I don't want to chuck it down my throat. So it's going to be at about this distance, as with most of the microphones I actually use also for recording my videos. But of course, if you're just starting your media content creation journey, you're looking for something budget and lightweight to just sit around your desk, and yeah, this will be for you. But if you're looking for professional sound, if you're looking for something that doesn't feel plasticky, you probably want to go for other brands.
But the tunnel TC777 is great if you're starting out your YouTube channel, your podcast, your Instagram lives, your vlogs and stuff. And one thing to note is that the cable that comes to the microphone is not detachable. But of course, if you have a right adapter, you can use the USB cable with your Androids and iPads. That's if you have the right adapter. But if you don't, you're probably stuck with using it with just your computer, which is not a bad thing, especially if you have a mobile computing device. With that said, would I recommend this microphone for professionals? No. Would I recommend it for people starting out their YouTube channels and content creation journey? 100%, because it ideally comes at a budget price which doesn't break the bank for you. And of course, there are other microphones in the tunnel range which cost a little bit more and offer more quality and more modularity in terms of the way it's set up. So I'll most likely recommend the higher versions. But if you're someone looking to get a gift for maybe your younger cousin, your nephew and nieces starting out their content creation journey, this microphone will be a great setup for them. I'll drop the link in the comment section and also as a pinned comment to actually lead you to where you can purchase the microphone if you like to check it out and see what it has to offer. And that is what I feel about the Tono TC77 microphone. Hey, but of course, disclaimer, Tono did send this over for me to review. But of course, all the views on this review are purely mine and are unbiased. Because of course, I gotta keep the gadgets in exchange for this review. But these reviews are solely mine. And they are not influenced in any way by Tono. And this is what I feel about the Tono TC77 microphone. And that is my honest and humble opinion of it. So if you like it, let me know in the comment section, and of course subscribe to my YouTube channel so you do not miss any other video coming from me, because I roll out a lot of content on content creation, especially for developers and people starting out their YouTube channels and content creation journey. So be sure to follow me, like, and share with your friends and family, and I'll be seeing you again in another video. Goodbye.
Hello there, this is Dev Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. On this series, I've been answering questions on DevOps, Dev, Cloud, and things that relate with these technologies. And I got a question that came in from a lovely fellow, and the question goes thus. I have been learning to code for a while now, and I've got my hands on some basic languages like JavaScript, learning PHP, and already have in-depth knowledge of HTML and CSS, including some frameworks. Although still learning on my own, please, how can I get to locate developer communities on social media that I can follow and enhance my development? First, I want to say to you, kudos. You've done quite well learning all this by yourself. And as they say, no one is an island of knowledge. So I really want to say good work. You've really learned your stuff. And to your question of locating developer communities, I'll get to that. But the first thing I want to say to you is the fact that you've learned many languages, the first thing you want to do is build projects. There are many project ideas online. If you just go on your favorite search engine, Google, Bing, DuckDuckGo, it all depends on you. Just search for beginner projects in web development. Look for these projects and try to apply whatever language you've learned, CSS, PHP, HTML, whatever framework, React, Vue, Angular, whatever it is, apply them to those basic projects and try to improve your skill that way. And now, to answer your question, finding a developer community to actually join on social media, that is a good way to go, because the community essentially helps us grow. They help us share knowledge and help us solve our problems from time to time, and also helps us be able to actually reach out to others to be able to impact that sort of knowledge. So for me, the first place I'll advise you go to check out is actually meetup.com. Meetup.com, that's meetup.com. That is the place where you find meetups in your local area, whatever location you're in the world, Nigeria, Ghana, UK, US, India, China. Meetup.com is one of the top places you want to be at. Just put in your location, put in your email address if you don't have an account already, sign up, and then put your location and put your preferences, and then communities around you will be suggested to you when they're having meetups. They have mobile apps also for Android and iOS, so you're always on the go also with it. So if you go to meetup.com excuse me, you would be able to find these communities to join and be a part of. Volunteer to speak also. It helps you build some sort of confidence level in yourself to be able to solve problems. So answer questions, ask questions, join those communities, and also One place you also want to be, well, is Twitter. Yeah, most of the people who develop the languages and frameworks we use these days actually live on Twitter to be able to answer our questions, to be able to just offer some advice. You see threads on being a developer, being a DevOps engineer, being etc. Everyone is out there. Follow the people you want to be like, so that their contacts, people like them, get suggested to you, and then even when they have events or meetups coming up, they will be able to tweet it, and then you will see it, be able to attend, and that way you can grow your community, enhance your development from there. So for me, I'm not trying to advertise meetup.com, I'm not trying to advertise Twitter, but if I was starting out in my career and I wanted information, those are the two top places I would go. I don't want to mess up your head with too many links and stuff, so I'll say meetup.com and Twitter would be your top choices of places. So if you go to meetup.com and you sign up, put your location and your preferences of languages and frameworks, these communities will get suggested to you automatically, and you can decide to join as many as possible. Some meetups will be online, some will be offline, some will be hybrid. It all depends on your preferences. You decide which ones to attend. Attend these conferences, attend these meetups, attend these events to be able to foster your knowledge from time to time. So that is one of the ways to grow community. I say kudos to you once again for learning all these languages on your own. It is really not easy, I can tell you that for sure. So kudos to you and all the best in your endeavors. And I hope that answered your question. And if you have further questions, remember to drop them in the comment section. I'll put the link to ask further questions in the link showing on your screen right now, and also I'll put it as a pinned comment and also in the video description, so you can always ask questions and I'll try to get to answer them as soon as possible. Also, if you like this video so far, like and share with your friends and family and whoever you think might gain from this video. It helps the channel and it also helps this video reach people who actually need it. Until I come your way again with yet another video, remember to stay safe and goodbye. Mobility in work is something that is critical to me. I work from home 80% of the time, but on some days I either just don't want to stay at home to work, or traveling almost 3 hours to the office is not a palatable option. And some days I might just feel like working from another city. Yes, I can do that. And I don't want to carry all my gear. I don't want to carry all my monitors because it would be stressful, of course, to have to carry all this gear. So I decided it was time to get a portable monitor to add to my workflow. And after months of deliberating, yes, it takes me months to deliberate on a gadget to get, especially if it's a major purchase, I finally settled for the Evisive 16-inch 2K portable monitor. And I'll be telling you what I think about it in today's video. And from my first couple of days of using it, what I think about it. First, let's unbox. In the box, you get the monitor and the kickstand case as a unit, which sort of makes it versatile to use like that. And next up, you get the USB-C to USB-C cable and another USB-C to USB-C cable. You then get a full-sized HDMI to HDMI cable. And next up in the box, you get the power brick for powering the monitor in case you're connecting to a device that does not power the monitor through USB-C power delivery, or if you're connecting it via HDMI. Next is the user manual, and that's about all you get in the box really. It's just straightforward. As you can probably see, the monitor is very thin and light, and it's only about a few kilograms, and it has a metal frame with a matte finish, which actually prevents glare coming to your face, so it doesn't have those sticky fingerprints on the monitor casing itself. The stand is magnetic and can be adjusted to different angles depending on what you're doing from time to time and your viewing angle really. And the case is also magnetic and protects the screen when you're not using it. The resolution of the monitor is 2560 by 1600 with 16 by 10 or 16 by 9 aspect ratio depending on the output display settings from your computer. It has a refresh rate of 60 Hz with HDR support and a built-in speaker, although the speaker is not something I want to use if I want to listen to quality audio. But if it's something you just want to use to hear something, the speaker is good enough for that, but not for real quality audio. And of course, you can use the 3.5mm jack to get clean audio out of the monitor. Connecting to your laptop is pretty easy.
Depending on the port you're using, you just need to connect the USB-C cable and it will automatically detect the signal. And you can adjust the brightness, contrast, color, temperature, and other settings using the power button as the joystick. You can also switch to landscape and portrait mode in the display settings of the computer you're connecting to it, and then you can use the vessel mounts to sort of rotate it if you're mounting this on top of your desk. Now, if you're using this with a mobile phone, you need to check if your mobile phone actually supports display output via USB-C. I've tried this with my Samsung S21 Ultra and it works just fine. And it can even use it in DeX mode so that your phone actually becomes a sort of a computer. And you can watch videos, play games, do anything. If you just need that bigger screen for more devices, it is also a great device of choice for that. For casual use, the speaker is good enough, but you can also connect headphones to external speakers if you want better audio. And that's generally what I think about it. For my personal use from this today, I think I love it now because I can, for me, using one monitor is not an option. Using one display is definitely an option, especially for the kind of work I do. I need at least two displays to get decent work done. And this has actually, and I've seen the effect in the last couple of days, boosted my productivity by a number of factors, especially when I'm on the road. And I like the fact that it has USB connectivity also, so I can just power my laptop, connect it via USB-C, and I'm good to go. And if when I'm in my home office, I use the HDMI one. And resolution is great. The speaker just there. The design is slick enough for me to use. I can live with it. I can use it from time to time. And if you're actually someone who wants to be productive on the go, I highly recommend you get a portable monitor. So I'll be dropping the link to purchase one of these in the video description and also as a pinned comment if you'd like to check the Evisive 2K portable monitor out, or if you need to check any other monitor out for that matter. Because I can tell you for a fact, having a second display just makes your productivity go up to the roof. That's the simple fact. And I'm not trying to sell you on the monitor. I'm just trying to sell you on the productivity you get out of it. That is my personal view on it. And thanks for watching this video, really. And if you liked it so far, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel for more reviews and other videos I make like this one. Until I come your way again with another video, stay safe and goodbye.
So, you're looking to upgrade your recording setup with a cool microphone? Check this video out. Coming right up. Well, today, let me introduce you to the Fifine K658 dynamic cardioid microphone. This is a microphone that adds beauty to your setup and is great for many purposes. There are features you definitely love about this microphone, so watch to the end to see the things I like pretty much about this microphone right here. But before anything else, let's go unbox and see what comes in the packaging. Let's get the box open right now. Let's get the box open. Now, all around the box, you see basic information about what comes in the box and the features of the microphone, USB mute button, monitoring, sound, gain, lighting, and all those kind of things that you generally want to see when you purchase a new device. And the packaging is really sturdy and good looking. And you can see that little bitty smile just coming right at you. So let's get the box open now. Just rip that open and gently slide the microphone from beneath. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. It's coming. Boom. That's it. That's what you get visiting. That's what you get right at you. You see the user manual that shows you how to use the microphone, basically connecting it to your range of devices and how to use it, what not to do, and all those kind of things. Let's put that away. And also, you see the USB-C to USB-A cable for connecting the microphone to your devices. And then in there is the mini tripod, which you basically be using to mount the microphone if you want to put it generally on your table and you don't want to get a boom arm. And then you have the shock mount for the microphone.
Next in the box, you have the thread adapter. And finally, the microphone. Really good and really great build quality. That's the gain adjustment knob. And that's a one-touch RGB lighting control. And USB-C port and 3.5mm headphone jack. Oh, lastly, that is what you use to generally attach the shock mount to the microphone. Now let's actually go and set this up and see how it stands on the desk. So I'm just gonna put the box away now. And let's get this set up. Tripod down, microphone on, shock mount. Just remove that. Get the microphone in there. And then just screw it in. That's all you gotta do. And you attach the screw. And then the shock mount is there. Almost there, almost there. It's really thready. It's a long thread, so it means your microphone wouldn't be getting away anytime soon. And then let's go attach that to the thread adapter. Maybe we don't need that actually. The thread adapter is for when you want to attach it to a boom arm, basically. But if you're using the mini tripod, you don't need a thread adapter. And that is the microphone standing right there. 1, 2, ready, standy. You just want to adjust the head position so that it stands firm on the desk and doesn't fall away. Doesn't that stand really nice on my desk? That looks really nice. What do you think? So let's get the USB attached and see the kind of lighting that comes out. Boom! See that beauty? See it light up just so beautifully in all its glory. What do you think? I like this. I think you should also. Well, I think you will. And that is generally how it will be facing you to control if you are using this in your day-to-day setup with the tripod that comes attached to the microphone. Now, while XLR coded microphones are great, one of the drawbacks is the need for a sound card to convert the audio from the microphone to digital audio signal, which adds to the overall cost of your setup, which to me is kind of burdensome. You know, XLR mics are great for all that, but I wouldn't want to pay that extra cost to get my recording game on, and can sometimes limit mobility. I need to carry all the gears and plug a lot of stuff and get on the road. That's stressful for me. While that is great for some people, for someone like me, I just like to, unplug, put in my bag and get on the move. This is where the Fifine K658 shines. Out of the box is ready to go with all your USB devices. I mean literally your devices that support USB. I mean your PC, your Mac, your iPhone, your iPads, Android, even your gaming consoles. Now, why might you consider getting the Fifine K658 microphone? It's relatively way cheaper than its counterparts that give the same quality and versatility. At about $100 or £100 depending on the region you're at, this microphone will make you happy. I mean literally happy without breaking the bank. I've been using it to bring mobility to my current home office setup. You can see it looks pretty much beautiful. I have it on my scissor arm here. Check the pinned comment and video description for a purchase link to this microphone. Now, please note I may get a small commission when you use the purchase link. That comes at no extra cost to you. So you can just help me do that if you consider getting this microphone. Now, the build quality of this microphone is great with its metal body that gives it the premium and the feel. It also has on the box, as I said earlier in the unboxing section, a mini tripod, which makes it good for mobility. Although I would recommend for someone like me, if you you're using it in your home studio, you want to get a scissor or a boom arm to generally upgrade the feeling of the microphone setup. Because, for someone like me, I move around a lot, and generally that will add to the beauty of the setup. Now, what are the features of this microphone that makes me really like it? That's the part I'm getting to now. The first feature I love about this microphone is that it's got RGB lighting. If I put it up a little bit, you can see it shining or glowing all around the base here. Really makes it beautiful and shine forth. You can see it's got all behind me, don't mind all that kind of stuff. So the RGB lighting generally makes it come alive. But if you do not like the lighting that comes around it, which I bet you should, you can just literally tap the button behind here and watch. The RGB lighting goes off. That's it. But I like it on, so I'm going to bring it right back. Another nice thing to note is that it's got its own shock mount. Yeah, this thing around it is the shock mount for the Fifine K658. So you can use this to attach to the tripod that comes with it, or to your boom arm, or even to a long boom pole if you want it to sort of over above your audio, because I've used it to actually record about 2 feet away from me, and it still captures good audio. But of course, if you're using this for streaming, you want to get that bass feel, you want it 5 to 6 inches from your mouth. Generally, something around here is what I advise the microphone to be at. I just wanted to show you the beauty of it. That's why I had to bring it all the way up. At the front of it, it's also got the gain adjustment. Watch me. When I move it up, you can see the audio level generally just go up to the max, and I can bring it down and down and down. So yeah, that's generally the level I want to be at. Now, the sweet part of this microphone is that it's a dynamic pattern. It means right now I'm recording and there's conversation going on in the room outside. There's my computer beeping and all that, but you generally would not want to hear that. Now, that is one of the things I like about this microphone. It just captures the audio. Of course, it can get some little bitty audio from around, but it generally cuts out anything behind here. Now, the sweet part of this microphone, that is that. The last feature I'll touch on is the low latency monitoring of this microphone, which can be achieved by a 3.5mm output beneath the microphone capsule right here. Now, what are my first impressions of the Fifine K658 microphone? Right off the bat, this microphone gives you rich, quality voice, typical of a podcast or radio show. I've used this microphone for my meetings, and I must tell you, the feedback from people who said for the very first time was, "What kind of microphone is that? You sound so much like a radio host. Oh, I love to get it," and all that. So the feedback has been great generally, and I've not done any tuning whatsoever for it. Now, let's talk about the technical details of this microphone. It's a dynamic microphone, cardioid polar pattern. It's got USB-C at the microphone end to USB-A cable. That's what comes in the box if you're trying to get it. So USB-C to USB-A, but of course you can use your own cables if you don't like what comes in box, which I think you should. The power consumption comes through USB, which is about 4.75 to 5.25 volts with 55 milliamperes to 180 milliamperes. The shipping weight is about 1 kilogram. It's a metal body, so you get that. The bit or depth sample rate is about 16 bits, which is 48 kilowatts. The frequency response is 70 Hz to 15 kilowatts. The signal to noise ratio, which you should consider, is minus 70 dB, and the max one is 110 decibels. The sensitivity of this microphone is minus 50 plus or minus 3 decibels. Okay, now this microphone, of course, you can adjust this here, and you can also modify the software audio level if your audio software generally supports that. That is one thing I love about the tech and specs of the Fifine K658 microphone. Now, how would I be using this every day basically in my setup? I generally would be placing these around like this, and then I can move around and record my audio. You see, as I move away, the audio kind of sounds faintish because I'm not facing it. That is one thing to know about it, because it's supposed to capture the audio from in front of you, and you sound more like a radio host. People, good morning, good afternoon, how you doing? But of course, I want to be looking at you and see what you feel about the Fifine K658 microphone. Is this something you generally would consider getting for yourself or for your friend, or maybe even do give away for some of your friends, people who think would want to start a podcast or a radio show and would generally love this? I'm very sure I'm going to be using this a lot from day to day in my setup. And that is one thing I like about this. So would you consider getting this? Do you even like the sound? Oh, one thing I didn't tell you. All the audio from this video is recorded with this microphone right here. No editing, no cutting, no noise removal whatsoever. You're hearing it straight from the source. So let me know what you think about this microphone.
In this video today, I want to show you how you can connect your app service in Azure to a custom domain name. Let's get started.
Hi, welcome to another Code, Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything video. In the video today, I got another question and I'm going to read it out to you. And it goes thus. Hi Dev Dara, thanks so much for opening our eyes to the world of DevOps. I'm currently on my journey of DevOps and following a lady's course, Tech World with Nana, and she seems to get the angle of technologies used. My question is, does the cloud infrastructure as service used, which is AWS, Azure, or GCP, does it matter? And are there pros and cons to any of them? Now, this is a very interesting question because there has been always cloud wars and there will always be cloud wars, but personally, I think it's futile. And the reason I say this is simple, but I'll get to that later in the video. But first, I want to thank you for your question and, the feedback on my videos. Thanks very much for that. Now, this question is something that would confuse, I wouldn't say exactly confuse, but I would say it's a little bit of a concern for people just starting, just like deciding what your first phone should be. Should you get a Samsung or an iPhone or a Techno or a Motorola phone? It's all about choices, right? And it's something that, well, when you see a lot of influencers talk about online, they just say, yeah, this cloud is awesome, go do it. But then they don't go into the details of it. And the reason is a little bit because that's what they do. But I'll answer that question later in the video. Now, to the very first one, you've been following Tech World with Nana. I follow her also. I follow her content. I watch a lot of her videos. I am actually subscribed to her channel. And I say without any element of doubt that Tech World with Nana, the channel, the platform, the courses are good. She knows what she's saying. She knows what she's talking about. Her explanations are very detailed. Her illustrations are awesome. So I give it up to her. She's making great content out there. So if you're following her content, that is very, very good. I believe you will learn a lot from her, and I would say keep it up also. And now to discuss if your cloud platform of choosing is really important. I think a lot of beginners or even some professionals in the field get this wrong. Yes, you would have the cloud platform you love so much. For example, I love Azure so much. I use Azure. I will continue to use Azure. But then they say this cloud is better than the other one. The short answer to that is no. There's no cloud that is better than the other one. It's all about service and preference and what your employer uses and then what your personal preferences are. For me, when I was starting off my career, my first point of touch with the cloud world was Microsoft Azure, and that's where I've delved into it for so long and probably will still do a lot of it in the future. If in the nearest future I need to do AWS or GCP or any other cloud that comes up in the future, I would do it. But then there has been no stringent requirement on me to actually go do that. I've dabbled a little bit in the GCP when I was teaching people in my previous 2 jobs, and it's cool. It does what it's supposed to do. Although the user interfaces might differ in the terms of how you navigate and manage resources, but then the fundamentals of all the cloud platforms are still the same. Like talking about redundancy, availability, virtual machines, they offer almost the same set of range of services, if probably not the same. It's just a matter of preference. And of course, just as a joke here, some have better user experience than the other ones. For example, I've tried to use AWS in the past. I did not use it. And the reason for that is simple for me. Their naming convention does not exactly suit what I like. If I wanted to deploy a web app in Azure, for example, I know I will go look for a web app. But in Amazon, I'm looking for another kind of name. In GCP, it has its own name. So the concepts are still the same. The namings are different, the style are different, the management plane is different, but then the underlying fundamental concepts are all the same. So choose whatever cloud you want to choose, Azure, AWS, GCP, it doesn't matter. What matters is you know what you want to do, and you can find the right set of tools and services to accomplish your goal. That is what I think all matters in the world of cloud. The platform you choose, to be honest, doesn't exactly matter, because there's always and there will always be a place for all the tools and tech you decide to use in your field. And that is what I honestly think about it. So it doesn't exactly matter what cloud platform you choose, AWS, Azure, GCP, you would be fine with anyone. But I think also, in terms of employability, what you want to do is look around your circle, look around the opportunities coming to you in your area, and go learn that specific class. So if the opportunities coming around you that you see all around you are AWS oriented, go for AWS. If it's all around GCP, go for GCP. If it's all around Azure, go for Azure. Once you understand the fundamental concept, you can pick up any cloud platform if you ever need to in the future. But in terms of current opportunities, look in your field and pick whatever one you think you might get practical experience with fastest, and then just run with it. That is what I will advise generally on a question like this one. So, and of course, it depends on personal projects, the kind of contract you are in, your employer, and all those kinds of things. For me, I will always look for opportunities around Azure because I've sort of built my expertise around managing that platform. It doesn't mean that in the future an AWS opportunity comes up and I need to learn AWS, I would not be able to, because I've understood the fundamentals of AWS, of Azure rather, of the cloud in extension by learning Azure and using Azure over the years. It's just a matter of knowing the services and how to manage them. And same goes for all other cloud platforms that I might want to pick in the future. But I think in the nearest or shortest future, I'm still with Azure all the way because I love it. I've been using it for a couple of years. The docs are great. The services are great. Management is great. It just resonates with me. And I think that's really answered your question, and I surely hope it did. If you have further questions or further clarifications, you know exactly how to reach me. Use the code showing right about now on your screen, or scan the QR code showing right about now, and I will try to get to your question as soon as possible. But till I come your way yet with another video, stay safe and goodbye. So I wanted to talk a little bit today about the difference between a junior and a senior role. So my job title currently is Senior DevOps Engineer. I've been Principal Technical Specialist in the past. I've been just DevOps Engineer. I've been DevOps Consultant. But then I was having a conversation with my boss last couple of weeks, and then he was mentioning some of the expectations from me as a senior engineer on the team. And I wanted to share a little bit of that experience or that learning with you. So what is the main difference between a junior engineer and a senior engineer? A junior engineer is someone who, ideally is kind of new to the field, so needs a little bit of mentoring, a little bit of hand-holding, a little bit of guiding to get to their destination and actually grow in their career. And a senior engineer, of course, is someone who has had some years of experience, has had some battle scars, has some bit of extra insights into how things should be done, into the processes of doing things. They are a little bit more knowledgeable. Yeah, they don't know it all. Nobody knows it all really. But then they know a bit more. They have a bit of that extra edge over others who are junior. I'm not saying junior engineers are not great. They are very, very great. Even some of them know more than most senior engineers. But then a senior engineer is someone who thinks more strategically and gives insight into processes and which to be done. And they offer mentorship to the junior and intermediate engineers. Sometimes, yes, of course, titles most times don't mean anything. But then, in the context of a job, in the context of organizational hierarchy, that is what it means. It means you are somewhat someone that is to be looked up to. Someone is looking up to you, either you know it or not, either junior or intermediate or senior or principal engineer. Someone is looking up to you, and you want to behave, you want to learn to be in that position of seniority. You might not be a manager, they are independent, independent contributors who are principals and seniors and don't manage anybody. So whatever career path you choose, either you want to be a people manager or just an individual contributor, being a senior person in the organization, you should always have that at the back of your mind that whatever you're doing, you are serving as a guiding light to others. You are even an inspiration to your peers. You are someone who some set of people are really looking up to. So you want to behave and act that way. And that is what I wanted to talk a little bit about today in the video and sort of just give that clarity. Of course, there's more to being a senior engineer than just knowing things and being a mentor. But I wouldn't want to cover that in today's video. It's something we'll talk about later in the upcoming videos I will be making. But then again, I guess I'll be seeing you again in another one. See you and goodbye.
Welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got another question and it goes thus. Good day, sir. I really love your content on YouTube, especially those relating to DevOps. My name is Grandio, a student currently studying mechatronics engineering. I actually came across DevOps last year, and since then, I've always wanted to be in the field of DevOps and know how things work. With the help of your content on YouTube, I've been able to get more insight and understanding about DevOps. I currently have a knowledge of some programming languages like Python, JavaScript. I would love to have a career in DevOps, but I'm finding it difficult to get materials that will help me in acquiring knowledge on DevOps technologies. Are there certifications you think can help me out in DevOps? And I also love a mentor in this field. Thanks very much for your question, and thank you very much for your very kind comments. So it's good you have that basic understanding of programming in Python and JavaScript. It's a great springboard for you to actually get started. Although I tell people you don't need to learn coding to start learning DevOps, but you having a knowledge of programming will actually be a boost in you learning DevOps. Now, the fact that you're trying to become established in DevOps is great, and I'll tell you this for a fact is that when I started learning DevOps also myself, there were not a lot of materials, and would I call them pathway? There are lots of materials scattered all around the internet, yes, but then there was no specific pathway to actually learn. So I was picking everything from many sources. But of course, I'm here today thanks to all those bunch of materials I actually went through. Now, the truth now is that it's become more streamlined, and there's more pathways coming out to learn DevOps, because especially DevOps is still growing. I wouldn't say still growing, but the content pathway for it, the skill learning for it is a continuous evolution. So it's never a one size fits all. It's all dependent on what your use case is. And then what I would say is, although I'm preparing some courses in the future, sometime later this year, to release on DevOps, I will actually go through all the details of DevOps, things you need to learn, etc. But pending the time that is actually released, there are great materials I can always recommend you to. And the first one of them is Azure DevOps Labs. AzureDevOpsLabs.com is the website. So Azure DevOps Labs contain a whole load of resources and practical hands-on on how you can actually start deploying and managing DevOps organizations and projects. And you can also check out the Azure Developer Trainings on Microsoft Learn. There's also Azure DevOps Training on Microsoft Learn. And one thing I'll tell you for a fact is, if you're beginning out, don't get me wrong, I'm a great advocate of certifications. I love certifications. But what I'll say is, don't go burn money yet on certifications if you are not clear on how they will help you yet. Get a bit of experience, then go to the certifications, because when you go to the certifications and you pass, you would be confident to say, yes, I am certified in X, Y, Z. But if you go do certifications, yes, you will learn some things as you're preparing for the exam. But remember, as we say, if you're learning for exam, it's la cram, la pour, la forget. But if you've built the expertise and you go learn to do the exam, as you're learning and practicing for the examination, the things you've actually experienced will be reinforced in your mind, and newer things that you need to change will actually come to play. But if you go do the certifications first before getting the skills, it might be a little bit off. And that is my personal opinion. Other people have other opinions on how you approach certifications, but that is what, if I was to write any certification exam, I would want to be prepared. I would have want to have at the very least 6 months to 1 year of experience in that thing I want to go and write the exam for. But of course, in some cases, I've taught people in actually 4 days who have no programming experience and they go write the exams and they pass. Yes, I've done that. But then, if you really want to be confident of what you've got, you need some couple of weeks to months of experience before you go do the sets. But one thing I say, even beyond the certifications, beyond the challenges you go through, try as much as possible to practice. And that is why I love Azure DevOps Lab so much, because it contains those steps and things you need to actually do, more like a practical project. Like you're in an engineering team, these are projects to work on. That is what it actually takes you through. And I will just stop that answer there, and I hope that answered your question. I don't want to beat around the bush anymore, and I hope it gave you some sort of clarity on the next steps you need to take to achieving your DevOps journey. And of course, if you have more questions on Code Cloud and DevOps, ask me anything, feel free to send them using the link showing on your screen right now, or scan the QR code showing right about now on your screen. You can also find the link in the video description and pinned comment. And if you enjoyed this video so far, remember to give it a thumbs up, share with your friends, and remember to also subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any more videos like this one. Until I come your way again with another video, stay safe and keep DevOpsing.
Let me tell you why the eMeet StreamCam 1 might just be the game changer you've been waiting for. With its portable design and seamless integration across multiple platforms, this camera system is perfect for content creators like me and you. In this video, I'll be sharing my personal experience with it and how it has transformed my setup. So let's get started. Throughout this video, I have timestamped each section so you can easily jump to the parts that interest you the most. And trust me, there's a bonus section coming up that you don't want to miss. First things first, let's talk disclaimers. eMeet sent this package out to me. This is the dual package. It means I have 2 StreamCam 1 cameras in the package with me, although no money has changed hands, and eMeet is not responsible for whatever I say and what I think and whatever video I record and say about this device. All things you'll be hearing from me are things I think about this device, and they are my true opinion of it. I'll also drop a link to purchase the products in the video description and also pinned comment. They are affiliate links, and also this comes at no extra cost to you. It just means that you're promoting this channel just a little bit by using my link to purchase these products if you really like it. With disclaimers out of the way, let us talk about what you get inside the box. In the box, you get the StreamCam 1 itself, a carrying pouch, a wireless microphone, a microphone windscreen, a 1 meter USB-C to C cable with a USB-C to A adapter, a user manual, a safety guide, and even a sticker. I think they really thought of everything when it comes to packaging this. Let's dive into the key features of the eMeet StreamCam 1. This device itself boasts of the Sony 1/2.8-inch sensor that captures stunning 1080p videos at 30 frames per second with its 3mm f2.0 lens. It comes with a magnetically charging wireless microphone that has a range of up to 10 meters, and the best part, it also has an inbuilt microphone with an impressive battery life of up to 8 hours. This camera can handle even your longest streaming sessions. I think 8 hours is fair enough when it comes to recording and streaming stuff. I think, yeah. Plus, it could also double as a webcam when connected via USB, giving you even more versatility. And don't forget about the audio in feature, which means that you can pass in your 3.5mm audio input into the eMeet StreamCam 1 system. When it comes to the app, you'll be glad to know that it's available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac operating systems, which means whatever device you choose, whatever operating system you choose, this device will be ready to go for you. This device allows you to live stream and record up to 1080p 30 frames per second to various RMTP destinations. You can also easily record mixes and video camera feeds, giving you complete control over how you want your output video feeds to be. This camera also gives you manual image controls like exposure and white balance correction if that is what you're into. It is truly a powerhouse, I think, for this nifty little setup.
I put the image stream cam 1 to the test in different scenarios. I took it outdoors, recorded with my fans on, and even with fans off to see how it handles different environments. Let's check those out. I did not use my studio today simply because I wanted to show you what this is capable of. This is my first time trying to run this setup, and the goal of my video, of my channel, is to actually show how you can use things. So I decided, instead of having to test this out, then record a proper video, why not just record me using it and recording? So you'll be seeing the behind the scenes setup, and this one right here. So Emit, the company, really actually sent me out 2 of these packages to test out and actually show my audiences the capabilities of the Emit Stream Cam 1. Note that this is the 1080p webcams, and I think for streams, for basic setup, it works pretty fine. Although, so this is the Emit Stream Cam recording with my fan on in my home office studio. Well, that's kind of the noise you would expect to get. Alexa, turn on studio lights. And this is it with all my lights on, the audio field. I am recorded into the mic up top on the image stream cam 1. And then of course I can switch the focused camera to the one on top here, which would sound a little bit closer compared to others, to the other one, because I have the dual bundle. And then of course I can always switch and match my camera to fit whatever recording style that I think fits my scenario. And I think that is really nice and good to have for that kind of settings. And if I was to go ahead and actually turn the fan off, because it's summer, it's supposed to be hot, you're supposed to test this in a real recording scenario, and I don't want to be hot, so that's why I had that on. But if I was using this in something like OBS, you would not be hearing all that noises. So this is me assuming it's a cold season and I don't have the fan, and this is just the sound of my computers doing their normal thing, and then I can always switch over the camera angles and have a feel of what that really is like. Yeah, I'm really feeling the heat now because of what I'm putting on, but that is what that sounds like if I was not, getting any other sound in my home office. I think for the footage, it's clear enough, it's clean enough depending on the lighting situations you have. Even in low light conditions, you get quality enough video, although it claims not to have low light settings. So if you're in a dark environment, you don't expect to get quality video feed. No. But of course, with good lighting, with proper lighting, good enough lighting, I think you're pretty much good to go with the video quality. Now, when it comes to what I think about the image stream cam 1, I think it offers great value for its price. The build quality is solid enough and the battery life is more than enough to meet your needs, in my opinion anyways. Whether you're a streamer on the go, an educator, a work from home techie, a content creator, this camera system, I think, has got you covered. As for pricing, at the time of recording this video, a single unit costs around £151, that's in the UK, and if you got the dual camera setup, it means you'll be spending about $295 for the setup. I'll make sure to leave the links in the video description and also pin comments so you can easily check it out. Although the box comes with essentials, the webcam, the microphone, the cable, you can purchase additional accessories based on your specific needs. Although Emit does offer a tripod, video light, and even a bag for your streaming needs to make your setup even more professional and convenient, that's if you choose to get those accessories for your setup. For me, I prefer to use my in-home accessories already because they are already included into my setup. For the Emit Stream Cam 1, I've found various uses for it in my setup. It's a perfect setup for multi-angle videos, top-down unboxing shots, and even a reliable B-cam for my scenarios. And its portability, I think, makes it ideal for meetings and on-the-go recordings. I think it's a truly versatile camera system that has taken my content creation journey a little bit more to the next level. Now, this is bonus content you've been waiting for. I decided to try to hook the Emit Stream Cam 1 to my Fayutech Scope Mini Gimbal, and let me tell you, it worked just like a champ because of course it's battery powered. It means I can stream my B-roll even like a pro, and I think that is really something cool to check out with this camera setup system. That's it really for today's video on the Emit Stream Cam 1. I hope you found this video useful and informative enough for you to make a decision if this is the right camera system for your on-the-go streaming setup. I want to hear from you. Let me know in the comment section below what you think about this camera system. Is it something you would consider getting for your setup? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Thank you for watching today's video, and if you enjoyed it and found it helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel for more content like this one. I'll be back soon with yet another video, but before then, stay safe and goodbye. Hi, this is the AverMedia live streamer arm BA311, and I'll be telling you about it in this video and why I love using it. Now, I've used a couple of microphone boom arms and I was on the search for something that's more flexible and solid at the same time, and of course not going to break the bank. Now, most of the boom arms I saw were great, they were really good, but they were not just as great as this one before I finally decided to settle for it. I'm not saying they're not good, they just didn't meet my requirements. Now, I have a peculiar setup. I stream, I work, I attend meetings, I record videos, I unbox videos on this desk. And I need the ability to be able to store away my microphone when it's not in use and still be able to reach it quickly so I can record fast. Literally, I want to be productive. And that is of high importance to me. And that is why I decided to go for the AverMedia Stream. Although I have it sort of at a low level on my desk right now, but I think it's reachable and I can just move it around, as you can see, on my desk. So I can record from various angles. So if I'm doing sort of a live stream and I need to actually focus on my screen, I can still record good audio with the microphone just at that direction and get something really nice. And if I'm doing voiceovers, I can move it back into the original position, and then I can see what I'm actually reading as a script out on my screen. Or if I'm recording a video like this one, I just need to rotate it to face me like so, and then I'm back. That is the flexibility. And of course, it can go vertically also if I wanted to actually boom it over my monitors, but that is just not my use case for it right now. And this is high enough that it can come over my monitors to actually reach me, which is actually good. And I needed to be able to stand all my microphones, and the heaviest one of them being the Samsung J-Track Pro. This is the heaviest of my microphones so far. It is really heavy. It's about 1.5 kg or so. So I need it to be able to actually stand it. And this boom arm can do that for me, which I think is really super duper nice. Now, the desk clamp does not take all of your desk space, which I think is really nice. It's just a vertical circular thing, and it's really nice to go. And that is one of the things I love about it. The space it takes on the desk is really minimal when it's stored away. When I'm using it, it's just one angle, and I can still see all my screens and everything that is important to me on my desk. Now, the boom arm itself, of course, as I've said, has multiple rotation points and flexibility, which you can adjust with the X wrench that comes with. You see, everything's actually really reachable from where I'm sitting here on my desk. And of course, when I'm standing, I can still be able to do the same set of activities without stress. Now, I've been using this now for a couple of months since I got it, and I wanted to actually wait till I made a video about it to actually see if I got the real more value for the money out of it. And I can tell you for sure, I am getting the real value out of it. I will drop the link to buy one in the video description, and also as a pinned comment if you'd like to check it out. Now, the installation process for this was also straightforward. Get a desk, get the clamp, hook it up, plug it in, adjust it to match your strength or stress levels, and then you're ready to go. Inside the arm, and boom, you're just ready to go right out of the box. And then of course the cable management clips make you to stow away the cables so they are literally out of sight without having to have some zip ties to manage your cables, which I think is another really nice feature of the AverMedia boom arm. That's the BA311. Now, the international mechanism is great. When I lock it in, it's stable and I can still move it around. And I think one thing I love most about it also is that I can adjust this. Now, I don't mind the wiggle on the sound. I can adjust the rotation angle of my microphone like so. I can do this. Of course, I can go down. I can bring it back up. I can do just a whole range of things with it, which I think is really super duper nice to have in a boom arm. It means I can actually also stow it away like so. No, I usually stow it away like this beside my monitor. beside my big monitor here. So it's stowed away on that side. You can't hear me now, but of course, even from that side, I can bring it back and still get audio coming out of my microphone into my mic. But of course, I'm gonna bring it just a little bit closer now so you can get real quality audio coming from it. And I think that is really nice. Now, on the clamp, you can move it 360, which is, I think, is really nice. I've tested with many microphones that I use in this office, and I think it's a really nice feature to have on the Eva Media. Now, in short, what I'm telling you is that this microphone arm is great. Now, I got this with my own money, and I love it. So I'm not being paid to do this. It's not a free gift. It's not a free review unit. I got this with my own money, and I think I love it, and I like what I'm getting out of it. Once something is good, we should say it's good. You know, they say that in my language, think about that house of Buddha. This is a good microphone arm, and I think it's great value for money if you want to get something like it. It's a great accessory if you want to upgrade your live streaming setup. One thing I am planning to do in the future is actually get one more so I can boom it over and have sort of an unboxing setup come over the top of my monitor here, and I can clamp my camera on top of it, unbox stuff, store it away when I'm not using it, and I'm good to go. I don't want to use all those flimsy arms that, you know, are not so sturdy. So that's that about that. Now that's it for my review of the Eva Media Live Streamer and BA311. I hope you enjoyed it and found it helpful. If you did, remember to give the video a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel for more review videos just like this one. And let me know in the comment section what you think of the Eva Media Streamer and if you have any questions about it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Goodbye.
What would I do, or what are the steps I will take if I was to become a programmer again? Now, that's an interesting question really to ask, because the pathway to becoming who I am today, I won't exactly say it was a structured one, because I had to learn a lot of things during the journey, and really get to make a lot of mistakes. Yes, I made a lot of mistakes also. I've made blunders. Yes, I've been lucky, I've been blessed, I've been opportune to meet great people and have great mentors in the field who actually walked me through the journey. But I've made mistakes. Let me give you a bit of history into what I've been doing before now. I've been programming now for almost 15 years. I'm that much. I'm that old, but I'm not old, I've been a programmer for almost 15 years now. My first app was not an Hello World app. It was literally an app written in VB6 where I put a picture and a button somewhere to say hello. I didn't know how I did it, but I did it. That was about 15 years ago. And in the following years, I started to learn to code. I added C# to the programming language. I learned QBasic specifically, and also VBasic, VB.NET, and VB6 alongside. So during those first years, I was learning a lot of things, but I think C# really stuck with me as a programming language because I don't know, I just loved it. I fell in love with it. I saw it was usable for me, and then I went on. Over the years, I added Fortran, Pascal, Java, even assembly language to the stack, just as coursework in the university, of course, not as something I really wanted to spend all of my time on. Alongside learning those languages also, I was teaching them to my peers and also the younger students in the university in my school fellowship. I think that helped me to really get grounded in the fundamentals of programming, because I would need to explain the concepts as in-depth as possible to these people for them to really understand and pass their exams. Teaching the programming languages I was learning then was a way for me to actually reenact the knowledge, reenact the learning also for myself over and over and over again, so I could apply and solve one problem in multiple programming languages. I'm not saying go learn multiple programming languages, don't get me wrong, but I think as part of my journey, that really helped me over there. And I then decided to major on client application programming. When I say client app programming here, I mean I was writing apps for Windows Phone and Windows Desktop. I wrote an app for my school fellowship then, where it was a quiz app. And then I went on to write apps for Windows Phone. I put it in a Windows Phone store. It was there for a couple of years. One of the top apps in Nigeria at that time. Well, I've been lucky. But then Windows Phone died, so I had to find a new version. Windows Phone was dying when I actually moved on to learning
Xamarin, which is a cross-platform mobile application development framework, which has now morphed into .NET multi-platform application user interface .NET MAUI. So I moved on to learning all that, but I think during the last years of my university, discovered what DevOps was. I discovered what it meant to actually deploy software, because I was looking at the way I've been deploying my apps to the Windows Phone store, that I could not literally every single time I click publish, then manually upload my artifacts. I was looking for a way to automate that process, and I discovered there was something like OK App, Microsoft App Center. Those tools ticked my fancy then. Then I realized there was something called VSTS, although then it was called Visual Studio Online, VSTS, Visual Studio Online, then now called Azure DevOps. GitHub Actions also is there now, but then it was Visual Studio Online. I discovered I could use that to build my app and deploy to the stores with a combination of Microsoft App Center and OK App. So I learned all those things, although painful, no specific learning path for me then, but I got it working. So I wanted to do my website back then, also around 2015 thereabout. And I realized I could also still use Azure and Visual Studio Online to perform that operation. There was a web ID by Microsoft back then, I've forgotten the name now, that I was using to do that. Just commit your code and then it pushes it up to the web, and then it loads up in Azure, and then your website gets there magically. So that was DevOps for me back then. And then over the course of the years, I was teaching people, getting them excited about Azure and the cloud. And then I just continued my learning that way. Then I became a DevOps consultant. I started, walking companies through the deployment process of how to automate all this stuff. And that really stuck with me. Then I learned other things along the way. So for me, I did not have a particular pathway, but now there are a lot of pathways. I've actually published a video on, different pathways, different paths or progressions of things you need to learn to get your DevOps career started. You can check out one of the cards or video description, or check the entire playlist of this video. So that was the history for me in this age and time where there's a lot of information. I think the first thing I will do is find a pathway, find my learning path, and then learn step by step, because my learning then was very haphazard. It was here, there, all over the place. So if I was learning to be a programmer, a DevOps engineer over again, I would have a defined pathway of things I need to learn, and then based on that pathway, I will ensure I'm grounded in the fundamentals of every single concept before I move on to the next. And as I'm learning, I'm applying those learnings, and I will also be documenting my learnings, because documentation is, I think, one thing that a lot of people lack in this industry. We don't document enough. Documentation can be in many shapes and forms. It can be in the forms of making vlogs, writing on platforms, on forums, posting on social media, X, Instagram, TikTok, you name it. So that way, as I'm learning, I'll be learning in public, so that I can get the support of the community. The sweet thing about the tech community is almost everyone is kind. There are some people who are not exactly kind, but most people in the tech industry are kind enough to be able to guide you into what needs to be done right. So I think that is it. And if I would give an advice to myself, is that if I was learning again, I should be grounded in fundamentals, because nothing can take the place of the fundamentals. Frameworks will change, platforms will change, vendors will change, might go bankrupt, might go out of market, but then your knowledge of the fundamental will never, ever, ever go away. So get grounded in the fundamentals, and every other thing will be added onto you. That is really it. There's no two way about it. There's no negotiation about it. Once you're grounded in the fundamentals, every other thing you learn will be an additional thing on top of it. And then you can move into any other cloud platform. Tomorrow, if I decided Azure is no longer for me, I could learn AWS. The cloud concepts are the same. I could learn Google Cloud Platform. Cloud concepts are the same. I could apply my DevOps understanding in using Azure DevOps and Microsoft DevOps technology to GitHub Actions, to Circle CI, to whatever other framework or DevOps platform is available in the future. That is the beauty of getting grounded from that. I can never stress this enough. Be always grounded in the fundamentals. And I think that's pretty much it for today's video. Those are the things that I would do. Get a pathway, be grounded in the fundamentals,
document your learning, and also be an active part of the community. We all grow together in this tech community. We all grow. Be an active part of a community and then grow from there. That is where you get discovered. That is where you'll be able to shine the light and pass the baton forward and pay the technology skills you've gained from YouTube, from Twitter, from Medium. You'll be able to pay it forward to someone else in the future. And I hope that really helped somebody today. I know it's a bit of a rant and a all over the place video, but I think it should help someone get a sort of understanding into the things that I would have done if I was starting my DevOps career all over again. And if you have questions on code, cloud, and DevOps, you know exactly what to do. You can use the link shown right now upon your screen or scan this QR code and I'll get to your questions as quickly as I can. Until I come your way yet again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. Is DSA, data structures and algorithm, important for a DevOps engineer? That's another question I got on Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything, and I'll try to answer that question as briefly as possible because the answer pretty much is short. I've answered in previous videos that it's not compulsory to be a programmer to be a DevOps engineer. But then there's a flip side to that. And the flip side is this. The more programming knowledge you have, the better DevOps engineer you would be. Yes, can be a DevOps engineer. So there's a difference between good, better, and best. And there's a difference between meh, good, manageable, and very good. Okay? So if you know programming, you'll be a good DevOps engineer. Okay? If you want to be a better DevOps engineer, you need DSA. Is it compulsory? No, 100% no. You don't need to learn it if you don't have to, really. But then, knowing DSA, learning it alone, puts your brain in a state of mind of critical thinking, to think of efficiency, to think of speed, to think of, you do things like brute force solution, optimized solution, all those stuff. So when you first solve, if you first give a brute force answer like brrr, and then you start optimizing from there. That is the thinking process in DSA. So knowing what the right kind of code to write, how you structure your scripts, your deployment processes to ensure that your deployments are actually faster. Those are the kind of things that come to play. So, and as I tell everyone that everyone should learn to code, but not everyone should be a programmer. Okay? Everyone should learn to code, but not everyone should be a programmer, because learning to code alone by itself enhances your problem thinking skills. So, if you have that skill stuck in your brain, when writing your scripts, your deployment pipelines, your infrastructure code, you think by default of efficiency. You think, if this code is supposed to be written this way to be fast enough, how can I write my pipelines to be better, to be faster, to be more efficient? Those are the things you think about. But then, you don't have to, if you want to stay ordinary. So, and I'll tell you this for a fact, I learned DSA a few years into my career as a DevOps engineer, technical evangelist / DevOps engineer, the many kind of hats I've won in my career. But then, when I learned it, it became very, very helpful. Yes, we learned it in uni, but then, of course, you know what happens with uni, you forget the 95% of things we learned in uni. But then, when I actually really learned it, it enhanced my thinking skills. Okay? So, if you can, learn it. But if it's not crucially important to you, you can ignore it and just be a meh DevOps engineer. Alright? And I'm not trying to be sarcastic here or anything. It's just the fact that the more skills you know outside of your current career field, the better you actually are in your career. Imagine you trying to deploy a C# application, okay, and you encounter an error deploying. But if you know the way C# works, if you know how proper C# code is supposed to be written, the way the configuration files work, the way it treats environment variables, the processes, the way microservices are split up, etc., and you're writing pipelines for it, you know which service depends on which one. You don't have to really go ask questions many times before you actually figure things out yourself. So, yes, DevOps is all about collaboration. It's all about, talking with stakeholders to understand processes. But then, if you know your stuff, if you know programming, there are things you can fix on the go. There are things you can, by default, just know when you're doing your stuff to be able to do better deployments. And I think I'll just wrap up the answer there because I think I've really answered it. And of course, if you have other questions, you know what to do. Put them using the link shown right now upon your screen, or scan this QR code to get an answer to them as soon as possible. Until I come here again yet with another video, stay safe and goodbye. Right, so I've been using the Logitech Zone Vibe 125 headset for roughly 2 years now, and I made a video on it on my channel, and it's been, I must confess for a fact, it's one of the most successful videos I've ever made. And I'm making another video on this because after 2 years, I'm still using it after 2 years, it must be a really good headset. So I wanted to give my long-term review of this nice headset right here. Although now, as you can see, it's at some wear and tear. Using for 2 years has not been pretty easy on it because I use it for all of my video calls when I'm in meetings, when I'm in trainings, even I use it when I commute into the office, and sometimes when I'm even editing my videos whenever I'm on the go, because it connects via the USB dongle to my computer and then via Bluetooth to my tablet and other computers I really want to use from day to day. But currently, the audio you're hearing is coming from the JLU wireless lav mic. I'll switch the audio here and I'll let you know somewhere here which audio device you're actually listening to. But on a general note, in terms of quality, build quality, I would say it's pretty actually nice. It's dropped a lot of times. It's it's been abused literally, but then it still rocks. The play button back here, I think, is one of the ones I use mostly when I'm commuting to play and pause. Although one thing to note is it does not have noise cancellation on the listening side, but on the call side, if you're using this, it's pretty nice. If you're in a cafe, if you're in the office and using this for your meetings, your listeners will hardly ever notice that you're in a noisy environment. So the boom mic here is actually pretty nice. And it's a flip to mute button right here. So if I flip this now, the audio would start coming in, and you can also press the button here to mute the microphone, or press it again to unmute the microphone, and then the audio just passes through. And then the light indicator here also shows what is going on. So this white means it's unmuted, and then red means that it is muted. So you can actually signal to your colleagues in the office if you're in a meeting or not. But of course, you won't be raising this at the back of your head for them to see. So that's that about that. So I'll leave it unmuted now and just walk through the features. So on the side here, you see the Logi logo here. You see everything about it. You see the call button here. So to end and drop your call is good. To increase or reduce your volume, it's also nice and good. This is the Bluetooth functionality here. It charges via USB-C, and the headset beam is pretty nice and good. So if I really think of this on overall scale, and if this were to get lost or damaged in a natural disaster or something, if I would get this again, I would tell you 100% yes, compared to other options, because when I was getting this, I considered getting the Jabra Evolve 65. Now I know there's a new Jabra Evolve 65 Flex, which is nicer than I generally am not a fan of on-ear headset. This is what it feels like if I have it on my head and I go into my meetings, and this is my general speaking volume when I'm in meetings really. And the audio, I think, sounds nice for people that I've been on calls with. They say the audio is crispy, it's nice. And most times when I'm actually in meetings, I can be speaking and go downstairs, grab a cup of tea or coffee, and I will still be able to listen on my meeting, contribute to the meetings, although I'm not seeing what has been shared. I will still be an active part of the meeting when I stand away from my desk, because sometimes in my home office also I stand and sit, so I keep the health and blood flow in my body. So this is pretty nice. I would generally advise anyone, if you have the budget for it, get yourself a wireless headset with a wireless adapter to your computer, 2.4 gigahertz transmitter. Pretty nice, goes a long range. Sometimes even I've stepped out of the house and I'm in a meeting and I could still hear whatever is going on in the meeting, because sometimes I just need to take a stretch around the house and then still be in my meeting, and then it's just pretty nice and good for that purpose. And pretty much all the audio you'll be hearing from this video has been from this headset right here, although there's a bit of noise cancellation that OBS does
for this recording. But aside that, it's pretty nice. So what I will actually do is I'll go into Microsoft Teams meeting now and I'll record what that audio experience would sound like without the OBS noise cancellation feature. So what I'll do now is I will stop recording from OBS.
And the audio is now back to this yellow lav mic here. And I go into Microsoft Teams meeting right now. Okay, now I'm recording now, and all the audio is coming from the headset. No noise suppression. If I go to the audio settings right here, if you have a little bit of a look, there's no noise suppression set on, no spatial audio, and everything is set to the Zone Vibe 125 headsets now. And if I was to turn on noise suppression, which is at the auto level, whatever noise is around me, this is my normal recording environment for my meetings, for my calls, for whatever I do, that is what it sounds like. And there's not been a complaint that there's a background noise coming from my end. So far, so good. So I would say this is a pretty nice headset really to go grab for your money. And after 2 years, if I would still be getting this kind of headset for myself, let me turn that off so you can hear it as it comes to you. I would 100% tell you that that's going to be a yes. Although I would have wished that the material is not really fabric and there are store replacements for the fabrics that come with it right here. Because now this is wearing off and I have no option yet on how to replace that fabric. I wish I could. If I could, it would still be my headset so far. And I would actually still keep on using it as long as I don't take it out of the house. I'll still keep on using this headset till it actually really finally builds on me. And I'll probably do a comparison video between this and the Microsoft Modern USB-C headset in a little bit. Okay, I will do that comparison in a little bit and let you know what my thoughts are on which either one of them. But if I was to still get this, if I was to recommend someone to get this headset at this age and time, I would say yes, 100%. And that is my honest view on the Logitech Zoom 125. For this headset, Logitech did not pay me to make this video. I bought this my own money 2 years ago when I did a new headset. And I would highly recommend it really for meetings, for calls, for whatever. Especially if you're on a budget and you don't want to go with the expensive options. This is really super good. It's built for meetings. I cannot overemphasize the niceness of the headset really. And I don't think I want to waste so much more of your time just telling you how good the headset is. But if I was to recommend this over again, I would say 100% yes. And yeah, that's 40mm audio driver. The audio is crispy and nice on your calls. What else about it? The flip to mute. You can see as I flip, the Microsoft Teams actually goes mute. And I can also do the button right here for the same function. And pretty much, and then with this, to end this call actually, I would end this call with the button right here. And I'll say, stay safe, goodbye, like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video so far, and I'll be seeing you again yet in another video. Bye-bye. I'm out.
The Mono PD100 is a studio dynamic XLR microphone that gives you rich professional audio on a budget. Will this be your next best budget XLR microphone? I'll be telling you all about it and why you may want to consider getting one in today's video. As with all Mono products, the packaging of the PD100 comes in bright gold and black colors with direct and secure access to the contents of the box. Right out of the box together, use a manual, and you get the 6.5 feet XLR cable, and then you get the matte black metal build body with the weighted round base on the Mono PD 100. You also get 2 extension rods for ensuring that the microphone stands up to you on your desk, which I think is a really nice thing to have. Although I prefer to build my microphone arm so it's as close to me as possible, the weighted base also does an excellent job of keeping the microphone stable and secure on your table. Now, because this is an XLR microphone, just XLR, there are no knobs or switches on the PD100, so you have to set all your audio adjustments on your audio interface or mixing console. Now, the PD100 is a dynamic cardioid polar pattern microphone, accepting most of the audio from the top end area of the microphone. It simply means that if I start turning the microphone a little bit away from me here, you start hearing little to no audio, and it comes stronger as I point it back to me. And as I turn it away, you start to hear little or no audio. But I'm gonna put this back to face me at the general level I'll be at if I was recording in this particular setup. Now, I recommend you get the pop filter on top of it, but it does have a double layer pop filter itself, so I'm saying a lot of piece here, but I'll test out the plosive later on. Now, with a 60 to 14 kilohertz frequency response range and a minus 50 to plus or minus 3 decibel sensitivity and a 132 decibel sound pressure level, you are assured the audio you're getting out of the PD100 is clean and mellow. I no, I've been using this for the last couple of days, and I think I like it so much that I don't want to let it go. But of course, all the audio from this video was recorded 100% with the Mono PD100 using the Monocaster C2 Neo audio interface. And of course, you can see this with any other audio interface you might have in your setup, the Focusrite, any other audio interface, right? Go XLR, Rodecaster Pro, any of those setups, this would work definitely fine with it. It does not require 48-volt phantom power, so you can use all the low powered ones. Of course, these have 48-volt phantom power. You can use with it. You don't have to do that if your microphone does not need it. So, any audio interface that supports XLR inputs, base PD100 will work just fine with it. So all I'll just do is, of course, this is the microphone test and not the audio interface test, but I'll start by cranking up the volume up to max here so you can have a bit of feel of what that really sounds like. And the audio, as you might have seen, was gone by 25% up a little bit. Remember, all the audio you control is from your audio interface and not the microphone, but of course, you should try to be as close as possible to your microphone when you're recording. I'll set this back to the normal level I record at so we can have good audio back and will not blow our hairs out. Now, the major test I'll do on this microphone is actually the plosive test. Now, I'm not using this with any pop filter. I'm using this as it comes, so you have a feel of what you actually get right out of the box. But of course, I'll advise you get a wind form around it if you want to. But now, let's test out the plosives. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, how many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick? Now, that is what the P sounds like. I have not listened back to this to see what that sounds like, if it's blowing my hairs out of my head or not. Now, and this is what my darling wife's voice sounds like on the Mono PD100.
Hello there. Welcome to another beautiful week. This week, our anchor verse is from John chapter 3, verse 16, which says, "For God so loved the world, and he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, shall have everlasting life." As you go for this week, say this to yourself: I have everlasting life because Christ has given me eternal life. Have a wonderful week.
What are my thoughts on the PD100? At under $50, this microphone is a great budget option that gives you all its best and brightest sound with no compromises. Will I recommend it? I think 100% I will recommend this microphone for anyone looking to start content or upgrade their setup. Now, this will be a great option for anyone looking to start content creation or upgrade their current recording setup or home office or even meetings. I like the quality of this body. It does not feel cheap at all or to look at, as you can see in the video. But of course, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. You let me know in the comments what you think of the look and feel of the Mono PD100. Overall, I think anyone looking to buy this will not regret it and will save a lot of cash on getting the other expensive alternate options on the market. And you get general good quality audio out of it. You get decent audio, you get professional audio out of it. So you're not compromising a lot if you try to get there. So you can get a couple of this if you're setting up a 4-person podcast, a 3-person podcast, a 2-person podcast. And you can also have a kit you send across to your podcast guests to ensure they have almost the same quality of audio that you have. I'll also be dropping the links to get one in the video description and pinned comment if you like what you're hearing out of the PD100. In the future, I'll be testing out and checking out how this works also with other audio interfaces, but I'll let time pass a little bit between when I make this video and when I make that one, so I can give you my unbiased and practical long-term review of using the PD100. But I think from now, I'll set this up in my home office setup, and then I will use this from day to day, and then I'll give you a more comprehensive review of what that looks like. But of course, so far that I've used this, I recommend it, so you can check it out if you want. I recommend this right now if you want to check it out. I've used all major mono products from their lapel microphones to their XLR microphones, and I think this is a really great option also. So it's something you might definitely want to check out. So I think I'll stop there for today's video, really, because that's all about the microphone. All the audio you're hearing is straight out of the microphone. Nothing mixed, nothing modified, no EQ, no filters, nothing whatsoever. This is my voice. This is what I sound like if I was to record a normal video, and this is what my normal setup position is if I was to record normal audio, and this is how I generally just move my hand around. So you have a feel of what that really looks like, and yeah. So if you like this, give it a thumbs up, subscribe, and of course, check my other videos out on other gadgets I've reviewed, and subscribe so you don't miss any further videos like this one. Comment from me. Until I come your way again with yet another video. Stay safe and goodbye. Hello and welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. My name is Dara Oladapo. I got yet another question and it goes thus. Is DevOps good to learn with job opportunities around? I've been seeing AWS all through and Azure and learning open source tools, which is okay. So I guess the question is it good to learn Azure DevOps because all the opportunities you've been seeing around jobs have been AWS? And then if learning Azure with open source tools is nice to do, and which open source tools should you actually be learning to be able to use whatever cloud service you're learning today? Azure DevOps, Azure, I'll combine those in two. Now, thanks for your question. It's a very important question. And to answer the first question simply, I'll say yes, 100%. Azure DevOps is a great toolkit to learn when looking for jobs. And I'll add a note to that to say that you should remember that Azure DevOps is a tool that enables you to perform some or all of your DevOps tasks, depending on what you're doing, like work planning, release, build and release management, test planning, artifact storage, and the fact that it can deploy to any cloud of your choosing, Azure, AWS, GCP, or even on-prem services. So Azure DevOps is just one of the tools you use. It is not what gives you the job prospect itself. Yes, being able to use it will probably give you some points when looking for jobs, but it's not a major determinant in how or what jobs you're able to get. Now, there are similar services to Azure DevOps, and that is why I say that. There are similar services to Azure DevOps that you can use to do almost all the same things you do with Azure DevOps. Although Azure DevOps is my go-to tool, I use that from day to day, trust me. And I'm I know quite a bit about it, but not exactly all about it. So I wouldn't even say I'm an expert in Azure DevOps, but I'm able to use it from day to day to ensure that I get work done. You can use any other tool to achieve what you're doing, or a combination of many other tools to do. Azure DevOps is just that, one ring to rule them all kind of tooling that you have in the cloud. And you are seeing a lot of AWS roles simply because your network, the conversations you have, people you talk with, they are mostly in the AWS space. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Clouds are good. Any cloud is good, to be honest. And the reason you're saying that is because your cycle is AWS oriented, and so you'll be seeing opportunities around AWS. So if you have been my friend for many times, I can bet you for a fact that you will be seeing opportunities around Azure because that is what is in my circle. And if I'm looking for opportunities around my cycle will be Azure related opportunities. Although you can go for AWS opportunities if you find them. Trust me, you can learn any cloud, work with any cloud, be an expert or be a professional in any cloud of your choosing. Go for it if that is what you're finding. And remember that Azure DevOps is a tool. Azure DevOps is not the technology itself. Azure DevOps is not DevOps entirely in itself. Yes, you can 100% learn Azure DevOps with other cloud technologies, or you can learn specific DevOps technologies that work seamlessly with other clouds like GCP, AWS, Azure, Alibaba Cloud, DigitalOcean, you name it. Azure DevOps is just a tool. Azure DevOps is not a cloud. So there's a difference between Azure DevOps and the Azure cloud. So if you're saying, is it good to learn Azure as a cloud platform? Yes, 100%. For example, I'm going to make a confession here. I don't know so much or anything about AWS. I don't know about GCP that much, although I've used them, but I don't know about them. But what I've learned myself is in Azure, and I've been doing Azure now for almost 10 years. And I've not looked back. And all the opportunities I've seen in the industry, for me, I've been coming around the
Azure world. Yes, sometimes I see job roles around AWS simply because it just pops up to see if I know AWS. But because I do not, I mostly go for opportunities around Azure. Now, to sort of add to that, just a note, and I didn't prepare to actually say this in today's video, is that when you're good in Azure, when you learn your Azure tools, if you decide to learn Azure, is that there are organizations that are actually looking for that specific role. And I'm going to point out just a number of them, depending on the country you're in, uh, either in the UK, the US, Nigeria, Ghana. You want to look for enterprise organizations, medium scale businesses. Those organizations use Azure heavily. I can tell you that for a fact. Banks, telcos, you name them, they use Azure heavily. So if you're looking for opportunities in Azure, look for those kind of organizations, and I can bet you would find the ones that fit you if you're actually so focused on Azure. But of course, if you're learning AWS, that is also perfectly fine because you will find opportunities with startups, small scale and medium sized businesses. I'm not saying there are no enterprises using AWS, the enterprises using AWS, but Azure is a player, is a king player in the enterprise space. I can tell you that for a fact from what I've seen in the industry. So that is one truth to that. And I'm not saying this because I love Azure, because Microsoft is paying me to do this. They are not paying me to do this. It's just what I have seen in the industry today. And one of the key success to learning any cloud technology is you should continuously learn. I wouldn't say because I've been doing Azure for almost 10 years now that I know it all. No, I do not. I don't even know 2% of Azure. That is the simple fact about it. Yes, I might have certifications in it. I might know specific things so well in Azure, but I can tell you for a fact I do not know all about Azure. That's simple. So I continuously learn, I continuously improve myself from day to day. And if you're learning, Azure, AWS, GCP, Alibaba Cloud, you name it, another key to your success is your network. With all the years of expertise you might have, what will bring you your next gig, your next role, your next freelance opportunities, your next project would be your network, the people you connect with on the internet, offline, in the communities. So I will get Azure opportunities because my circle of influence, my network is mainly Azure. I have friends who are great in AWS, great in GCP, but most of them are actually Azure focused. So my opportunities will come around AWS. And to the second part of your question, over 90% of the tools we use in the cloud and DevOps space are actually open source, regardless of the cloud vendor you're choosing, AWS, Azure, GCP. Your choice of tools would be different depending on a number of factors, but they are not limited to what I'll list in the things I'll list now. Now, one of the things, if you're working in an organization, there might be an approved apps that you can use on your work computer. In some companies, they have a list of apps you can actually install to do work because it's a company device. So they want to be able to protect their network, their resources, their files, all things like that. So they have a list of apps they've actually vetted and are happy for you to use. So if you're doing any major work, you need to use the recommended tools. You need to use those approved lists. Now, if you need to use any other app for major work, it has to go through an approval process. It doesn't say you cannot install some other tools to make you productive, but if it's something that you're using for work from day to day, it is good to check with IT or your manager in your organization. And also, another thing that would determine the choice of open source tools you use, your personal preferences. There are some tools you personally prefer to use and your colleagues might not. For example, I would prefer to use the Windows terminal with PowerShell and Windows Upstem for Linux. Some might just decide to Hyper-V into an Ubuntu virtual machine on their computers. That's totally fine as long as we get the job done and we're using the approved apps in the organization. We're not using apps that are gotten from sketchy sources. That is totally fine. And some might actually have a whole Linux instance on their computer. That is totally fine. The key is productivity. Okay, whatever tool you use, there's no shaming for somebody using Windows or Mac or Linux or whatever OS they're using. There is no shaming. It is all about what makes you tick and what makes you productive. For me, I'm mainly a Windows guy. Yes, I use a Mac, I use Linux from time to time, but my main operating system of choice is Windows because I've been using it for many, many years and I am productive on that operating system. So, your choice of tools, because I'm on Windows, so there are some tools that are only available for Linux. Maybe I use them through WSL or through a full blown Linux OS. That is another story. But then, what makes it productive because of my personal preferences and choices will determine those tools also. And also, another option is licensing of those tools. Now, some open source tools have no limitation on how you can use them either commercially or for free projects or open source projects also. But when you're starting to use some open source tools in a commercial setting or to earn income, you would want to specifically check what permissions you have based on the license of those open source tools because some open source tools are restricted in the kind of things you can do with them. And that is why some organizations have an approved list of apps you can actually, because they vetted and seen that they would not be in breach of contracts or open source licenses if you use those tools. And some might actually require them to purchase a volume license for their staff. And that is why those approved list of apps are there. And I actually hope that answered your question. And I hope to hear from you in the comments if I actually answered that question. And if you have further questions, feel free to send them using the link showing on your screen right about now, or scan the QR code showing right there. And you can also find the link to the question portal in the video description and also the pinned comment. And if you enjoyed this video so far, remember to give it a thumbs up and share with your friends and family. And remember to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any more informative videos like this one. Until I come your way again with another video, stay safe and goodbye.
Today, I'm super excited to share my thoughts on my new Lenovo Yoga Pro 9i. I'll be walking you through its specs, real-world performance, and how it fits into my productivity flow as a DevOps engineer, content creator, and IT trainer. So if you're considering investing in a premium laptop for creative and professional work, you want to stick around for this one. So let's get started. Let's talk first about the unboxing and the design of this laptop. Now, my first impressions about this laptop screams premium. The lunar grey aluminum finish is sleek and a 16-inch chassis has a solid build quality without feeling too bulky. My bundle also comes with the Lenovo Yoga mouse, which complements the laptop beautifully and works great on the go for me. Next up is the display and graphics. This display is just stunning. This is a 16-inch 3.2 mini LED panel with anti-glare coating, 165Hz refresh rate, and a whopping 1200 nits of brightness. It's certified with 100% Adobe RGB and 100% DCI-P3, making it perfect for color accurate work like photo and video editing. So whether I'm editing 4K videos or presenting on Microsoft Whiteboard, the visuals are crisp, vibrant, and smooth. And with the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4070 GPU, this laptop handles the modern graphics stacks effortlessly. I use it for video editing on Go actually, if you're just wondering. The Lenovo Yoga Pro 9i has a wide array of ports. On the right hand side, you have two full-size USB-A ports and the SD card slot, and also you have the webcam shutter, which I think is pretty nice. On the left-hand side, you have the Lenovo Power port, a full-sized HDMI 2.1 slot, and also two Thunderbolt 4 ports that support power delivery, and also you have the 3.5mm headphone jack. This laptop is a performance beast. With its Intel Core Ultra 9 185H processor and 64GB LPDDR5X RAM, I can run virtual machines, containers, and 4K videos, editing projects simultaneously without breaking a sweat. Add an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4070 and you've got a system that handles video rendering, 3D modeling, and even AI workloads with ease. Seriously, whether you're a content creator, software engineer, or both, in my case, this laptop can take whatever you throw at it. Now let's talk about the webcam. The 5-megapixel RGB infrared with dual array microphones is a game changer for me. Video calls, clear. Plus, with the Windows Hello feature recognition, logging in is instant and secure. The microphones pick up your voice clearly while filtering out background noise, which is great for content creation of virtual machines if you don't have headsets or customized microphones that do super noise cancelling on the go. I've noticed that when I'm running on the go, there are a lot of background apps running, and it just affects how long I can stay unplugged. So this goes for about 2 hours, 30 minutes when I'm on the go, at least for the first couple of days where I've used this one. So 2 hours 15 minutes on battery life is not great for a laptop that costs about 7 to 8 hours. Although the Lenovo Vantage app does a good job with power management in its own case, I just think it's not quite enough for my specific needs. Only I know exactly which apps I need to shut down or start up based on my workflow. So what I'm doing to solve the battery problem for myself is that I'm building a custom utility app that will prevent unnecessary background apps from starting in certain modes and shut them out when they are not being used. So when I switch modes from creative to document to programming, the app switch modes, it turns off the apps that I don't need, and when I need the apps, when I switch mode, the apps come alive. For my use case, I might actually integrate with my Stream Deck. I'm not sure I'm going to implement it yet, but I have started on that project, and I will create a dedicated video showing exactly how it works. And the best part is that I am going to open source this code so anyone who is interested can use or even improve on that application for their use cases. So make sure you subscribe and turn on the notifications so you don't want to miss that video, because of course I'm going back to actually doing real hands-on coding in my YouTube videos once more. So stay around for that one. Portability is key for me. So weighing under 2 kilograms, this laptop fits perfectly in my own productivity workflow. I know that a lot of people say, yeah, you could get a 14-incher. For me, I need the big screen real estate for the kind of work I do, presentations, planning. I run a lot of apps at the same time simultaneously, so I need a 16-inch real estate also for myself. But of course, I have a portable monitor I can also connect to this, but sometimes I just don't feel like carrying the portable monitor, so I need that big screen still for myself. So when I'm commuting, working in a coffee shop, or conducting training sessions, the 7 to 8 hour ideal battery life works well for on-the-go use. Plus, connecting to my portable monitor with the Yoga mouse just gives me good dual screen setup wherever I am. Now, on value for money on this laptop, Lenovo Yoga Pro 99, I think personally, in my opinion, is an investment that delivers. For creators, engineers, professionals, this machine is a productivity warehouse. With its incredible performance, premium build, and stunning display, you're getting fantastic value for money. Now, disclaimer here is that I considered getting a MacBook Pro M4 Pro, but for the specs I was looking at, this just comes in at better value for money for me, to be honest. Now, let's take a moment and look at the specs I got for my Lenovo Yoga Pro 9i right here. Battery life to me is not much of a problem because wherever I am, I can always get plugged in. 2 hours. I mostly commute max for 2 hours also, so that kind of works for me in a way. So whether I'm rendering videos on the go, running complex DevOps environments, multitasking like a pro, I think this laptop handles it all for me, and I think it can handle it all for you also, except you just are hellbent on getting a MacBook Pro. For the price, this bundle comes in on just a little bit above 2k pounds, but starting price for this is around 1,600 ish. So when I configured it up to meet my specs, it came at about 2 grand, which I think is not bad, and for the performance I just think it's great. So let me know what you think about this laptop. Is the Lenovo Yoga Pro 9i the laptop for you? Let me know in the comments, and don't forget to hit like and subscribe and turn on notifications for more content like this one. Also, keep an eye out for that video of the utility app, and feel free to check the links in the description if you're thinking of picking up the Yoga Pro 9i or the Yoga mouse. Until the next time, stay creative and stay productive. I'll see you again.
Pausing with you. Classy look, elegant to look at. This is the Moman EMP microphone. Let's check it out. Hello YouTube, how are you doing? This small, compact, easy looking microphone is the Moman EMP microphone. It's got a classy look and feels that. Does this sound as good as it looks? Let us find out. But before that, let's go unbox. Let's go check out what comes in the box. I have to remove the nylon packaging around it. And then I gently lift it to let the weight, let the microphone just, slide out of it. And that's it in all its beauty. The Moman EMP microphone. You first made the manual, which gives you instructions on what to do to actually get it up and running. And then you got this minimalistic packaging with the microphone itself, which is really lightweight, I must say, with the light indicators in front that lets you know what volume you're recording at. And then at the back, you got the headphone jack and also the USB-C port. And at the top is the soft touch mute button. Well, a mute button, of course, also. And then you have the USB-A and USB-C cables for connecting the microphone to your range of devices as you want to do. And then you got the base where you used to stand the microphone, and then you got the base adapter also, which connects to the microphone and then to the base. Of course, you can stand this on a tripod if you want to, but the base looks really classy. You don't want to miss out on actually showing that off in your videos. So I'll stand that on the base and then off I go. Really easy and straightforward to package and to unbox and set up, I think. And that's it. Just plug and play now and you're good to go. And you can move it around, you can shake it around, you can make it look really, really, really nice and good for you. And to connect it up to your devices is pretty simple. Just get the USB cables, hook it up to your devices, and off you go. So let me actually connect one up and see how the light comes on the microphone. You plug in the USB-C cable at the back. You can optionally plug in the headphone for monitoring. And then, well, I love mobility. I like recording on my phone. And then of course, I can connect this to my Surface device and to any other device that's got a USB port. And once I hook it up to my phone, you can see, I can literally see the light indicator that measures the volume of what I'm recording. You can see once I touch the mute button, it turns red. Volume control, mute, unmute. Really nice. What do you think? Well, it is neat and well packed. This is an electret condenser microphone with a cardioid polar pad and mix that captures the audio from the front of it. It's got a mute button just right at the top of it. So if I tap this button, and if I tap it back, my audio just comes back right like that. It's got a 20 Hz to 20 kHz frequency response, which means it captures a large range of frequency with zero latency monitoring right here with a headphone jack at the back of it. It also serves as an audio output if you're plugging that to your computer. The Moman EMP needs 5 volt to run, which means if you have any device that can literally power out 5 volts, it can work. So it works with USB-A or C devices, which includes here my Samsung S21 Ultra, my MacBook, my Windows computers, which has lots of USB ports, of course. So I have tested this with all of my devices and it really super duper works. The audio capture level is great in details. I'll drop a link to get the microphone in the description, and as a pinned comment, be sure to check it out. All the audio you've been hearing and will still hear in this video is recorded with the Moman EMP microphone. No special effects were given, no EQ filters or compressions have been added in any way. All the audio is coming raw from this microphone. Let us check out what this microphone really sounds like. Peter Piper piped over a pile of papers to Poland, where he placed the plate beside a pillar to pet a dog. Does that sound good to you? Let me know in the comment section. Now, that was the raw audio. Nothing whatsoever was added to it. Do you like what you hear? Of course, let me know in the comments. Well, you might want to ask me, who should get the Moman EMP microphone? I would say content creators looking for a great, lightweight, good looking microphone for YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, or anywhere you want to publish your videos, and you don't want to make any compromises to sound quality, and you want to get a bang for your buck. It's really affordable, I must say. If you check out the price in the link in the description, you'll actually see what it looks. It's literally under £50. All right, so one thing I like about this microphone is that I can mount it up to my boom arm for my meeting, so I really look retro looking. I got a boom arm there, I got one here, I got one here, but of course I want to record this on the stand. That's why I'm not standing. But of course this stand comes in handy. It's adjustable all around, so you can literally stand this on your table just beside you, and then it just stands right there with no shaking. I enjoy using this microphone, and I hope you do also. Let me know in the comment section if you're considering getting this microphone. Once again, I'll drop the link to purchase that in the description section below. And that's it, guys. If you enjoyed this video up until this point, you know what to do. Please give it a thumbs up and also subscribe to my channel if you haven't, so you do not miss any upcoming videos from me. Well, till I come your way again with another video, I'll say stay safe and goodbye.
Hello, my name is Dara. Welcome to Dev Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got another question, and the question goes thus: how soon can I learn Azure, and what are the fundamental jobs available for a beginner? Number one, I want to say thank you for your question. It's a very good one. So the first question, I would say you should start learning cloud right away. How soon can you learn? Start right away. Start right now if you haven't started already. And how long it takes to learn cloud, I would say, is all dependent on you and your learning pace. Now, what do I mean by this? Your learning should be at the pace you're most comfortable with. So you might want to say, I want to learn 2 hours every night. I want to learn 1 hour every night, or 3 hours every day. Or I want to go through all the modules. Now, to learn Azure, Microsoft has made it simple. You can check out the Microsoft Learn modules on Azure Fundamentals, or any Azure technology of your choosing: Azure Developer, Azure DevOps, Azure Data, Azure Security. You can check out any of the Microsoft Learn modules. I'll put a link to Microsoft Learn in the video description, and also as part of the pinned comments that I'll put after I record this video. But what I'll say is your learning could take days, depending on what you're learning, could take weeks, and also could take months. But one thing I will advise when you're learning is you should be consistent at it. If you're setting 2 hours every day, try to be religious about it. Try to follow it ruthlessly. 2 hours every day. Well, there are some days you won't feel like, to be honest. It happens to everyone. So I would say those days, give yourself some slack. Don't beat on yourself if you're not able to learn that day. There are also streaks I've broken. I've broken a lot of streaks this year or so. I recently broke a 30-day streak, which it made me feel bad, but then I was like, nah, it's just part of life. So if you break your learning streak, it's fine, but get back on it as quickly as possible. And why this is important is the fact that once you break that streak and you start feeling bad, no, I'm not learning anymore, and start getting that bad vibes, you essentially lose the interest in learning. So whenever you break that streak, come back to it. If it's possible, don't break the streak. It also gives you this sort of motivational boost. So pace yourself, be consistent with your learning, dedicate time or chunks of time to it. And one of the things, and I think this is just a random contribution I'll just put to the question, or to the answer to the question, is one of the few drawbacks that I've seen from learners that are new in tech is that they want to get there fast. While this is good, to try to want to be the expert in everything. Remember, the people you look at today, even me myself, I didn't just know all this stuff. I know I don't know a lot yet, to be honest, but the things I know today, I didn't just know them like Thanos will snap his finger. I didn't just know them that way. It took time, it took practice, it took mistakes, it took a lot of effort to actually get there. So if you feel you don't know those things yet, don't feel bad about it. It will take time to get there, to get to that pro level, or dare I call it that God mode you want to be in that learning. Every pro you see today, every computer science legend you see today, every programming legend you see today, they were once beginners just like you. So don't be discouraged if you feel like you are not there yet. Just learn step by step, day by day, and you get there. So what I'll address also is map out your learning goal. I'm trying to learn to become an Azure developer. What are the things I need to learn? Write it out. Well, the Bible said, make the vision plain so that anyone that sees it can run with it. That's what I will advise you, like literally. Put the vision down. What do I want to learn? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. This is the day I want to finish learning this. Then I move on to this. If you're not able to match up, realign the times. Once you finish an item, pick the next one up if you have more time, or pick it up on your next schedule. And while learning, one of the things I also advise is find practical things to apply your learnings to. It's not enough to just watch the videos on YouTube or Pluralsight or any learning website there or read that blog post. It is essential that you also put those learning to practice. So if, for example, if you learn about Azure storage, for example, put that to learning. Go to the Azure portal, use the Azure CLI, use PowerShell, use Terraform, use whatever tool you're learning with, and then practice it. Put it in code. Write your JavaScript code, write your C# code to actually practice how to put an image, put a video in Azure Blob Storage, practice the archive tier, practice the cool tier, practice the alt tier. Those kind of things will make the concept sink in more, because practice actually how we get better, not just watching the videos. There are a lot of things I've learned in the cloud that I didn't have to go watch videos or read documentations for. I just knew them by practically just using them. And I can tell you the ins and outs of some of these technologies. Now, to your second question, most beginners would ideally start off in something like an apprenticeship, and this is talking to the job opportunities in the cloud. Depending on where you are now in your career, if you're a beginner, you probably start with an apprenticeship or an internship role. Now, depending on what you've learned, you could start off as a cloud administrator, as a cloud developer, as a security administrator. Now, what I'll do in this video is I'll just give a list, although it's not the most comprehensive one, on the roles you can get depending on what you've learned in the cloud. And I can decide to make these roles into individual videos in the future. If you like to do that, let me just know in the comment section, and I will ensure that I try to get to doing that. But here are some of the roles: cloud administrator, site reliability engineer, solutions architect, security specialist, cloud analyst, cloud engineer, cloud developer, compliance specialist, support engineer, quality assurance engineer, product manager. Yes, it can be a product manager in the cloud. Now, I could go into this of all these roles as I said, but those would be other videos. If you want me to go through those roles in one stretch of video or as individual videos explaining how they apply to cloud, I can do that, but let me know if it's something that is important to you, and I'll try to make videos also for those ones. Now, that's it. I hope that answered your question. If you have more dev, cloud, and DevOps questions, feel free to send them in the link showing in the video on the screen right now, or scan this QR code right here. And you can also find a link to the questions in the video description, and also as a pinned comment. And of course, if you like this video, remember to give it a thumbs up and share with your friends. Also, remember to subscribe to my channel and turn on notifications so you don't miss any informative videos like this one. Until I come your way again with another video, remember what I say: stay safe and goodbye. Hi, how you doing? I'm back with another video request, and it was a bit of a weird one. It came in the night, and then I was like, I could actually answer this by sending a screenshot, but I think this will also benefit the whole world, so I decided to make a video out of it. And it's pretty simple. So I have this question where someone was logged out of the Azure VM, probably because they forgot their password or something. It's a common occurrence to forget your password. That is fine. Advisable, keep your passwords in a vault system like Keeper or LastPass or Microsoft passwords or Google passwords or wherever, so you don't lose them in the future. But then these things happen. So how do we fix that? How do we get back into actually getting access in case we do not remember what password we use for our virtual machines? So what I've done is that I've pre-prepared a Windows virtual machine in Azure, and what I would do there is try to log in first with the password I remember, and then log in with a password that would not work. So what I want to do now is go ahead and open remote desktop. Open a remote desktop, put in the public IP of that virtual machine. That's the virtual machine you see in the background of the thing right there. And then I'll put in the username. The username you must always remember, that's a simple fact there. But the password, you could probably forget that. So click on connect, follow the prompts to finish the connection, and then put in the password. And ideally, that should ask you for certificate prompts and all that stuff. And then after a couple of seconds, it should log you in to that virtual machine. But for some very interesting reasons, that popped up on another screen. So let me bring it into focus. So that virtual machine actually popped out on another screen entirely, that which is fine, which is okay. I will just need to, yeah, I'm connected to multiple virtual machines on my computer. Now this is the one I'm connected to right here, and you can see I'm logged in fine now. Everything is working fine, easy peasy. My machine is good. But then there comes a time when I would forget my password in the case of what happened for this gentleman. So what I would need to do now is go back and open remote desktop on my main computer and put in the same IP address, the same username, but this time around, I would put in a wrong password. I don't ask me again for this computer, that's fine. And then I'll put in something that will not work. And then I'm logged out. I can't access my virtual machine, which is totally fine. I could try as many times as possible, and then things would just not work. I forgot my password. That is totally fine. So what I can do is on the management plane of the virtual machine and the cloud, if I scroll down to the help area here, you would see there is a reset password option, and that's a saving grace. This has happened to me a couple of times, and that is why I know exactly where to go. So I click on reset password, and then I put in the person's username, the user's username, and then I start putting in the right password. So I've changed the password now. Click on update. And I should get a notification once that is complete. Now, what I've not tried before is actually see if I put in another username and put in a password, if that user can also now log into the system. So I know the password I set for this user now. What I will try to do now is put in another username with a new password and see if I can log that new user into the system also. That is what I will try next, but I'm not quite sure that will work. So let's go back to our user and see if that user can still now log in. Yes, I trust the certificate. And that user is able to log in now again. That is totally fine. Now, what I want to try now will be a little bit tricky. So let's go here and put in a username we've not used before. Okay. And click on update. Let's see if that gives us an error. It doesn't give us an error. Okay. Let's now see if we can log in as that user. this is gonna be a little bit of fun. Not this username. Nah, that would not work. Okay, so you need to always remember the username you used. Of course, you can always forget the password, but don't forget the username. So I will try this again just to be sure it would not work. Now that would not work. So you need to put in the right username to be able to set the user's password. That's the only way to be able to do that. And I don't know if there are some PowerShell extensions you can use to actually create more users on the system once the virtual machine has been created and all that. But that is something that will be worth researching. And I really hope that answered your question for the person who go looked at the virtual machines. And if it's a Linux VM, the same principle apply depending on how you configured it, other SSH keys to log in and all that. You can reset the SSH keys and then proceed to log into the virtual machines. And I hope that helped you. And if your platform was not Azure, there should be some sort of way in the console, in the portal, or maybe even through the CLI where you can actually do this for yourself and reset the user password and be able to log into your virtual machine again. And that is that's my answer to that question, and I hope that helps resolve the problem. And if not, let me know in the comments and I will try to get one-on-one with you and then try to resolve the issue. And of course, that's it for this video. If you like this, give it a thumbs up and subscribe so you don't miss any further videos just like this one. And if you need me to make any video concerning Code Cloud and DevOps, technically now, I'll put a link in the description so you can check it out and put in your question and I get to answer them as soon as possible. Until I come your way again yet with yet another video, stay safe and goodbye. Welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I'm Dara and I got another question, and the question goes thus: how do I approach the ever-changing dev and tech landscape? That's a great question. And to be honest, there's no definite answer to this because things change from time to time, priorities change and all that. But one thing that I think I do quite a lot of to stay up to date is for the things I'm actually focused on in terms of career and skill set, I listen to podcasts, I watch videos on that thing. So I'm subscribed literally to people doing things in that field. For example, things in DevOps, I have a DevOps podcast I listen to. I have a .NET podcast I listen to. I have general development content creation podcast I listen to. I listen to finance podcasts. And I do that from time to time frequently. So when I wake up in a day, or on some days I can even skip it, but most times I just put them on listen and just go ahead and do my work, or as I do my workouts, and then I just get up to their way. And on social media, I follow people who actually work on the products I use from time to time. So whenever they make a tweet, even if I miss the major announcements or the events around these products, I still get a bit of what is going on. Now, it does not mean that I will use the latest tech at that point in time, because of course it does not mean that all new tech is what is best for you to learn at that point in time. It simply means that I'm aware of things to do. So if I need to do it, I know exactly what to do. I know where to go get documentation. A good example is the Azure Developer CLI is very great. But to be honest, the first time I actually did a real AZD in it to ensure that I can set up a cloud project was literally yesterday. Although it's been out for a couple of months now, I know about it. I know how it works. I've watched a 30-minute video on it that Scott did with someone else. So I know a bit of how it works. So whenever that tech comes out, I just watch an overview video, how to get started with it. I probably even bookmark it and set a reminder in the future to go check it out also. If I'm not busy at that time, I might watch it. If I'm busy, I set a future reminder to actually do this. And this comes as a result of the productivity arc I do. So whenever I see things that I'm actually really interested in, I put them forward at a much later date to check them out also. And I mentioned that not all new tech is what you should be doing now. And the reason for that is pretty simple. You are focused on one thing at a particular time. You don't want to be swayed here and there like flowers in the wind. You want to be grounded in something. That is why I said not all new tech is what you should be learning right now. But of course, if it's good for you, if it's something that will improve your career and your chances, please go ahead and learn it. Now, the other bit is you should belong to a community. What do I mean by this? You should have a group of friends, a group of people where you talk to about technology from time to time. Things you might have missed on social media, you might have missed on your subscriptions, they would probably talk about it. So you need that. They need that. Everybody needs to be in a community. You need a tribe. You need a gang. Well, not gang in terms of crime. You need a group of people where you can actually talk. Have a close set of tech friends also that you talk about topics. You just talk generally about stuff. You don't have to do projects on it. Just talk about it. Have ideas. Have a feel of what is going on in that area. One thing that I say a lot that people should do is stay grounded in the fundamentals. Whatever new tech comes out, it's all built upon the fundamentals. It's all built upon a foundation. So that foundation, as long as you're grounded in it, you can learn any new tech whenever you have the time for it. For example, blockchain, GPT, all this new tech we are having today. They are great, they are awesome, but then it might not be what you're focusing on at that point in time. But if you're grounded in fundamentals of software development, grounded in the fundamentals of DevOps, grounded in the fundamentals of how things really work in computing, whenever you're ready to learn them, remember you've had the overview. Whenever you're ready to learn them, it would, well, I wouldn't say it would be a breeze, but it wouldn't be as difficult as someone just starting out. So if you have the fundamentals, I think you would be just fine. And I really hope that answered your question, although it's not the most comprehensive answer out there, but that is how I generally approach the ever-changing tech field, because it's quite a lot to actually handle. There's a lot of information overload on the internet. There's a lot of dare I call it crappy information online also. So once you grind the fundamentals, nothing can sway you. All the cloud platforms are great, but then if you tell me one cloud platform is better than the other in this day and age, it's not a useful information to me, because I know all cloud platforms are great. Does it meet my needs? Not all of them do. Are they easy for me to use? Maybe not all of them. But then the ones I'm focused on, they are good enough for me. But then if I need to improve, if I need to do it for work, I know I can go learn them. So one thing I've also tried and sort of, would I call it, grown into, is I don't diss any platform anymore. I used to do that quite a lot. For example, back in the days of Windows Phone, I dissed Android a lot, I dissed iPhones a lot, and Blackberries. But then we grow up. We all grow up. Yeah, if it's your time to diss, go ahead and diss. I'm not saying I'm old. Sometimes I just have a bit of fun with my friends also. But then I don't diss any tech now. If it's not for me, it's not for me. But then I don't ignore it totally. Of course, there are some things I would never use, but of course, that's not for this video. But I stay up to date even on things they are doing on their platforms also. That is just it. And I think that answered the question. I hope it did. If you have further questions, put them in the comment. But I think more importantly, use the link showing up on your screen right about now, or scan the QR code showing right now on your screen. Until I come here again with another video on Code Cloud and DevOps Asking Me Anything, stay safe and goodbye. In my efforts to make a smarter room, I decided to add a camera system to the range of devices, and after some research and deliberations, I decided to settle for the Blink ecosystem for a start. Was this the right choice, or would I be looking to switch to another smart home security camera system in the future? Stick to the end to find out. The Blink Home Camera System is one of the leading smart home security and camera systems out there today, with quick and easy setup experience from my personal view and fast setup with the Alexa Smart Home System. All sections in this video are time-coded so you can easily jump between some of the sections. If you need to check out the Blink Home Security Systems, I will put a link in the video description and also as a pinned comment. To be able to set up the doorbell and camera, you will need a Blink module, and setting that up is quick and fast using the QR code on the module with the app. You will need to constantly have the Blink module powered, so what I've done is plug it into one of my smart USB ports in the home office to have 24/7 smart power supply. I'll be setting up the doorbell next, and that builds on top of the Blink module addition, and it's equally a breeze. I simply add it up to the Blink system that I've set up in the previous step and it's ready to go. The same process goes for the outdoor camera and the Blink Mini, which I like because it doubles as a chime. Let's talk about the 5 things I like most about the Blink system overall. First is the ease of setup. You unbox it, power up, pair, mount, and you're ready to go. The second thing I like about it is the quick integration with the Alexa system because it's automatically discovered in the Alexa app. The next thing I like about it is the ability to use the Blink Mini as a chime. It's very useful for me because I have to set up in my living room and I need to know when someone presses the bell because I have Alexa set up in other rooms in the house but not in my living room. So having that as a chime makes a lot of sense for me. I can also schedule ARM and disarm mode on the Blink system using the mobile app, which comes as a breeze for me when I'm away from home and I need to actually get security set up just like that. I also like the fact that it has a two-way communication from anywhere in the world. So if someone presses my doorbell and I need a package delivered to the back door, I tell them where to go and how to access it. With that said, here are some of the things I do not like about the Blink system. Multi-feed view is impossible. I'm logged in on my phone and my wife is also logged in on her phone. When either of us is viewing any of the cameras, the other person will not be able to, which for me kind of sucks. Or if I'm viewing on Alexa, I can't view it on my phone and it's mostly something I do not like at all. The other thing I do not like is the fact that I must pay to have video recordings synced on the cloud. But the good news is I can attach a storage to the sync module and have the footage saved on it, which I've done and it's been working for me so far. The other thing I do not like about the Blink system is that it only integrates with Alexa natively. I understand there's company rivalry between Google, Amazon, Apple and all those sorts, but this is not 2005. Can't we get over this rivalry already and let us move forward to ensure that customers have the best of experiences? And this will lead to my choice review. Now, if I were to decide again if I should go for the Blink system, would I still go for it? Short answer is no. There are now other options on the market that offer no subscription, multi-smart home, assistant support, and I'll probably be able to get away with multi-view also. That is my general review of the Blink home security system. While it's great and fast, the dislikes for me would not make me get more of the brand, but who will be considering other home camera systems in the future because I have Alexa and I have Google Home in my home and I need to be able to use it with all of my smart home devices. If you still want to go ahead with getting the Blink system, I will drop the link to get them in the video description and also as a pinned comment. And remember, if you've enjoyed this video so far, remember to give it a thumbs up and share with your friends. And remember to also subscribe and turn on notifications so you do not miss any further videos coming from me in the future. Until I come your way again with yet another video, stay safe and goodbye. I got this other question on my Dev Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything, and it goes thus. Let me read it from my computer right here. Is DevOps a beginner-friendly role, or should it be a transition from cloud engineering into DevOps? Thanks very much for asking the question. And I think, as I say, it's one of the important questions to ask because all questions are actually really important. To know if you can, with no experience in IT or cloud, to get into the DevOps space. I would say yes, it is possible to get into the DevOps space without previous cloud experience. It is very much possible, but it is faster for those who have a bit of cloud understanding or some sort of software engineering background or networking background or people who actually do things related to the cloud space. Previously, it is much easier for them to transition into DevOps engineering. Given that, depending on the role, of course, there's not so much of a gap between cloud and DevOps engineering. It is easier to make that transition from cloud engineering into DevOps. It's actually faster. People who transition from cloud engineering into DevOps get acquainted with concepts much faster than those who do not. And from my experience teaching DevOps over the last couple of years, those who have no IT background sometimes will find it harder to understand DevOps concepts and to be able to get along compared to those who have a bit of software engineering or IT background, or in this case cloud engineering background. But it is definitely possible for them. I've taught people who actually have zero experience, zero skills in cloud engineering or IT or whatever. They literally came from other fields that are not IT related and they came into DevOps and they are doing very well. So yes, as a beginner, you can become a DevOps engineer. Yes, you can.
what I'll just say is that bit of cloud engineering experience helps you scale faster. So if you want to go from being a cloud engineer into DevOps engineering, it is faster for you compared to not having any previous cloud experience. That is my take on it, and I hope it answers your question. If you have more Dev Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything questions, remember to send them in using the link showing on your screen right now, or scan this QR code showing right about now, and I will get to answer them as soon as possible. Until I come your way again with another video, remember to like, subscribe, and share with your friends and family so they do not miss videos like this. I'll see you in another one. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Dara, and this is Code, Cloud, and DevOps Ask Me Anything. Another piece of question I got on the survey I put out was this: between PHP and Python, which would you prefer in building a great competence in the DevOps ecosystem? That is a nice question, but the fact of the matter is, to be a great DevOps engineer, to be a great DevOps person, to be a good DevOps person, the language you write is not a factor in determining how good you would be or how competent you would be. What matters is adopting the DevOps culture and principles. Remember, DevOps is the union of people, processes, and products to continue to deliver value to end users. So, whatever language you use, whatever platform you use, Azure DevOps, Bitbucket, GitLab, Jira, Atlassian, and whatever combination of tools you use, whatever languages you use, it doesn't matter. What matters is you using the culture, adopting the culture, continuous delivery, continuous integration, continuous testing, security, feedback systems. Whatever language you write, whatever platform you choose, it doesn't define how competent you would be. What defines how competent you would be is how deeply embedded in the culture you are and how much you apply it from day to day in your work style and your delivery of product and values to your end users. But some of the DevOps tools that are being used today, some of them are written in Python. Well, I haven't seen one written in PHP ever, if that sort of answers your question. But ideally, no language should define how competent you are in implementing or adopting DevOps culture in the way you write code or how you deploy your applications. The language does not matter. Every language is valid for their own use cases. But if your question is as regards tooling, if you want to be writing DevOps tools, probably you might be better geared towards using Python other than PHP. But of course, there are many other great languages. There's Go, there's C#, there's Java, there's a whole lot of them out there. So don't limit yourself to the language. But of course, what you want to do is whatever language you know, whatever language you write today, you want to use that to increase your adoption of the culture of DevOps, because what essentially matters is you adopting the culture of DevOps. Now, with that said, I hope, of course, I answered the question, but if you would like to ask further questions, remember, the link will be showing on your screen right now. I'll also put it as a pinned comment and also in the video description so you can ask further questions, and I will try to get answers back to you, as soon as possible. If you've derived value for this video, remember to give it a thumbs up and also subscribe to my YouTube channel so you do not miss any further videos coming from me in the future. Until I come your way again with yet another video on cloud, code, and DevOps, I say stay safe and goodbye. Welcome back to another Code, Cloud, and DevOps Ask Me Anything video. In the video today, I got a question that I think is important for anyone to actually ask, and I couldn't imagine how I couldn't have thought of making a video like this previously, and thanks very much for asking the question to the viewer. And the question goes thus: what does a DevOps portfolio look like? Can I have a write-up on my project, a screenshot, and make it part of my portfolio? Kindly explain more. That's the question. Simple and straightforward. Now, it's an important question to ask, and I want to thank the viewer for actually asking this question. Now, why it's important to have a DevOps portfolio is simple. A portfolio, for that matter, whatever field you're in, is because it showcases the things you can do. Now, in the world of DevOps, in the world of cloud, it's a little bit tricky or dicey depending on the kind of project you've worked on. If it's a learning project, it's simpler. Just do a write-up, put screenshots. If there's no You are not breaching any NDAs. You can put it out there. And of course, if some of those projects you've worked on are under NDA, you might ask for permission of the people who contracted you for the project to share some details about it, and they will define the scope of what you can share and not, if they so agree to. But if they do not agree for you to share the scope of that work, you cannot do it. I've been in projects where I can't share the details. It's just unethical even to think of sharing such information. So there are some projects you work on you cannot put in your portfolio. That is the kind of world we live in, and it's just the way it is. It's not like it's not fair. It's just that some businesses, some projects you work on are intellectual properties of this company, and they just don't want details of how it's implemented to be out there yet. But most of the companies we have in the world today, the details of the implementation, the flow, the architecture is pretty simple. Well, I wouldn't exactly say pretty simple, but they are built upon concepts. So for a beginner, for example, if you're starting up your DevOps portfolio and you're learning, say, how to deploy a web application with a database, with a firewall to the cloud, what you want to do is, as you're starting a project, if it's a personal one, that's even pretty sweet. Document it. You can put screenshots. Have a GitHub page. You don't have to go build a website, to be honest. You can have your GitHub page, make it public, and then boom, off you go, and put the details in there. Narrate what you've done, the overview of the project, how you contributed to the project if you're not the only one working on it, the benefits of the project, and your learning experience from the project. It's just as simple as that. For someone like me, my portfolio and my videos are, my testimonials, because I really don't have to do so much of a write-up on the things because my work speaks for itself in a kind of way, And of course, I have a solid CV. You can put links and stuff like that in your CV. But then I think more importantly, for someone who is just starting out, that will be the way to go. And your question is pretty straightforward. You actually sort of answer the question in the question. So screenshots, if allowed, like the architecture diagram, the flow charts, the implementation details. But of course, you probably cannot share the details of the code, secrets. And one thing, if you ever consider sharing, the implementation code, like the Terraform code, Azure Bicep code, whatever infrastructure as code tool you use, you need to think about cleaning up before you make that repository public. Clean up secrets, clean up API keys, clean up all sorts like that, especially if it's a personal project. If it's a corporate project, you most likely would not be allowed to share the repository. But of course, you can put the little bit of details and overview of what you've done. Because of course, if you're writing your CV on things you've done, you will put some details in there. So that's one liner, that one paragraph about things you've done that you can't share full details about. You can still, abstract details out of it, but still letting it know. For example, if you're working on something, for example, for the Ministry of Defense, you probably cannot share the full details of what it is because it's supposed to be classified. But then you can say you were on the team that did X, Y, Z, and then you were responsible for doing A, B, C. Full stop. You don't have to mention the client. You don't have to mention the core details of it. But of course, you have to think about it that if you were the employer that contracted someone to do this, would you want that information out? I think that's one of the first things about this IT world we're in. Ethics. Do you want that information out? If you were the employer, if you don't mind, then you can ask for permission to share such information. And I think that's about what I wanted to wrap up in this video about the question. And of course, really highlight your contribution. I think what matters most in whatever projects that you put on your portfolio is the contribution you made, what you were able to achieve, because you are in the portfolio, you are selling yourself essentially. So you want to put those details of things you're able to achieve as a member of the team. And if it's a solo project, what you were able to do and how you did it. And of course, you need to also put in lessons you've learned in the process of implementing such a project. And I hope that answered your question. And if you need, of course, further questions, you know how to get me. Use the link showing right now upon your screen or scan the QR code showing right about now. Until I come your way again yet with another video, stay safe and goodbye.
Yeah, that's what I'll be telling you all about today. in this video, and it's right here on my table. Of course, we'll do the unboxing. I slice the Amazon box open. I think I've done a good job so far. What do you think? Monocaster light, AUAM 200 setup, beautiful. I just like my honest packaging, to be honest. It's yellow, beautiful. I just need to figure out where to open it from, and I think I got it right now. And I'm gonna get the box right. First, we see the user manual for the microphone itself, which is the one. We see the thank you card, which I think manual that right there's a self-instruction for different scenarios of usage. 5mm cable, and then we see the XLR, so 3.1 cable, and lastly in the box we have 3 outputs, then one more output. One more output can go to a speaker, then 3 other outputs that can go to your mobile phone. Probably you're doing something that goes to Anchor, Spotify, Green Room, XLR.
What is the best professional advice you have ever received? That's another question I got on Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything, and I welcome you to yet another one. Now, this is a bit of a nostalgic question, to be honest, because it brings me to 2 main people that I think contributed immensely to my professional career, and that is why I'll have 2 answers for you. The best professional advice I've gotten are in 2 ways. The first one was when I was in the university, and it's from my professor, Professor BK Aleshe. It's like a father to me in the academic system. I love him so much. And his advice was simple, I can remember vividly. And I'll say it in Yoruba and interpret it. It says, that's how he said it on that day. Something like that, around that line. I'm paraphrasing here. And that in English simply means that you should do the work. The reward will find you. So at that point in time, I had a lot of friends doing websites, doing a lot of stuff, making real cool money in uni. And, I was just learning and doing all the stuff. So his advice was pretty simple at that time. You prepare yourself to win. You don't prepare yourself to live, to just survive. You prepare yourself to conquer. That is the whole essence of that story. There's more stories behind that quote, really, but that was the highlight that stuck with me that day. Like, you would see a lot of people achieving things right now, but that won't last long. What would last long really is your preparedness for that long haul. And I can tell you for a fact that has helped me in my journey up until now, because I'm still standing, I'm still a devil, I'm still doing the tech, I'm earning quite a decent amount of money from the tech. And that advice really stuck with me. So do the work, the reward will follow you. The recognition, the fame, the remuneration will always find you as long as you put yourself to doing the work. So that is that first piece of advice. And the second piece of advice was this, and that comes from my professional mentor, Shino Yetosho. And it was this: you keep doing the best you can do. The doors will always open for you if you are the best. Now, I can't even remember, I don't even know if you remember telling me this, but that also stuck with me. Like, you do your very best. Like, always strive for excellence in what you do. And the Bible sort of reiterates that point when it says, "Save thou a man diligent in his works, it will stand before kings and not mere men." So if you keep doing your best, if you keep striving and aiming for excellence, the reward of good work, the reward of those who are excellent, who are diligent, will always follow you. And it's not just about money. You live a good quality life. You go to bed with the satisfaction that you have actually done something right today. That's it. If you keep doing your best, those cool opportunities will never stop finding you. Like, literally, they'll be begging you for, to take deals, to take opportunities. They will always come your way. Doors will open up for you, doors of nations, doors of jobs, of links, friendships, networks, connections. They will just all open for you. That is that one. And those are the 2 main ones I think I have ever received. I've received many other pieces of advice along my career, but I think those 2 are the ones that stuck with me most. And I hope that really answered your question.
You know what to do. If you have further questions, put it in the link shown right now upon your screen, or scan this QR code and I'll get to your questions as soon as possible. Until I get to you again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. What is the best way to learn DevOps? That's another question I get on Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything, and thank you for joining me into this video. So this question is one that I think has a pretty straightforward answer, but I'll try to break it down as much as possible into this video because it's someone's query really to know how to learn DevOps. So I've made a video on roadmaps on learning DevOps and all that, but I will not delve into that. You can check out that in the playlist for this series that I've started now for almost 2 years. But I think the way to learn DevOps is pretty much the way to learn mostly anything in technology. Constant practice. And I said this because it's not enough to just learn the theoretical part of anything. You need to practice it. Practice makes perfect. And in terms of roadmap, just brief summary, you need to know about cloud, you need to know a bit of software development fundamentals, just the general style of software development. You need to learn things about CI/CD, you need to learn things about networking, containerization, cloud basics, and all those stuff. But I think the best way to learn anything is to do the thing. Give yourself a project. Pick up one of the source code repositories. It could be a to-do app, a calculator app, a simple website you build for yourself. Try to DevOpsify it. Try to make something out of it. Try to bring it into DevOps space. And we're thinking of things like CI/CD. Automate the build and deployment of that code. And then just improve from there, really. Your infrastructure that used to deploy the web app, make it automated. Write IAC code like Terraform, like Pulumi, like Azure Bicep, like AWS CloudFormation, and all those stuff to make things work. The key point is actually think of a problem and solve it. And I'm guessing the person who asked this question is someone who's just starting out and trying to learn DevOps. So I say it's not enough to just watch the videos. It's not enough to just read the books and the blog posts and everything to learn DevOps. What you should do rather is practice what you have learned and also give yourself challenges. There are loads of challenges online that you can actually go through to learn DevOps. There's cloud challenge, there's DevOps challenges online you can go through. If you go to a website like roadmap.sh, it actually gives you the step-by-step guide on what you can do to learn things like DevOps. But then these are things we talk about in my community on WhatsApp, but of course I'm moving that to a new platform now because I'm trying to decluster my WhatsApp, but that's something I'll talk about later in the future once I've got it all sorted out. So the best way to learn is to practice, give yourself challenges, and always improve on those stuff. So if you're building your personal website, don't just right-click deploy or do FTP to get it up. Automate the deployment process. Write infrastructure as code to deploy it, and then get your friend's website, do the same thing for that. If you're working on something really simple, no matter how simple it is, think the DevOps way of doing it. That is it. If you're writing a simple to-do app or a big e-commerce application, whatever it is, think of the DevOps way of doing things. Automate as much as possible, implement best security practices, improve source control management. All those kind of things are what you put in place once you're starting a fresh project. And that is how I learned. And that is how I guess most people actually also learned DevOps. So go through that process of putting things in place and just doing things the DevOps way. And practice. Also, of course, be part of a community to learn new stuff that are coming out. Now, about new technologies coming out and all that. Yes, new tech is good. I'm not going to lie about it. But the fundamentals never change. So get grounded in the fundamentals also in all your learnings, such that even if new tech comes and you have not been able to learn it, you won't be faltered. You won't feel bad for not learning that new tech. So be grounded in fundamentals, think of the DevOps way of doing things, continuously improve your current knowledge, and also automate. Practice. Give yourself challenges. Go through online challenges join a community, be active in that community, speak in those community events, and of course you would grow that way. I know this is not an exhaustive set of answers I might have given, but if I was to wake up and you asked me that question, those are the kind of answers I would give you, and I hope that gave you some sort of clarity into the way you would learn DevOps. But if you're looking for things to learn in DevOps, I made an extensive video about that one, and it's something you can check out. I'll put a link hopefully in the video description, but you can check it out also check the Code Cloud and DevOps playlist. I know the video is in one of those series that you can check out and watch for yourself. And of course, if you still have further questions, I'll put a link to ask more questions right about here, or you can check the QR code here right now upon your screen. And also, I mentioned I'm moving my community from WhatsApp to a new platform. I just noticed this on Microsoft Teams personal a few days ago that I can do that. So I'm trying to move it over to Microsoft Teams so that we can have our online communities and chats more seamlessly as I'm on my computer, because I'm trying to use my phones lesser day by day. So moving things on my computer would be a lot easier for me, because that is where I spend most of my days anyway. So I hope to do that in a couple of weeks, and then I'll let the community know how that is really going for me once it's ready. And of course, the course platforms I'm producing and all of that is almost ready, so stay tuned for that also. And of course, like, subscribe so you don't miss videos like this one. Until I come your way again yet to another video, you know what I say, stay safe and goodbye. Hi, I'm Dara, and this is Dev Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got another question that was similar to the one I answered in a previous video. You can check that video out here, and I thought it would be nice to actually expand more on the answer. And the question is simple, and it goes thus: what are some tips to make a beginner different in the cloud and DevOps space? As a beginner, to be different, you have to do things differently. Now, do not do things conventionally. Yes, abide by the rules, but do not do things conventionally. Think out of the box. Look for innovative ways to change the space you're in. It's actually easier, and I say this with no pun intended, it's easier for a beginner to change things and the way things are compared to someone who has been doing it for a very long time, because you're fresh. And I'm not saying this because I'm old. I'm not old. I'm a very young man myself. It is easier as a beginner to, learn new concepts and change the way things are. Especially if you're really good, people will listen to you. So, to make yourself different in the cloud space, you want to do things that are totally out of the norms, but of course still legal and still compliant. Compliance is one of the things we preach in the DevOps space. So, what do I mean by this exactly? You want to, say for example, you realize the way things are done, and this is no pun for people who use virtual machines and conventional deployment methods. If you realize the way your organization, or where you're interning, or where you're working now, the way they do things are a little bit old and out of date, what you can do as a beginner, because you've learned all this new cloud concept, you know how Kubernetes works, how Docker works, how this nice stuff work, you can do a POC and say, hey, this application we have that runs on this virtual machine costing you XYZ, if you have an insight onto the cost, of course, or you can do a mock-up of what the cost could look like, costing you XYZ. I'm able to do it with this new technology, and it will cost ABC. And it's 50% cheaper to run here, and it's even faster, and it's more secure, and it offers you more flexibility. Now, you've put out a business case. What businesses like to hear, especially if you're a new person, is, even if you're not a new person, how do I save money? Or how do I make more money? That is the question. How do I save money, and how do I make more money? How do I become more profitable? That is the question every business asks from time to time, and everything they do is geared towards that. So what you want to do is present ways that your business or your customers or your clients can save money or make more money. That is one of the ways. Show value. The value you show can be monetary, can be in terms of skills, can be, this is how much you save time if you use this new tech I'm learning. This is this thing I do. And one thing I answered in the previous video is make yourself visible. So if you've done something awesome, make it loud. You hear me? Make it loud. If you've done something awesome,
make it loud. In your organization, it's not like you're shouting. It's not like you're trying to say, hey, I'm here. But it's trying to make yourself visible to the right set of eyes, so that when opportunities come, you will be thought of. And it's not because you want to override your boss or some people who have been there for a couple of years. It's simply because you're doing things better and they work. So to set yourself apart, you want to do things out of the ordinary. You want to be able to provide value, and the value must be able to make the business more profitable, because that is the bottom line of everything. Everything we do in this life, even as individuals, is to make more profit. The profit here might not be monetary. In the personal case, might be in terms of happiness. Okay, because doing this video does not make me much money, to be honest, but I still do it because it makes me happy to be able to share this kind of knowledge with you. So you want to ensure that you're providing value, you're saving people money or making them more money, and people in this case here, it could mean businesses. So that is one of the ways to set yourself apart. There are lots more that I could actually explain on, and I think if I would do this, I will actually put it in a live stream video, and then we have some Q&A, I will chat, so I can understand more into what you mean, and also, get more direct interaction. But of course, that's story for another day. We'll talk about that in a video. But I think that sort of answers that a little bit, and I hope it actually really answers the question. Provide value, think out of the box, do extraordinary things, change the way things work, and then make money. When I say make money here, it means make money for the business or save the business money, because the business needs to be profitable. These are some of the ways to actually make yourself visible and special and different in the cloud space. And this applies to any career you might actually be thinking of. And also, one thing you can do, which is actually really important, is you should contribute to the community. That is one of the ways to actually make a difference. Contribute. If you learn something new, let the world know about it. If you're learning something new, let the world know about it. If you're getting on a new path, let the world know about it. That is how we share. That is how the world works. The space, the DevOps space, the cloud space, the IT space generally works through community. Join a community, contribute to that community, help other people to make their journey better. It doesn't matter if you're a beginner or not. There are people you know a little bit more than, and that is where you come in to be able to bring them into the current experience level you're at. As you grow and progress, they come after you, and you can do that for others and pay it forward step by step. I hope that's answered the question. If you have more dev, cloud, and DevOps Ask Me Anything questions, remember to use the link in the video to actually put your questions through or scan this QR code showing on your screen right about now. And remember to like, share, and subscribe so you do not miss any further videos coming from me in the future. Until I come your way again with another Dev, Cloud, and DevOps Ask Me Anything answer, stay safe and goodbye. Hello and welcome back to Code, Cloud, and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got another question and it goes thus. What are the main things to learn in cloud and DevOps to get a fresher or entry-level job? Thanks very much for your question, and I think I'll go straight to the point here. To learn DevOps as a beginner, I will probably say it's not hard, to be honest. Starting to learn something as a beginner is not the hardest thing, but I think consistency is what actually makes it pretty hard. But of course, if you're consistent, you'll find it easy. So to learn DevOps as a beginner, I think one, you need to understand software development lifecycle. I think that is the fundamental thing you need to learn. Software development lifecycle, you learn things like flowchart, you learn things like algorithms, all those kind of basic stuff about software development to understand what happens when software is being developed. Because coming from the definition of DevOps itself, there's process involved in building software, and there's the people. So you learn the process, which is SDLC, software development lifecycle. Once you finish learning software development lifecycle, then you can pick what interests you mostly in DevOps. You could be someone who likes to automate deployments, so you learn things like CI/CD. But before that, you need to have an understanding of a scripting language at least, probably PowerShell, Bash, Go, Groovy, or any of those scripting languages. I personally use PowerShell in my own instance, so you can learn something like PowerShell.
And if you like, you can also learn some fundamental programming language like Python, C#, or JavaScript to just have a bit of understanding on how people write software, although it is not a requirement. So learning SDLC, software development lifecycle, learning a scripting language, and then learning the tools you need to use to achieve automation. So things like Azure DevOps, Bitbucket, GitHub Actions, AWS Code Deploy, Octopus Deploy, all those platforms, you can go learn about them step by step because each of them have specific pathways to learning them. So for example, I'll use Azure DevOps as an example because that is what I'm most conversant with. So if I finish learning my SDLC, I would go learn PowerShell, for example, or Bash. Then I would learn about Azure DevOps, the services it can offer me. For example, now I will think of grabbing someone's code from GitHub because there are a lot of code samples there. Let's say it was written in C# or JavaScript. I will then go online to learn, hey, I want to be able to deploy this C# code to this cloud using Azure DevOps. I can bet you'll find at least 1 or 5 videos to be able to guide you through the process step by step, or maybe a blog post to go from doing that, and you continue to do that and repeat the process over and over and over and over again. You learn that little by little, and then you become conversant with those systems, and then of course you can showcase them as time goes by. Then once you learn the DevOps tools, of course, you want to learn the people aspect of DevOps also. You want to understand the different stakeholders you need to be working with as a DevOps engineer. So I've mentioned about 4 things now: SDLC, scripting, DevOps tooling, people. So 4 things that you need to learn to actually be an all-rounder DevOps engineer, because as a DevOps engineer, you would interact with people quite a lot. And you probably ask me, so I don't have a portfolio, I don't know anybody, I don't know anything, I'm literally just a beginner. The answer to your question is that luckily there are courses by people like me online who actually go through what you need to do from beginning to the end in a series of videos. So if you watched my playlist, Smooth Dev Saturday, for example, the link is popping up in this video right here. Smooth Dev Saturdays, I went through SDLC into DevOps, into actually building and deploying applications to the cloud. Although I have not done Smooth Dev Saturdays in a long time, I maybe would get back to them. But about 17 videos that are there should walk you through what you need to understand from the basics of software development, of lifecycle management, to actually building and deploying something in the cloud. I explained Azure DevOps. I was able to deploy an application to the cloud, etc. in that video. And once you go through all those series of videos, you should be able to beat your chest confidently and say, yes, I've been able to learn this thing. So yes, SDLC, scripting, tooling, people. Those are the 4 main pillars I would say you need to think about when you want to learn to be a DevOps engineer. I hope those answered your question, and if you have further questions, you can drop them still using the link showing on your screen right now, or in the QR code showing on your screen right about now, and I'll be able to answer your questions in details as much as possible if you need further clarifications, or you can get with me one-on-one using any of the contact methods available on my website. Until I come your way again yet to another video, stay safe and goodbye, and remember to like, share and subscribe to my channel. And remember to like this video, share with your friends and family, and subscribe to my channel so you do not miss any videos just like this one. Goodbye. Wireless lav mic system, that's the Synco G2. The box open, the nylon wrap around the box generally, to A1 wireless lavalier microphone system. So first, your carrying case, which is handy and nice. In the box, I see the SIM ejector tool, which is just for resetting the cable, audio cable for connecting to your camera or phone. Let's get this connected to my camera now. I'm using for this demo the Canon. Right, so this is what it feels like recording on my street at the moment. It's window on the system. So let's see, does that actually work? Unboxing videos, construction is still going on this house. It probably will never feel. make up your mind on what you want to do with a Synco wireless.
Hello and welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got an interesting question. It's a pretty long one, so I'll try as much as possible to read it to you slowly, and I'll try to answer it also as comprehensively as possible. And it goes thus: I'm interested in Azure DevOps only. Specific. I like that kind of question, but of course it goes further to explain, saying I've struggled with programming because it seems as though there are too many languages to learn, and I've been taught wrongly or overtaught. Sincerely, I want to do something outrightly new that would trigger my curiosity. To be honest, I work as a Scrum Master and Product Manager. I have much experience working with devs and DevOps engineers and other cross-functional teams. I understand SDLC properly. I had completed computer science degree with no clarity or orientation on what each programming language helps you become, whether this is good for backend or this is for mobile or for DevOps. I had only known that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for front-end. It's during the Scrum Master and Product Manager role that I found out about Node.js, React, React Native, Angular, TypeScript, Redux, Git, Bitbucket, CI/CD, AWS Cloud, etc. To cut the long story short, I want to simply be an Azure DevOps engineer. We're proud of that. Thank you. So I think you can help me. How do I get started? Where do I begin? I'm open to learning, and I know I should be doing more with the computer science degree that I have. Not having such high demand skill has really been a challenge. So thanks very much for your question and going deep into the things you actually wanted to achieve and being straightforward. You want to be an Azure DevOps engineer, and the fact that you have had hands-on experience managing projects, working with developers and DevOps engineers and etc. would make your journey a little bit smoother. And the reason I say that is because you've had experience of actually working with Scrum, working with projects, actually seeing how those people work. And I tell a lot of people this: you don't need to learn all about the programming languages, because the languages and frameworks you'll be deploying, essentially, you don't need to go in depth into the core of how they work in totals and all those things. But essentially, the thing you need to learn is how you are able to deploy them, containerize them, and deploy them, maybe, or maybe just a little bit of how it's supposed to work on each cloud, the configurations you need to make for them. Now, you'll be responsible for those deployments, but of course, you don't need to know in depth of those programming languages. For example, from day to day, I deploy Angular code. I don't write Angular. I can't write JavaScript to save my life. I can't write TypeScript to save my life. But I can write .NET, but I write PowerShell to be able to deploy other people's code. So what I advise is, without the knowledge of the programming language that you have and all that you know about them, learn what they are used for and use that as an advantage to start learning how to build automated build and release pipelines. I'll say that is a great place to start. Start by learning how to automate the deployment of these codes, the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Angular, React, all the languages you mentioned. And the truth is, there are loads of sample codes online you can pick out from GitHub, fork their repos, start deploying them. And the sweet part also is there are templates and sample deployment codes actually for the infrastructure that you can bootstrap to give to yourself a soft start. So if I were to be in your shoes, here is what I would do. I will start learning about CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous deployment. I'll learn things like Azure pipelines and GitHub Actions, and I'll apply that knowledge to sample projects. I'll try to implement approval and security controls into the deployments I make. And one of my favorite places to actually go when you want to think about learning to become a DevOps engineer is AzureDevOpsLabs.com. AzureDevOpsLabs.com. It contains a whole lot of templates and things you can actually do to springboard. And it contains essentially those tools and projects you need to learn. So it's basically a springboard to jumpstart your DevOps engineering career. AzureDevOpsLabs.com. It walks you through things like projects planning, management, version control, working with pull requests, configuring pipelines, implementing CI/CD test plans, package management, monitoring our performance, and it just keeps growing and giving from day to day. Now, at the back of my mind, I'm just going to say this funnily, I actually see in you an engineering manager because you have that all-rounder knowledge of the software development
ecosystem, although you are not in depth into them quite yet, but you have that potential to be an engineering manager. So I guess I'll see you up there in engineering management. Now, I hope that I actually really answered your question, although I try to be funny a little bit in the middle, but gives you an understanding a little bit of where you can get started with learning Azure DevOps with the current skill set that you have as a product manager. And if you still have further questions, you can feel free to post them on the link showing on your screen right now or the QR code showing right about now. I'll also put those links in the video description and also a pinned comment, so be sure to check it out. And if you're new here, remember to subscribe if you're not new. Thanks for coming back. I'll see you again in another video, but remember to like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so yet. And as I say, stay safe and goodbye. Hello and welcome. Today I'm going to show you the HubSpot Tiny 2, a smart PTZ webcam, making web submitting presentations and content creation. First, let's unbox and see what comes in the packaging.
In the packaging of the HubSpot Tiny 2, you get the USB-C to USB-A cable with the on and off switch. It has the data cable also, and it's pretty nice if you actually want to go manual to be sure you're actually off transmission. That is a really nice thing to have. And the packaging is straightforward. Around the box you see general information about the HubSpot Tiny 2. So I'm going to open that right about now. The box, I think, is pretty nice to open also. You get the user manual and the warranty card of the HubSpot Tiny 2 straight out of the packaging. And then you see general information on what you can do with the HubSpot Tiny 2. And in the hard shell carrying case is where the real deal is. I think that packaging is actually really nice, so you can move it around as you want. You get the monitor mount, which is magnetic, and then you get the USB-C to USB-C cable, and then a USB-C to USB-A adapter if you need to connect it to your computer without USB-C, and then of course the HubSpot Tiny 2 itself, which is pretty small, lightweight, and very handy. I think I like the shape, and we're gonna get started actually testing it out now. As I mentioned, the base is magnetic. It means you can mount it and adapt it as much as you want to move it around as much as possible on your desk. Let's actually go now and talk about the features and specs of the HubSpot Tiny 2. The HubSpot Tiny 2 is the second generation of the HubSpot Tiny 4K series, and it's a compact, sleek webcam. I can show you right here. So it's pretty small compared to the size of my head. It looks pretty small, and this is what it looks like. So it's a compact and sleek webcam. I can sit on top of my monitor like so with a mount with the magnetic base that comes with it, and it has, you can put it on a tripod or on a stand wherever you want to put it in your setup. Basically, I think I prefer mine on top of the desktop. It has a 4K resolution and can do up to 30 frames per second with a 1/1/5 inch CMOS sensor with dual native ISO and a 2-axis gimbal that allows you to pan and tilt and zoom automatically following you. Now, the main selling point of this webcam is that it's AI powered subject tracking, which simply means that it can track your face as you move around and track various things basically, but majorly your face as you move around with gestures and hand controls without any manual intervention. You can also use voice commands with it also to control the camera, such as zooming in and zooming out, setting preset positions, or activating beauty mode. I think ladies will love this very much. Just glam up in few seconds. Now, we'll take a closer look at the HubSpot Tiny 2 in action. And for this test, I'll be posting the Tiny through its paces in various usage scenarios. So we'll start with the voice command and then the magic gesture control 2.0. We'll also put the HubSpot Tiny 2 in the desk mode, portrait mode. And one thing about the Tiny 2 is that you can put it to sleep either with the voice command or through the HubSpot webcam app or through one of the accessories that comes along with it, where you just flip a switch and then it goes off. If you need to get some privacy, and you can actually even set a custom image for your stream. If you're on stream and you want to go into sleep mode, an image to show
from the webcam itself. So all the AI engine is actually inside this little baby right here, such that you don't have to put so much processing power on your computer. Now, the Opto Tiny comes with omnidirectional microphones with noise reduction, and you when I put it through the test, you would actually see what that sounds like. Now I'm recording into my camera here with my general setup, and I am, okay, of course I'll edit the audio I'm recording outside of this, but when I put the Tiny 2 to its test itself, I will be recording straight into the camera, no straight into the webcam itself with this microphone, no editing whatsoever done, so you can have a feel of what it sounds like. I will also test this with my streaming applications, OBS specifically. I'll record in OBS. I record with the Upstart webcam app itself, and we'll actually see what that looks like. We'll test all the different modes on the microphone system itself. Now, you might want to ask me, how will I be using the HubSpot Tiny 2? I'll mostly be using this from now on for my overhead unboxing shots, where I need to unbox stuff on my desk here, and it simply means that I can leave my main camera on my tripod, get my teleprompter, or go for the road trips. And of course, I might even be bringing this along on some of my road trips if I need to record something pretty super fast and I don't want to get the burden of a camera, because it comes with the hard shell carrying case, which I can literally just bump it into it. This is what it looks like, the carrying case, and then I just get on the road with it and I'm fine to go. Now, for my general podcast, meetings, presentations, streaming, trainings, the HubSpot Tiny 2 will be my go-to device. I'll be retiring my very faithful Logitech C920 Pro and my Canon EOS 1300D. They have served me well over the years, but I think this little baby will replace them for now. So goodbye my Canon 1300D and my Logitech C920. Of course, most of the video, except the one I recorded, is recorded with my other camera, but hey, it's what it is. So I'll mostly have this. I've been contemplating actually having this either to the side this way or on top of my camera. I'm still deciding the best position to actually have it, but I want to be able to get the best face level so it doesn't sort of come down on me. But I think from the very first videos I've used this, I'm using it on top of my desk, mounted up, and I think I like that one actually, because it reduces the clutter to the side of my desk. It means I can have an extra camera and extra gear on that side for my streaming, for my B-roll, for my B-cam or whatever. I not have to worry about many other different things. But hey, I'll see where that goes. I move my setup around quite a lot, but I think I'll put it on my desk for now and see what it does. So I've tested this in many scenarios for meetings, for recording, and I can tell you for sure that I like it. Now, the thing is, HubSpot is not paying me to review this. I got this myself, and I'll drop the link to purchase one in the video description. And also a pinned comment if you'd like to check it out. But from the usage so far, I actually thought it would be bigger than this, to be honest. But this size impresses me for the punch it packs. The quality you get out of it from the usage you would see. So, you know what? Let me not even talk so much. Let us actually go and test out the Tiny 4K itself and see what it does. Okay, so now I actually want to test out the HubSpot webcam app on my computer and actually show the different features it has to offer. So some of the audio would actually, most of the audio from this section will be recorded on the HubSpot Tiny camera itself, and all I need to do to wake it up is just say, watch what the camera does. Hi Tiny. Hi Tiny. So I need to actually face it when I'm speaking, and then it starts tracking me, except I've not set the tracking mode, so I can raise my finger this way, this palm feature, and it starts tracking me. Or it's still waking up, I think. Oh yeah, so it's got it now, and it will start tracking me all around. Let's actually show what it looks like in the raw video. So let me move this camera a little bit backwards so we can actually see what is going on around here. So as I move around, you can see the gimbal move towards me. Even if I go lower, it's sort of just follows me around. And this comes in handy because I move around a lot in my setup. And let's actually see what the camera itself sees and what it tries to record for us. So I'm going to open the HubSpot webcam app on my computer here. So just for a moment while I open that up, and it connects through USB-C 3.0 as I showed in the unboxing section. So it's currently in normal tracking mode, and I should open the video preview on the camera itself and actually record into it itself. So now I will be moving the camera around, and I will so now I will try to figure out how this works so I can sync the video up later on. But I'll record also on the HubSpot camera, so I can set different modes: 4K 30, 1080p 60, 1080p 30, 420p 60, 720p 30, but I'll keep it in 4K 60, and that is the mode I'll be recording in. Now I think if I'm doing 1080 60, it's a little bit faster to process, but that's none of my worry. I'll go 4K 60 here, and it records an MKV format for some very nice reasons I'm not so sure of, and I'll start recording here now. So all the audio you'll be hearing from now will actually be from the HubSpot webcam itself. So I'm recording into the HubSpot webcam app now. I can take a look now and move around quite easily in my setup. And I think that comes in really handy if I'm teaching and I need to move around and do a lot of interesting things in my recording, and just show a little bit of information all around. So probably I have a whiteboard here that I want to show to everyone. I can literally have my whiteboard here and start scribbling, and it comes really super duper nice because I don't have to think about my image getting distorted if I want to. Now this is following me around. I can tell it to actually zoom into me by doing this signal. So this signal actually comes very close up on my face so that it just try to tracks wherever my head is, and I can tell it to go back. See, that's really super nice. And I think for what that means is simply that even if I'm far away and I realize I'm a little bit out of focus, don't mind my one pack, I can tell it to zoom in, and then it just comes really super duper close to wherever I am now. I'm about 2 meters away from the webcam itself. This is my main camera here. You can see what it's recording into itself. So something's obstructing it over there, but don't mind. So I can literally even come behind the camera here, and it's still getting the audio. Now all the lines you're seeing here are my other recording gear behind the scenes, but I'll show that in a video tour. And I can literally move around my office quite easily now, and it just tracks me, which I think is really super duper nice. And the movement is smooth and straightforward. Now I can have many other modes also, so let me tell it to zoom out by just giving it the sign. Come on. Yep, go back to normal mode, and you can see as I do that, the light actually blinks to tell me, hey, I've got signal, I'm pressing it right now. I can decide to go upper body mode, although I don't know the AI way to do this. Upper body mode simply means that's the default way it does. It can also just track motion, so if I'm a dancer, a performer, I can jump around and move around. But of course, let me just go standard tracking mode for now. I can do close up like I did earlier on, although I'm not sure what that close up is actually doing, to be honest. Normal tracking and close up. I don't know the difference between upper body and close up for now because I don't see a major difference. And I can go headless, simply means that it tries to check out my beard. So probably if I'm showing something off here, it removes my head and I can show as many things as I want to. Right over here, I can do a lot of things, show things around.
Of course, if I don't have one to have. So as much as it detects the face, it tries to move below the head. You can see that. Even if I put my head in its face, it just goes below my head. And I can do lower body. Simply means that it goes lower than probably, I want to show my dancing skills. I can do that. I can show my dancing skills. Don't worry about dancing skills. I'm not a very great dancer. Let's go back to upper body mode. Make this fit. So this is what I'm literally seeing on my desk. And it looks pretty super nice as I'm recording it. Now the top down mode is simply the way I have set this up is I have it a little bit jacked up this way. So it's a preset mode for me, and I can just set top down mode for it. Although not the best now, thinking of it. Yeah, this is my top down mode. I can still modify this to actually fit. So because if I'm unboxing stuff and then things around my desk, I need to be able to see it pretty much and very well. So I will set this pretty much later, and I can add more presets if I want to. Now it's properly set up now, facing center, top down, and I can go back to normal tracking mode if I want to. So let's get this back to what it's supposed to be. I can modify the image, exposure levels. I can set the anti-flicker red, so if I don't want things going blah 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 blah. Okay, now let's go back here. Track me. Good. We're back to normal tracking mode now. Still to adjust this to make sure it's beautiful and nice. Come close to me. Yeah, welcome back. So I can set different things. I'll leave all this. I see beauty mode is something that is super nice. I can set the background blur if I don't want things, getting crispy behind me. And all this pressing is done on the HubSpot webcam itself, which I think is really nice. I can go native mode, so I get some lipstick, I get some face touch up, and I think this is for men. Men don't like a lot of makeup, but I'll just leave this as default. Turn the background blur. I can also set the background blur levels, as you can see, but I'll leave it at 30 as it was before. And I can set all the body conditions, set filters. I'm not sure how. Oh, I think I like this filter. It sort of resembles what I have on my Canon R50. I can go more. Give auto sleep. If the camera is not active within 2 minutes, it goes to sleep. I can set my sleep image. So if I say sleep tiny, that's the image that comes up to us. Eye tiny, and then it wakes up again, and then it starts tracking my face. I can set my gesture control. I can also set dynamic zoom. Direction flip is something that is nice if I want to flip the way the camera works. So I can set dynamic zoom this way. So if I do this, what happens? I'm not quite sure yet. It's something I'll have to still figure out. I don't know yet. Move hands to zoom in and out, okay? You see that? So you go from your position and bring it in. I like that. You go from your position. Are you getting this now? And zoom it out. I like that. You go from your position and okay. It takes a bit of practice to actually get with it.
Okay, let's do that again. No, let's go from wide mode. It's got signal. Let's do that again. Okay, let's make it close on our face. Yeah, so I need to put it in the position I want. Anyways, that's good for it. And I can set commands to activate and deactivate. I can put automatic gain, noise reduction mode. So this is noise reduction off on the tiny what's tiny 2, weak reduction, medium reduction, strong reduction. I'll put it at medium for now. I can flip my image and I can reverse the view. I'm not sure what that is. So it's, I don't know what that means, but. And you can update your firmware, you can do manual upgrade, you can activate the virtual camera like I wanted to do in OBS previously. What is OSC? I'm not sure what that is, but it's something I figured out when I read the manual. So I think that is pretty super nice. I can also set the initial position. That's the default position the camera should be in when it boots up. So go back to tracking my face. Find me. Yeah, find me now. Track me. Good. Now come close. Great. And I think that's pretty much most of the things I'll be showing around and using from day to day in my UH scenarios with the Osborne Tiny 2. So if you need to check it out, remember I'll drop the link in the video description and also as a pinned comment. So now, a few closing points before I wrap up this video is things you should know about the HubSpot Tiny 2 is that it is not cheap. It's not a $50 webcam, it's not a $200 webcam. It is about $300 at launch, which is about £295 to £90 thereabout. I got this on pre-order. It means it comes as a little bit of a discount, and I'm one of the first people that are actually using this immediately after launch because it was delivered to me literally last week. But with most webcams in this class, they come around the same price. But I've not used the other ones, but I can tell you that this is good for the money. Yes, you could decide to go get a DSLR with Click HDMI used version for about $400, $500, but I think for the compactness of this one here, I think it is good for the money. Of course, I mentioned it's not cheap. I guess as the same, my local dialect, it simply means that the sweet soup costs a lot of money. Well, the quality I expect at this price point is good. But I think one thing I would have probably expected is that we should be able to do 4K 60 frames per second, especially for fast-moving streamers. But for me, for my use cases, this fits in because I mostly record 4K 25 and 4K 30 just does justice for me, just quite fine. So that's that about my general impression. I like it. I will be using this. I will highly recommend this if you have the budget for it. I can just mount this and get record. I can actually make this my main camera if I do not have a mirrorless camera that goes for a couple of $100 more or pounds depending on where you're watching this from. So I think this is a perfect camera for a beginner. It's a great webcam for a streamer. It's a good B cam for someone who has another camera that they want to use for streaming their videos and all sorts. So I highly recommend this if you're thinking of getting one. I'll put the link in the video description and also as a pinned comment so you can actually check it out and see what it does and the punch it packs. But I think from my general review, I like it and I'll be using this quite a lot. That's it for my review of the Osborne Tiny 2. I hope you enjoyed it and found it helpful. If you did, give this video a thumbs up and also subscribe to my channel for more tech reviews and videos I make like this one. Thanks for watching and see you again in the next one.
So I got this question on Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. It says, I need a mentor for me to get into DevOps. I'm currently in a boot camp, but I think it's overwhelming. Thanks very much for your question, really. I really appreciate it and thank you for reaching out. Being in a boot camp and learning DevOps engineering, DevOps concepts is a lot. Learning anything, to be honest, it will be overwhelming, especially for beginners who do not have prior. Learning DevOps learning technology, this field is overwhelming for even the seniors of us, for people who have been there for a lot of years. But I think the thing is that even though it's overwhelming, you would realize that the excitement you get from doing things with your own hands is actually more weighty than the overwhelmingness. Yes, sometimes even I myself, as I go through my journey as a DevOps engineer from day to day, some tasks are really overwhelming. Yes, even as someone who is a little bit grounded in industry. Now, I know for beginners, people just getting started, no IT background, no tech background, some of the concepts you'll be learning will probably glaze over your head. That is totally understandable. You'll be like, your head is just somewhere in the cloud. Yes, it happens to me also. It happened to me. It happens to me. It will probably still happen to me when I'm learning new things. So, one thing I would advise about the concept being overwhelming is write down a plan, okay? In your bootcamp, there should be a learning path of things you're learning. And one thing I advise anyone to do is really learn at your own pace. Every single person have the pace they learn at. Some people are super fast, like Flash, and some people are super slow, and some people are medium speed. Learn at your own pace, and then gradually improve your skill. Ensure you practice enough of the current concepts before you move on to the next one. One thing my lecturer used to tell me in university is, if you have an exam to write, learn everything la cram la pour for the sake of the exam, forget the exam, and then go really learn it. Because if you think you will just want to get stuck in one thing and not move forward, it might go against the rules of the bootcamp, whatever thing it is. But then, learning at your own pace outside of the bootcamp official settings gives you a bit of a solid ground to do the things you want to do the way you really want to do it. To the question of, finding a mentor in the field, one thing I've been doing is I've been trying to get a community started. Yes, I have a community. It's not exactly active right now, but I'm working to get it active. I've been super busy also, live and all that. But thing is, be part of a community. I can't stress that enough for anyone. Be part of a community. It might not be my own community, it can be any other community online or on site. Be part of a community. To find a mentor in DevOps, to be honest, me, and this is my personal view, okay, is that you would barely find someone who will do a one-to-one mentorship that is busy in this field. You would hardly find. But the good thing is, you can always have multiple sources of advice. People like me on the internet, people who do kind of things I do, just ask them random questions online. They don't have to be your official mentor, because I'm gonna confess to you, I'm gonna be honest with you, there's not had enough time to be able to do that. But then people like me who do content like this will put structures in place to ensure that you can reach as many people as possible, because it's hardly a possibility to say, yes, I'm going to mentor you, I'm going to mentor you, I'm going to mentor you, and then we're saying yes to about 100 people, and then we end up failing them. That is not what we want to do. And that is why I personally even hardly say no, hardly ever say yes rather, to one-to-one mentorships, because it will be a whole lot of guilty commitment that I would have to do to be able to ensure that you are successful. But the way I think I can give my mentorship to a number of people and not be able to disappoint them is this kind of videos I make. So that is one thing you need to note right there. And if you like to join my WhatsApp community, towards the end of the year, we'll be actually having more frequent meetups to actually have a chat and work through different technology stuff, tutorials, getting your jobs, probably even bring some recruiters to be able to tell you what to put in your CVs and all that. That is one thing in plan, although not solidified yet. So if you like to join my community also, I'll put the link in the video description and also the pinned comment so you can check that out. But of course, if you have further questions, you can check out the link showing right now upon your screen, or scan this QR code and I'll get to that question as soon as possible. And I really hope that answered your question a little bit and gave you a bit of clarity into mentorship and you being a part of a DevOps camp and things being overwhelming. And I guess I'll see you again in another video. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up, share, like, subscribe. Stay safe. I'll see you again in another video. Goodbye. So for someone like me who uses
three computers in my setup. I have my main computer connected to all my displays through a USB-C docking station, and I have my work laptop and my desktop computer rigged up through LAN, but I want to use my USB accessories with all devices. I've been using a KVM switch for quite a number of years now, about 3 years now, and it works, but the downside of this KVM switch I've been using is that it's just KM, no V. It's just keyboard and mouse and any other USB accessory, really. No visuals to it, which works really if you come to think of it, but then it's jangled up. The connection usually messes up the front view of my setup, which I do not like. So this brand reached out to me if I would check out their 2-port DP KVM switch, and I obliged and said yes. So I'll be checking it out and reviewing it in today's video to see if it will help solve my problem. So if you look quickly at it, no software needed, plug and play, USB 2.0, not bad to be honest, because I don't use USB 3.0 accessories mainly with the KVM stuff that I use, and it supports Microsoft mouse, Logitech mouse, Unix systems, Windows, Ubuntu, macOS, and other Linux operating systems. Hot plugs, no need to turn off before you switch. Supports 4K up to 60 Hz, which is nice. So let's actually go ahead and check it out. So I'm just gonna get rid of the marketing box and get into the main box right about now. And first you're greeted with the information leaflet. Okay, this is how it opens. I thought it will just flap out. So you see basic information on what you can get done with it. So this is the 2-port one I have right here with me, which I think would work so far. Maybe in the future I might go for the 4-port one, but let's see what really comes here. And then you have the KVM switch itself. At the back you get a USB 2.0 hub, a display port out, which goes to a monitor. I think this will come in handy for me. And then you have PC2 display cable and PC1 also display cable, and then a USB port, and then a DC power supply. And in front you have USB 1, USB 2, and the control switch and the indicator that shows which computer is connected at every point in time. So let's get that to one side and see what further comes in the packaging. So you got a couple of cables. Okay. You get a USB 2.0 cable and display cable to display cable. And then you have another USB-C to USB cable, rather, not USB-C, and another display cable. So it's mainly display cables that you get in here. And I think this is really meant for people who use just one monitor. For someone like me who uses 4 monitors, I would need to find other solutions to go in and with this. And I'm gonna put that right here. And then you have the power brick to supply the 5 volts power. And then you have, this is nice. You have padding for the bottom of this, so it doesn't scratch the desk. That's nice. And then you have the control switcher. That should be the only thing that is popping out of the desk if you so want it to be that way. And pretty much that is all you get in the packaging. I'm just gonna put the rest away. Now that the rest is away, I can get this rigged up and see what I can get done with it. So I can switch a maximum of 1 display with this, 4K up to 60 Hz. And I'm wondering which display I want to be able to swap out. Thinking of it really, I want to swap it all, I'm gonna confess. But given that I have 1 extra display in my setup, but it does not support display out, I would need to figure out the cable. So The problem with this for me right now is the cabling. The cabling does not support my use case because my devices only support HDMI in, except this one that supports DisplayPort in, but my USB hub actually does. But it only supports DisplayPort out, not in. So that is the big challenge I have right now. So I have to figure out that. But barring that, I could tweak my way around since I exactly do not need displays with this solution right here, but something you can check out for yourself. I don't need display solutions. Hey Google, stop. Hey Google, stop. So given I do not exactly need this as a display, given I exactly do not need this as a display solution for my setup, I can ignore my need for the display cables and just use the USB functionality that this gives me. So DP cables out of the way for now, and I'll just go USB with this. But of course, in theory, that is what should work. So I've got rid of the DisplayPort cables for now because that is not applicable for my setup. So one consideration you need to think about then if you're using this is that you need to buy HDMI cables if your monitors only supports HDMI for your setup. All right, so let us see. Got this control switch right in front to decide which computer is connected, and then you can use this to tap yourself into the setup, and then this for the bottom right here. And the reason I mainly decided to go for this as a review is because I do not like the way this is popping out on my desk. I didn't like it. So I decided I was gonna check this out really and see what the working is like. I don't have any extra power sockets right now, but for the purpose of this video, I will rig it up to somewhere close by on the floor of my setup. But later on, I will get this connected and see how that works out. So what I will do is for the PC1, I will rig it up to, and I will not disconnect my current setup for the purpose of this video. But what I will do is I will connect this up to one of the hubs that goes into my PC1, my real PC1, and you can see it shows that it's connected right up here in front. But of course, there's no power to it, which I think is nice for a start because it doesn't exactly need that power except you're using devices that need to be powered when it's in use, which I think is nice. It's a nice feature right here. And then for PC2, I will connect it to my, what should I connect that to is the question. So I will connect that up to my laptop right over here. Okay. And what I will do is I'll minimize my remote desktop window, although that is not a recommended thing to do because I'll lose view of what I'm recording, but I'm sure it's recording. Yep. So, and I'll get this hooked up to the PC2. No, this was supposed to be PC1 and then PC2. All right, that is powered in now and ready to get connected, and then I can use this to switch. One thing I don't exactly like now is the noise, although it's an indicator that things are switching, but could be nicer in terms of sound. You see that switching between computers, but hey, that's what it is. I gotta live with that for now. So what accessory should I be connecting at the moment? I will demo this with my Logitech headset. So I would wrap this up. I'll use this in front actually for now. And get my Logitech headset. Okay, I guess it's not getting the power now. It shows that it's switchable, but then there's no power to the USB sockets. Because this is supposed to just power on. Let's see. Oh yeah, it powers it up. It powers it up. It powers it up really. That is nice. Okay, so this is connected to PC1 now. And I can use one of my PC1 devices. If I open up right about now, I should actually try this also with webcam, if that would work. Oh, I need a USB-C to A cable now. One moment. And this is sort of an extensive-ish needed setup I'm doing. So I'm rigging this up here to this. Yep, as a webcam. So the power should hopefully be coming up. Yep, the power is on. And it should be able to switch devices pretty soon. And I'll show you how that really works now. So I would open up, where's my keyboard now? I would open up my camera app and see if I can see that. If I can see this camera in here, it means this works. Yeah, you didn't see that. And yeah, it's not getting the power it needs to run. I think that is what is happening to it right about now. Okay, it's not getting detected. So I need to give it some juice. So let me get it, let me give it some power. Okay, so now I've got that connected up to power. And let's hope we get it powered. Now, is it supposed to be detected just as a mouse and a keyboard? That is the question now I need to ask myself. Because I can see my webcam software is not detecting this as a webcam. So let us try to not use it in the keyboard and mouse port, but rather in the conventional port right here in front. And if that is going to be detected. No, it's not. It's not been detected. So I'm guessing that doesn't really work for me. Yep, I think this is my conclusion. So far, it was supposed to at least be detected. Let me try and see if it's detected in my meeting software. So actually see if this works. So I've got this connected now. to the device, to the KVM switch right on my desk. And what I want to do is go on to the settings in Zoom. I'm gonna bring that up to the screen here. And then up into device settings, first into videos to see if that webcam is detected. But I won't be using the HubSpot stream camera, but rather I'll be using the mid 4K camera. And that should pop something up in here any moment if it's really working. Oh, I guess the reason why that is not working is I was trying to use this in Teams earlier on. So let me quit Microsoft Teams. Okay, so this is the setup right now. In the video settings of Zoom, I have this hooked up to the mid 4K camera. You can see it is actually showing this connected up to PC1. And this is the webcam I'm using right here. That is the HubSpot mid 4K webcam. Oh, I needed a view here actually of this camera. Yeah, that is it right here. That's the camera seeing stuff. And then I can always reorient it to look at the right thing on my desk, as the case might be, which is actually pretty nice for my setup, because most times I want to do overhead videos and then I am lacking the the versatility of it. So that is what that is seeing at the moment. And if I go into my audio settings, I should be able to see the Zone Vibe 125. That is this right here. So what I want to test now is if this will work if I connected this up to the back instead of the front. So let us test that out, and then I'll switch to my other computer, and that should be a redirected input source. So I've done that now, connected it up to the back. That noise is a little bit annoying, I must confess. And then I will switch over the camera. If I see the mid 4K here, it means that worked as expected, but no, I did not. So, but then I can see my other camera setup right there, the faraway camera, but then that has not been detected, probably because that was designed to be a keyboard and mouse input specifically. I wouldn't fuss so much about that, but then for my setup, that would 100% defeat the purpose of this device in my use case. But then I can still, use this setup if I felt like. And then it has detected now that webcam. I guess that's why that closed. Yeah, it detected it now. If I connect see other USB devices, but other USB devices are not detected if they are at the back. So if I switch over now, it will take a couple of seconds, and then the device would switch input, and then I should be able to see the Mate 4K as a redirected webcam, because what I've done is my laptop that I'm using for this is remoting into the computer. So I can see this now as a redirected input, which means it works from the front, but not so much from the back. So which I think, in my opinion, wouldn't exactly work 100% for my setup. But I think for what it does, if it's a keyboard and mouse that you want to connect via USB to the back, that is 100% fine. That is what you're looking for in your setup. But so for someone like me, who I'm trying to, and I'm really trying to get rid of the cable mess in front of my setup, this would not work for me. But if it works for you, let me actually know in the comments. And then if it's something you're looking to get, I'll put a link to purchase one in the video description and also as a pinned comment. But for me, I think it ain't gonna be my main KVM device. I would use it, don't get me wrong, I would use it and then see what it feels like. But then for this frontal thing that it's doing right now, maybe what I could do in this case, then I will have it slammed under my desk and just have this routed out to my desk, because it would fit purpose that way. If that is what I was looking to do, it would fit purpose that way. But if I was something I was looking to place on my desk and I'm trying to do a bit of cable management, that would not work for me. But if I was not trying to do cable management 100%, it works. And the fact that I need extra power, I need to figure out how to get those wires connected up right now. But if you do ask me if I would 100% recommend this, I'm not 100% sure I would, because to be honest, it feels solid metally, but then it could use a little bit more beauty to the setup. That is what I feel. But in terms of practicality, for my personal setup, it would not work. But for your setup, it may work, and that is why I wanted to review this one to see how it works. I've seen devices like this in, when I was looking to switch my KVM, but then I didn't quite find the right choice. But then this brand reached out to me to see if I would review it, and that is what I've done. But for functionality, if you're looking at functionality, it works. But I think one downside in terms of functionality for me is that this port back here should also work with non-keyboard and mouse devices. I'm not sure why it didn't work for me, but it should have worked. And then probably also, I would probably check and see if they're HDMI kind of devices and not DisplayPort devices, and see if either I could have a DP out to HDMI. It means you have to buy more cables. If that is the case, if it's something you want to use in your own setup, you have to buy more cables to fit this. But I think I've spent so much time on this video, and I don't want to waste much of your time as my viewers. But that is what I think of the Switch. It's usable, but definitely for my setup, I'll have to make a bit of tweaks before it can work 100% for me. It's not getting heated up at the moment, which is fine, because if you're doing this kind of stuff, it gets heated up, especially if you're doing display out. But for my case, this works for someone who has just a one display they want to switch over. And if someone that uses 4+ displays like me, you would have to have about 4 of this, which would be a bit of a kill. You might just go for a proper USB docking station in that case. So yeah, that's that. But of course, they have a 4-port one also, but I think it's still one display out, not 4 displays out. So for my use case, this would not 100% work, but for someone else, it could work, and that is why I reviewed this video. But let me know in the comment section if it's something you're really looking to check out. I'll put a link to purchase it in the video description, and as a pinned comment if it's something you like. But if you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Subscribe if you like to see videos just like this one come up on my YouTube channel. Until I come your way again yet to another video, stay safe and goodbye. Hey, what's up? How are you doing today? Today I am checking out this device right here. This is the eMate SmartCam S800, and I'll be telling you all about it in this video and my honest opinion on if this is the right 4K webcam for you to choose for your meetings, live streams, and general webcam needs.
So as a disclaimer, he made this send device out to me to check out and review, but they have no opinion whatsoever in what I say about it and what I generally think about it. They will be seeing this video at the same time. You will also be receiving this video as a notification on my channel. And that reminds me, if you are seeing this video and you kind of like this kind of content, remember to subscribe so you don't miss further notifications like this one when I drop a video just like this one on gadgets, reviews, and stuff like that. So disclaimers out of the way, let us talk about what comes in the packaging. In the box itself, you get the image webcam itself, you get the user manual, and also USB-C to USB-A 3.0 cable. Pretty much that's all about you get on the box of the image SmartCam S800. Now let's talk a little bit about the features of the image SmartCam S800. First, it's a 4K camera that records up to 4K 30 frames per second, and also 1080p 60 frames per second, supports autofocus, and also HDR, can have up to 73 degrees field of view and down to 40 degrees field of view, so you can actually have that optical zoom get into your face if that's really something you're into, and I'll demo that later on into this video. Also, you have manual image controls and image profile presets if you just want to get started with getting your video out of the way. And it also comes to have AI noise cancellation for your videos, but right now I'm recording this into OBS, except I otherwise state it in the lower thirds. You'll be hearing all the audio from this camera right here with my own OBS presets, as if I was to do a live stream session, and that is what you're listening to right about now. So with that out of the way, let us actually go ahead and test this out and see what it feels like to actually reuse on a normal day to day. So I took this out and tested it in Microsoft Teams as a recording setup for my meetings, and this is what that really sounded like. Like if you're just seeing my face in the recording, my bandwidth might be bad. If my bandwidth is bad, you actually have a real feel of what it's going to feel like if you recorded into it anyways. And what I'm going to show you next, you can modify your manual image controls and also AI noise cancelling mics. You can have a feel of that with the audio. I'm not doing any processing of the audio in whatsoever shape or form. And also, what I think about it really, I think coming at about 129.9, and that was for Microsoft Teams. But now to actually set up and see what the image app looks itself. So this is the image link app on my computer right here. To see what that feels like, you can modify most of the stuff inside here. You can turn off the AI noise cancelling if that's what you're looking at, and also turn it back on. You can flip the images horizontally and also vertically. You can turn off HDR if HDR is not your thing, but I think I prefer it on. You can also modify your framing grid, either to be rule of thirds or other framing grid styles. I'm going to leave it at rule of thirds just for the purpose of this video. And also you can set your metering mode and also the kind of focus you want. You can also disable or enable autofocus if that's something you're looking at to do. And also the field of view can go from 73 degrees up on 240 degrees, giving you that closeness you might be looking for. But for me, I think I prefer it at 73 degrees field of view. Just for my purpose. Can also modify the anti-flicker settings. I prefer it at 60 Hz. And also the image profile preset I mentioned earlier on, I have it as standard, but of course you can always change it up to portrait or object, which I don't exactly like, or vivid, or bright, or you can customize that. Or you can customize that and also modify the brightness level and all the other image settings you want to do. But for me, I'm going to put it back in standard. And also something about the app is that you can use that to check for updates, either firmware updates or application updates. This supports Windows and Mac operating systems, so you have that bit of flexibility for yourself. But one thing to note is when I tried setting this up on my Windows operating system, I couldn't really get the 4Kness out of it. I don't know if it's the angle I was shooting at or if it's just the Windows system that is trying to mess up with me, but that was what I felt. So if that is what you're looking for, you're doing this on a Windows, I'm not pretty sure you get 4K out of it. But if you try it out and you were able to get 4K out of it, please let me know in the comment section, because I tried it in OBS on my work laptop and also on my desktop computer. I just could not get that to work. So that is something out there. So if you ask me what I think about the eMeet SmartCam S800, I'll tell you for a fact that if you're on a Mac operating system it might be the right choice for you for a 4K webcam that delivers good enough quality video and also audio. But if you're on a Windows operating system, I could not get it to work as much as I wanted to. It delivered 1080p, which was a bit blurry on the edges of my face and all that, but that was not what I was looking at, so I wouldn't recommend this for a Windows primary user. But if you're a Mac primary user, I think you're right in the game. So if you're on Windows and you're looking for a webcam, I think this 1080p one might actually be the right choice for you. This is the eMeet StreamCam 1. That is the one, and I've also already reviewed this also on my channel previously. You can check it out in some of the cards showing above right now. So this is one I recommend if you're actually on Windows. It's nice, it's mobile, and it's just works. But on a Mac operating system, I think this 4K webcam comes in right. And this is my normal lighting setup for actually recording videos. So this is the feel and view you will have for yourself if you were to get that rolling for yourself. So I'll drop the link also to check it out if it's something you want to check. These are affiliate links, they come at no extra cost to you. If you use my link, it just simply means that you are supporting this channel by using this link, and I'll get some bit of kickback from the vendors of the product if you use my link. So thank you very much in advance for doing that, really. But if you ask me final opinion and review about the first few weeks of using this device right here, I've been using it for about 3 weeks, and I can tell you for a fact that the only instance I've gotten it to work quite right and well for me is on my Mac. On my Windows, no. I've tried it on my desktop, on my work laptop, on my other laptop. The video quality I got out of it was not satisfactory enough for me. But for my MacBook, it just works. So that is one thing. And it's not saying that I'm going to move to a MacBook as my main OS in the future or anytime soon. That might not even happen. But it's just something to note out there if it's something you're really looking to get for yourself. So pretty much that's all I think about it. What else? Yeah, I think I've said everything I'm about to say. But then what I'll tell you, of course, is if you like this video and derived some sort of value for it and it informed your decision if this is the webcam for you to get, you can give me a like and subscribe so you don't miss further videos just like this one. And I think till I come your way again yet with another video, stay safe and goodbye.
This is one of the first questions I got on my DevOps and Cloud Ask Me Anything. I'm starting my career in DevOps. I would like to seek your advice on the career path and certification to take to land at least a job in a junior role in DevOps. I have basic knowledge of Python and JavaScript. Well, my answer to that is it's a great thing you have coding skills. It is awesome. I believe everyone should learn at least how to code. Hello world. I believe this will go a long way in helping you, find your footing as a DevOps engineer in the future. Now, your Python knowledge especially will come in handy when you need to write some of the automation tools you need to use for your day-to-day job as a DevOps engineer. Well, as there's no one way fits all, I believe if you start automating deployments of simple applications, your Hello World application that you have, think of automating it, and you'll be able to go from deploying that simple Hello World application to to deploy multiple microservices applications from day to day. So let me try to break this down and guide you through sharing my own journey of how I became a DevOps engineer today. So if you watch up to this time, I appreciate if you give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any videos coming from me in the future. Well, that said, let's continue answering the question. So I started out as a Windows Phone developer back in 2012, when Windows Phone was the cool thing. It's dead now. Well, that was the time I figured out I wanted to build a career out of programming, and I've been coding some years before this, maybe about 2-3 years. But in 2012, I finally decided to go for Windows platform development. Well, as my coding skills progressed, I realized that I needed to learn web programming to at least be able to fully develop my Windows Phone development skills. So I can talk to APIs, click stuff and it responds on another person's phone somewhere on the other side of the world. But I was not ready to be a full-scale web developer for some of personal reasons back then. So when I started learning web programming, I got to understand that it's a world on its own. Being a web programmer is actually a full-scale career on itself, and I'll be overwhelmed by the learnings and not be able to focus on client-side development with Windows Phone back then. So I went another way. So I was asking myself, why not get someone who could write the APIs for me? And then I would just consume this from my application. And then I found some web application samples. I was still actually learning back then. So I got some application samples from GitHub, and I discovered this thing called
VSTS, Visual Studio Team Services. Well, the name has changed over time. Visual Studio Team Services, Visual Studio Online, now called Azure DevOps. And then I was able to take this application from GitHub, put it in my tool in VSTS. Back then it was still a visual thing. You can still do it visual, of course, these days. And then I was able to take this simple application, deploy it to the web. Well, that was later, but before I was able to do that, I downloaded the application, right click. I was using something called Web Metrics back then. It's not that long, it's not more than 10 years back. So I was using Web Metrics, and then I was able to deploy this thing to Azure, and then I was able to consume the API from my Windows Phone application. That wasn't enough for me. So Visual Studio Online came to actually take that burden of having to right click publish every single time for me. So I was able to use that and then communicate with my client-side application just quite easily. And then from there, I discovered there's microservices. Then your app needs to talk to a database. How do you automate deployment of database? You need to write some scripts. You need to do ABC. So generally, talking about that now, I discovered I had more flair for automating things. And then I discovered, what I'm really doing is a bit of DevOps, a bit of the DevOps culture, automating mundane processes, automating day-to-day processes. And then I was like, okay, I will take this on. So for me, I would say learning to script PowerShell was one of the greatest starting points for me in my DevOps career, because I was able to take my understanding of programming, which is C# back then, and apply the logic, the flow, to be able to say, okay, I want to deploy this web application that talks to this database to this cloud. Are there tools to help me do this? Can I click something somewhere that will say, grab this code whenever there's a new version and push it out to this server, and then I can connect to this server from my client's application? That was literally how I got started in DevOps. Now, this was all in the space of about 2 thereabout years, and around this time, that was about 2014 now, I got the opportunity to write 3 certification exams. So they were not DevOps certifications, but it happened to really be a booster in my career. So yes, getting certified is a booster in learning your roles, but before you think of actually going to get certified, you need to learn to own your skills. Why do I say this? Why do I say you need to learn to own your skills? It's no use getting certified if you do not know what you're doing. Certification is just to say, yes, you are accredited by this body to say you can do this thing. But you can study, you can do like crème la peau and then just be certified, but it won't be enough really. So what you want to do is get the skill. Certification is just to tell yourself that, yes, I know this thing that I say I know. Well, at least for me. That is where certification is. Just push that check mark, that verification around the skill that I claim to know. So if I'm an Azure DevOps engineer, I get an Azure DevOps certification. I can start from the fundamentals. For example, you probably want to learn about the cloud. You want to learn. So for a DevOps engineer specifically, a good understanding of Linux will go a long way. I'm not saying it is compulsory, but it will go a long way. So you can start from Linux fundamentals. Get that certification. Well, I am a Microsoft person. I'm a Microsoft MVP and MCT, Microsoft Certified Trainer and Verified Professional. So I will most likely tend towards the Microsoft world. But there are loads of certifications, fundamental certifications around the world you can take. I took the Azure Fundamentals exam, Azure Administrator Associate, Azure Developer Associate, and Azure DevOps Expert, the M365 Developer Associate also. So I have a couple of those certifications that I've been able to take just to put that check mark around me. If I didn't have those certifications, it doesn't mean I don't know what I'm doing. It's just to verify the knowledge that I have, to say, yes, I really know what I'm doing. But the core of it is know what you're doing. Learn this thing. Know it. Like, I'm not saying become, a master, but at least be able to at least get your day-to-day job done. Well, there's a lot of Googling we do every day anyway, so you should not be stuck. So my advice to you as starting up as a DevOps engineer is learn the technology that surrounds automation. For you, it might not be PowerShell. For you, it might be Bash. For you, it might be Circle CI, GitHub Actions, not Azure DevOps. It could be Jenkins. It could be Travis. It could be Octopus Deploy. So pick your cloud.
your cloud, target cloud, Azure, AWS, GCP. Find out what are the things you can use to automate deployment to this platform. Then take that your simple Python application that you've learned. You probably have done Django or Flask or any of those frameworks. Take that simple application, try to deploy it to cloud. You can get free Azure credit, free GCP credit, hopefully free AWS credit also, to actually test these things out. Then as you deploy that simple application, you can containerize it. Containerize that application. Deploy the containerized version of that application. Tell your friends to check it out. From that simple joy of having your apps run on different people's devices, you get that bit of joyful satisfaction, and you can actually just grow from there. That was literally what happened to me. I would say when you learn something, write about it and try to automate. So you learn to code this, automate the deployment. Don't do FTP deployments. The FTP deployments are cool for way back then, but these days and time it is not. So try to find a tool to help you automate that. There are loads of them. GitHub Actions, Azure DevOps, Circle CI, Octopus Deploy. There's just loads of them in the world today. So also, to be able to land your first job, we live in an internet world today. So get an online footprint. As you learn something, post it on your Twitter, on your TikTok, on your Instagram. And then also follow people online. I know you probably follow me on Twitter, that's why you were able to ask this question. So follow people. Also try to make contact, get connections, be friends of people who are doing the technology that you aim to aspire to be. Ask them questions, throw questions at them, ask them questions. No question is dumb. If they cannot answer you, other people would. So get an online footprint, ask questions. That way you are at the top of mind of people, really. So when they think, this person trying to land a job, post on Twitter, I'm a DevOps engineer, I'm learning this, I need to get a job in this. Literally, the world will just come around you and you'll be able to get your footprint. I wish to actually hear from you if this is helping you at all. Remember, give it a thumbs up. So there are some of the tips I would actually give you to become. This is not a wholly comprehensive set of advice, but at least I would say those are the advices I would have given myself many years back starting up. Also, remember, if you have any questions, put it in the comment section, and also has a link showing on your screen right now. And also I put the link to actually fill the format if you don't like to put it in comments. I'll post it in the description and also as a pinned comment right here. So I'll be seeing again a video trying to answer your questions about development technologies, DevOps and cloud. Stay safe and goodbye. The Qantas Monitor Lamp Pro is a device that helps your eyes be better. Let's go unbox and see what comes in the packaging. To unbox, you simply peel out the box, but first you see basic information about the light and how you can set it up on your computer. Now let's go open up the box right now and see what we are greeted with. The box is simple to open. You just flap it up open from the top or side depending on how it faces you. We open that up, slide the carriage bag open, and we see the user manual that contains instruction in different languages on how to set it up on your laptop. When we open up the carriage bag, we see more, which actually contains the light itself, the USB cable attached to it, which is wrapped inside another plastic bag, which is really nice and straightforward packaging. I really like that kind of packaging. No fuzzy. We peel that open and we see the USB cable, which attaches to our computer either through USB-A or USB-C, depending on what kind of laptop we are using. I prefer to use this on a power adapter on my desk whenever I'm using it. When I'm mobile, I attach it directly to the USB port on my computer. Let's go set this up now on my MacBook Pro and actually see what it looks like setting this up on a real computer and not on the unboxing table. Setting this up on my MacBook is as easy as just peeling up the plastic wrap around it, which is really nice and easy, just gives that brand new look. And then I clamp it up on my screen. Voila, ready to go. The next thing I need to do is plug it up to power, which I will do
from my MacBook. I get a USB-C bit out, and then I attach that to the left hand side of my MacBook. Of course, it is the right hand side if you want to, and then you see the lights actually just brighten up and glow. And then that's pretty much it. You're ready to start using it. You can adjust the angles on the light to fit however you want to look at it, and then you can adjust the brightness, you can adjust the dimming features, the color temperature, you can set it to auto dim based on lighting conditions where you're working. Here are the features of the Quintus Laptop Monitor Lamp Pro. I hope you've enjoyed this video so far. I will drop the link to purchase the Quintus Laptop Monitor Lamp Pro in case you like it in the video description and also as a pinned comment. Till I come your way again with another nice gadget video, I say stay safe and goodbye. Hello and welcome to my 2023 Q3 Office Productivity Setup. First, we get my usual GlideJet TMP100 teleprompter that I use from time to time to record most of my videos where I have scripts running for them. And that is stood upon the newer professional 17-inch professional tripod, which is sturdy, nice, and just so good and quality. And next up, we have the X-Arm tablet mount that I use for mounting my Samsung S6 Lite tablet for general productivity, day-to-day media consumption and reading and all those sorts of things. And moving a little bit further up, we have this little stand that houses my Rode Video mic Go 2 that I connect wirelessly to my camera and boomed up above me with the Synco G2A1 lavalier microphone system, and that is stood upon the Tiger microphone stand. And then I have my light that I use for recording the videos. And next up, I have a little bit of a contraption mount that I use for recording vertical reels behind me. So when you see behind the scenes, that is the thing that does it. And the next up, I have the Fifine K6690 dynamic XLR microphone stood upon the mono microphone arm. I know, yeah, that's what I use. And then I have the HP Spectre X360 2017 16GB RAM 512GB SSD. Really nice and sturdy device. I've been using it for many years now. And the next up, I have the Dell 22-inch monitor 19820 by 1080p. On top of that, I have the Quintus LED monitor lamp, and then I have the Fifine SA3 audio interface that I use for mixing audio and recording. And then behind that, I have the Anchor Sound Core Bluetooth bar. And next up, I have the Actec Bluetooth keyboard that I use for mobile rigs and all that kind of stuff. And then I have the Microsoft Bluetooth 3600 mouse, and then the Avit dual headphone stand that I used to charge my Logitech Vibe Zone Vibe 125 headset and the G-Code J65. And then by the side also I have the MacBook Pro 2016 that I have been using for many years now, so I don't see any need to change it because it does the job I need it to do. And that is my trusty Microsoft mobile mouse 3600, and that is my soprano saxophone, which I haven't played for a very long time now, but it still does the job when I need to use it. And then I have a couple of older microphones that I mount on top of that storage, and behind that is my Iwi USB shaker, some graduation pictures, really nice and sturdy. And then I have a couple of awards, some documents that I just used to store back there in my office, and I need to use them from time to time. And then I have some of my DIY tools, my drills, my screwdrivers, some other gadgets, some documents, my printers,
and below that I have some storage to store devices and wires and other things I need access to but don't want to use from day to day. And then I have my gaming chair that I've been using now for about 3 years, and behind that I have my Logitech K720 which I don't use anymore now, and a flower, some lights, just to add a bit of ambience to the setup. And next up I have my work laptop, which is a Dell Latitude 5560 mobile workstation. And then I have the Mono PD100 XLR microphone on the AverMedia BA311 microphone arm, and that is powered by the Mono C2 Neo audio interface. Really super duper nice device, nice and sturdy. And then I have the Logitech MX Keys keyboard that I use for typing from time to time. It's a 3-device keyboard which I absolutely love what it does for me. Don't mind all the crunchy stuff. I got a daughter that gets biscuit and cookies on my table all the time. And that is the Logitech M720 Triathlon mouse. That's my AverMedia boom arm. And behind that is the Deco, TP-Link Deco home Wi-Fi mesh system. And then that's my Sony headsets. Now the Cilion R30 desktop speakers and the FEC 16-inch 2K monitor connected via HDMI to my desktop rig. And then I have my Samsung, my water, some little bit of cables going back there, and then I have my 34-inch Philips monitor, a 24-inch HP monitor. I got 2 of the HP monitors, my Google Home device. That's really super duper nice. And then I have the HubSpot Tiny 2 looking a little bit in that corner. We'll come to that in a little while. I have the other HP monitor mounted vertically for reading documents and having a bit of productive vibe going on there. And then that is the HubSpot Tiny 2 webcam that I use from time to time for my meetings, unboxings, and general things I need clean video for. I always stay hydrated, so I have a cup of water on my table that I'm sipping. I read. My monitor stand is also a storage mount and charges my phone wirelessly, which is super duper nice. I have my Bible on my desk that I read from time to time, which just makes the setup really productive for me. And then I charge my watches on the USB hub behind that. And on top of my monitor I have the Quintis large linear lamp that is 4 ultra wide screens, and I have a sit stand desk. That's a flower maker 160 by 80 cm sit stand desk, and all the setup is powered by my custom built PC. I hope you enjoyed this video. Like and share, and I'll be seeing you again in another video.
So today I wanted to quickly talk about something I realized has been holding me back for a while in making more content. Yes, I got my day job and I love it. I love the job I do, but then creating content is just one of those things that I do to give back to the world. And I realized I've not been doing a lot as much as I wanted to be doing. And I was just thinking over it and analyzing with myself and my wife, and I realized I actually do more planning than doing. Like, if you go through my backlogs, which of course you can't access, is that I have a lot of things I want to do. I have them planned out, I have them written down, but then I have not executed them. Like, for example, this talk I'm making, I've had it in my plan for months. And this week I was just thinking and realized I should be doing more than planning more. Yes, planning is great, don't get me wrong, but then we have to find that balance between planning, over planning, and actually getting the job done. You want to make that course, you want to do that certification exam, you want to get that channel started, you want to, go for that training, you want to start that business, you want to get started on that idea. But then you realize you plan, and at the end of the day, your planning is getting in the way of you getting the thing done. I remember back when I started my career, my content creation journey, I would just literally think of an idea, sit in front of a camera and shoot. The content was not as great as they are these days, but then they actually reach the right set of people. And that is how I grew. And then realized as I got better, got more gadgets, get more AI stuff and things going on, I do more planning than actually doing, which should not have been the case. So then I decided, once I have an idea, I do as little planning as possible, and then I get it done. That is one thing I have tried to be doing. I should just do it. If I think of it, just write the basic outline of things to get done. I believe I should be smart enough to actually get things done without actually going into deep details of planning, except it's something I'm very new to. Then of course I'll go ahead and do all the excessive planning and all that. But if it's something I'm not used to, if it's something like this talk, I don't need to do a lot of planning around it. It doesn't need to be perfect. Okay, don't get me wrong. Perfection is good. Perfection is great. But then it doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be right to get to the right set of people. And that is what I want to encourage you to do today, to find the balance between planning and doing. If you want to do something, just do it. If it will succeed, it will succeed. And there's no better way of knowing than if you do it. If you go ahead and do over planning and then it doesn't work, you might get discouraged. But if you just did it without actually putting so much into over planning it, if it fails, yeah, it failed. Then if it works, then you can learn from the experiences and actually make it better from time to time. And I think that is the encouragement I really have for you today. And I hope you take it to heart and you grow in your journey. Whatever you're doing in life, I wish you great success. I wish you all the best. And I look to see you at the top. I'll see you again.
Retro looking, lightweight, and multi-device compatible. This is the Moman EMR microphone. Let's check it out. Hello YouTube, how are you doing today? I have with me this retro looking Moman EMR microphone. It looks really cool, right? What does it do? What does it record? How does it stand compared to all other microphones? And what can you really do with it? I will answer all those questions in this video. But before all that, let's go check out what comes in the box. Let's get the box open right now. Just gonna gently let the weight pull it down, and then we see the foam that comes protecting the microphone and the packaging. I leave that off, and then that is where I see the manual that comes with the microphone. Looks really nice and easy looking, straightforward. And then the package is easy and straightforward. And in the nylon pack, I have two USB cables. One USB C to A cable and one USB C to C cable. So it means you can use this pretty much for multi-purpose devices on your Macs, on your iPads, on your Samsung